Chapter 1. In contemporary discourse, we typically refer to those valiant souls who, amidst national, ethnic, or societal crises, rise against the oppressive tides of fate, risking their own defeat as heroes since ancient times. Those endowed with exceptional wisdom have been called ing, while those possessing remarkable courage are termed qian. A hero embodies the convergence of both intellectual brilliance and audacity, stepping forth in times of peril for their nation or society. Youthful once articulated at a commemorative gathering for Lu Sun, a nation devoid of heroes is unfortunate. A nation that possesses heroes yet fails to respect and cherish them is beyond redemption. A country with great figures yet lacks the support, affection, and reverence for them is a land of hopeless subjugation. In Z City, at the entrance of a certain company, a man with dark hair emerged, and a day's name was Saitama, a 22-year-old who had recently graduated from university with a master's degree, having grown up without a father and lost his mother to illness in his senior year. Saitama vowed to carve out his own path to grant his mother peace after laying her to rest. A few months prior, following his graduation and a visit to his mother's grave, he stepped into the world brimming with hope. However, the harsh realities of life delivered a crushing blow in today's society. University graduates are abundant, and master's degree holders are as common as dogs. Without obtaining a bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degree, securing employment is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, many managerial positions within companies are often acquired through the connections and wealth of privileged individuals. Despite Saitama's impressive graduate credentials and competent abilities, he found himself repeatedly rejected. After attending interviews at over a dozen companies, he faced continual disappointment. Today, he arrived at this company filled with hope, and the interviewers initially expressed great satisfaction, even granting him a month-long probationary period. During this trial phase, Saitama worked with fervor and fostered excellent relationships with his colleagues, achieving remarkable results that should have ensured his transition to a permanent position. Yet today, the manager delivered the devastating news of his termination. Saitama, overwhelmed with disbelief, demanded an explanation. The manager, albeit sympathetic, sighed and shook his head, stating, "This is the boss order. I am powerless to change it." In light of Saitama's exemplary performance, the manager decided to compensate him with a month's salary of 320,000 yen. Despite the probationary salary being 200,000 yen, Saitama felt an intense sense of injustice as he pressed for answers. Yet he left the manager's office dejected and bewildered. Upon reaching the company's entrance, he noticed a high-ranking executive, a relative of the owner, watching him with a mocking sneer. Momentarily taken aback, Saitama quickly comprehended the situation. Ignoring the derision, he exited the company, grappling with feelings of resentment and helplessness. Reflecting on his post-graduation experiences, a profound sense of despair enveloped him. As he trudged towards his rented accommodation, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. "Ah, hee, laughter, what a weirdo. Run." A few terrified individuals sprinted past him, urging Saitama to flee. When he remained still, they glanced back at the approaching figure, then hastily escaped, leaving Saitama standing there with vacant eyes. Thud, thud. A thunderous sound of footsteps echoed as a creature, towering over 2 meters, clad only in white underpants with a crab-like upper body, approached him, emitting an eerie laughter. "Hey, aren't you going to run?" The crab monster, observing him, waved its enormous red claws around as if searching for something. Saitama, devoid of expression, glanced at the creature before shutting his eyes and lowering his head with a sigh. He. Noticing this, the crab monster emitted a strange noise, then pointed its claw at Saitama, asking, "Tired office worker, just finished a long day, are we?" It leaned down to meet Saitama's gaze with its large, bell-like eyes, scrutinizing him. "I am a crab monster, mutated from consuming too many crabs, and you stand there unafraid? Are you seeking death?" As it straightened up, it continued to observe Saitama. "Am I correct?" Saitama lifted his gaze momentarily, then fell back into despondency. "You've got one thing wrong." Intrigued, the crab monster fell silent, watching him curiously. Saitama continued, "I am not an office worker. I am unemployed and currently job hunting. Today, I interviewed at a company and was inevitably dismissed, leaving me feeling indifferent about everything. Even with a crab monster before me, I had no thoughts of fleeing." Saitama closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. "So, what happens if you don't run?" As the crab monster observed Saitama's demeanor, its face contorted into a menacing grin. Gradually losing interest, it recalled its own past as a pitiful creature once scurrying for work. With its massive red claw, it pointed at Saitama, stating, "Your eyes reflect the same lifelessness as mine in recognition of our shared dead fish gaze. I shall spare your life." Having walked past Saitama, the creature turned to glare at him, its bloodshot eyes seething with rage. "Besides, I am in pursuit of other prey. A child with a but chin. When I find him, I shall dismember him. With that, it stalked away, while Saitama continued onward, relieved to have escaped its wrath. After an indeterminate time, Saitama found himself in a secluded area when he suddenly heard a commotion nearby. Turning to investigate, he spotted a child with a but chin, happily kicking a soccer ball. Upon noticing Saitama, the child turned to him with a blend of satisfaction and curiosity. "What are you looking at?" Saitama remained silent, his expression one of shock, as he recalled the crab monster's words. The child with a but chin, once found, shall be dismembered. In a panic, he called out, "Hey kid, what did you do to the crab monster?" The child, cradling the soccer ball, pondered for a moment before casually replying, "I saw him sleeping in the park, so I drew on his chest with my marker." Saitama was rendered speechless, thinking, this child has no idea what trouble he's caused. What should I do? Is it too late? Yet, observing the child's carefree demeanor, he decided to disengage, convincing himself that it was not his concern. Resignedly, Saitama chuckled, "You're right, this is none of my business." Just as he prepared to leave, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed behind the child. "Found you." The crab monster's face twisted in malice as it eyed the child, cackling menacingly while its claw lunged forward. In that instant, a shadow darted like lightning, swiftly snatching the child away and narrowly avoiding the crab monster's attack. What has happened? In midair, Saitama stared in horror at the crab monster, bewildered as to why he had felt compelled to intervene. Upon landing, Saitama quickly urged, "Kid, run. That thing is here to kill you." Seeing the child frozen in place, Saitama panicked. "Forget about me. Just go." But the child pointed to the soccer ball. "I didn't pick up my ball." Still worried about the ball? Saitama was incredulous his life was in jeopardy, yet the child was fixated on a mere soccer ball. At that moment, the crab monster crushed the soccer ball and questioned, "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to protect this child? Hey, does a child's prank warrant murder? You ought to reconsider." The crab monster chuckled lightly. "I've already killed many. No one who mocks my appearance shall remain alive." This child, it fumed, drawing a target on my body with a paint marker. My claws cannot even wipe it away. Growing increasingly impatient, the crab monster pointed at Saitama, declaring, "Dare to interfere with me, and you shall never find work again." Saitama, gazing at the creature, gradually lowered his head before bursting into laughter. The crab monster, perplexed, questioned his mirth. Saitama, tears of laughter streaming down his face, replied, "You resemble the villain I've seen in comics." At this, the crab monster could no longer contain itself, swinging its claw and sending Saitama flying, who let out a cry as he crashed into a warehouse. Approaching the child, the crab monster raised its claw die. Suddenly, a stone whizzed through the air, striking the crab monster squarely in the face. The force and speed of the projectile could have easily pierced through wood, yet it merely left a trivial mark on the crab monster's visage. The crab monster felt a slight sting on his face, and with a swift glance, beheld a figure emerging from the dust like a specter. Approaching him directly, the crab monster's heavy claw strike had merely drawn a trickle of blood from the figure's head, causing no significant harm. Saitama slowly rose, proclaiming, "In today's society, there's a shortage of children, yet you still wish to harm them. I cannot stand idly by." The crab monster lowered his claws, his gaze imbued with menace, attempting to intimidate Saitama into retreating. Just moments before, he had delivered a blow powerful enough to shatter stone. Yet Saitama remained only lightly injured. The terrifying speed of Saitama made the crab monster acutely aware of the formidable opponent he faced. "Indeed, from a young age, my dream has been to become a hero, not a mere office worker, but a hero who can vanquish scoundrels like you with a single punch. I have no intention of seeking employment anymore. Bring it on, you scoundrel." Upon hearing this, the crab monster could no longer contain himself, furiously raising his claw. "What nonsense about being a hero? You are the detritus of society." With a swift motion, he struck Saitama, sending him flying, and followed up with several more blows, causing Saitama to spit out copious amounts of blood and crash to the ground. Saitama, feeling the pain, slowly picked himself up as the crab monster approached, taunting, "Your strength, while commendable, is utterly insufficient to defeat me. Resign yourself to death, Zinai." Saitama glared at the crab monster. Gritting his teeth, he then leaped into the air, evading the attack, and used his tie to strangle the creature's eyes, pulling with all his might. The crab monster struggled desperately, but to no avail, helplessly witnessing Saitama extract his eye along with the crab roe and internal organs from his body. In an instant, a torrential rain of blood fell, as the crab monster let out a ghastly scream and collapsed, his body convulsing, clearly beyond salvation. Children looked on in astonishment at Saitama, who, panting heavily, gazed at the lifeless form of the crab monster. The spark of heroism ignited within him. After resting for a moment, Saitama addressed the child, saying, "Hurry home. Young one, do not be so mischievous next time." With that, he picked up his bag and departed, prompting the child to hastily run home, not daring to linger. Saitama assessed his injuries, confirming they were merely superficial, then made his way to a nearby pharmacy to purchase some bandages to tend his wounds after paying. He stopped at a nearby eatery for a bowl of noodles, and once finished, he began his journey back to his apartment. Thus commenced Saitama's path as a hero. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Saitama set down his bag and collapsed onto the bed. Reflecting on his battle with the crab monster, he sighed softly. Had it not been for my training since childhood, that would have been my end. Indeed, Saitama had been training since he was young. Boasting exceptional physical prowess, he was aware that under full exertion, he could easily shatter concrete in the future. He would likely rank as a mid-tier class hero in the Hero Association, which had yet to be established. Moreover, his physical defenses were robust, but since enrolling in graduate school, his training had diminished significantly compared to his earlier days. During job hunting, he barely managed to exercise once a day. Now, the prospect of finding work appeared bleak. Companies were scarcely hiring, and as a laid-back individual, he had no desire to toil in a factory. After his mother's passing, he had inherited a house, but it was destroyed during a monster attack. Though he had vanquished the creature, the house was irretrievable. Currently, his bank balance, factoring in the recently received probationary salary minus the rent and medical expenses, amounted to approximately 560,000 yen, just over 30,000 yuan after paying rent. With frugal living, he could sustain himself for about 3 to 4 months. Thus, from this moment forward, he would embark on his heroic endeavors. If only he could encounter a bounty hunter, he could capture them and exchange them for a reward from the Z City government forces. With no Hero Association in place, the government forces maintained order. Enough of this, I shall not dwell on it. Saitama shook his head, changed into his pajamas, and turned on the television. Mindlessly searching for news, after a while, he fell asleep. In Z City, within a certain villa district, an elderly man with a prominent chin and an imposing presence paced anxiously within his home. "Boss, your grandson has returned," announced a bodyguard-like figure, accompanying a child with a similar chin into the room, prompting the old man to rush over and embrace him. However, upon noticing the blood covering his grandson, he gasped in horror and urgently inquired about the situation. The child, the very one saved by Saitama, could no longer contain his tears upon seeing his grandfather and began to sob, recounting the recent events with a quivering voice. "Heroes, you say?" The elderly man pondered this, instructing the nanny to take the boy for a bath while he settled onto the sofa to reflect. This venerable gentleman was named Agni, a world-renowned magnate. With the emergence of monsters, the once peaceful existence had descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the world government was preoccupied with dealing with the 5 emperors and various pirates on the Red Continent, leaving them little time to attend to the 26 cities on this continent. They had merely established government military divisions in cities D, H, and Z to manage the monsters. While the police remained unreliable, for in this world, there were no celestial dragons. Since they were too preoccupied to attend to matters, it would be prudent to invest in a hero association, enlisting the formidable individuals from society to safeguard the citizens' safety. Of course, it would be splendid if one could locate the benefactor who saved his grandson. Moreover, considerations regarding the classification of heroes must be taken into account. Similar to how cities in Asia are named using the lexicon of the Grand Line, categorized from A to C levels. Contemplating this, Agni retrieved his mobile device and dialed the number for the world government. The following morning, Saitama remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had catalyzed the establishment of the Hero Association. At 6 o'clock that morning, after having breakfast, he donned his athletic attire, performed some warm-up exercises, and commenced his workout. He began with 100 push-ups, although he had not engaged in such activity for a considerable time and bore some injuries. Saitama's physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and thus he merely felt a hint of fatigue upon completion. After stretching his limbs, he proceeded with 100 sit-ups, followed by 100 squats. By the end of this regimen, Saitama felt a slight weariness in his limbs. Yet this fatigue kindled a fervent sensation within him, a feeling familiar to those who revel in physical exertion, especially after a vigorous workout. Most individuals cherish this sensation, for it embodies a sense of accomplishment. Rather than resting, Saitama embarked on a 10-kilometer run. Upon finishing, it had been over half an hour. He took only a brief respite before resuming his push-ups. This is Saitama's regimen: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. He has been training in this manner since childhood, ultimately achieving his remarkable level of fitness. Moreover, this is not a daily accumulation, but rather a single cycle of training. Initially, when Saitama began his workouts, it indeed constituted a day's effort. However, as his physical condition improved, his routine evolved from one cycle per day to two. He continually grows and challenges his current limits through relentless exercise, dedicating entire days to this pursuit. The only respite comes during lunch, where he allows himself a brief pause. But within half an hour of eating, he resumes his vigorous training, repeating this cycle incessantly. This process profoundly tests one's patience and endurance, should one falter. It is all too easy to lose heart. Fortunately, Saitama possesses extraordinary strength, enabling him to persevere with relative ease. In the realm of One Punch Man, completing a 10-kilometer run in under half an hour is feasible for anyone with an A-level physique and strength. A compelling example is the sexy prisoner who, shackled with nearly a ton of iron, managed to escape from a foul prison and sprint dozens of miles to J City in an hour to confront the Deep Sea King. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Saitama to accomplish the same feat. Time slipped away unnoticed as Saitama began his 14th round, engaged in a 10-kilometer long run. After prolonged exertion, he found himself utterly exhausted, yet he remained undeterred, grinding his teeth in resolute determination. His athletic attire clung to him, drenched in sweat, causing considerable discomfort. But he pressed on undaunted. He had lost count of how many laps he had completed around Z City, running tirelessly until he reached a field where a farmer, evidently familiar with him, greeted him as he toiled. At that moment, a wolf-like monster appeared from afar, intent on harming the farmer. Without hesitation, Saitama rushed forward, engaging in a fierce battle until he ultimately vanquished the creature. Aside from fatigue, he bore no injuries, as the monster, despite its speed, lacked the strength to pose a significant threat, merely requiring some time to subdue. After bidding farewell to the shaken farmer, Saitama continued his run, refusing to allow himself a moment of relaxation. That evening, upon returning to his rented accommodation, he collapsed into the bathtub. After a brief respite, he struggled to his feet, shedding his clothes before indulging in a hot shower. Today, he had completed a total of 20 rounds, one less than usual, perhaps a consequence of his prolonged hiatus from training. Soaking in the tub, Saitama reflected on the day's exertions and compared them to his previous limits, letting out a sigh before rekindling his confidence. He believed that with relentless effort and daily practice, he would one day become exceptionally powerful, equipped with the strength to protect others. Though Saitama aspired to be a hero, he recognized the necessity of possessing the capability to fulfill that role. Without power, he would be powerless to shield others. His motivation for becoming a hero extended beyond mere interest. There were indeed individuals in this world worth protecting. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, during which Saitama had diligently trained day in and day out without pause. Throughout this period, he paid little heed to whether he could complete his goals. He simply understood that adhering to this regimen would inevitably lead to strength. Having practiced this method since childhood, he continued to train relentlessly, indifferent to the number of rounds he had completed or those yet to be finished, for he had never contemplated the concept of completion, thus rendering himself free of limits. Exercise. 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 After a brief lunch break, he resumed his training. Saitama remained oblivious to the extent of his growth. He only knew that his actions were correct. Only during supermarket sales would he spare precious time to stock up on necessities, as he was currently unemployed and his savings were limited. Following his shopping spree, he immediately returned to his training, seemingly devoid of any inclination to slack off. The half-hour post-meal was merely a precaution to prevent any physical issues. 3 months of intense training had severed his ties with the outside world, though he had only 1 or 2 acquaintances. And the relentless regimen had led him to feel a noticeable enhancement in his abilities. Each time he pushed his body to its limits, a warm current would surge through him, aiding his recovery. Starting with 20 rounds a day, then progressing to 23, 27, and 34, Saitama's strength continued to escalate. Moreover, during his training, he would often venture into the uninhabited areas of Z City, where monsters roamed freely. Encountering these creatures had become a daily occurrence. He would dispatch the weaker ones with ease, while the more formidable adversaries posed a near-death experience. Nonetheless, he belonged to the category of individuals who grew stronger through combat, ultimately enduring against 3 formidable tiger-level monsters, a standard of power, as the Hero Association had only recently been established. Having withstood these challenges, Saitama felt a marked increase in his strength as he recovered from his injuries. Consequently, he began to frequent the desolate regions of Z City almost daily. seeking out powerful monsters to battle. Remarkably, he never contemplated the possibility of death. He simply understood that fighting strong opponents would hone his skills. Thus, whether in the city or the wilderness, against monsters of any caliber, Saitama fought with unwavering determination, rescuing countless lives in the process. After several weeks of training, one day in Z City, a tiger-level monster known as the Nail Octopus wreaked havoc throughout the town. Chaos ensued as countless individuals fled in terror. Among them was a blond man who slipped and fell. As he looked up in fear at the Nail Octopus, he was cruelly clawed in the left eye. The blond man fell to the ground, clutching his wounded eye, writhing in agony, his face a mask of terror and despair. Just as the Nail Octopus prepared to strike again, a figure clad in blue athletic wear intervened, absorbing the blow meant for him. Thud. The figure was none other than Saitama, who had been training at the time. He was flung back by the monster's tentacle, suffering a heavy blow that left him bleeding profusely. Yet, such injuries were trivial to Saitama. He quickly engaged the Nail Octopus in combat to prevent the creature from escaping. He endured several more wounds before finally defeating the monster. Breathing heavily, he approached the blond man. "I have dispatched the monster. Is your eye all right? The wound shouldn't be as severe as it appears. Try to open your eyes slowly." This sentence, akin to the warm sun of winter, dispelled the fears harbored within the golden-haired man, causing him to shed tears as he gradually opened his eyes. "Can you see me?" he murmured. Before him stood a youth clad in a blue sweatshirt, his body smeared with blood. Upon hearing the golden-haired man's inquiry, Saitama offered a slight smile. "Me? Well, I'm merely an individual who has taken it upon himself to become a hero out of sheer interest. If a hero were to emerge, it might very well be me." The golden-haired man, observing Saitama's injuries, felt a pang of guilt. If not for his own misstep, Saitama would not have sustained such grievous wounds. "You were seriously injured. These wounds are nothing to worry about. Aha, I triumphed over someone stronger than me today. Thank you for saving me. Allow me to take you to the hospital. I shall cover the medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Saitama shook his head. "As a hero, I seek no reward." With that, he disregarded the golden-haired man's objections and resumed his training, completely unconcerned by his injuries. Over the course of 3 months, Saitama rescued many individuals. Unfortunately, as he was not a professional hero, he remained largely unrecognized. Some wished to express their gratitude but had no idea where to send their letters, and thus, their intentions faded away. Now, Saitama had grown significantly stronger. He felt confident that if he were to encounter the crab monster again, he could defeat it with a single punch. Training. An endless pursuit of improvement. This morning, shortly after 10, Saitama was engaged in his 19th lap of long-distance running. Having trained relentlessly since 6 o'clock, and he was far stronger than before. This time, he did not follow the same path as before, but instead sprinted towards the southern district of City B, intending to return along the original route thereafter. An urgent evacuation announcement echoed. A colossal stone creature has appeared in the southern outskirts of City B. Disaster level. Ghost. Citizens are urged to proceed to the shelters immediately. The words of alarm reached Saitama's ears, compelling him to halt. After orienting himself, he dashed towards the southern outskirts of City B. Meanwhile, in the southern outskirts, a massive stone giant, towering approximately 7 to 8 meters, ambled forward. Suddenly, 5 individuals appeared before the stone creature, each clad in eccentric attire that seemed rather impressive to a child. The 35th ranked A-class hero, Crescent, raised an eyebrow in skepticism, questioning, "Is this the ghost-level disaster? It appears rather unimpressive, being entirely made of stone." The 17th ranked A-class hero, Reiku Genji, replied, "The association has classified it as a ghost-level threat for reasons of their own. Our task is merely to defeat it." The 33rd ranked A-class hero, Spring Whiskers, gazed at the towering stone figure, silently contemplating if the Iron Trio can individually vanquish ghost-level monsters. "As a member of the Sword Saint Society, I shall not falter." The 32nd ranked A-class hero, Smiling Superman, fixed a steely gaze upon the creature, urging, "Let us defeat it swiftly to prevent further casualties." The 26th ranked A-class hero, Golden Ball, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, let us advance." The stone monster observed these heroes and spoke slowly, "I am the stone of the mountaintop. You humans, in your greed to construct cities, have blasted and mined the mountains, disregarding the sanctity of nature. Thus, I have come into existence. I am the king of the mountain. Humanity, I shall bring about your destruction." With a furious roar, the Mountain King swung a massive stone hand downwards, prompting the 5 heroes to scatter as they launched a frenzied assault against the stone creature. Not far away, atop a building, a sniper with a monocle over his right eye, wielding an enormous rifle, aimed at the stone giant. He was the 22nd ranked A-class hero. With precise focus, he aimed for the Mountain King's eye and fired. Just then, the Mountain King unexpectedly turned and punched smiling Superman away, while the bullet struck its shoulder, exploding into countless fragments of stone. In pain, the Mountain King noticed the sniper on the building and hurled a massive stone, obliterating the entire structure. The sniper narrowly escaped, but was trapped beneath the rubble. Ultimate move, Golden Ball. At that moment, countless golden memory-shaped projectiles sprang forth from the golden slingshot, transforming into a multitude of radiant assaults upon the body of the Mountain King, shattering the stones that adorned his form. Infuriated, the Mountain King let out a cry of anguish and promptly lunged toward the golden sphere, which deftly rolled aside. Simultaneously, the spring-bearded swordsman's blade morphed into a coiled spring before launching forward with great force. Crushing impact, he exclaimed. A dazzling burst of colorful light erupted, accompanied by the Mountain King's agonized wail, as the spring-bearded swordsman pierced the king's chest with his sword. With a graceful smile, he attempted to withdraw his blade, only to find it firmly lodged. As he lifted his gaze, an enormous hand descended, sending both him and the nearby smiling hero flying. The spring-bearded swordsman emerged relatively unscathed, albeit with minor injuries, while the smiling hero's head crashed onto the shattered concrete, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, countless bolts of lightning struck the Mountain King, who was imbued with a significant amount of conductive materials, causing him immense pain. "Humans, you have hurt me," the Mountain King roared in fury, then seized numerous large chunks of debris scattered on the ground and hurled them at the crowd. Although Crescent and the others managed to evade the onslaught, the sword in the hands of Spring-Beard was lost, and as he witnessed the avalanche of bricks and cement descending upon him, despair washed over his face. Suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. A young girl clad in a green orchid outfit dashed in front of Spring-Beard, drawing her blade with a swift motion to sever the stones aimed at him. "Are you all right, sir?" A sweet voice rang out, and Spring-Beard, taken aback, gazed at the girl with short hair and glasses, before responding, "I am fine, thank you. May I ask who you are?" "Don't worry about that. We must deal with this monster first," she exclaimed, slicing through the remaining debris as she charged forward. "Shiyu, Flash!" With a fierce shout, the girl lunged forward, her speed remarkable as she thrust her blade into the Mountain King's leg, then swiftly slashed, cleaving through countless stones. The Mountain King, in agony, stomped down only to miss the girl, while Spring-Beard's sword was liberated by Crescent. A standoff ensued. The Mountain King was slightly injured, while the smiling superhero and the Golden Ball had succumbed to unconsciousness, their memories depleted. Though the Mountain King was a formidable demon-level creature, its speed was not its forte. Its strengths lay in brute force and defense. Otherwise, the girl's sudden appearance and powerful strike could have easily severed its leg. Since I am already wounded, an additional adversary changes nothing. Humanity shall be obliterated by me, the Mountain King," he declared coldly, his tone laced with disdain for humankind. "You seek death," thundered rekindled, summoning torrents of lightning that struck towards the Mountain King, only for him to evade. Meanwhile, the girl and the injured Spring-Beard surged forward. "Shiyu, rock, explosive power." A terrifying barrage rained down upon the Mountain King, eliciting cries of agony as black liquid, his blood, oozed from him, rendering him somewhat disheveled. In a fit of pain, the Mountain King delivered a powerful kick that sent the Golden Ball, who was collecting ammunition, sprawling, causing him to lose consciousness. He then seized Crescent, tossing him to the ground and stomping furiously until he too fell into oblivion. With a triumphant snort, the Mountain King released 2 gusts of air from his nostrils just as Reikijinji's attack surged forth. A deafening explosion erupted, centered around the Mountain King, sending Spring-Beard and the others careening away. "Is it finally over?" Reikijinji mused, watching as endless flames engulfed the explosion's epicenter, and hurried towards Spring-Beard. "Spring-Beard, are you all right?" But before he could finish, Spring-Beard's pupils dilated in terror as he shouted, "Watch out." Reikijinji turned, only to see a colossal stone fist enlarging before his eyes, pain coursing through him as he was flung away. "Damn it, I was careless," he thought, realizing too late that this was a demon-level creature and he should never have let his guard down. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Now, only Spring-Beard and the girl in green remained, their expressions grave as they surveyed the Mountain King, dripping with black liquid. They charged forward together. "You shall not destroy the city," Spring-Beard bellowed, his sword retracting into a spring form before he lunged. "Explosive power." A radiant spectrum of light flashed as Spring Beard pierced the Mountain King's chest, while the girl leapt onto the Mountain King's arm, her blade dancing as she struck. "Damn you, bothersome monkey!" the Mountain King roared, flames igniting all over his body. The girl hastily jumped down, but just as Spring Beard withdrew his sword, a massive fiery fist slammed him to the ground. The Mountain King was relentless, determined to make the man who had pierced him thrice pay dearly. Countless fists fell like rain, and Spring Beard lost consciousness under the onslaught. The Mountain King then lifted him by the collar, opening his mouth wide. "Stop!" the girl screamed, rushing up to the Mountain King's shoulder, slashing at his neck. "She you rock." Yet, her attack merely drew a trickle of blood while she was sent flying by the Mountain King's retaliatory strike. As Spring Beard teetered on the brink of being devoured, a figure clad in blue sportswear dashed before the Mountain King, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Without hesitation, he leapt and shouted, "Ultimate move, full power punch." With that fierce proclamation, a gaping hole appeared in the Mountain King's shoulder, and as the newcomer landed after piercing the arm, the Mountain King's left fist was already upon him. Despite attempting to shield himself, he was sent sprawling. The Mountain King clutched his arm in agony, black blood gushing forth, accompanied by a noxious stench that pervaded the air. At that moment, amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Saitama. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the Mountain King with eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. He had encountered a formidable adversary. The Mountain King, seeing that his opponent was still alive, was instantly consumed by rage, launching another punch. With a fierce roar, Saitama retaliated, meeting the blow with his own fist. The collision of their dissimilar fists resulted in a starkly contrasting outcome. Saitama's hand was numbed by the immense force, while the Mountain King's hand was riddled with cracks, extending even to his right arm. Observing this, Saitama smirked malevolently and, with astonishing speed, struck at the fissures, severing the connection between the arm and the wound above, causing more cracks to appear and gradually spread. The Mountain King, filled with terror, ignited flames across his body, attempting to incinerate Saitama and conceal his injuries. But Saitama deftly evaded the attack. Suddenly, a figure darted like lightning from the wound on the Mountain King's right arm, revealing a girl who had previously fought alongside numerous A-class heroes. She gasped in shock as she witnessed a boy in a blue tracksuit pierce through the Mountain King's arm. Taking advantage of the moment when the Mountain King was distracted, she saved the spring mustache, then swiftly drew her sword once more, severing the last connection of the Mountain King's right arm. "Sir, please finish him off," the girl urged as she looked at Saitama. He nodded in acknowledgement and charged towards the Mountain King. Terrified, the Mountain King threw a full-force punch at Saitama, only to have him evade effortlessly, leaping onto the Mountain King's arm and surging towards his head. In the Mountain King's wide-eyed horror, Saitama unleashed a flurry of fists upon him. The girl, seeing this, leaped onto the Mountain King's arm as well, drawing her sword once more, transforming into a streak of lightning that pierced through the Mountain King's chest. Ultimate technique, full power series, continuous full power fist. Slash of the rain. Countless fists rained down, reducing the Mountain King's head to rubble, while the girl's blades pierced through his chest. As she landed, Saitama followed closely, panting as he gazed at the Mountain King's decapitated and dismembered body, his vigilance unwavering. After a brief moment, the Mountain King's enormous corpse crashed to the ground, allowing both their hearts to finally relax. The girl turned her gaze towards Saitama, ready to express her gratitude, only to be taken aback by his blood-soaked appearance. "Sir, you're gravely injured," she exclaimed. Saitama offered a faint smile and waved his hand dismissively. "These injuries are nothing to worry about." "How can that be?" "Let me take you to the hospital," she insisted. "No need," he replied, slowly making his way to depart. The girl hesitated, torn between following him and aiding the unconscious A-class heroes, when suddenly, she spotted hundreds of government troops and some individuals who appeared to be heroes approaching rapidly. Gritting her teeth, she decided to follow Saitama. "Sir, please wait." Upon hearing her voice, Saitama paused and turned to see the girl had caught up. He frowned slightly and sighed. "I assure you, my injuries are of no consequence." The girl responded resolutely. "You saved me and got hurt in the process. I must take responsibility." Taken aback, Saitama waved his hand. It was merely a trifling matter. Besides, he clenched his fist, a glimmer of joy crossing his face. "Today I defeated a monster stronger than myself." He then sighed. It's a pity that this monster seemed to be injured beforehand. Otherwise, it could have been an exhilarating battle. The girl was momentarily stunned, then smiled ruefully. "You truly are extraordinary, sir, with such a different perspective." Adjusting her glasses, she pondered for a moment before suggesting, since you refused to go to the hospital. There's a noodle shop nearby. Shall we go eat noodles? Upon hearing this, Saitama visibly hesitated, shaking his head. Perhaps not. I'll cover the cost, she insisted. After a moment of silence, Saitama regarded her earnestly, lead the way. Then, at his acquiescence, the girl beamed with joy, exclaiming, all right, sir. Thus, the two conversed as they made their way to the noodle shop. Sir, my name is Dasky, a student at B City Military and Political University. May I ask your name? I am Saitama, he replied, producing a tissue from his tracksuit to wipe the blood from his body. Revealing a smile as he pointed to himself, merely a hero by interest. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Saitama stood with his back to the setting sun, his already handsome features illuminated with a striking brilliance. Dasky's heart fluttered as she beheld him, her cheeks flushing slightly. For some reason, she found Saitama incredibly charming, especially recalling how he shattered the Mountain King's skull. With a hint of admiration, she cheerfully remarked, then you must be a very powerful hero, Mr. Saitama. Shortly thereafter, Saitama and Dasky entered the noodle shop and ordered 2 bowls of udon. After they finished, Dasky approached the counter to pay. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash, and 2 ruffians swaggered in. Sorry to interrupt, they declared unapologetically as they approached the counter, mockingly greeting, good afternoon, gentlemen. Are you prepared with this month's protection fee? The shop owner's expression darkened at their words, his fists clenched in frustration, yet he dared not retaliate. Sighing, he prepared to retrieve the money, unwilling to endanger his customers. Hey, what you're doing is illegal, a voice called from behind. The ruffians turned around to see Saitama watching them from his seat. Illegal? They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. You think we're breaking the law? Here, we're the law. The audacious words caused Saitama to furrow his brow slightly. Just as he was about to continue the debate, the boss hurriedly approached him, saying, these are the subordinates of the C-rank wanted criminal, Najid. You won't fare well opposing them. Do you understand? We are the men of Boss Najid. Here. We are the law. Ha ha ha. A wanted criminal? Saitama's eyes brightened at the mention, wondering if he could exchange this for a bounty. Dasky slowly interjected from the front desk, C-rank wanted criminal Najid, with a bounty of 100,000 yen. Kid, you're looking for trouble. The 2 thugs were instantly enraged, drawing their daggers and lunging towards Saitama, intent on teaching him a lesson. 5 seconds later, the 2 thugs lay on the ground, bruised and battered, tearfully apologizing. We were wrong. Please spare us. Saitama squatted down and calmly inquired, where is Najid now? The 2 thugs hesitated momentarily, then struggled to their feet and led the way. Half an hour later, Najid and his gang were bound and dragged to the military's encampment by Saitama in exchange for the bounty. At the entrance of the military encampment, Dasky gazed at Saitama, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Mr. Saitama, are you leaving? Yes, Saitama nodded. If I don't leave now, I won't be able to sleep. During their previous conversation, Dasky had learned that Saitama resided in Z City, and it was already quite late. He needed to hurry back. With a slight sigh, Dasky softly asked, may I have your phone number, Mr. Saitama? Saitama was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Dasky's earnest expression. After a brief contemplation, he replied, sure. Upon hearing this, Dasky beamed with joy. After exchanging numbers, she watched as Saitama departed, soon leaving herself to return to school. This month, the rent was settled. It had been 5 months since he defeated the king of the mountain. Throughout these 5 months, Saitama had diligently continued his training and eliminated monsters. Until today. In a narrow alley of Z City, a blue frog monster clad in a green coat was frantically fleeing after stealing numerous comic books. After darting through alley after alley, he ultimately found himself cornered in a dead end. Did you think you could escape? At that moment, a voice emanated from behind. The blue frog monster turned to see a young man clad in a blue tracksuit, gazing down at him from the rooftop of a 3-story building. Upon sighting the youth, the blue frog monster could no longer contain his irritation and, pointing at him, exclaimed with anger, you are quite the nuisance. Who exactly are you? The young man in question is Saitama, who gazes at the peculiar creature before him, his expression devoid of any enthusiasm. Me? A man with an interest in being a hero. With that, Saitama leaped down, illuminated by the sunlight, dazzling the blue frog monster's eyes. However, his speed was so great that his pants snagged on a protruding telephone pole, tearing apart and revealing his black and pale pink striped underwear. Witnessing this scene, the previously fearful expression of the frog monster gradually morphed into something odd. As Saitama landed, He felt a chill on his thigh. Looking down, he realized his pants were torn, exposing his underwear, prompting him to cover himself with his hands, a look of embarrassment etched on his face. Observing this, the blue frog monster jeered, "Ha! With such foolishness, you dare to call yourself a hero?" Incensed by the creature's words, a glint of cold fury flashed in Saitama's eyes, his otherwise apathetic demeanor revealing a terrifying intent. "Look at the mess you've caused." The blue frog monster was instantly cowed, blinking in shock, and then there was nothing more to be said. Meanwhile, in a nearby clothing store, a yellow-haired thug with dark circles under his eyes, suggestive of a life of excess, questioned the shopkeeper, "Is the money ready for the fabric seller?" "Not yet," replied the shopkeeper, a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "What is going on?" "Tomorrow is the deadline. If I don't see the money by then." The yellow-haired thug's eyes glinted with menace. "You know what the consequences will be, right?" On the other side, Saitama, gazing at the fallen frog monster, sighed, "Damn it, I've messed up again." With that, he departed from the scene. He made his way to a fabric store, a place frequented by acquaintances. "Just give me a little more time." Upon entering, he noticed the shopkeeper conversing with the yellow-haired thug, who, upon noticing Saitama, decided not to linger, mockingly ruffling the shopkeeper's hair before exiting. "I want to disturb you further. I shall return tomorrow." Saitama stood there, slightly dazed as the thug left, before approaching the shopkeeper, taking a seat on a stool, and placing his torn tracksuit on the counter. "I'm always troubling you, uncle." "No worries. After all, you have no money," the shopkeeper replied. "Indeed. Lately, there have been fewer customers. If I don't work, my skills will dull." While speaking, the shopkeeper rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscles, and picked up Saitama's tracksuit. "Look at what a state this is in. Your enemy must be quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Saitama pondered slightly. Rather formidable. "I almost lost." He was reluctant to let the shopkeeper know that he had accidentally torn his pants. It was too embarrassing. "Is that so?" The shopkeeper squinted slightly, then glanced at the tracksuit. "In such a condition, it won't be mended today. Leave it with me for now. Thank you for your trouble." Just as he placed Saitama's tracksuit down, the shopkeeper suddenly recalled something and said to Saitama, "By the way, I have something I wish to show you." Saitama maintained his usual apathetic expression, looking at the shopkeeper with curiosity. The shopkeeper continued, "Your tracksuit keeps getting torn, right? So, I procured some special fabric to make you a new set." As he spoke, the shopkeeper retrieved a book titled Designs for Combat Attire from a drawer. Smiling as he added, "When it comes to heroes, how can one forget about transformations?" Upon hearing this, Saitama's eyes lit up, and he slapped his palm in realization. "Oh, a hero's battle suit? Indeed, one that can withstand any attack." Saitama stood, took the book from the shopkeeper, and opened it. A rather unflattering image of a plump woman appeared before him, along with illustrations of various weapons, all quite lackluster. Saitama's face fell into shock, and a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "I absolutely do not want this." At that moment, the boss continued, "I crafted it with the spirit of the family crest in mind." Upon hearing this, Saitama's heart sank further in astonishment. Even the name is included? How could he ask me how I felt? It was merely a display of his own passions. Although he silently criticized the boss in his mind, Saitama still held a deep respect for him. Thus, he decided, never mind. He set the book aside and moved to the side. The boss, mistaking Saitama's actions, assumed it was a financial concern and continued, "You need not worry about the money." As he lowered his gaze to the notebook, he declared, "This is my dream." Saitama felt a chill run down his spine. Though he did not fully comprehend, the gravity of the conversation had undeniably shifted. At that moment, the boss lifted his gaze towards Saitama and inquired, "Do you still wish to seek assistance from other fabric stores?" Startled, Saitama swiftly turned his head, eager to clarify. The boss, with his eyes closed, responded, "Well, there's nothing to be done." "No." Saitama thought the boss was disheartened and quickly exclaimed, "Let us discuss the battle suit once I have become an exceptional hero." As he spoke, Saitama awkwardly turned his head away, pondering how he could refuse, given that he was always under the boss's care. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he solemnly asked, "Do you understand why I refrain from purchasing a new tracksuit and instead come to the tailor for repairs? It serves to remind me to stay true to my original intention. I must not slacken before achieving success. Hence I wear my tracksuit to embrace my role as a hero." "Oh, is that so?" The boss pondered Saitama's words while stroking his chin. "I see." With that, Saitama picked up the design book for battle suits, flipping to the page featuring the quaint woman, and remarked, "Thus, The title of House Crest Hero is indeed premature for me. Is that so? Saitama returned the book to the boss and continued. Once I have truly become a remarkable hero, I shall come to seek your help. The boss accepted the book, resignedly stating, Indeed, at present, you are merely pursuing heroism out of interest. Upon hearing this, Saitama finally exhaled in relief, a hint of a smile gracing his previously listless face. I will return tomorrow. Goodbye. Saitama stepped outside, waved at the boss who followed him, and then hurriedly departed from the scene. At that moment, the boss called out to him, and one more thing. Saitama paused, turning to look back. As the boss continued, although being a hero is merely your hobby, do not overexert yourself. The government forces hardly pay attention to this area, and as a result, the public safety has been deteriorating lately. Is that so? Saitama replied. Indeed. Just observe the commercial street. How many shops have closed down? People are struggling to make ends meet. Saitama reflected on the shuttered stores. Not far away, a blonde thug was reporting to a man with sharp eyes that person's money is still not ready. Is that so? The man set down his glass, his expression turning determined. Soon, that establishment will belong to me. But, boss, why are you so fixated on such a commercial street? Even if you acquire it, you won't be able to turn a profit. I cannot say for certain. The man with sharp eyes adjusted his posture, revealing his open palm. Yet, it is not for the sake of profit, but rather to satiate a fleeting desire. As he spoke, the man's visage contorted with a fierce intensity. That insatiable urge to obliterate everything is something I cannot suppress. At that moment, a scruffy fellow with blue hair burst in, exclaiming, President, I brought the property deed for the snack shop on Sancho Street. Excellent. Well done. The boss, who had been sitting down, adjusted his glasses and seemed quite pleased. It's truly delightful. We're almost there. Just a bit more to go. Meanwhile, Saitama, having finished his workout, strolled down the street. Contemplating the shop owner's words, the old man at the fabric store was right. Many shops had closed compared to before. Upon reflection, it struck him that there had been an increasing number of incidents lately: pickpockets, break-ins, odd characters, and today, yet another case of shoplifting. He had caught 3 such thieves, raising the question of whether public safety had indeed deteriorated. Lost in thought, Saitama gradually approached his rented apartment. As evening fell, Saitama lay in bed watching television when a sudden knocking at the door startled him. Who could it be at this hour? Puzzled, he opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of someone he least wanted to encounter. Have you prepared the rent? The landlord stood at the entrance, arms crossed. After a moment of silence, Saitama was about to shut the door when the landlord blocked it with her foot, her expression darkening. You're 3 months behind on your rent. Do you understand? Saitama protested. I truly have no money. I've been really busy lately. The landlord scoffed. I don't care who you are. Even a hero should be able to earn some money, right? How am I supposed to earn? Saitama replied. In any case, if you don't pay up, you're in trouble. Be prepared. With that, the landlord turned and closed the door. The following day, after hearing Saitama's plight, the fabric store owner couldn't help but chuckle heartily. If you have so much energy, why not get a job? Saitama lowered his head in resignation. I suppose that's all I can do. Quit your complaining. Your rent isn't that high. The owner added, pulling out Saitama's sports outfit from the drawer. Here. Your workout clothes. Oh, I'm sorry. The owner continued, wearing a sports outfit and calling yourself a hero is more like being an unemployed drifter. Cherish it. You might not find anyone to help you again. Saitama was taken aback by the owner's words when a commotion outside caught his attention. A fellow with yellow hair was knocking on the shop's glass door, saying, It's time, old man. The fabric store owner's expression soured slightly as he handed over the property deed to the yellow-haired man. Sorry for the disturbance, the man said before leaving. Clutching his sports outfit, Saitama inquired, Who was that? The owner did not respond directly but said, This store is closing down. The loan shark is coming to collect. It's a high-interest company called Giggle Loans, and I had no choice but to seek their help due to cash flow issues. Their outrageous interest rates have left me gasping for breath. Upon hearing this, Saitama quickly asked, Aren't they scammers? The owner clenched the table tightly. In any case, I have to close today. Saitama, reluctant, urged, You could call the police for help. The owner sighed, The police are unreliable. After all, they reside in that apartment building. Even the police are afraid to intervene. At this, the owner looked at Saitama. You've heard of it, right? I don't know. What apartment? Saitama asked. Oh, you don't know? Let me draw you a map, the owner said, sketching out directions. Go straight down the commercial street. and you will see a warning sign that says danger ahead. At that intersection, turn left, and soon you'll reach the supermarket. You know that place, right? Oh, he continues. Enter the narrow alley next to the supermarket and walk to the end. Handing the map to Saitama, the owner warned sternly, listen carefully, you must not go near there. That apartment has become a den of ruffians. Everyone calls it the criminal department store. I understand. Saitama replied, setting off along the route indicated on the map. Ultimately arriving at the location. Gazing at the familiar scene, Saitama was left speechless. It was indeed his home. No wonder the rent was so cheap. Suddenly, he noticed a blue-haired individual on the phone approaching, who then walked past him. Saitama called out, excuse me, do you know which room Giggle Loans is in? The blue-haired man, upon hearing this, asked cheerfully, oh, looking for a loan? No, I need to talk to them about something. What is it? Then go find them yourself. I'm too busy, idiot. Realizing Saitama wasn't there to borrow money, the blue-haired man dismissed him with annoyance. Saitama observed his demeanor and guessed he was affiliated with Giggle Loans. However, he was searching for the owner, so he continued looking through each room. The atmosphere seemed uninviting. This one would do. Resolving himself, Saitama knocked on the door. Who's there? A familiar, ominous voice inquired from within, startling Saitama, who quickly pressed himself against the ceiling. Are you here to pay the rent? The landlord opened the door but, finding no one, shut it again. That was close. Saitama sighed with relief, his face pale. I don't even know the residents of this apartment building. After climbing down, he knocked on the door of the next room. Giggle Loans? Yes. I've heard they are in this building. Not here. The resident promptly closed the door, leading Saitama to the next room. Hey, wait a moment. A voice came from behind, and Saitama turned, puzzled, to see a man in a pink bunny outfit holding a stuffed rabbit, giving a friendly warning. I don't know what you need them for, but it's best to be cautious. Not everyone in this building is a gentleman like me. Is that so? Upon seeing the man's attire, Saitama was taken aback, his mouth twitching as he thought it better to check the next door instead. After a knock on the door, no one responded, and Saitama was about to leave when he heard someone call out from inside. Wait. A pair of strangely mushroom-haired twins appeared at the door, inquiring, Who are you? A resident of this apartment? Well, I live next door and am dabbling in heroism out of curiosity. Upon hearing this, the twins slowly closed the door, saying, Is that so? Good luck. Suddenly, the door swung open again, and the twin in red pointed at him, asking, Are you a hero? Saitama was taken aback, not understanding the relevance of the question. The twin in yellow then exclaimed, Oh no, brother, have they finally discovered that we're counterfeiting money here? Realizing the implication, Saitama halted, counterfeiters? He suddenly recalled the rent and remembered that he had once captured a C-class bounty criminal, earning a reward of 100,000 yen. He turned slowly, revealing a chilling smile that sent shivers down the twins' spines. Is that so? Bounty criminals? The twins widened their eyes in terror, staring at him. What do you want? The brother in yellow scrambled to his feet and said, There is no mistake, brother. He looks like he is ready to fight. All right. Bring it on. With that, the twins charged at him, only to be left bruised and battered as Saitama dragged them upstairs. This scene was witnessed by the blue-haired individual returning home. The blue-haired man watched as Saitama knocked on another bounty criminal's door, entered, and proceeded to beat the criminal before dragging him out and knocking on the next door. Witnessing this, the blue-haired man dropped his coffee in shock, his eyelids twitching. This feels extremely dangerous. I need to contact the boss immediately. Meanwhile, the cheerful loan shark boss received a call from the blue-haired man. Upon learning about Saitama's situation, the boss's face turned grave. Who is he? A police officer? No, he doesn't seem like one. The blue-haired man whispered, fearing Saitama might overhear. All of us brothers got beaten up by him. What? Suddenly, the boss set down the phone and glanced toward the entrance. Saitama walked in, prompting the boss to ask in a deep voice, Is it you? The one who poses a threat to us? Saitama curiously scrutinized him and replied, Given your elite appearance, are you truly the boss of the cheerful loan shark? And if I am, I have come to retrieve the property deed from the fabric store. Otherwise, if my pants tear, I want to know where to get them mended. The boss snorted coldly, Don't underestimate others, kid. Who's foolish enough to say they'll pay back? You seem capable, but don't think you can just waltz in with a gun. I don't use a gun. Saitama smiled faintly, recalling the fabric store owner's warning. Hey, are you even listening? Yes, I'm going to help you reclaim the property deed. I don't wish for the store to close down. That is not what I meant. It's fine. Saitama pulled out a card from his pocket, which detailed laws enacted by the world government. But they might not understand such reasoning. We can address that later. What if something happens to you? Saitama chuckled. We can discuss that when the time comes. The boss lifted his head to gaze at him as Saitama continued. Though I am merely indulging my interest in being a hero, I am still a hero, nonetheless. Farewell. As Saitama walked away, the boss momentarily envisioned a figure clad in yellow, wearing red gloves and red boots, with a white cape billowing behind. His pupils constricted. But Saitama's figure returned to normal. Consequently, the boss entered the store and began crafting Saitama's battle suit based on the vision he had just witnessed. Saitama continued. If we refer to the legal interest rates, the debts owed by the fabric store have actually been repaid. Payments exceeding the legal limit are termed overpayments. Hence, the excess funds should be returned to the fabric store. Upon hearing this, the boss's veins bulged in anger, yet Saitama persisted. Indeed, you have no legal basis to seize his property deed. Therefore, hand it over. At this moment, the president's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness as he coldly declared, You incapacitated several of my brothers for such a ridiculous reason? Saitama was taken aback for a moment, raising his left hand to explain, No. They just happened to stumble upon it and took advantage of the situation. The president's lips twitched, disbelief etched on his face, and fury boiling within him. Suddenly, his body underwent a grotesque transformation. A droplet of saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at his hands, his tone shifting to one of twisted amusement. Interesting. Quite remarkable. In an instant, the president's eyes shattered, bulging grotesquely, and Saitama watched in astonishment as the man morphed into a hideous fish-like monster. Haven't you heard? Only those steeped in wickedness are fortunate enough to be chosen to become monsters. That day has finally arrived. The president, now an abominable fish creature, brandished a whip, clad only in a black fang, embodying a perverse demeanor. Observing Saitama's expression of disbelief, the president taunted, Are you finally frightened? Oh, is that so? While I've slain numerous monsters, it's my first time witnessing a human transform into one. He laughed maniacally. Now I have become a predatory fish monster. You are no match for me. Before he could finish, Saitama interrupted, pointing at him. No, that's not a transformation. It's a perversion. Saitama lowered his hand, recalling a television program he had watched yesterday about a one-man show transformation. The predatory fish monster, puzzled, inquired, Perversion? Yes, biologically speaking, Saitama replied. Does this make me a perverse predatory fish monster? Well, your attire certainly suggests perversion, Saitama retorted, crossing his arms and chuckling. A perversion has undergone perversion, resulting in a new perversion. A new perversion? You mean a perfected perversion? Upon hearing this, the predatory fish monster finally grasped the absurdity. What nonsense. How could I be a perversion? This form is natural. It's undeniably adorable. I'll make you understand the consequences of provoking an A-rank bounty criminal. With that, the predatory fish monster swiftly swung his whip and charged at Saitama, only to be knocked unconscious by a single punch. Having previously defeated injured S-class monsters, Saitama's strength had become formidable. The predatory fish monster, merely a wolf-level creature, was unable to withstand even Saitama's casual punch, resulting in a concussion and unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard Saitama's excited words, An A-rank bounty criminal? This will cover the rent. Shortly after, Saitama, beaming with joy, knocked on the landlady's door. She, puzzled, asked, What's with that expression? Is the rent ready? Saitama replied with a smile, Not yet, but these guys are for you. They should cover the rent, right? The landlady glanced behind Saitama to see a group of bounty criminals bound together, evidently unconscious. Loan sharks, underwear thieves, counterfeiters. They're all bounty criminals. I've already called the police. Surely they can offset the rent, right? The landlady's limbs twitched as she coldly responded, What have you done? Saitama was momentarily stunned, and she continued, This is my precious source of income. I could hand them over to the police at any moment. Fool. Police sirens echoed in the distance. And upon arriving at the apartment, the officers confirmed the identities of the bounty criminals and loaded them into the car. One officer invited Saitama to join them. At the police station, after verifying the situation, the officer personally awarded Saitama a bounty of 8 million yen. Overjoyed, Saitama returned to his rental unit, only to find himself hastily packing his belongings amid the landlady's icy remarks before being evicted. By now, it was past 9 in the evening. Saitama sat beneath a street lamp, leaning against a cardboard box containing his clothes, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, pondering how that old woman truly had kicked him out. He lowered his head, unwilling to dwell on it, appearing utterly disheveled. Just then, he heard footsteps nearby and looked up to see the fabric store owner, who often took care of him. Seeing Saitama squatting there, the owner's heart finally eased, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're all right, Saitama." After bringing Saitama back to his home, the owner poured him a cup of coffee. Upon hearing about Saitama's predicament, he felt a pang of guilt. "Is that so? I'm sorry. Don't worry about it," Saitama replied, then angrily added, "I don't want to live in a place like that anymore." The owner, taking a seat, asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" "There will always be somewhere to live." Saitama looked at him, but the owner lowered his head and said, "Consider my next words as mere musings. There's a place in the outskirts of Z City where the security is terrible and no one lives there, turning it into a no-man's land. The residents have all fled." "Really?" Saitama responded, intrigued. "I've heard that the water, electricity, and gas were never shut off." Upon hearing this, Saitama stroked his chin, feeling a sense of excitement. "Is that so? That's truly good news." The owner turned around, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Saitama, for saving this shop." Saitama broke into a smile, cheerfully replying, "I'll be counting on you in the future." After saying this, he took a sip of coffee, but the shop still has to close. Hearing the owner's words, Saitama suddenly spat out the coffee he had just taken, coughing in shock as he looked at the owner, who extended his hand towards the real estate, slowly stating, "My age no longer permits me to continue this endeavor." "Is that so?" Saitama wiped his mouth, acknowledging, "Well, that can't be helped. This outfit doesn't qualify as compensation." The owner pulled out a yellow outfit he had hastily crafted and handed it to Saitama. "It's fine if you don't wear it, but please accept it." Saitama received the yellow outfit, puzzled. "What is this?" The owner replied, "I finally did something I can be proud of." As he spoke, he removed his wig, revealing his bald head. "Perhaps I have been searching for an opportunity to retire." Saitama unfolded the garment, inspecting it. It appeared to be of good quality, entirely yellow, with a black iron ball on each shoulder and accompanied by a completely black belt, the buckle shaped like a massive copper medal. "This is my final piece of work. My lifelong dedication." With the owner's words, Saitama's excitement grew, and he hurried to a large mirror to try on the yellow outfit. He fastened the yellow metal buckle on the black belt, donned a white cape, slipped on red gloves, and put on red high-top boots. As he admired himself in the mirror, the owner joyfully remarked, "When you left to seek justice for me, your silhouette appeared as a true hero in my eyes. This battle suit is a testament to your inspiration." After adjusting himself, Saitama stared at his reflection, momentarily taken aback, feeling an odd sensation. Although he adored the outfit, he pondered that if he wore it while exercising, he would likely be perceived as eccentric. With this thought, Saitama bowed to the owner, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." A small yellow hero suit would accompany Saitama for the rest of his life. An invincible hero was gradually awakening. After spending a night at his employer's residence, Saitama ventured into the desolate region of Z City. After meticulously surveying the area for half a day, he chose to settle in a well-situated building by the bridge. Once he confirmed that his new abode was equipped with water, electricity, and gas, Saitama returned to bid farewell to his employer, subsequently relocating his belongings to his new home. The Grand Line. Here lies a unique ocean, devoid of continents, peppered with countless islands, each possessing its own distinct characteristics. Some islands are arid deserts. Others evoke the era of the Jurassic, while some are blanketed in snow. In essence, the weather here is capricious, and the magnetic fields are chaotic, necessitating the reliance on navigational instruments to traverse these waters. The Red Earth continent serves as the barrier separating the Grand Line and the Asian mainland, where the 26 cities reside, along with their customary maritime zones. Only by crossing the Red Earth can one enter or depart from the Grand Line. The technology within the Grand Line pales in comparison to that of the outside world, and most inhabited locales exist within a feudal society, giving rise to an abundance of pirates. Among them, 5 formidable pirates dominate numerous islands, their power and influence akin to that of sovereign lords ruling over vast territories. They are, consequently, referred to as the 5 emperors. The Blade Emperor, red-haired Shanks, with a bounty of 4,046, 800, 000 yen. The Sand Emperor, Crocodile, with a bounty of 4,131, 500, 000 yen. The Spirit Emperor, Big Mom, with a bounty of 4,388, 800, 000 yen. The Dragon Emperor, Kaido of the Beasts, with a bounty of 4,611, 110, 000 yen. The Heavenly Emperor, Enlil, with a bounty of 4,793,360,000 yen. Note: this novel intertwines elements from One Punch Man with those from One Piece, allowing for creative liberties regarding the world government and the Sea Emperors. While some subordinates of the Sea Emperors share similarities with those from the original One Piece narrative, there are also notable differences. The enhancements provided by the Devil Fruits will significantly amplify their powers. It is noteworthy that each Sea Emperor possesses strength at the pinnacle of the dragon level, and they are among the most formidable within that echelon. The admirals of the Navy also exhibit dragon-level prowess, albeit slightly lesser than that of the military leaders in the air and on land. The 5 maritime emperors command a significant portion of the Grand Line, ruling over countless islands and establishing their own autocratic regimes. Coupled with the rampant activities of numerous pirates, the Grand Line can be described as a realm of utter chaos, rife with conflict and warfare. At this juncture, the world government intervened assertively in the Grand Line, establishing its authority and subsequently forming a coalition of member nations. Within 5 years, it had amassed half of the free nations along the Grand Line, leveraging its substantial capital to repel the market influence of Bailey and force the circulation of the yen. It then dispatched government troops to safeguard these territories, ensuring stability across the major island nations and establishing a confrontational stance against the 5 emperors. Centuries later, the world government found it increasingly cumbersome to deploy troops from the Asian continent to apprehend pirates. Consequently, it invested heavily to set up a military headquarters on either side of the Red Earth continent, alongside 4 branches. The headquarters on the Asian side was designated as Huai, while that on the Grand Line was named Marineford. These 2 headquarters formed a strategic alliance, mutually supporting each other to address the issue of insufficient military forces. 2 years later, the government troops at Marineford were officially restructured into a navy, with the headquarters transforming into a naval command, mirroring the government troop structure of 3 admirals, all under the jurisdiction of the world government. Several decades thereafter, in pursuit of infiltrating the pirate ranks, the world government discreetly dispatched a select group of naval prodigies to form pirate crews, integrating into the pirate community while establishing CP0 and CP9 to monitor and maintain communication with them, thereby preventing the potential moral decline of these naval geniuses. Ultimately, the warlord system was instituted, inviting those former naval officers who had turned to piracy to become warlords, each claiming dominion over their respective territories, simultaneously establishing tenuous connections with the 5 emperors while remaining in contact with the Navy. This matter is shrouded in secrecy, known only to those holding the rank of Major General or above. Even others of the rank of Lieutenant General remain oblivious to it. At this moment, within the territory of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 Suite commanders, Charlotte Katakuri, was commanding his pirate ship under Big Mom's orders to eradicate the Navy forces encroaching upon their domain. An hour later, on a certain island, Katakuri gazed upon the severely injured Marine Vice Admiral, Squirrel, and let out a cold grunt, preparing to eliminate him. However, a shadow quietly appeared behind Katakuri. The formidable Charlotte Katakuri, wielder of the Machi Machi fruit, boasting a bounty of 1.53417 billion yen, turned to see a massive figure clutching a purple world map. Upon recognizing the newcomer, a grave expression finally crossed Katakuri's usually calm visage. "Who are you?" The figure did not respond to Katakuri's inquiry, but slowly removed his gloves, calmly asking, "If you were to travel, where would you wish to go?" "Humph." Katakuri scoffed, refraining from further conversation. His observation haki activated instantaneously, his eyes glowing red as he perceived the opponent's movements. In an instant, the figure vanished, prompting Katakuri to transform into countless grains of machi, burrowing underground just as the opponent's hand came crashing down, missing him entirely. Seizing the moment of the foe's miscalculation, Katakuri reappeared behind him, his weapon transformed into a trident imbued with armament haki, aiming for the opponent's chest. Yet, the figure, like a flash of lightning, spun around and raised his left hand, palm facing forward to shield himself from the attack. Katakuri's trident struck the opponent's palm with little effect, and as he noticed the paw-shaped pads on the palm absorbing his forceful strike silently, his pupils narrowed. The opponent then raised his right hand, gathering and compressing countless air currents, unleashing them forward. Pressure cannon, a sphere of air, equal in size to the opponent's palm, materialized and surged towards Katakuri at lightning speed. However, Katakuri's red gaze flashed again. Having anticipated the action, and he deftly evaded, leaping 10 meters away. Upon landing, he regarded the figure coolly, declaring, "Warlord Bartholomew Kuma. Why do you attack me?" Kuma did not answer. Instead, he firmly planted his feet and assumed a stance, hands directed forward. Continuous pressure cannon. A barrage of air blasts surged towards Katakuri, yet upon contact, they passed through him harmlessly. Simultaneously, Kuma's figure vanished with the speed of the air blasts. Katakuri's pupils constricted, a portion of his form having just transformed into Machi, disappearing entirely, leaving only Kuma's outstretched hand in place. Kuma then slowly donned his gloves, casting a glance at the stunned Vice Admiral Squirrel, and said lightly, "You should leave quickly." With that, Kuma's figure vanished, leaving Squirrel frozen in place. The confrontation between Bartholomew Kuma and Katakuri unfolded in mere moments, lasting no more than 2 minutes. As Kuma disappeared, Squirrel regained his senses and hastily departed. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Saitama, everything transpiring in the Grand Line, he had donned the combat suit gifted by the fabric shop owner. He felt that if he wore it while out and about, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a pervert. Thus, he had been wearing the combat suit underneath his athletic attire for several months, only shedding the outer layer to engage in battle when encountering strange foes. From the moment he faced the crab monster until now, Saitama had been training for a year and a half. During this time, he had undergone numerous experiences and significantly enhanced his strength through rigorous training. From initially struggling against tiger-level monsters, he had progressed to defeating demon-level monsters. And now he could dispatch them in an instant. At present, Saitama's abilities could be likened to those of a dragon-level monster, although merely a lower-tier dragon. His power had transformed dramatically. He had gradually adapted to the combat suit and now felt no qualms about wearing it in public without fearing judgment. His training continued unabated, and his heroic endeavors persisted. Despite his low profile in society, Saitama seemed unconcerned. In his view, notoriety held little significance, his happiness was paramount. He fought not for recognition but to embody the hero he aspired to be. Shinli departed from Xiaonanyin and arrived at Sun Square, where Suwei had been waiting for some time. Upon their meeting, she playfully punched his chest and chided, "Shinli, we agreed to meet at 10 o'clock, and you are 10 minutes late. Do I not matter to you? You'd rather spend your time ogling women on the street than meet with me, right? Oh my God. Sister, I was merely delayed unexpectedly. It wasn't as serious as you claim. Besides, who needs 2 hours of shopping? We still have a birthday feast to enjoy. Now, tell me, how do you wish to shop? Do you want to browse while shopping, or what? I am at your command." "What? That depends on whether you have enough money on you. Otherwise, our shopping plan will have to be scrapped. Hand over your wallet. Come on. Be good. I'll just take a look." Having just pledged his obedience, Shinli reluctantly handed her his wallet while pleading, Wei, please don't take all the cash. There are still 20 days left in the month, and I need to eat, clothe myself, and take taxis. I truly need at least 300 yuan. Please, I beg you." Suwei punched him again, feigning annoyance. "Shinli, you're so bad. I originally just wanted to take a peek, but now I'm tempted to take a few hundred yuan bills." "Fine, you have 858 yuan in total. I'll just take 300. You really are trying to hide your wealth. Don't blame me for being greedy. Who wouldn't want to snag a little cash from the illustrious Shin? Ah, what can 300 yuan buy? Let us first go eat lamb skewers. I'll treat you." "All right. I happen to have quite an appetite. How about 10 skewers each?" "That won't do. We still have a grand feast to attend. If you fill up now, what good will my birthday banquet be? 5 skewers each. No more." "No way. Add one more. It's a sign of prosperity." The vendor grilling lamb skewers, taken aback by Suwei's willingness to foot the bill, inquired, "Are you two lovers or siblings? I've never seen a girl pay for a guy." Suwei winked mysteriously and replied, "Sure. I'm leveraging small gains against significant returns. I'm treating him to lamb skewers, and he'll treat me to a grand meal afterward, easily costing at least 200 yuan. What do you think of this deal?" The vendor chuckled. "Sounds like a good deal, but he's not losing out either. You're so beautiful. One smile from you could captivate a nation. Many men would envy him. Wow, you even know about captivating beauty. Your Mandarin is quite fluent. Are you from Wulamuki or TLF?" The vendor grinned widely, revealing a perfect set of pearly white teeth. "I'm from Ely. The lamb there is renowned, tender, delicious, with no hint of gaminess." Suwei took a bite of the lamb, savoring its tenderness, and remarked, "It truly is tender and delightful. Here, I'll give you a 2 yuan tip." "Thank you, goddess. Wishing you both a swift union and a lifetime of happiness," the vendor said as he accepted the bill. As they strolled away from the lamb stall towards Sun Square, Su Wei complained. Shen Xiaoxia, you could at least respond to me. Don't be such a bore. Show a smile. Stop pretending to be profound. I dislike you. After speaking, she raised her fist and struck his chest, but the blow lacked any force. Clearly indicating her concern for not hurting Li Tiao, it was merely a show. Do you not see that I am enjoying delicious lamb skewers? Moreover, with such enthusiasm from the young man, I do not wish to spoil the mood. Come, I shall accompany you to buy clothes. Oh, look over there, roasted chestnuts. Shall we indulge in a bag to satisfy our cravings? Did you not say to save room for a grand feast? Have you changed your mind? I do not wish to torment you. In light of your company on my birthday, I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests and desires. Let us buy a small bag. Su Wei purchased a bag of chestnuts for 10 yuan, weighing nearly a pound. Shen Litiu did not complain. She peeled a chestnut and held it to his lips, saying, "This first one is for you to taste. You are older than I, so be good." Shen Litiu obediently ate the chestnut, chuckling, Wei Wei, it is only proper to reciprocate. Shall I feed you one as well? No. If you are to feed me, it must be 10. Would you be willing? Look at that mouth of yours. It could hang a gourd. Now, let us buy clothes. During my last shopping trip with my friend, I discovered a rose-colored long coat at the Shuyou women's store that suits me perfectly, priced at merely 128 yuan, a true bargain. Let's go? Is it just one coat we are buying? That would make me seem quite stingy. You should also get a pair of jeans. Did you not mention it had been ages since you bought any? Today is your birthday. You must not shortchange yourself. You only have a little over 500 yuan on you. Surely, you cannot spend it all on me, lest I appear greedy and drain you dry. At this point, she could not help but suspect he was feigning poverty earlier. No worries, I still have 2,000 yuan in my card. My expenses this month are well covered. Did you not know? I was merely trying to amuse you earlier. Do you truly think I would beg for mercy over a mere 300 yuan? Well, that does make sense. Then let us buy another set. One for you and one for me, all charged to your credit card. Shall we? All right, try this. Shen Li Tiao offered her a peeled chestnut. The rose-red coat cost only 108 yuan, while the two sets of couple's jeans totaled 388 yuan. Fortunately, the total was merely 496 yuan, well within budget. After purchasing the clothes, Shen Li Tiao inquired about a new phone, but Su Wei declined, asserting her phone was still quite new and could last another 2 years. However, I must present you with a birthday gift. Something too inexpensive would not convey my sincerity. Gift? It is the thought that counts. A hairpin, a bottle of moisturizer, or a book would suffice. I will leave it to you. But please do not buy a phone. You know I do not have a nouveau riche mentality. I never waste money, nor should you. This principle must be upheld. Then let us browse at the Huai bookstore. I shall strive to buy you a good book. Thus, the two spent half an hour at the Huai bookstore, where Shen Litiu purchased her an English interpretation book at the second level, while he chose one entitled Dust Settles. He had long been familiar with this book but had, by chance, failed to borrow it from the library. Today, fate had allowed him to acquire it. Upon exiting the bookstore, Su Wei stated, "Let us encourage each other and grow together. I aim to finish this book within 6 months and achieve a second-level translation proficiency. As for you, write a short story within 6 months and strive for publication in renowned literary journals such as Novel Monthly or Contemporary Novelist. Okay? I cannot promise you that just yet. I must ponder it further lest I break my word and tarnish my good image in your eyes. I believe these two tasks are equally challenging for both of us, but their feasibility is quite strong. It all depends on whether we possess the determination and perseverance. Do you not agree?" "Indeed. But I do not wish to venture into literature at present. The company faces challenges in growth and the exploration of new business avenues. Every department is grappling with the need to enhance work efficiency and productivity. It is truly a tangled mess. Enough of that. Today, let us speak of joyful matters. Avoiding work and focusing on life." Arriving at the Longfeng restaurant, it was already 11:35. They ordered 5 dishes and a soup, along with a bottle of Great Wall Cabernet Sauvignon. The food and wine arrived promptly, and Su Wei began a playful game of cat and mouse, convinced that Shen Litiu would eventually belong to her. Wine shared among friends is never enough. Feeling slightly tipsy, she seized the moment to ask, "Do you know what day it is today?" Shen Litiu chuckled, "It is your birthday. I have already given you a gift. What more do you want? Speak freely. And what about today? What festival is it?" Christmas is still far off. Could it be snowing? Damn it. Winter has come, and the snow is pouring down. How could I have forgotten? Are you suggesting we should go to the countryside to enjoy the snowfall? Precisely. Winter has arrived, marking the first snowfall of 2003. It falls heavily and beautifully, evoking a sense of poetry, Yet it also brings a feeling of solemnity. Do you know why? No. Why do you say that? This is our last winter in university, yet we remain stagnant, watching our college years come to an end. Do you not feel a sense of regret over the 3 years that have passed us by? But what exactly are you trying to say? Shenli Tiao suddenly felt an ominous premonition, fearing her unexpected approach, and at that moment, he was defenseless and had no escape. Su Wei gazed into his eyes, her own reflecting a chilling intensity. You truly are forgetful. You feign ignorance. I have hinted before that I will not give up on you, no matter what happens. I will remain steadfastly by your side forever. Yet, 3 years have passed, and I am still merely your assistant. You handle my hand with such caution, fearing to fall into my trap. What are you afraid of, Shenli Tiao? Answer me. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead as he steeled himself. Wei. I do not wish to cause you sadness. Today is your birthday. Let us not discuss this. Instead, let us talk about how to spend the winter break, perhaps a trip to Putuan Mountain or Hangzhou. What good would that do? Answer me. Will you allow me to be your girlfriend? I only seek to love, not to possess. That is not possible. You have spoken of unwavering loyalty, yet I cannot comply. This is the deep-rooted reason I have always hesitated to approach you. Furthermore, I do not wish to hurt Wu Qian, nor even Xiaonan Yin. Do you understand? After several exchanges, Su Wei remained steadfast in her affections but ultimately conceded. I do not care. I want you. Since you are reluctant to answer now, I shall give you 3 days. If you agree, I can become yours at any moment, okay? Okay. Come, let us drink again, and may we revel in intoxication. Shenli Tiao understood that Su Wei had become quite inebriated. Continuing to argue would be futile, as the snow fell ever more heavily, accumulating in layers. Shenli Tiao and Su Wei returned to Ningdu Normal University from the outskirts of Ningdu at 7 p.m. They had spent nearly 5 hours enjoying the snow, their bond akin to that of a couple. Su Wei, slightly tipsy, refrained from pressing for an answer, instead relishing the snowy scenery and capturing numerous photographs. As they parted, she repeatedly reminded him, do not forget to ponder that crucial question. I eagerly await your answer. Goodbye. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shenli Tiao quickly took a hot shower to soothe his frayed nerves. Fatigue washed over him, likely due to the day's exertions, and he collapsed into bed. Swiftly drifting into slumber, he experienced a peculiar dream, the 9th significant dream since entering university. He emerged from the Dream Round nightclub in search of the Dream Round CAF, wandering through streets and alleys for what felt like an eternity without finding it. Suddenly, a figure of a girl appeared ahead, reminiscent of both Wu Qian and Xiaonan Yin, as well as Yin Shuang. He quickened his pace, chasing after her, yet could not catch up. The streets grew increasingly deserted, and the snow fell heavier. In the distance, flickering lights caught his attention, and he thought perhaps this was Wu Qian's home. A surge of hope washed over him, prompting him to accelerate. After a while, the girl vanished, leaving him in the snowy expanse outside the city. The snow deepened, rendering his progress laborious, and soon it reached his knees, halting him entirely. Frustrated, he shouted, Wu Qian, wait for me. There was no reply, but suddenly he heard Su Wei's sweet voice, music go. The stirring melody of glorious years filled his ears. After 3 renditions, he yelled, enough, Wu Qian. Stop playing hide and seek. You know I love you. Laughter echoed around him, sounding like Wu Qian, Yin Shuang, and Xiaonan Yin. He cried out again, Goddess, I beg you, stop tormenting me. I love you. The refrain of I love you reverberated back to him. He called out repeatedly, each time met with the same echo, until he finally recognized it as Rin Dongdong's voice. Gasping, he said, Oh my goddess, I love you, Dongdong. Yet Dongdong replied, Then come chase me, silly. She dashed through the snow, her red down jacket dazzling against the white backdrop. He pursued her relentlessly until he grasped the hem of her jacket, and she turned around, embracing him face to face. Upon waking, Shenli Tiao found himself unable to sleep for a long while. His mind was too alert, perhaps due to the intense pleasure of the dream that had unleashed desires pent up for nearly half a month. What does this dream truly signify? Do I love Wu Qian or Dongdong? He pondered, why did Su Wei's voice only appear once? Having spent nearly an entire day with Su Wei, he felt he should have dreamed of her instead. Music go, she was both his assistant and coach, so why did she not appear? Nevertheless, it didn't matter. The one he pursued wasn't her. After tossing and turning in bed for nearly an hour without finding answers, he finally picked up his phone and sent Wu Qian a message. Qian, I love you. Let us date. Don't leave me waiting. I miss you. After about 10 minutes without a response, it was already midnight. Perhaps she had gone to bed. He then texted Rin Dongdong. Dongdong, are you asleep? I'm sorry I've been so busy and forgot about you. But I have come to realize I love you. Let us date. Don't waste our youth any longer. Day after day, there are countless tomorrows. Quickly, Dong Dong replied, I'm not asleep yet. I just took a hot shower and vaguely heard my phone ringing. It was you. What's up? Are you having nightmares? Or are you feeling depressed? Still awake at this hour? Conversely, he replied, I had a beautiful dream. Sorry to say. I dreamed of you. We were chasing each other in the snow, you ahead and I behind. Guess what? Did I catch up to you? Of course you did. Dreams and reality are interconnected. We share a telepathic bond. I thought of you while showering just now. She chuckled, funny enough. I'm not even sad because I know you're waiting for me. Once I finish my postgraduate exam, we'll be together in one tea part again. Am I being foolish? Dong Dong's understanding demeanor made Shun Li Tiao envision her sweet, radiant, and charming face, and he longed to kiss her. No, you are astute. Always giving me chances. It's a pity I haven't seized them. We missed out on so many beautiful moments that I can even see the wrinkles forming on my forehead. Damn it. I am the world's biggest fool. Dong Dong. Let us date. Exams are exams. Love is love. Why must they be entirely separate? You're bound to succeed at Tsinghua. Yet, you'll be there while I manage Feitao Company in Ningdu, and we'll be worlds apart again, without even a kiss. Perhaps I should relocate the headquarters to Beijing so we can be together every day. What do you think? As emotions deepened, even Shun Tianzuan couldn't suppress his foolishness. However, Dong Dong would not be easily fooled. She began to play hard to get. Don't. Long-distance relationships can be quite lovely, flying back and forth, whether by train or plane. How romantic. Besides, I don't want to monopolize your personal space, especially emotionally. Don't you still have the goddess Wu Qian? How about the three of us play hide and seek? There are plenty of male gods in Beijing. Who knows who the ultimate winner will be? How wonderful it is. While hide and seek is enjoyable, we have been playing for 3 years. If we continue, we might burn out. I love you, Dong Dong. Let us date. I can't wait any longer. I want to be with you every day. In a daze, Shin Li Tiao employed the peach blossom palm again, albeit a bit clumsily. Dong Dong began to tickle him. Don't change the subject. I ask you, do you want the goddess or the fairy sister? It seems this question will forever remain unanswered. So the best response is to play hide and seek. You are the male god, with one wife and one lover. Are you satisfied? But don't be like Wei Xiaobao with 1 wife and 6 lovers. No one could endure that, could they? Since you have this mischievous idea. Then you choose, wife or lover. I promise I will never be fickle in this life. All other goddesses are irrelevant to me, mere scenery from another world. Pleasing to the eye and comforting to the heart. Pleasing to the eye and comforting to the heart? You've kept me for 3 years. Do you remember our first kiss? Did you kiss me first, or did I kiss you? If I was first, I shall be your lover because I desire only happiness, not titles or wealth. If you were first, I shall be your wife because your feelings for me encompass not just love, but an uncontrollable desire for control and possession. Is that agreeable? I sense you dislike being controlled. I am not that kind of perverse man. What perverse man? Who wouldn't he want to marry? A wife brings a free housekeeper and partner. As long as you like, a wife must fulfill her duties of gentleness, kindness, and sensuality. How wonderful. If I were a man, I would marry 3 wives. Dong Dong, stop mocking me. I am serious. I love you. I feel it is too early to discuss marriage. You still have your postgraduate studies to complete. Furthermore, discussing marriage before even dating feels rather mundane. As he wrote this, Shin Li Tiu felt a twinge of guilt. Although he loved Dong Dong, he was reluctant to marry her. He was almost ready to confess his inner turmoil. So, all this talk of lovers and wives is merely wishful thinking. Let us focus on our relationship instead. Oh, right. Since you're serious, you must be devoted to me. Set aside Wu Qian and Yin Shuang. Can you do that? Of course. Unless one day you suddenly grow tired of me and fall for someone else. I will not leave you. I promise. Wow. When did you become so obedient? Is this dream a significant blow to you? Even in your dream. You were rejected by the goddess. Now do you perceive that the goddess does not belong solely to you? She is an idol for the masses, dedicated to the multitude. She would surrender herself to a young man named Shin Li Tiao. Enough. Let me ask you, what mischief did you get into in your dream? I could see your fiery gaze from several kilometers away, ready to ignite. Don't mention it. I caught up to you, and you are mine. Yet this is the first time I have communicated with a goddess from my dreams. I suspect my true self has awakened tonight. Has it? Who knows? I have never had such dreams. I have dreamed of young Master Shin, but those were earnest romantic encounters, devoid of any absurdities. Romance is romance. It is now 0:55, and I am eager to see you. Shall we meet at the Zijin Grand Hotel? No, let me pick you up from the university. Is that all right? Are you out of your mind? It's nearly 1 a.m., and the snow is falling heavily outside. You want me to come out to see you? Is your notion of love merely a playful dalliance? Where have you been all this time? I have waited for you for 3 years. Since we can't sleep anyway. Rather than tossing and turning in bed, why not engage in some intimate contact? Forget it. I only asked. How about tomorrow night? Dong, let us not waste time. Love cannot exist without passion. The thought of still being a virgin feels quite stifling. If this were to get out, how embarrassing it would be. And what are the so-called Shiban Xiaoxiao and Linggao Tianzuan? What nonsense. I once visited Wudong Mountain, where the Emperor Zhenwu proclaimed me the 82nd reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzuan. Of course, this is merely a tacit understanding between me and the Emperor Zhenwu. I do not presume to call myself Lingbao Tianzuan. But what I mean is, I am a deity of the Eastern Pantheon, imbued with a sacred mission on this earth. Enough of this. Tell me, will tomorrow night work? Dong. Let us discuss it tomorrow. Perhaps we could enjoy dinner together, chatting and finalizing all the details. All right, then let us sleep now. It is already past 1:05. Okay. See you tomorrow. Anticipating the impending romantic encounter, Shen Li Tao rose early to engage in morning exercises, completing 8 laps around the playground at a swift pace, leaving him drenched in sweat. After a refreshing hot shower, he indulged in breakfast. He attended 4 classes that morning, 2 on ancient literature and 2 on linguistics, consistently engaging his teachers with questions, which heightened the classroom atmosphere. In the afternoon, he spent half an hour at the library before hastily heading to the company. During this time, the company was thriving, particularly the marketing department, where all employees had exceeded their targets, achieving sales exceeding 900,000 in just 5 or 6 days. Yijia alone sold 5 assembled computers and 3 laptops, generating a revenue of 25,000. She inquired if her performance bonus for the month would count, to which he affirmed it would. According to regulations, the first-level performance bonus for the marketing department was 1,500, while her base salary was merely 1,280, highlighting the generous rewards. This was not all. The year-end bonus constituted a significant portion of income. Should she emerge as the sales champion, she would receive an additional 30,000 on top of her commission. Her smile radiated brilliance, and her steps seemed to dance with buoyancy, akin to the rhythm of a tango. In high spirits, Shen Li Tao arrived at the Zijin Grand Hotel at 4:30 p.m. and, after waiting for 20 minutes, eagerly called Rin Dong. She was on the bus. Hold on. I will be there shortly. Her voice was sweet. By 5 p.m., she arrived, adorned in a purple coat and flesh-toned leggings. Her black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her lips temptingly full, and her eyes glimmering with divine allure. You smell divine, Dong. I've missed you. They embraced tenderly, and he felt her cheeks warm even as her hands were slightly cold. Why are you dressed so lightly? Be careful not to catch a cold. Stop fussing. Let us order quickly. I've been waiting impatiently. I only had a few bites of food and half a bowl of soup for lunch. They ordered 3 dishes, a soup, and a bottle of Mogao ice wine, chatting as they dined. Why do you keep staring at me? Do you think my outfit is peculiar? Today is a special day, and I must dress appropriately. Indeed, you look stunning today, almost outshining Lin Xinru and Zhao Wei. You look quite dapper yourself, in your elegant suit and red tie. I've never seen you in such formal attire. It fits you perfectly. Who helped you choose it? Don't say it was you, as I know you never shop alone. Ah, it was Su Wei, my administrative assistant. She has an eye for fashion. She also picked out my other 2 suits. Another Su Wei? How many close female friends do you have? Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a goddess for an assistant? I have the right to know. You mentioned wanting to date. In truth, we have already established a romantic connection since our first kiss. You simply take it for granted. Dong, I do know many girls, but only 4 of them are particularly close. Wu Can, Xiao Nanyan, Su Wei, and Yan Shuai. I assure you I will maintain a distance and never betray you. I do not wish to pry, but instinctively, I sense that these 4 are formidable opponents. Even if you remain faithful now, there is no guarantee for the future, and I cannot control that. Rin Dong, being the campus belle, retained her clarity even in passionate moments. Dong, is this what you wanted to discuss? I can only make a solemn promise that I cannot sever ties with them. Please understand, I love you, unequivocally. Indeed, I did not come here to negotiate. But there are words I must express. Let us make an agreement, a mutual commitment. I promise not to engage in any flirtation with other boys for the next 5 years. In return, you must promise not to pursue Wukan during that time. Furthermore, I must inform you that Xiao Nanyan, Yan Shuang, and Su Wei are not your true rivals, so you must guarantee no flirtation with them either. So you mean to say that I cannot befriend these 4 girls for 5 years, and afterward, if I wish to part ways, I can only pursue Wu Qian? Is that correct? Shen Li Tao, quite audacious, broached this sensitive topic, yet he knew that the sweet and innocent Dong Dong would not hold it against him. Yes. I hope you remain steadfast. I began this relationship with you, but I also offer you a choice. Wu Qian. I am willing to engage in limited competition with her. But you must know that love is selfish and exclusive. Fairness and competition does not exist. I understand. I agree with you. We are both 21 now. Discussing marriage when we are 26 should not be too late. In the next 5 years, I can focus on developing Fade Out Company, establishing a solid foundation for my career before considering marriage. This is indeed a wise choice. Using career as an excuse to delay marriage is merely the 5th layer of the peach blossom palm, yet he knew Dong Dong was reasonable, which might not be a bad strategy to salvage the situation. One final point must be clarified, regardless of what transpires, no matter how circumstances may change. I cannot be your confidant. I believe love is love, allowing no compromises, understood? Agreed. I will prove to you that I not only love you, but shall love you for a lifetime. Are there any other details? Certainly. Regarding preparations for intimacy, we shall discuss that once we reach the room. For now, let us enjoy our meal and take a walk afterward, shall we? All right, let us raise a toast. After their meal, they strolled for 40 minutes along the sidewalk. Shen Li Tao suggested they retire to a hotel room, to which Dong Dong consented. They checked into a luxurious double room at the Zijin Hotel, where the staff did not pry, but merely checked their identification before issuing the room key. After all, as a 4-star hotel, respecting customer privacy is a fundamental principle. Upon entering the guest room, Shen Li Tao inquired about what preparations were necessary. Dong Dong mentioned that during their first encounter, he would not be permitted to bring a condom. However, in the future, it would be imperative, as taking contraceptive pills can be detrimental to one's health. Furthermore, she expressed her desire for him to be as understanding as possible, suggesting that if he felt unsatisfied, they could engage again the following night. All right, he replied. Who shall shower first? Perhaps you should go ahead, she suggested. This marks the inaugural night for the 2 individuals, with Shen Li Tao still a novice and Dong Dong remaining untouched. Neither possesses substantial experience, yet Shen Li Tao is not entirely oblivious. He has diligently perused a comprehensive guide on marital intimacy, preparing himself for this momentous occasion. As the fervor subsides, Dong Dong rises to take a shower. Upon her return, she expresses a hint of regret, saying, Shen Li Tao, it seems you are quite excited today. I think I should take my leave first. If we continue to share the same bed, I fear you may not be able to restrain your impulses, and I am already quite weary. Please forgive me. I must go. Absolutely not, Dong Dong. You underestimate me. I can control myself. As long as we maintain a certain distance, sharing a bed will ensure our safety. I assure you, should I dare to overstep, you are welcome to slap my face. Is it really necessary? It is still early, barely past 6. I can easily take a taxi back to the university. Do not worry. If you are truly concerned, you may accompany me part of the way. No, Dong Dong. You must promise me. Today is our first night together. How can we part? If you prefer not to slap me, you may pinch or twist me. But please do not allow me to misbehave. Grant me the chance to prove that I am a considerate, responsible, and resolute boyfriend. I implore you, stay. Thus, the 2 of them spent a night filled with gentle affection, neither particularly heated nor cold. Shen Li Tao certainly felt a strong urge, yet Dong Dong remained steadfastly restrained, never permitting his advances. Both were clad in undergarments, not entirely bare. Shen Li Tao jested about wanting to see her naked form, but was met with a firm refusal. Shen Li Tao, do not forget your earlier promise. If you persist in your folly, I will indeed slap you and ensure you do not succeed. If you wish to see me in my entirety, we can discuss that after marriage. I understand the nuances of such matters. I will not disappoint you. In the month leading up to her graduate examinations, Dong Dong agreed to weekly dates with Shen Li Tao, unable to decline his persistent requests. The day after her exams concluded, he accompanied her back to Wuhan. Ren Jihao and Gao Lanlan, her parents, discerned a palpable change in her demeanor. Every gesture and word exuded love and sweetness. The family had yet to recover from the excitement of their long-awaited reunion. Having just finished lunch, Ren Dongdong's uncle, Gao Dongsheng, and his cousin, Gao Xiaobao, paid a visit, bringing with them a multitude of local delicacies, appearing travel-worn. Gao Lanlan prepared 2 bowls of delectable sansen noodles. Gao Xiaobao exclaimed how delicious they were, seemingly still unsatisfied. while Gao Dongxing chided, "Are you a famished ghost reincarnated? A whole bowl of Sanxian noodles, so much meat, and 3 poached eggs, and you're still not full?" Gao Xiaobao lowered his head in silence. Gao Lanlan quickly interjected, "It's all right. I'll make 3 more poached eggs. Surely the child must eat his fill." Shen Litao hastily added, "No need to fuss, auntie. Isn't there a noodle shop downstairs? I'll take Xiaobao there for a proper meal. With a hearty appetite, 6 large loaves should suffice. I'll bring back 4 for uncle. He hasn't had enough either. Poached eggs are nutritious, but hardly fill the stomach. Come on, Xiaobao, let us go for soft, sweet white bread." Gao Xiaobao eagerly rose, his face beaming with excitement and joy. Once seated at the spring noodle house, he consumed 4 large loaves before finally catching his breath and slowing down. Shen Litao teased, "Xiaobao, your appetite is remarkable. I wonder if you're adept at work. Otherwise, providing for a family would be quite the challenge. Have you graduated high school?" "Not yet. I'm just in my 2nd year. After a month." I couldn't endure it any longer. I couldn't understand a word the teacher said. If I were to take the college entrance exam, I might as well submit a blank sheet. It's better to start working and earn money. I'm not cut out for studying. I've accepted that. Let us have an arm wrestling match. I want to see how strong you really are." Shen Litao assumed a confident stance, while Gao Xiaobao appeared relaxed. Shen Litao called out, "1, 2, 3, go." Initially, Gao Xiaobao's wrist remained steadfast, effortlessly holding its ground, before he swiftly overpowered Shen Litao's arm. After 3 or 4 attempts, the outcome was consistently the same. Shen Litao, straining with all his might, flushed with embarrassment, lamented, "Xiaobao, can't you show me a little mercy? Give me some face. I'm 5 years older than you. This is truly humiliating." Gao Xiaobao grinned widely, "Brother-in-law, I was trying to let you win, but I hardly exerted myself. You university students simply lack strength. I reckon I was stronger than you even in 5th grade. Wow, you're impressive. Were you the champion in your class?" "Indeed. Not only in my class, but throughout the entire grade. However, there is someone in school who is even better than I am. I've wrestled with him 10 times and only won twice. But he is in his 3rd year, 2 years older than me, so among my peers, I'll always be the champion. That is quite something. But remember, there is no everlasting champion. There are always those stronger than you. Let us head back. Your father is still hungry." Upon returning upstairs, Gao Dongxing repeatedly insisted he was already full. Gao Lanlan reproached, "Brother, why be so courteous with your own sister? It's just a few loaves. You won't be impoverished. Stay a few more days. I must properly entertain you and Xiaobao. It's been 3 years since Xiaobao visited, has it?" "Yes, and every time I come here, I feast on delicacies. Returning home unable to finish a bowl of rice. My mother complains I've become a picky eater, but thankfully, after a few days, my appetite returns to normal. I'm not lacking in health. I've never been seriously ill, just the occasional cold that requires a couple of pills. However, Aunt, this time I might stay for a month or 2 because I want to find work in Wuhan. You know I've dropped out. I can't rely on adults to support me anymore. I'm 16 now, full of energy. Is that so? Brother, do you also want to find work here? To look after Xiaobao?" Gao Dongxing swallowed his bread before responding, "Isn't this Wuhan? You're the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. You have connections. Help Xiaobao and me find some labor work. It shouldn't be an issue. We may lack skills, but we have strength and can endure hardship, right? Sister, there is labor work available, but I'm unsure what type. If it's construction work, that exists, but the pay is low. Just 42 yuan for 9 hours of work a day. Xiaobao has never worked before. Can he handle it?" Gao Dongxing patted his son's shoulder. "Look at him. Tall and strong, broader shoulders than mine. He is full of strength. As long as he starts carrying loads, 140 gene is no problem. Once he gets used to it, 180 gene will be manageable, and he could even carry 2 bags of cement, as long as it's within 100 meters. Brother, you don't understand. There is labor work, but one cannot solely rely on manual labor. At the very least, one should learn some basic technical skills like bricklaying, formwork, or renovation. Those jobs are lighter and pay better. Xiaobao is still young. You must plan for his future." "Yes, sister, but we can't afford to wait. Acquiring skills takes time. You know I've toiled in the fields for years, yet my annual net income barely exceeds 3,000 yuan. Xiaobao is quickly reaching the age to marry. And our home consists of 3 dilapidated rooms that leak when it rains. I'm contemplating building a 5-room, 2-story house, which will cost at least 50 to 60,000 yuan. Where am I to find that money? Relatives and friends might lend me a couple of thousand at most, leaving a shortfall of 40,000. Gao Lanlan lamented, "Brother, Haven't you saved anything over the years? I've told you time and again. No matter how difficult things are, you must save some money for security. A steady stream is crucial, especially for significant matters like building a house. It's not something that can be resolved in a year or two. If you save 3,000 a year, in 10 years, that's 30,000. Indeed. My household income is around 3,000 a year, but with Xiaobao and Xiaofang at school, tuition alone costs several hundred per semester, plus living expenses and pocket money, which totals around 2,000 a year. That leaves me with a maximum of 1,000 to save annually, and that's if the harvest is good and work is plentiful. With honest employers, it's exceedingly difficult for a farmer to save 10,000 yuan. Is that truly the case? Brother, don't deceive me, from my calculations. Your income from farming and selling oranges must be at least 5,000 to 6,000, and your earnings from labor should add another 2,000 to 3,000, totaling 8,000 to 9,000. After expenses, saving 5,000 a year should be manageable. How much savings do you actually have? You're merely lamenting your poverty. I can't assist you in building a house. You can only borrow a few thousand from me. My husband and I only earn about 30,000 a year. We haven't even cleared our mortgage yet. Dongdong still needs to pursue his master's degree, and I must prepare funds for both his education and a dowry. If he wishes to study abroad, that would require over 100,000. I'd like to help you, but my capacity is limited. After several exchanges, Gao Lanlan and Gao Dongsheng engaged in a back and forth regarding finances and home construction, until Gao Xiaobao could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Dad, why are you lying? Isn't unwilling to help us? Don't we have over 30,000 in savings? You and I can work together. Within 2 years, we can easily gather 60,000. Honestly, why is our family playing these games? I'm embarrassed for you." Gao Dongxing's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Shen Litao, having observed the unfolding drama, finally remarked, "Uncle, Xiaobao still needs to marry. The bride price will be another 10,000. But whether he can earn 100,000 isn't for you to decide. Let us be clear. Tell me, is 60,000 enough for those 5 two-story rooms? Don't later claim it requires 100,000. Tell, are you looking to lend me money? I knew you were wealthy, with just a little persuasion. 60,000 should be more than sufficient. If managed carefully, we might even have some left over. I want to account for material and labor costs. I'm well aware of the construction market. However, this 60,000 will only suffice for 2 to 3 years. What the market will be like in 3 years, I cannot predict. If one wishes to build a house, the moment funds become available, one should take action without delay. Do not fret, rural folk, over the rising prices. It is not as dire as one might think. 3 years is merely 3 years. I can assure you that in 3 years, Xiaobao will earn 2,000 a month, totaling 24,000 annually, which accumulates to nearly 100,000 over 4 years. However, to alleviate your anxiety, we shall discuss this later. I cannot lend you money. As borrowing does not sound well, it is better described as a gift. To be frank, I can offer you 8,000 now. But it must be entrusted to Annie for safekeeping until you have enough funds to build next year. With that, Shen Litiao produced a savings card from his wallet and handed it to Gao Lanlan. "Auntie, this card contains 10,000. 8,000 is for your uncle. And the remaining 2,000 is a token of my affection for you. I have not brought you any gifts during the holidays, so please accept this small gesture. The password is Dongdong's birthday, and you may withdraw it whenever you wish." "Thank you, Litiao. It seems I cannot refuse this sum. My brother needs money to build, and I cannot contribute much, at most, 5,000. Brother, you need not repay the 5,000. Is that sufficient?" Yes. Gao Dongxin's voice trembled with gratitude, feeling fortunate for having such a generous sister. "Sister, I was overly suspicious earlier. I should not have deceived you. Rest assured, this shall be the last time I lament my financial woes. Did not Li Tiao just mention that Xiaobao will earn 2,000 monthly and 24,000 annually in 3 years? Thanks to you, Xiaobao is saved." Tears even welled in his eyes as he spoke. "Brother, what did you say earlier? I did not catch that. Are you arranging a job for me? Which factory do you own? Are you not still in university?" Ren Dongdong smiled. "One can embark on entrepreneurial ventures while in university. Li Tiao, what job do you plan for him? Surely, you do not intend for him to be a personal bodyguard? You guessed correctly, but first, he must attend a martial arts school for 3 years to learn martial arts and acquire work skills such as driving, computer knowledge, and foundational education in subjects like history and language. Xiaobao, what were your scores in Chinese and history for the entrance exam?" "Brother, I scored 85 in Chinese and 72 in history. Those were my best subjects. You can rest assured, I will study diligently, but tuition is a significant concern. My father is rather frugal. He would not spare the expense for me to attend the martial arts school. Could you lend me 10,000, and I will repay you gradually once I secure a job? Very well, I shall lend you 3,000 each year for 3 years, totaling 9,000, plus an additional 1,000 as pocket money. However, to test and challenge you, I hope you will work on a construction site for a month. The earnings from that month will be hard-earned and invaluable for your lifetime. Do you understand? I understand, Brother Litio. This is wonderful. I consider myself fortunate to have encountered such a benefactor. By the way, should I call you Brother Litio or brother-in-law? It seems my uncle is frowning. Ren Jihao laughed. You rascal. Call him Brother Litio for now. Once the engagement is set tomorrow, you may refer to him as brother-in-law. Understood? Got it. Wow, cousin. Where did you find such a generous benefactor? He hands out tens of thousands without a hint of hesitation. Thank you. By the way, I can now utter a phrase in English. The entire afternoon, Shen Litiao remained in Dongdong's bedroom, engaged in some mysterious endeavor. At 6 in the evening, Gao Lanlan prepared dinner and tiptoed to knock on the door, saying, Dong Dong, dinner is ready. Hurry up. From within came Dongdong's sweet voice. I know, Mom. I will be there shortly. Yet, it was not until the meal was served that they emerged. Gao Lanlan teased. You two did not keep Uncle company. Your cousin went for a stroll, while you have been hiding in the bedroom all afternoon. It appears you are in the throes of a romantic affair. Ren Jihao, however, responded sternly, we will discuss this after dinner. While romance is her prerogative, as parents, we must intervene appropriately to avoid potential complications. Ren Dongdong pouted, Dad, what complications could arise? I have already brought Li Tiao home for you to meet. You have already approved. Times have changed. It is best for adults to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young. However, I assure you, we will not marry in secret before obtaining a marriage certificate. I will certainly seek your and Mom's consent, so rest easy. Gao Lanlan smiled. So, you are already contemplating marriage? My dear, that is rather hasty. You still need to pursue your graduate studies. Are you to graduate only to marry? Dongdong felt a bit embarrassed, shaking her head vigorously. Mom, you are too impatient. We intend to date before marrying. That is our established path, so do not worry unnecessarily. I certainly do not wish to waste my time on graduate studies. So if marriage is to happen, it shall wait until I have obtained my master's degree, which will take at least 3.5 years. Now, let us eat. Xiaobao is drooling. Ren Jihao waved his hand. Indeed, let us eat first. We can discuss marriage afterward. Sit down. Why are you still standing there? Gao Lanlan added, Brother, no drinking today. I am on duty and cannot indulge. We shall make it up another day. Let us enjoy some beverages instead. Wang Laoji is good for cooling down. Tonight's dishes may be a bit spicy. After finishing their drinks, Gao Dongxing chuckled. Sister, I am always working. Can you expedite arrangements for us? We wish to start working and earning soon. It is unreasonable to live off your hospitality. I fear Xiao Bao will grow restless and lazy once we reach the construction site. What a trivial matter. I anticipated your concerns. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. They are constructing a Social Security Bureau building and require many hands. You both can take another day off tomorrow and begin work the day after, on Monday. However, Xiao Bao, originally Li Tiao only intended for you to work for a month, but the boss insisted on a minimum of 3 months, so your aunt has agreed. Endure through these 3 months, and then you may attend the martial arts school to train. Next Sunday, I will visit Wuhan Martial Arts School to enlist help from friends and strive to secure you a 3-year bodyguard training program. Additionally, while you study at the martial arts school, I will provide you with 200 monthly as pocket money, and if you happen to fancy any girl there, your aunt will not prohibit you from pursuing a relationship. How does that sound? Do you have any objections to this arrangement? Ren Xiaobao, savoring the fragrant beef, replied, Of course, I have no objections. Andy, you treat me too well, like a son. Once I earn money and achieve success, I promise to honor you well. 3 months? That is nothing. I am not afraid of hard work. As the saying goes, enduring hardship is the path to greatness. I understand this principle well. Honor me? No need for that. I do not desire money. Just visit your aunt often and do not become estranged. In this life, relationships are paramount. Gao Dongxing concurred. Indeed. Money is useful. Without it, one struggles to get by, yet relationships hold the utmost importance. I believe Dongdong has found the right partner this time. Li Tio is not only capable of being a successful entrepreneur, but also values relationships deeply. Upon my arrival, he gifted me 8,000 as a generous gesture, indicating he holds me in high regard as his uncle. He even voluntarily offered to arrange work for Xiao Bao and facilitate his martial arts education. This is a tremendous favor. Xiao Bao, you must remember to heed your brother-in-law's advice. If he directs you west, do not venture east. If he instructs you south, do not stray north, understood? Understood. You are always lecturing me. When have I ever disobeyed? I simply struggle with academics. That is in my nature, not my fault. As Xiao Bao continued to enjoy the braised beef, he expressed his thoughts. In families like his, having beef once a year is quite an achievement. After dinner, Ren Jihao assumed the role of a family meeting host, as 6 individuals settled onto the sofa, each with a cup of red tea before them. Clearing his throat, Ren Jihao stated, although it wasn't necessary for Uncle and Xiao Bao to participate in this discussion, since they are here, let's not shy away. Having an additional perspective is beneficial. First, I would like to ask Dongdong and Li Tai how you plan to spend this winter vacation. Dongdong nudged Shen Li Tai in the ribs, prompting him to quickly respond, Uncle. This afternoon, I discussed with Dongdong, and we plan to travel to Jiangsu and Zhejiang tomorrow, starting with Suzhou, then moving on to Shanghai, Hangzhou, Ningbo, and Putuo Mountain. We anticipate the entire trip will take 7 or 8 days. As for the remaining time of the winter vacation, I want to accompany Dongdong. She still needs to review and prepare for her postgraduate entrance examination, which is quite competitive at Tsinghua University, and she cannot afford to be careless. Ren Jihao nodded and turned to his wife, asking, Dear, do you think this is a reasonable plan? Spending 7 or 8 days traveling through Suzhou and Shanghai feels akin to a honeymoon. Gao Lanlan nodded in agreement, saying, That sounds wonderful. Since their relationship has developed to this stage, why not take it a step further? However, traveling incurs expenses, and as parents, we should not stand idly by without contributing. Thus, I have decided to give Dongdong 3,000 yuan. We cannot be unyielding. Shen Li Tai smiled and interjected, Auntie, there's no need for you to contribute. I have come prepared. I still have 8,000 yuan in my account, and can overdraw if necessary. For a domestic trip lasting 7 or 8 days, 500 yuan a day is more than sufficient. We won't be staying in 5-star hotels. Simplicity is key, and the most important aspect is to enjoy ourselves. Ren Jihao responded. That won't do. What you have is yours, but we cannot let Dongdong always be at your expense. Our family is not short on money. 3,000 yuan is a trivial amount for me. Gao Xiaobao chimed in exactly. This 3,000 yuan is a must. As for how Dongdong spends it, Uncle and Aunt need not concern yourselves. It appeared that Li Tai was indifferent to money. Spending on his girlfriend was only natural. One cannot impose an equal split in such matters. Can they? What system? Could you repeat that? Gao Dongxing interjected. Dad, if you don't understand, please refrain from asking. The so-called equal split means whoever spends pays the bill. It's akin to pooling resources. Just listen attentively and refrain from unnecessary inquiries. Gao Lanan stated. Then it's settled. Xiao Bao makes a valid point. Implementing an equal split seems unreasonable. Ultimately, you two should cooperate. There's no need to account for every detail, but Shen Li Tai shouldn't bear the entire burden alone, understood? Dongdong replied, Understood, Mom. It's not a big deal. When he earns a fortune in the future, effortlessly making $1 million, let's see how you reject that. Gao Dongxing gasped. 1 million. Even if I forego food and drink and work tirelessly for 100 years, I wouldn't earn that much. Ah Tao, you're impressive. He gave a thumbs up. Gao Lanlan set down her chopsticks and declared, Of course, I would refuse. Even if you became billionaires, I wouldn't want to take advantage of you. You know that I am indifferent to material wealth. As long as I have food, clothing, shelter, and entertainment, I'm content. Having excess money is merely a burden. It is far better to donate it and assist those who are truly in need. This is indeed a profound truth. Our deputy chief of police has always been compassionate. Having attended a police university with stringent political scrutiny, money is truly an external matter. Therefore, if I offer you 1 million, you cannot refuse, as your beloved daughter. It is my duty to honor you. Why must you draw such a clear line? Once the money is in your hands, you may spend it as you wish. If you wish to donate, we wholeheartedly support that. Gao Dongxing listened, his face beaming with joy, scratching his head as he sighed. Oh, 1 million. Just don't donate at all. At least leave me 100,000. Sister, isn't it better to give it to your own brother? Gao Lanlan was left speechless. However, Shen Li Tiao interjected, Uncle, Don't fixate on that 100,000 just yet. The pressing matter is that Xiaobao needs to train as a bodyguard and then marry. His earnings will depend on his skills, and there is no certainty. But I can assure you, in 5 years, the average salary at my Fatao company will exceed 30,000, and in 10 years, it will reach 100,000. That 100,000 represents a year's salary. Be content with having such a promising son. Money is endless. It should be earned effortlessly and spent joyfully. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? As the conversation progressed, Ren Zhihao finally broached the subject of engagement. Dongdong was quite reluctant, claiming it unnecessary, while Shen Litiao observed the situation. He knew that even the slightest hint of opposition from him would cause a stir. Ren Zhihao countered. How can it be unnecessary? When feelings are mutual, it is only fitting to engage. According to Chinese customs, isn't it essential to formalize the engagement? This way, the couple can develop a harmonious relationship, legitimate and proper. Engagement is a solemn ritual, and marriage is no trivial matter. Engagement is the prelude to marriage, indispensable. But they are leaving for a trip tomorrow. There is no time for a sudden engagement. She placed a piece of pork rib into her husband's bowl. What do you mean, no time? There are still 20 days in winter break. Let us fly to Ningdu together and hold a simple engagement banquet at a hotel. Great endeavors should not be rushed. We must not be careless. Mr. Ren, don't be too eager. The groom's family hasn't even proposed yet. Why the hurry? If we are to plan, it should be after Dongdong and Shen Litiao graduate with their bachelor's degrees. That way, we can proceed at a measured pace, steadily advancing step by step. I am merely setting a serious and solemn tone for my daughter's relationship with Litiao. We must not act hastily. Shen Litiao, what do you think of my proposal? I would like to hear your thoughts. Shen Litiao felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained his composure, swallowing the rib. Uncle, I believe Annie's suggestion is the most suitable. We have ample time. As for when the engagement occurs, I promise that after graduation in July next year, I will certainly engage with Dongdong and provide her with a proper commitment. All right? What do you think, Dongdong? Shen Litiao had nowhere else to retreat and had to use Annie and Dongdong as shields. This tactic of gazing at the moon through the window while elegantly stepping forward was quite apt, and he was still largely at the 7th level of skill. I concur with my mother and Litiao's opinion. Dad, what do you think? Do you believe your daughter cannot find a husband? My feelings for Litiao are genuine. Engagement and marriage are merely a matter of time. Litiao is ambitious and capable. I am not trying to climb higher than him. I merely wish to rely on him financially. But that is no issue. This is the newly burgeoning China. In terms of character and intellect, I stand equal with Litiao. You must understand. All right then, how are you arranging your sleeping arrangements for tonight? Will Shen Litiao sleep in your room or at the hotel? Gao Lanan exclaimed. Ren Zhihao, are you out of your mind? Is there any legal stipulation that prohibits sleeping in the same room without being engaged? We are at this crucial juncture. Engagement is merely a ritual. You still want Shen Litiao to stay at the hotel? Have you lost your senses? Litiao, listen to me. Tonight you should sleep with Dongdong. I hereby express my acceptance of you as my son-in-law. You both must cherish your love and steer your little boat of affection towards the horizon. All right? Thank you, Andy, for your acceptance. I will not treat Dongdong poorly, regardless of whether we are engaged or not. She is my fiancée. Gao Dongxing and his son surprisingly burst into applause. He remarked, Sister, brother-in-law, rest assured, Litiao is a fine young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. A man of his word, he will not let Dongdong suffer. Thus, Shen Litiao became the prospective son-in-law of the Ren family. An unexpected turn that brought him both joy and concern. Truly, who knows the heart of Mulan? When winter comes, the snow blankets the city. How long can this life of mine last? When will the full moon shine? A profound silence enveloped the space, and soon after, Saitama questioned in astonishment. Did you seek me out just to fight? I thought you wanted to invite me to dinner. Silence. Katakuri huffed coldly before asking, are you going to fight or not? Saitama waved his hand indifferently. You haven't done anything wrong. Why should I fight you? No room for negotiation. Katakuri grunted, holding his breath as he launched an aggressive strike. Seeing this, Saitama, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to engage seriously, knowing full well that he could not afford to underestimate Katakuri's abilities. Standing firm against the spear of Katakuri, Saitama did not evade but instead met it with a punch, surprising Katakuri, who did not alter his attack's trajectory. He intended to gauge Saitama's true strength. If Saitama was not formidable, it would be his own fault. The collision of fists and the spear imbued with haki resonated in the air, leaving Katakuri astonished as Saitama lacking haki, was still able to withstand his assault. Is this an unconventional training method? Katakuri pondered briefly and quickly grasped the situation. After all, the world is vast and full of wonders. Haki is merely one form of power, and techniques capable of resisting haki attacks, though rare, do exist. Finding himself unable to prevail against Saitama, Katakuri shifted his spear, launching a series of rapid strikes while activating his Kinbunchika haki to predict Saitama's evasion direction. Machi slash? To Katakuri's shock, despite his swift observation and rapid attack speed, he was confident that Saitama could not evade his strikes based on the speed he had demonstrated a month prior. Yet now, Saitama's speed was so astounding that he created countless afterimages. Although Katakuri foresaw his evasion direction, Saitama had already sidestepped before Katakuri's spear could reach him, leaving Katakuri utterly helpless. All right, let us call it a day. At this moment, Saitama pushed Katakuri away, slightly miffed as he adjusted his now dirted clothing, exclaiming, "You've made my clothes dirty." Taken aback, Katakuri was about to continue his assault when Saitama suddenly appeared before him. "I see your strength is quite formidable. Let us have a match." With a rapid succession of ordinary punches, Saitama unleashed a flurry of strikes, producing dozens of punch shadows within a second, launching them towards Katakuri at an incredible speed. The shockwave from the punches stirred up countless clouds of dust, and the two figures slowly emerged, while Saitama's expression appeared somewhat grim. Behind Katakuri, hundreds of punches emerged, all enveloped in haki, blocking Saitama's strikes. Although Katakuri's fists were dispersed upon contact, for every one that was broken, another would immediately appear in its place, having no adverse effect on Katakuri. Over time, Saitama's stamina would surely be depleted. How about that? Saitama, what you can do, I can do too. It seems you haven't made any progress in the past month. At this moment, Saitama's fighting spirit was finally ignited by Katakuri. With a smile, Saitama remarked, "Who says I haven't made any progress? I train almost every day." As he spoke, the speed of his fists accelerated once more. Observing this, Katakuri unleashed his full power, activating both Kinbunchiku and Busashoka haki, but in the blink of an eye, his expression shifted dramatically. Serious punch, with Saitama's voice echoing. The velocity of his fists surged to several times faster than before, conjuring nearly 100 phantom fists that barreled toward Katakuri, shattering his own punches and striking him directly. Though Katakuri had anticipated Saitama's onslaught, the latter's speed was overwhelming. He could only partially transform his body into machi, leaving the remaining parts vulnerable to a sharp sting. Once Katakuri's body had completely transformed into machi, he burrowed underground. Ah, has he fled? Saitama pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, Katakuri reappeared behind him, thrusting a spear forward. However, Saitama instantly turned to block and retaliated with a punch that dispersed the spear, only to find himself hitting nothing but air as he was subsequently ensnared. "Ah, I can't pull my hand back," Saitama exclaimed, although he attempted to extract himself. The machi's stickiness proved formidable, requiring immense effort to free himself. At this moment, Katakuri transformed his right hand into a sticky rice cake and launched it towards Saitama, subsequently crashing heavily onto the ground. The awakening ability of the devil fruit activated, and the area surrounding Saitama instantly transformed into glutinous rice, firmly binding him. Katakuri leapt into the air, two masses of sticky rice enveloping his fists, as two enormous fists appeared above him, descending upon Saitama. The fists fell like raindrops upon Saitama, even causing blood to trickle from his forehead. Just as the next fist was about to land, Saitama finally broke free from the restraint of the rice cake. He retaliated with a powerful punch that shattered the incoming fists, and seizing the moment when Katakuri was momentarily stunned, he vaulted into the air, gathering strength to deliver a mighty blow that sent Katakuri flying. Katakuri crashed heavily to the ground, and Saitama's fist followed close behind. He hastily dodged and transformed into a white donut, rolling towards Saitama, while simultaneously mitigating the damage he had sustained. The overwhelming force made Saitama spit out a considerable amount of blood. Seizing this opportunity, Katakuri transformed the area he had rolled over into glutinous rice, enveloping Saitama once more. His right arm rapidly expanded, sprouting countless sharp spikes. Although Saitama escaped momentarily, Katakuri's arm came crashing down upon him, dragging him across the ground for 2 rotations before hoisting him into the air and slamming him down. Slice. Cut the rice cake. Soon after, Katakuri stood panting heavily, witnessing Saitama, who lay on the ground with closed eyes, seemingly unconscious. He couldn't help but roar. What's wrong, Saitama? Aren't you supposed to be strong? Don't you call yourself a hero? If you're a hero, then stand up. Don't lie there like a coward. At that moment, a voice emerged as Saitama slowly rose, spitting out blood twice, his tracksuit now tattered. Katakuri observed Saitama's resurgence without attempting to take advantage, calmly stating, "You truly are alive." Saitama offered no reply, and after standing up, he discarded the ruined tracksuit, revealing a yellow battle suit beneath. "I am a hero." Saitama suddenly raised his head, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes as he shouted, "I will not lose. Bring it on." With that, he leapt into the air, charging towards Katakuri with a punch, only for Katakuri to evade by transforming into the sticky rice cake. However, in the next moment, Saitama's fist appeared behind Katakuri, striking him forcefully. Katakuri was sent flying backward. Just as he was about to land, he recalled the praises from his pirate crew and family. In midair, he twisted his backpack, executing several backflips before landing smoothly, spitting out blood. As Saitama charged at him again, Katakuri felt no fear. With high spirits, he unleashed a flurry of punches. The two roared as they exerted their full strength, countless fists colliding in a flurry of visceral impact that thrilled the audience. However, in terms of speed and power, Saitama held the advantage, landing far more blows on Katakuri than he received in return. Although Katakuri's body could elementally transform like a Logia type, Saitama's speed far exceeded his ability to evade. Soon, Katakuri was spitting blood repeatedly, yet he refused to fall, realizing that he would inevitably be defeated if this continued. Katakuri enveloped his hands in the sticky rice, summoning two colossal fists above his head to strike at Saitama. Saitama, seeing this, glinted with resolve. Unfazed, he swiftly dispersed the two massive fists and landed a punch squarely on Katakuri's face, even as Katakuri's fist connected with Saitama's own. Both were sent flying. But as they fell, Katakuri transformed into a double donut, rolling rapidly towards Saitama. Upon hitting the ground, Saitama was pinned down, and as he attempted to rise, the donut struck him once more. After spitting out blood, Saitama saw Katakuri rolling towards him and unleashed a full-powered punch, creating a tempest of wind. Yet Katakuri used this momentum to leap into the air, glaring down at Saitama, and roared, "Saitama, in terms of speed and strength, you were no match for me a month ago. Even now, I still surpass you. Slice. Cut the rice cake." In response, Saitama smirked wickedly, laughing as he charged forward, delivering a punch. Ultimate move. Full power series. Full power pummeling. Boom. Saitama's full force attack struck Katakuri's head, while Katakuri's slice. Cut the rice cake impacted Saitama's head simultaneously. The immense shockwave forcefully separated the two, causing them both to collapse unconscious. Time passed, and eventually, they both opened their eyes, gradually rising to their feet. It was now afternoon, with the sun descending, casting a beautiful afterglow. Saitama and Katakuri exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual respect reflected in each other's eyes, before sharing a smile. Katakuri remarked, "This was a battle of equals." Saitama nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are truly strong." Katakuri gazed deeply at Saitama before declaring, "Next time, I will defeat you." "You're always welcome." Saitama replied with a smile, adding, "Just don't look for me during supermarket sales." Katakuri chuckled, understanding Saitama's sentiment, assuring him, "Rest assured, during those times, when you're not in the mood to fight, I want to seek you out. What I desire is a thrilling battle." Saitama's gaze momentarily faltered, and perhaps due to the bond between heroes, he selectively forgot his financial constraints and said, "Let me treat you to a meal. I only eat donuts." An hour later, Saitama looked at the 20 empty plates piled in front of Katakuri, then glanced at his own empty wallet, exclaiming in despair, "Stop eating. You promised to treat me." Katakuri wiped his mouth and remarked, "The donuts here are truly delicious. But unfortunately, they're too small." Saitama's mouth twitched, realizing he couldn't take back his words. He approached the cashier, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace as he made the payment. As for the source of his funds, Saitama would never put all his money in his wallet. After his battle with Katakuri, Saitama felt a noticeable enhancement in his strength. Over the next 2 months, he trained incessantly, but he sensed a significant slowdown in his growth. Katakuri seemed to be facing a similar dilemma. He had reached a bottleneck in his hockey training. In the span of 2 months, Saitama and Katakuri engaged in 2 more battles, yet each concluded in a stalemate. Occasionally, the two would sit down to exchange profound insights. Unlike others, Katakuri did not dismiss Saitama's training methods. After all, there are many paths to greatness. It was clear that ordinary training could never yield such prowess. But the nature of combat during training could be a different matter altogether. Saitama had once remarked on his encounters with numerous peculiar beings, leading Katakuri to surmise that Saitama's strength stemmed from a combination of standard training and breakthroughs achieved through battle. To Katakuri, life-and-death confrontations were the ultimate means of advancement. However, Katakuri had not fully grasped that Saitama's workout regimen consisted of merely one round, repeated over 100 times daily. During their two encounters, Saitama unexpectedly mastered the ability of observation haki, owing to his predictive capabilities. When he shared this achievement with Katakuri, the latter responded not with words but by intensifying his attacks, seemingly embodying a lesson in action. 3 months later, Saitama successfully cultivated intermediate observation haki. It is said that haki exists in various tiers: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki, ascending from the lowest to the highest levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, super, and ultimate. Historically, only one individual has attained ultimate haki: Joy Boy, the progenitor of haki, who lived 3,000 years prior. Despite his formidable strength, he only reached the ultimate level in armament haki, while his mastery of observation and conqueror's haki remained at the super level. Soon after, he succumbed to the natural end of his lifespan, unable to pursue higher realms of haki, leaving the pinnacle of haki shrouded in mystery. Since then, it has proven exceedingly difficult for others to reach even the top-tier level, let alone super or ultimate. Currently, Katakuri possesses intermediate armament haki, advanced observation haki, and intermediate conqueror's haki. His advanced observation haki has reached its limit, and to advance to top tier would require several decades of dedicated training. Naturally, he did not disclose this to Saitama. However, he believed that since Saitama had grasped observation haki, it would be advantageous in their skirmishes. Thus, after their battle, he took it upon himself to instruct Saitama in the cultivation methods of observation haki, all the while landing several blows during the training. Saitama did not disappoint, swiftly elevating his observation haki to the intermediate level, yet he struggled to master armament haki, which necessitated mental fortitude and a unique breathing technique for cultivation. Without unwavering determination, it remained elusive. Katakuri conveyed this to Saitama, admitting he could not guide him further. Saitama would have to depend solely on his own resolve. After another bout, Saitama, now empowered by observation haki, proved even more formidable, yet they still ended in a draw. However, Katakuri's hidden cards were all revealed during this clash. They then agreed to meet again in 1 year at the same location for a decisive duel. 3 months later, Saitama was running through the urban expanse of Z City. It was summer, and the midday heat was at its peak. Nevertheless, Saitama pressed on, his endurance unyielding, though the warmth was oppressive. Warning: a colossal creature has appeared in Z City. Disaster level: demon. Citizens are advised to proceed to shelters. Heroes and government forces will eliminate the threat shortly. Warning: a colossal creature has appeared in Z City. Disaster level: demon. Citizens are advised to proceed to shelters. Heroes and government forces will eliminate the threat shortly. Monsters, you say? Saitama, in the midst of his training, paused briefly upon hearing the announcement before sprinting towards the source of the chaos. I'm a cicada larva that has lived for 170,000 years. My awakening today is for the purpose of dominating the world. I shall eradicate you humans. At this moment, the B-rank heroes, the Dark Flame Dragon Blade Master, the Red Scarf Guardian, and the student emerged. The young cicada larvae boasted shamelessly. The Dark Flame Dragon Blade Master snorted coldly and immediately launched an attack alongside the student and the Red Scarf Guardian. With a thunderous roar, their combined assault was swiftly repelled, resulting in injuries to themselves. Realizing they could not harm the monster, the trio hurriedly retreated to evacuate the citizens, guiding them to the shelter to await the arrival of A-rank or S-rank heroes. Meanwhile, Saitama, who had been unable to locate the monster, noticed the crowd fleeing in one direction, scratched his head, and followed suit. Before long, he was engulfed by the throng and entered the shelter. The shelter was designed with remarkable fortitude, capable of withstanding various attacks. Once the entrance was sealed, it was nearly impossible to reopen unless the attacking force reached a level of exceptional power. From a defensive standpoint, this shelter, crafted by the foremost scientists of the Navy, was commendable, yet it harbored a fatal flaw: the absence of a restroom. On this day, Saitama's breakfast consisted of a bowl of ramen, which he deemed acceptable, but he had consumed copious amounts of barley tea prior to exercising. The sweat from his workout was insufficient to evaporate all the liquid, leading to a feeling of impending explosion in his bladder after a short while. He inquired with the staff about using the restroom, only to be informed that he would have to wait 3 more hours to exit. Minutes later, unable to endure any longer, Saitama sought out an unoccupied area and broke through the wall, making his way to a nearby convenience store in search of a restroom. In Japan, convenience stores typically have restrooms. In desperate need of relief, Saitama sprinted towards the store when suddenly, a massive insect-like figure blocked his path, the 17,000-year-old cicada larva. Before the cicada larva could comprehend the situation, Saitama barreled through and obliterated it with a single punch, aptly named the Bladder Liberation Fist. Shortly thereafter, in the restroom of a convenience store, the sounds of Saitama's contented grunts filled the air, followed by a series of cracking noises. An embarrassed voice emerged from the restroom. "Oh no, I wanted to flush, but I exerted too much force, and now the toilet is broken." At this moment, the owner of the convenience store had already fled to the shelter, and there were no surveillance cameras in the shop, allowing Saitama to leave without a trace. However, after a moment of contemplation, Saitama reluctantly left a sum of money along with a note before departing. Another heavy snowfall blanketed the city, causing a sharp drop in temperature. Yet the youth on the streets remained undeterred, some even indulging in cold beverages. That day marked Wukan's birthday. She had initially planned a quiet celebration with Shin Tiao. But Zhu Yifei, Yu Qiuchen, and others insisted that the last birthday of their university days should be celebrated with exuberance. Thus, Shin Tiao, Zhu Yifei, Shan Yu Qiuchen, Su Wei, and Wukan convened at the Longfeng restaurant for the celebration. As the clock struck noon, dishes began to arrive at the table, and the birthday candles were extinguished. Shin Tiao rose, raising his glass, and declared, "Let us toast to our goddess Wukan on this momentous occasion of her 22nd birthday, and set sail for new adventures." Everyone drank heartily, but Zhu Yifei, still craving more, licked his lips and exclaimed, "Shall we have another round?" I downed the Mogeo ice wine without even savoring it. "Today, we must drink until we are utterly intoxicated. No one is allowed to back down, all right?" Shin Tiao and Wukan exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. While Yu Qiuchen retorted, "Drinking until we're wasted doesn't mean we should do it recklessly. Not everyone can drink like you. Shin Tiao has a low tolerance. Don't get him drunk with just a few drinks. Let's take it slow, eat more, and remember that excessive drinking is harmful. Come on. Pick up your chopsticks and enjoy the food." The group remained still, and Shin Tiao smiled, saying, "Wukan, as the birthday star, you should be the first to take a piece of meat. Please." Everyone chimed in. Wukan reluctantly picked up a slice of beef, saying, "Everyone, please eat." She then savored the meat, taking her time, and added, "This first piece is delicious. Among us, I am the largest, followed by Nan Yan, then Zhu Yifei, Shin Tiao, Qiuchen, and Su Wei. I propose that we form a youth alliance among the 6 of us, celebrating each member's birthday every year. What do you think?" Su Wei replied, "I agree. In the past, you older siblings always left me out during celebrations, and it made me feel quite dejected." Yu Qiuchen interjected, "That's an exaggeration. Speaking of which, when has Shin Tiao ever not invited you to his birthday? You are his close friend, fairy sister." Su Wei retorted, "Humph. The fairy sister is not the same as the fairy eldest sister. He is constantly thinking about the 3 fairy eldest sisters, and today only 2 have come. I wonder. Shin Tiao, why didn't you invite Yin Shuai? I've heard she surpasses Wukan in beauty and charisma. No wonder you." Unbeknownst to them, Su Wei had already mended her wounds, and Shin Xiaoxia's charm was becoming increasingly legendary. In truth, he merely promised never to abandon her, but love was a different matter. Su Wei was clearly under an illusion, still harboring hopes for him. After all, time was on her side. As Li Tiao said, "Where there's a will, there's a way." However, Su Wei, with her vivacious spirit, radiated warmth even in the slightest sunshine. Shin Tiao countered, "Stop making wild claims. I have no connection to her. She is currently busy with filming, and she is not from our circle." Shan Andin remarked, "How can she not be from our circle? Our youth alliance should embrace diversity. As long as our values align, anyone can join. Moreover, a star-like actress would invigorate our alliance and keep us in tune with fashion. I look forward to it." Yu Qiuchen responded, "You are amusing. She is merely Shin Tiao's fairy eldest sister, not ours. Besides, she is a few months older than Wukan. If she joins, she will overshadow Wukan. Where would that leave Wukan's dignity?" Nanyan retorted, "We are not a gang. Titles like leader or subordinate are irrelevant. We should simply address each other by age. It doesn't matter if we get it wrong, just like in the dream of the Red Chamber. youth is meant to blossom. The issue lies in the fact that actresses can be quite arrogant. They seek to shine, naturally stealing our spotlight, which disrupts our harmonious plan. I, for one, do not favor film actresses. These individuals are often brainwashed by capital and unspoken rules. Their values are fundamentally misaligned with ours. Wouldn't you agree, Wukan? Yu Qian, although an artist herself, held a firm belief that singers were artists, while actors belonged to an entirely different realm. I am uncertain, but since Shen Litiao regards her as a fairy eldest sister, she must possess some exceptional qualities. At least her values are not as outrageous as those of most stars. Nevertheless, I do not aspire to become friends or sisters with her. We all understand that she is destined to forge ahead in her acting career until she is cast aside by the market. I also have no desire to hear about her chaotic romantic escapades or the games of unspoken rules. Su Wei remarked. So you believe she is unworthy of competing with you? I feel the same way. Most actors are tasked with playing the role of a public sweetheart. Their mindset, lifestyle, and values differ greatly from ours. However, Shen Litiao does not share this view. I suspect he wishes to elevate someone like Yin Shuang while venturing into the media industry. After all, big shots tend to harbor such sentiments, don't you think, Litiao? You flatter me. I am far from being a true big shot. And I have no intention of manipulating capital to stir up trouble in the media. However, if your strength grows to a significant scale, would you abandon your influence in the media? Furthermore, once capital accumulates to a considerable size, you become ensnared. If Feitao Company aims to maintain its influence and reputation in the media, must it not invest in the film industry? Moreover, Yin Shuang was once your fairy eldest sister. I do not know if you made any promises to her, but if she is wise, she would not forsake such a towering tree to lean against, would she? Xiao Nanyan added. Yes, Shen Litiao, would you truly relinquish your support for her? I believe she would not let you go easily. She feared Wukan more than Yin Shuang, but she had decided to stop watching from the sidelines and resolve matters with Shuang first. You are all muddling the situation. Even if I support her acting career, it has nothing to do with emotions. Previously, we had a minor altercation, but that was not true love. It was merely the mutual attraction of two young individuals. That is now a thing of the past. I will not retrace my steps. Feitao Company has a long journey ahead, and I estimate it will take at least 3 more years before we venture into the media industry. Moreover, we will not invest in the film industry initially due to the significant risks involved. My goal is to pursue a high-growth segment within the media and film industry that can provide ample cash flow. By the time I am ready to enter the film industry, she may have already blossomed into a second-tier actress. Thus, it is not I who will elevate her. Rather, it will be a symbiotic collaboration, each fulfilling their needs. Personally, I believe she possesses substantial potential to become a leading actress. Yu Qian interjected, Litiao. I do not oppose your collaboration with actors to expand Feitao Company's reach. However, I caution you that some women should be avoided. It would be wise to have someone assess her astrological compatibility with you to determine if she is a benefactor or a harbinger of misfortune. Otherwise, steer clear of her. While you demonstrate remarkable responsibility and determination, I have no doubt about the allure and danger actresses pose to big shots. Be cautious. Wukan poured her drink for Shen Litiao and remarked, there is no need for astrological assessments. They are mere tricks. It is better to rely on one's instincts. Does he resonate with you? Does he possess enough charm and charisma? Will his popularity endure? In any case, I believe this Yin Shuang is no simple character. She hails from a prestigious background and seeks nothing from you but to ride the coattails of Feitao Company to ascend to the forefront of the acting world. Overall, her character and taste are impeccable, making her trustworthy. Xiao Nanyan was greatly displeased, her raised in indignation, and even Li Tao found her to resemble an ominous queen. Silently lamenting, she exclaimed, Wukan, why do you diminish your own stature to elevate others? Remember, she was once your rival. And the integrity of an actress is fundamentally dubious. Who knows if she is merely performing? My earlier suggestion was merely a fleeting thought. And it seems prudent to maintain a certain distance and vigilance towards her. What nonsense! I never regarded her as a rival. I am not even Shen Li Tao's girlfriend. I simply believe that Li Tao is a person of significant historical importance, with numerous goddesses to choose from. Why would he pursue a romance with an actress? Indeed, while the allure of an actress is undeniable, she is bound to influence others, especially those close to her. My intuition tells me that unless she abandons her acting career, she could never be a suitable wife for Shen Litiao. Jui Fei interjected, exactly. I too considered this when I wagered with Shen Litiao, curious to see if a romance could blossom between an actress and a chivalrous hero. I never anticipated that Shunli Tao would genuinely fall for it. In fact, I find myself quite compatible with Yin Shuai. I tend to be somewhat carefree. And even if she were to stray, I could bear it. It's not a monumental issue. After all, actors are influenced by sexual liberation and feminism. The wager between Shunli Tao and Zhu Yifei ended without a victor, as Shen proposed to terminate it. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly won over Yin Shuai. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Yifei conceded, preferring to withdraw while ahead. Yu Qian remarked, "Your words are as empty as a dog's mouth spitting ivory. I am your girlfriend now. If you dare to waver, I shall kick you to end your so-called first love dream." What is happening? Everyone was taken aback, then relieved. It was evident that Yifei and Yu Qian shared a closeness that surpassed mere titles, implying a private understanding. Fortunately, Yu Qian's admission clarified things for all. Xiaonan continued. "Well, Zhu Yifei, you already have a girlfriend. Please do not linger around me any longer. I have never considered you, and your presence is merely a mockery to me. You claim to pursue me, but it seems you wish to treat me as a source of amusement. I see through you. Qian. You must keep a close watch on him to prevent any infidelity." Laughter ensued, and Shunli Tao chuckled. "Nanyan, focus on your studies in America. Upon your return, you shall undoubtedly achieve great things. If necessary, I could offer you a position as my personal assistant with an annual salary of 200,000. What do you think?" Well, everyone was astonished. Yu Qian pouted. "Li Tao, are you issuing empty promises? Do you possess such confidence in Fei Tao's prospects? Very well then. I propose you increase the salaries of Su Wei and myself, 50,000 each. How about that? Do not frighten me. Fei Tao has merely stabilized its footing and is not even a hidden champion. What gives you the right to demand such high salaries? My salary is barely 30,000. As you well know, I am aware. I refer to the annual total compensation. Currently, my monthly salary is 1,400, and with a year-end bonus, my annual income reaches 24,000. If you add 26,000, it amounts to 50,000, does it not? As for yourself, do not feign ignorance. Your monthly salary is 2,500, totaling 30,000 annually, plus a 50,000 year-end bonus, making it 80,000. You are already wealthy. When the topic of money arose, Qian chided Yifei for his dishonesty, inquiring if he still had 200,000. Zhu Yifei chuckled. "You underestimate me. I have 500,000 in savings, my dear wife." He took Yu Qian's hand and kissed it, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Yu Qian's heart soared, yet she retorted, "Who is your wife? When your net worth exceeds 1 billion, only then will I consider marrying you. Since you have 500,000, could you spare me 100,000? It's just 15. After all, are you willing?" Zhu Yifei agreed, but Shunli Tao cautioned, "Yifei, do not let pride cloud your judgment. I solemnly inform you that my ultimate dream lies in literature. I aspire not only to be a super CEO but also a luminary in the literary world. So be prepared." This proclamation stunned everyone. Zhu Yifei, Yu Qian, and Su Wei vehemently opposed, while Wu Can and Xiao Nanyan supported, leading to a heated debate for nearly an hour before a resolution was reached. Shunli Tao vowed never to abandon Fei Tao and to refrain from entering the literary arena for 2 years. Zhu Yifei promised to shoulder more responsibility and work diligently to transform Fei Tao into a formidable entity. As March approached, Fei Tao embarked on an extensive recruitment drive. The board meeting included 4 directors and the human resources director, Zheng Chefang. At the outset, Shunli Tao delivered an impassioned opening address. "Esteemed directors and Director Zheng, the recruitment season is upon us. Today, our agenda comprises 2 main topics. Firstly, establishing the financial performance targets and work plan for 2004, and secondly, finalizing our recruitment strategy. Let us first discuss performance goals. In the fiscal year 2003, our company achieved remarkable results, particularly with our core business revenue surpassing 20 million, reflecting a 318% increase from the previous year. What level should we set for this year's goals? In the context of deepening reform and intensifying competition, we must abandon the conservative notion that moderate growth is sufficient. As a nascent company, maintaining robust momentum and adopting an aggressive approach is the optimal strategy for our survival and growth. Therefore, I propose we set this year's performance target higher, no less than 100. I believe that as long as we unite and lead by example, there are no obstacles we cannot overcome, no objectives we cannot achieve. Now, regarding our recruitment plan, Our current workforce consists of 130 outstanding individuals. However, given our revenue scale, this number is insufficient. Thus, I have decided to initiate extensive recruitment to inject fresh talent into our company for sustained growth and advancement. All right. Let us now open the floor to discuss this year's performance targets and work plans. Before Zhu Fei could respond, Su Lian interjected confidently. Her tone resolute and voice melodious. I believe we should act decisively and focus on our core business revenue, which will facilitate the resolution of other issues and save us considerable time. As Shin mentioned, a 100 increase in core business revenue is feasible. And I propose we aim even higher, anticipating a 150 increase based on last year's 318 growth rate. Last year's core business revenue was 20.08 million. Thus, this year should reach 50 million, merely a step away from 100 million. Considering our interest income, total revenue exceeding 55 million is entirely possible. Yifei, what are your thoughts? I oppose. Zhu Yifei countered. The substantial growth in 2003 was not solely due to our efforts, but also a stroke of luck. Just as fruit farmers experience good and bad years, this year's growth may not replicate last year's success. To avoid placing excessive pressure on employees, which could dampen morale and lead to adverse outcomes, I believe a 100 growth target is both objective and realistic, ensuring we do not undermine the company's momentum. After all, a 100 increase is still rapid growth. Su Lian scoffed but refrained from rebuttal, perhaps deeming Zhu Yifei's remarks too simplistic, perceiving them as overly sensitive. Wu Junmin chimed in. Yifei, the concept of good and bad years does not apply to business or the stock market. While we may have been fortunate last year, who says we cannot be even luckier this year? Moreover, both you and Xin Li Tao are about to graduate, allowing you to devote yourselves entirely to work and recruit talent from your alumni network, a significant advantage. I sense that Li Tao possesses numerous undisclosed strategies yet to be employed. Hence, I deem the target growth of 150 rather unimpressive and somewhat conservative. Ultimately, a target of 200 appears to be a feasible aspiration. The stage is set for you. Li Tao. Shun Li Tao chuckled. Let me first inquire with General Zhang. If we execute our recruitment strategy effectively this year, what would be the combat effectiveness of the newly hired employees? Can we attain the goal of generating 200,000 yuan in revenue per individual, which equates to 72 computers? Please share your thoughts, Fang Jie. Zhang Chunfang smiled radiantly. Thank you, General Shin, for granting me the opportunity to speak. I believe that under impeccable execution across various tasks, it is indeed realistic for new employees to generate 200,000 yuan each. The key lies in implementing effective incentives, such as increasing the base salary and shortening the probation period. However, the overall recruitment plan for 170 individuals seems somewhat conservative. I propose we round it up to an even 200. Shinli Tao responded, then please calculate how much additional salary, meal allowances, and other expenses would be required for the additional 200 hires. Zheng Chuanfang's smile widened. General Shun. To stimulate employee creativity and potential, we must significantly elevate the base salary. Last year, the starting salary for new employees was 900 yuan. Might we consider raising it to 100 this year? Coupled with performance bonuses and year-end rewards, the annual compensation should double to 26,000 yuan. Multiplied by 200, that totals 2 million yuan. This figure is substantial. Yet when calculated against the average revenue generation of 200,000 yuan, the average compensation of 26,000 yuan remains well below the critical threshold of 30, making it entirely manageable. Even with the most conservative estimate of 150,000 yuan in revenue per individual, such a target is entirely achievable. So there is no need for undue concern. Zhu Yifei interjected. Your calculations are flawed. Our recruitment strategy must be segmented into spring, summer, and autumn, as these new hires will not be working for a full 12 months. Why then are you computing based on an entire year? Su Li flicked her hair back and declared, Zhu Yifei, as chairman, your calculations are lacking. They pale in comparison to Zheng Chuanfang's. She presents the most lenient estimates. While you are nitpicking, it is crucial to recognize that the company operates in a volatile environment with numerous uncertainties. Allowing for ample leeway is the wisest approach. Moreover, we have only considered the salaries of new employees. What about the existing staff? If we increase their salaries by 20,000 yuan on average, that represents a significant sum, far exceeding your expectations. Sister Su, I concede your point, but that 20,000 only translates to an average of 5,000 000 per person, totaling 650,000 when multiplied by 130. What a minor issue. It is hardly a cause for concern. Zhu Yifei, I caution you, calculations must allow for sufficient room. The figure of 20,000 is the most conservative estimate. If we were to multiply by 2, we would arrive at 3 million. Do you truly believe that 3 million is insignificant for Feitao Company? I suspect you are becoming overly confident. Cost control is a vital strategy for our company's sustainable growth and advancement. As chairman, you should exemplify this principle and keep it at the forefront of your mind. Zhu Yifei's face reddened, and he found himself at a loss for words. As Su Lian's capabilities surpassed his own, and her influence was second only to Shun Litao's. Indeed, Shun Litao remarked, Sister Su makes a valid point. Yifei, you ought to learn from her. She is a formidable figure in the business world, adept at seizing the reins of increasing our primary business revenue. I propose a compromise. Setting the growth target for primary revenue at 160. Shun Litao typically addressed matters objectively, without bias. However, it was evident that Su Lian's imagination, judgment, and experience eclipsed Zhu Yifei's, thus supporting her was a common practice. Subsequently, Shun Litao elaborated on performance targets, particularly regarding net cash flow and Series A financing. Su Lian and Wu Juman spoke in succession. Zhu Yifei insisted, let us not overlook my input. A unanimous vote from the four of us would be truly perfect. Litao, I have thoughts on financing. I believe 30 million is somewhat inadequate. Why not aim for a round figure of 50 million in exchange for 25 equity? I trust Sister Su to handle it. If necessary, she can personally take on this sizable order, as her wealth exceeds 1 billion. Yifei, do not embellish my capabilities. While I do possess a 10-digit fortune, it is merely a slight excess. I am inclined to take on this significant order, yet I cannot shoulder it entirely. After all, Series A financing is our first step into the capital market. We cannot halt progress for my personal interests. Overall, I believe that a valuation of 200 million for our company is reasonable. However, seeking excessive financing at once could hinder the company's stable development. Therefore, a 20 stake is appropriate. Additionally, I hope we can avoid publicly discussing the allocation of shares post-financing. Rushing ahead may not always be advisable. What do you think? Litao? I concur. It would be best to secure 40 million in external financing. I estimate that offering 20 for 40 million in fade-out shares would be quite enticing. The key is to excel in our spring sales efforts. We have already achieved a strong start, generating 4 million in sales in January, a year-on-year increase of 340, which clearly demonstrates our potential. Let us now discuss the recruitment plan. We have reached a preliminary consensus, a total of 200 hires for the year, with a base salary of 100 yuan. Regarding the probation period, I believe 3 months is too long, while 1 month is too short. 2 months seems appropriate. How does that sound? The other three agreed unanimously. Shun Litao continued. The total target of 200 will be divided into 3 main segments. The marketing department will have 90, equating to 180 employees. The human resources department will have 5, which totals 10. The finance department will have 3, totaling 6. Additionally, I would like Su Wei to take on direct leadership of the security department, as she is my administrative assistant. Furthermore, Yifei can assist in overseeing this department, which requires the hiring of 4 security personnel to patrol each store. We will also need to recruit 10 cleaning staff as temporary workers, offering a monthly salary of 400 yuan. We can discuss their transition to permanent status at an appropriate time, but that should be at least 3 years away, as there is no shortage of such talent from housekeeping companies. Nonetheless, we must remain selective and prioritize quality. Although they are not formal employees, they are still part of the company, and we must not treat them as outsiders, lest we stir unrest and discord. Let us vote on these figures first. If there are differing opinions, please speak up. Litao, I believe we must first clarify one figure, the total number of stores. We currently have 330 employees. With a marketing department of 300, we can establish 27 stores, each staffed with 10 to 11 individuals. Any excess personnel will report to the marketing director, Tang Zhao, who will oversee procurement. If a single cleaner is responsible for 3 stores, we will need 9 in total. However, the company headquarters, especially the cafeteria, will require 2 additional cleaners, so it would be prudent to hire more cleaning staff, which will not incur significant costs. Is that agreeable? Zhu Yifei finally seized the opportunity, letting out a sigh of relief. All right, let's add 2 more cleaners. Please cast your votes. The 4 all voted in favor. and the discussion moved on to the details of the recruitment plan. Ultimately, it was decided that among the 180 employees in the marketing department, there would be 170 in sales, one procurement supervisor hired from the new recruits with a monthly salary of $2,000, one public relations supervisor with the same salary, prioritized from the new hires, and two public relations assistants with a salary of $1,200 each. The Human Resources Department will recruit one supervisor and one training supervisor, each with a salary of $200 yuan, along with 5 personnel officers. The Finance Department will hire one registered accountant with a salary of $3,000 and 2 cashiers with salaries of $1,400. The Security Department will employ 4 security personnel with a salary of $1,100, all of whom must be graduates of martial arts schools or veterans. Furthermore, Zhang Chufang was appointed as the primary leader responsible for recruitment, with Wu Junmin and Tang Zhao assisting. As for Shun Li Tao, he will serve as the chief examiner for the second round of interviews in the marketing department. Zhu Yifei is tasked with logistics support, particularly regarding the recruitment of cleaners and security personnel, while Su Lian will solely oversee the financial department's interviews. Have I made it through? It truly has not been easy. Saitama lay on the ground, gasping for breath, exhilarated by the scene before him. For 3 months, each time he completed the 200th round, he would succumb to unconsciousness, collapsing only after finishing the final step. Yet today, astonishingly, he managed to endure, although he fell. He did not lose consciousness. Instead, he felt an intangible force reignite within him, and at that moment, his armament hockey experienced a qualitative leap, advancing to the intermediate level. 200 rounds? No, I can go for another round. The transformation of his body filled Saitama with boundless excitement, his eyes shimmering with countless sparks, revitalizing his spirit as he resumed his push-ups. Pushing beyond his previous limits, Saitama astonishingly completed an additional 12 push-ups, accelerating with each repetition. An endless surge of power welling up from within him, granting his body a rebirth. With every push-up, he noticed strands of hair falling onto his face. Yet he paid it no mind. His heart brimmed with exhilaration. Saitama understood that he had achieved something remarkable. He had successfully surpassed himself, transcending the limits of his body. What did it matter if he became bald? What if he lost all his hair and became completely shorn? Such concerns were trivial. After all, he had transcended his own boundaries. In disbelief, Saitama collapsed after completing 2 consecutive rounds. The following day, he rose and trained until dusk, managing to complete 205 rounds before falling. On the 3rd day, he worked from morning until evening, astonishingly accomplishing 210 rounds before collapsing. On the 4th day, he again trained from morning until evening, and this time, he achieved an incredible 218 rounds before succumbing. The more he did, the stronger he became. Finally, one day, with relentless training, the limits within Saitama's body vanished entirely, and a torrent of power flowed forth. He felt the surge of strength, a fervent passion igniting within him, compelling him to train even harder. Through Saitama's dedication, he eventually found that he could wield boundless power without relying on rigorous training. Moreover, this newfound strength enhanced his armament hockey and observation hockey. Nurtured by this power, he had now mastered advanced armament hockey and top-tier observation hockey, even without employing hockey. Saitama felt that a single punch could extinguish the heavens and the earth. It had been 3 years since Saitama defeated the crab monster. That night, just past 11, Saitama, unable to sleep, gazed at his bald reflection in the mirror, still slightly unaccustomed to it. Yet, like his battle attire, he would eventually adapt, changing into his sleepwear. He ascended to the rooftop, sitting at the edge in contemplation. The year's deadline was approaching. He had become bald yet stronger, ultimately transforming into the hero he had always envisioned. Katakuri, I wonder how much you have grown over the past year? Meanwhile, on the side of the world government, the 9 leaders were informed of Katakuri's appearance on the Asian continent after being photographed by Kuma, inciting a mixture of shock and fury. After deliberation, they decided against public disclosure. After all, in a continent where the bounty on S-rank criminals barely reached tens of millions, the emergence of a pirate with a bounty of 534 billion yen would undoubtedly incite widespread panic among the populace. A moment's carelessness could lead to Katakuri slaughtering civilians. Though there were heroes present, their numbers were limited, and they would be incapable of apprehending Katakuri. Furthermore, if this information reached the public, what face would the world government have left? What semblance of justice could they claim? The people there only knew that the Grand Line harbored nations and pirates alike. Even 5 pirate emperors. However, even their bounties were not disclosed by the government, let alone those of Big Mom as subordinates. After all, apart from government forces and the Navy, no one from the Asian continent ventured to the Grand Line, and pirates and those from other nations could not cross over. The gates of the world had sealed off the routes to the Grand Line, permitting only Navy or government personnel to enter, with even vice admirals and CP3 agents conducting thorough inspections, preventing even the smallest mosquito from passing through. Thus, the 9 national leaders resolved to dispatch CP agents to assassinate Katakuri. Unfortunately, while the CP agents possessed considerable strength, none could contend with Katakuri, the only one with potential. Rob Lucci would also require time to develop. Whether from the government forces or the Navy, mobilizing them proved exceedingly difficult, even though vice admirals were powerful. Eliminating Katakuri would likely result in the deaths of several of them, along with countless civilian casualties. After further discussion, the world government covertly sent CP0 agents to negotiate with Katakuri, agreeing that as long as he refrained from harming civilians, considering his past restraint during his piratical days, they would not interfere with him and might even reduce his crimes. This serves as a strategic delay, for the world government is currently orchestrating plans to decisively vanquish the 5 emperors of the Grand Line. To this end, they have even covertly dispatched the fleet admiral and the 3 admirals to the naval headquarters, leaving only a handful of vice admirals to guard the government S-base. Thus, a compromise with Katakuri has been reached. Katakuri is fully aware of this situation, as the formidable intelligence capabilities of both the Big Mom pirates and the God pirates have granted him some insight. Naturally, he understands that even the 5 sea emperors have set aside their current grievances and are inclined towards clandestine cooperation. However, given the temporary peace and the absence of disturbances, Katakuri is more than willing to embrace this tranquility. After all, it is highly improbable that the government would launch an attack on the 5 emperors this year or next. Such an endeavor would require extensive preparation, regardless of technological advancements. Otherwise, they risk being overwhelmed by the alliance of the 5 emperors. The cost is one that the world government cannot bear. Moreover, should the world government falter, they could coordinate from within and launch an assault on the Asian continent, allowing Big Mom to reign supreme. Contemplating this, Katakuri acquiesced to the demands of the world government. After the disappearance of CP0, Katakuri conceived a plan. Since the world government chose not to interfere with him, he would join the Hero Association, confident that his formidable strength would secure him a position as an S-class hero. S-class heroes typically wield significant influence among the populace, as long as he refrained from harming ordinary citizens and instead targeted the vile and delusional fiends. He could leverage his contributions to society to apply pressure on the world government for his release. In the interim, he would enjoy favorable treatment, creating a win-win situation. What was there to lose? However, Katakuri underestimated the extent of the public's aversion to grotesque figures in this era. Should the populace learn of his pirate identity, save for those who found his appearance appealing, the rest would rally to support the government without hesitation. To them, pirates are synonymous with destruction and tyranny. Far worse than any monster, they are deemed deserving of death. Conversely, the people on the Grand Line, suffering under the scourge of pirates, yearn for heroes to emerge. Thus, regardless of one's appearance, even if one is a monster, as long as they save them, they would be hailed as heroes. Different environments breed different mindsets, such as the inevitability of life. Of course, Katakuri was oblivious to these nuances. He departed from the location, postponing his engagement with the Hero Association for the moment as he sought out someone. The time for their 1-year pact had arrived. The following morning, Saitama arrived at the site where they had established their 1-year agreement. The weather was splendid. Sunlight bathed him, illuminating his anticipation and making his bald head gleam even more. His white cape fluttered in the gentle spring breeze, further uplifting his spirits. The location of their pact was desolate, hundreds of miles away from any signs of life, with the nearest city, K-City, lying over 100 kilometers distant. Saitama's observation haki had confirmed that no one was around, save for a few animals and the occasional plant-based monster, which he swiftly dispatched. After waiting idly for a while, a dark figure emerged from the nearby woods. Upon spotting Saitama, the figure paused momentarily, scrutinizing Saitama's attire with curiosity. Saitama? Katakuri? Recognizing the bald figure before him as Saitama, the one with whom he had a year-long pact, the shadowy figure stepped into the light. With a tall stature, a stern countenance, clad in black metallic garb, Adorned with red tattoos and short hair, wearing a black and white scarf reminiscent of animal fur, and wielding a halberd, it was none other than Katakuri. Seeing this familiar silhouette, a subtle smile graced Saitama's lips as he reminisced about their evenly matched battle a year prior. He couldn't help but wonder how Katakuri's strength had evolved over the past year. Such anticipation was thrilling. The two shared a moment of intense eye contact, a flicker of combativeness igniting between them, creating ripples in the air. Soon after, Katakuri broke the silence. "How did you become bald?" With a hint of perplexity adorning his expression, and accompanied by Katakuri's curious demeanor and the astonishment gleaming in his eyes, the inquiry successfully breached Saitama's defenses. Could we refrain from discussing the baldness issue? Saitama gazed at Katakuri in exasperation, subsequently raking his fingers through his own scalp in a fit of frustration, seemingly on the verge of madness. Although he had been bald for several months and had grown accustomed to it, the sight of a former adversary witnessing this predicament was undeniably discomforting. However, Katakuri appeared unfazed by Saitama's sentiments, instead scrutinizing Saitama's bald head with a contemplative air. It seems Saitama's financial situation is rather dire. He appears to live a life of frugality, likely a consequence of excessive exertion and malnutrition. Didn't I say not to mention the baldness? Upon hearing Katakuri's analysis, Saitama's irritation surged, his expression animated as he clutched his bald head in a fit of exasperation, nearly losing his composure. Oh heavens! Why must the price of my power be this baldness? Witnessing Saitama in such a state, Katakuri finally grasped the gravity of the situation and ceased his analysis of Saitama's baldness. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Saitama's distress brought a subtle satisfaction to Katakuri. As though he had finally vented some pent-up frustration, Katakuri was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by this unexpected sentiment. After all, he had remained unshaken even in the presence of the Sea Emperor. It seemed that since encountering Saitama, his mindset had undergone a subtle transformation. Shaking his head, Katakuri dismissed these thoughts and turned his gaze back to Saitama, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. A year had passed. One couldn't help but wonder how much Saitama had progressed. Noticing Saitama still in his state of despair, Katakuri discreetly produced a small red candy from his hand, launching it towards Saitama with a flick of his fingers. Candy bullet. This is a technique employed by Katakuri for assassination, ambush, and testing the enemy. He transforms his machi into candy beans, subsequently coating them with a minimal amount of armament haki. With a speed akin to that of sound, he instantaneously appears before his adversary, piercing through their body like a bullet. It is a long-range sniping technique, and when paired with Katakuri's observation haki, it can rival the efficacy of large-scale sniper weaponry, leaving the enemy utterly defenseless. Katakuri is aware that this move cannot truly affect Saitama. After all, Saitama has also mastered observation haki, though the extent of his mastery remains uncertain. Perhaps this could serve as a means to gauge his abilities. Just as Saitama regained his composure, a red candy bean soared toward his eyes, reaching him in an instant. Instinctively, he snatched it from the air, examining it with curiosity. What? Upon witnessing this, Katakuri was taken aback. Although he had anticipated this scenario through observation haki, seeing it unfold before his eyes was still beyond his belief. Despite the candy bean being merely a test for Saitama and casually thrown, it contained immense force, powerful enough to penetrate several meters of steel. Yet Saitama had effortlessly caught it. Such a feat seemed achievable only by someone of the caliber of the Emperor of the Sea. Saitama, you have grown significantly stronger, Katakuri mused, his anticipation intensifying rather than yielding to trepidation. A year had passed. Even if Saitama surpassed him, he could not have done so by a substantial margin. For Saitama possessed no martial arts prowess, only sheer strength. Throughout the past year, Katakuri had continuously battled members of CP and various monsters, enhancing his own abilities considerably. He did not believe he would be defeated. In fact, he regarded this confrontation as an opportunity. The advanced haki he possesses has allowed him to grasp a fragment of its essence, yet without Big Mom's guidance, he remains unable to seize this fleeting opportunity. Perhaps, through this battle, he might comprehend and master the intricacies of advanced armament haki and conqueror's haki. Meanwhile, Saitama scrutinizes the red candy in his hand, gazing at it with curiosity before inquiring, "Is this for me to eat?" How considerate. Without waiting for Katakuri's response, he pops the candy into his mouth. A bit hard. Ugh, why is it so sticky? As he chews, his expression abruptly shifts, and he hastily expels the now melted and gooey candy from his mouth. Wiping his lips, he expresses his discontent. "Hey, Even if you bring me a gift, it shouldn't be something so unpalatable. It's not even cooked. That wasn't meant for you to eat, Katakuri retorts with a scoff, transforming his hand into a sticky rice dumpling before enveloping his trident. As his arm spins rapidly, he lunges towards Saitama at a speed near that of sound, striking fiercely. Saitama, momentarily stunned and caught off guard, is sent flying by Katakuri's assault. Sticky thrust. With Katakuri's cold voice echoing, the dumpling-covered trident whirls violently, slamming into Saitama's chest, propelling him backward and stirring up clouds of dust. Following the blow, Katakuri swiftly pursues, only to find that his trident didn't even tear Saitama's clothing. In response, he converts his left leg into a dumpling and extends both legs upward in a dramatic split, unleashing a flurry of legs imbued with armament haki, relentlessly assaulting Saitama's head. Calmly observing the torrential onslaught, Saitama feels no pain. Yet he can't help but admire Katakuri's devil fruit abilities, a faint smile of envy gracing his typically indifferent face as he reflects on his own attacks. Choosing to remain silent. After enduring hundreds of strikes, Saitama grows exasperated and casually throws a punch, shattering both Katakuri's trident and the numerous legs launching from all directions, creating a gaping hole in Katakuri's form. Katakuri gazes at Saitama in shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Although he had foreseen the punch with observation haki, the proximity left him no time to retreat. He could only elementalize his body, yet Saitama pierced through it effortlessly, though he suffered no serious injury. The punch left him shaken. Saitama has grown significantly stronger. With this realization, Katakuri swiftly retreats, stabilizing himself after a considerable distance, as the wound from Saitama begins to mend. Saitama, observing Katakuri's condition, furrows his brow in confusion, retracting his fist slowly. "Why are you holding back?" At Saitama's question, a cold glimmer flashes in Katakuri's eyes. He shifts his stance, removes his scarf, and with a wicked smile, gazes at Saitama's nonchalant expression. "You've indeed grown stronger. However, I will not be defeated." With that, Katakuri unleashes his full potential, transforming his hands into long dumplings, enveloped in potent armament haki. Corner dumpling. With a shout, Katakuri charges at Saitama, landing a punch squarely on his face, sending Saitama flying. He swiftly follows the trajectory of Saitama's flight, raining punches upon him with unrelenting ferocity, targeting vital points on Saitama's body. In response, Saitama meets Katakuri's attack with a punch of his own. A resounding boom reverberates as Saitama's fist demolishes Katakuri's dumpling armor, the force even causing Katakuri to cough up blood. Had he not been a devil fruit user and mastered advanced observation haki to foresee Saitama's strike, that punch might have shattered his arm. Exhaling deeply, Katakuri's right hand instantaneously regains its form, and he chooses not to engage in close combat with Saitama. Instead, he compresses his arms, coating them with armament haki, generating intense heat accompanied by flames as they soar towards Saitama like cannonballs. Grilled dumpling. A tremendous explosion erupts, creating a massive crater where Saitama once stood. However, Saitama has already leaped into the air, surveying the smoking pit below with a sense of foreboding. Phew, that was close. My clothes were nearly blown off. Seizing this moment, Katakuri swiftly restores his hands, then plants one on the ground, activating the awakened ability of his devil fruit. Instantly, the surrounding area transforms into dumplings, extending into countless enormous dumpling strands. Rain of sticky rice. Hundreds of dumpling strands ascend into the air, ensnaring the bewildered Saitama and pinning him to the ground, while the flowing dumpling attempts to suffocate him. However, moments later, the dumpling strands are mercilessly torn apart by Saitama's strength, falling to the ground. Ugh, this is really disgusting. Saitama grimaces after tasting the dumpling on his hand, quickly discarding it while brushing off his attire. Flowing dumpling. Observing this, Katakuri remains silent, letting out a scoff as the dumplings around him begin to writhe. Hey, what is happening?" Saitama exclaims in surprise as he struggles to maintain his balance, hopping about in a frenzy. Seeing Saitama's predicament, Katakuri narrows his eyes, and a cluster of dumpling ensnares Saitama's feet, causing him to fall onto the dumpling surface, subsequently binding him like ropes. Meanwhile, two beams of white light envelop Katakuri's fists, which now bear colossal fists imbued with armament haki. Unlike a year prior, when he could summon only 4 massive fists, he now commands 7. Unmatched sweet donut, super strength dumpling. Katakuri bellows, swinging his arm as he directs the 7 enormous dumplings to pummel the grounded Saitama. The dumplings rain down like a barrage of gunfire, relentlessly assaulting Saitama. Although Katakuri's attack relies on only 7 fists, it possesses far greater power compared to the hundreds of dumpling strands summoned earlier. In summary, the super-strength dumpling sacrifices quantity for enhanced power and speed. Saitama, expressionless beneath the immense force of the dumplings, endures their relentless assault until he is eventually propelled into the air, leaving behind a trail of white dumpling-like residue. At this moment, Katakuri summoned his double donuts, which moved like phantoms, encircling Saitama from all directions, and subsequently launched a frenzied assault upon him. After several hundred seconds, Katakuri retracted 2 of the double donuts, amplifying their size several-fold, transforming his fist into palms, and struck Saitama down as one would swat a fly. With a resounding clap, he executed his attack. Moments later, Saitama gently pushed against the 2 colossal palms, forcing them apart. Just as Katakuri began to react and utilized his observation haki, Saitama unleashed a flurry of 5 punches with both hands. In an instant, Katakuri was sent flying, his body riddled with 10 large holes, blood gushing from his mouth mid-air. His body fractured, and even his internal organs injured. Had Saitama exerted more force, Katakuri would have been gravely wounded or perhaps even dead. But due to Saitama's restraint and Katakuri's elemental transformation that mitigated some damage, he remained conscious. Nevertheless, the fire of battle burned fiercely in Katakuri's eyes. Just before hitting the ground, Katakuri transformed entirely into a massive donut, employing a wheel-like assault to pummel Saitama. Saitama remained unfazed, absorbing the onslaught, and then retaliated with a single punch. However, Katakuri skillfully leaped into the air, rolling as he reverted to his original form, then spun, transforming his arm into a dough-like substance that rapidly expanded, reaching above his head. Countless spikes emerged from his swollen doughy arm, imbued with haki, and he brought it crashing down upon Saitama, creating a massive crater several dozen meters deep in the now dough-like ground. The scene was not yet concluded. Katakuri, with his inflated arm, leveraged the stickiness of the machi to hoist Saitama upwards. He then commenced a rapid rotation around his own body, swinging Saitama like a meteor hammer, completing several revolutions before casting him into the air. Following suit, he leaped skyward, utilizing the properties of gravity in conjunction with his own strength to deliver an impactful strike upon a nearby hillock. Slice. Machi. With Katakuri's furious roar, the immense machi struck the ground, obliterating the hillock and triggering a violent tremor. Had the surrounding area not been transformed into machi by Katakuri, the earthquake would have undoubtedly affected K-City, located 100 miles away. In City A, the headquarters of the Hero Association, a report was made. Sir, a severe earthquake has occurred in the semi-arid region 100 miles from K-City, with potential repercussions for K-City itself. We must dispatch heroes to assess the situation, check for casualties, and determine whether the cause is natural or a result of villainous activity. Understood. In City G, G2 Government Military Division, a report was relayed to Major General Whitewolf. A strong earthquake has struck the semi-arid area near K-City, with tremors extending for dozens of miles. Should we send personnel to investigate? A short-haired beauty, donning glasses and brandishing a knife, stood beside a white-haired man in his 40s who was puffing on 2 cigars. Is there a specific epicenter? What about casualties? The short-haired beauty adjusted her glasses and continued. Satellites have scanned the area. There are no personnel within 100 miles, though there are 1 or 2 individuals in the outskirts of K-City. Before she could finish, the white-haired man interjected, there is a Hero Association branch in K-City, and heroes will respond. However, you must immediately assemble 30 elite soldiers proficient in moonwalk and shave and advance swiftly to the earthquake source. Such a significant quake does not seem to be a natural disaster. The beauty was taken aback. Major General, are you implying? Let us move. Satellites may not detect others. For the sake of our military's justice, we must investigate. If there are individuals trapped, we cannot miss the chance for rescue. The white-haired man donned his attire, grasped his haki-infused weapon, and exited. Villains are not solely the purview of heroes. As a candidate for the role of general in the government military, I must take responsibility. Dasky, remember this. Whether facing pirates or villains, we must act to eliminate unknown threats. We cannot allow the populace to suffer even the slightest harm. Having donned this cloak of justice, we must confront challenges bravely. This is both our duty and our righteousness. Even if there are no casualties, we must apprehend them in the name of justice. Upon hearing the white-haired man's words, Dasky saluted with reverence. Yes, smoker, sir. Returning to the battlefield, Katakuri, bloodied and panting amidst the swirling dust, wiped the blood from his face. He felt incredibly fatigued yet exhilarated. In his perspective, having endured such relentless attacks from him, Saitama must have sustained injuries. Victory was within reach. Saitama, no matter how formidable you are, after enduring so many of my attacks, you must be wounded, yet I am curious about your true strength. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Katakuri suddenly froze, sensing something and turning to see a figure emerging from the dust. "Oh, there you are." Saitama gazed at Katakuri, a hint of a smile appearing on his otherwise indifferent face. In response, Katakuri's expression turned fierce, compressing his left hand to generate heat and flames, while his right hand rapidly inflated, manifesting countless spikes as he charged at Saitama. "Saitama, to defeat you, I must give it my all." Saitama, momentarily taken aback, evaded the fiery fist hurled by Katakuri, and as Katakuri's right hand descended, Saitama appeared behind him. Katakuri, having anticipated this with his observation haki, raised his right hand to strike down upon Saitama. However, Saitama had already lifted his right hand, delivering a punch. Die. A crimson character for death appeared in Katakuri's mind as a massive red fist expanded within the shrinking pupils of his gaze, moving with such speed and force that it seemed to alter the very fabric of reality, enveloping Katakuri's mind in a sense of impending doom. Instinctively, Katakuri attempted to elementalize his body, but, gritting his teeth and hardening his resolve, ultimately chose not to evade, shielding his chest with his left hand. Katakuri's right hand remained suspended in the air as Saitama's fist drew ever closer, eventually halting just before Katakuri's face. A tempest arose, the terrifying impact buffeting Katakuri's body, yet failing to propel him away. Meanwhile, the clouds above scattered, radiating from Saitama's position. Why not evade? As the dust settled, Saitama's fist hovered before Katakuri, who stood still, calmly observing Katakuri, lost in thought. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. After a prolonged silence, Katakuri retracted his inflated right hand, struggling to speak, a faint smile gracing his lips. "We are rivals. If you did not evade me, why should I? You are formidable, Saitama. I have ultimately lost." With that, Katakuri's heavily injured body succumbed to gravity, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Saitama slowly withdrew his fist, gazing at the fallen figure before looking skyward, pondering in silence. Am I perhaps a bit too powerful? Katakuri's attacks had no effect on him. Although he had employed a series of ordinary punches, their power had not registered. Yet, the memory of Katakuri, who had pushed him to exert his utmost, lay defeated before him. The battle seemed to have lost its significance, for reasons unknown. A wave of loneliness washed over Saitama. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly realized something, hastily hoisting Katakuri onto his back, grabbing the discarded scarf, and heading toward the hospital. "Oh dear, I hope this guy isn't fatally injured." Shortly after Saitama's departure, dozens of figures clad in the distinctive white military uniforms of the government army leaped into the area, led by the white-haired man smoking 2 cigars, accompanied by the short-haired beauty swordswoman, Major General White Wolf. This is the sight. Smoker surveyed the surroundings, activating his observation haki, yet perceiving no presence. As one's observation haki reaches an advanced level, 2 paths emerge, one of broad perception and the other of future foresight. Smoker had honed his haki for future foresight, which limited his ability to sense distant presences. Furrowing his brow, Smoker swiftly arrived at the location where Katakuri and Saitama had battled. Observing the transformed expanse of Machi beneath him, enveloped in silence, already knowing the answer. "Major General White Wolf, what is this?" Dasky rushed over, witnessing the scene, her brow furrowing in concern. "Glutinous rice." Smoker responded with a faint murmur, his gaze fixed upon the glutinous mass on the ground, lost in thought. Upon hearing this, Dashki was momentarily taken aback, and then a realization struck her, leading her to exclaim in disbelief. Could it be that Smoker did not answer her query but was instead contemplating the aftermath of Katakuri's battle, filled with uncertainty? What could possibly provoke Katakuri to awaken his devil fruit abilities? Smoker pondered aloud, beginning to grasp the gravity of Katakuri's condition. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he commanded, "Check for any severely injured individuals in the vicinity." "Yes." In response to his order, the elite forces of the government swiftly dispersed, while Smoker moved purposefully in a particular direction. Vice Admiral White Wolf, could it be that Katakuri has sustained grave injuries? Who could have done this? Dashki inquired, adjusting her glasses, her expression grave. "I do not know, but this presents an opportunity," Smoker replied. transforming his lower body into smoke. He ascended into the air, leaving his words lingering in the space below. It is imperative to contain him, otherwise, the chance may slip away. After searching for over half an hour, the group found no trace of Katakuri, nor were there any civilian casualties in the area. Reluctantly, Smoker abandoned the search and took out his phone to report the situation to his friend, Admiral Akiji. Since we cannot locate him, shall we simply disregard it, Smoker? Akiji yawned, responding nonchalantly. Are we just going to let this pirate escape? Smoker demanded, his expression shifting. You know our objective is to target the emperors of the sea. Katakuri has no history of harming civilians. As long as we do not press him too hard, he will not attack innocent lives, Akiji explained. But, well, you know how Katakuri is. Let it be. The government has already made arrangements with him. Our primary concern is the matter of the 5 emperors. You should return to the headquarters and assume the position of admiral. At this, Smoker's expression darkened considerably, and he asked in a low voice, what of Black Panther? He disregarded our warnings and ventured into Crocodile's territory, returning severely injured. Smoker was left speechless, falling into silence for a moment before letting out a reluctant sigh. He subsequently ordered a retreat, and the naval forces quickly departed the scene. Not long after, the A-class Lightning Max arrived swiftly, assessing the situation before dialing the Hero Association headquarters. Saitama, carrying Katakuri, had no intention of heading to City K. Instead, he planned to bring him back to his own home, where he had some bandages. After all, even with Katakuri on his back, it would only take him about 10 minutes to return. Katakuri seemed to possess a robust vitality and would likely not perish anytime soon. Of course, there was another significant reason. He was short on funds. If he took Katakuri to the hospital, he would have to cover the expenses himself. Hospitalization was exceedingly costly. Since starting his training, Saitama had mostly managed to treat his injuries with minimal bandaging. He only visited the hospital when his mother was hospitalized. At other times, he wouldn't even consider passing by, given the exorbitant medical fees. As he walked, Saitama found himself entering a dense forest, soon realizing he had become lost. Lost? Huh? Saitama murmured, gazing vacantly around, feeling a slight headache. He leaned Katakuri against a tree and pulled down a branch to ascertain the position of the sun. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, with the sun blazing overhead. After determining the direction from the branch's shadow, he established a rough sense of where City Z lay. Suddenly, a sound emanated from above Saitama's head, prompting him to look up in confusion. He beheld an oak tree inexplicably emanating a green glow, its trunk forming a visage resembling a human face that stared down at him, while countless vines reached out toward him. Human. Boom. Before the oak creature could finish its sentence, a deafening crack echoed through the air as a gaping hole appeared in its trunk, green blood spraying everywhere as the tree's hollow, faceless form collapsed. With the demise of the oak monster, the forest erupted into chaos as innumerable vines lunged towards Saitama, yet they never touched him. He obliterated them with a single punch, vanquishing the creature along with its roots. Just as he landed, he noticed a vine ensnaring the unconscious Katakuri. He dashed over, swiftly severing it with a kick, and then delivered a punch that ended the plant monster's life. No sooner had he dispatched this creature than a star-shaped yellow monster appeared before him, only to be obliterated by another punch from Saitama. Growing increasingly irritated by the disturbances, Saitama activated his observation haki to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed something looming above him. Just as he looked up, a gargantuan purple flower with a human-like face descended from the sky, prompting him to casually punch it, causing it to explode and shower the ground in green blood. The ordeal was far from over. As soon as the use of observation haki was ceased, countless tendrils of monstrous branches lunged toward the two, only to be obliterated one by Saitama. He quickly hoisted Katakuri onto his back, evading the relentless onslaught of plant-like fiends until they could no longer assault them. Why are there so many monsters? Saitama muttered in discontent. Just as he set Katakuri down to gauge the sun's position, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. Suddenly, dozens of dark figures darted past, revealing an array of ape-like creatures before Saitama. Before they could make a move, he dispatched them with a single punch, sending their blood and entrails scattering through the air, creating a macabre rain of crimson. Indifferent to the gruesome spectacle, Saitama continued onward, carrying Katakuri. Beyond the trees lay a valley shrouded in darkness, blocking the sun's rays and causing Saitama some discomfort. Activating his observation haki, he scanned the surroundings and, upon detecting a patch of sunlight ahead, he proceeded toward it. Abruptly, he sensed a massive meteor hammer hurtling toward him from the left. Reacting swiftly, he leapt into the air to identify the source of the attack. There stood an ape-like creature, wielding the hammer and emitting guttural sounds, retracting the weapon with haste. Irritation washed over Saitama. Not due to the creature's incessant harassment, his immense power rendered them inconsequential, but because he needed to guard the unconscious Katakuri from any potential danger. After unceremoniously dropping Katakuri onto the ground, he evaded another incoming strike from the meteor hammer, retaliating with a punch that sent the creature, along with its weapon, flying off the cliff, dissolving into a gruesome heap. As Saitama dealt with the ape-like creature, two more emerged from the shadows, only to meet the same fate at the hands of his rapid punches. Sensing 13 more of the creatures charging toward him from behind, his patience evaporated. With a simultaneous swing of both hands, he unleashed a barrage of ordinary punches. In an instant, the 13 creatures were annihilated, leaving no trace behind. The force of his punches leveled the cliff before him, allowing sunlight to bathe Saitama in its warmth. Feeling the soothing rays, his agitated spirit found tranquility. Noticing the sun beginning to set, he retraced his steps just in time to see Katakuri, wounded yet resolute, emerging slowly. Upon seeing this, Saitama asked with feigned nonchalance, "You're awake? Thank you for your care," Katakuri replied, casting a glance at Saitama before swiftly employing his agility to depart. Uncertain of their current location, he feared that the Navy and CP members might pursue them if they were near the battlefield. Despite his grave injuries, he felt undaunted. However, if a vice admiral were to appear, his current state would surely spell disaster. Moreover, there was Saitama beside him. A year had passed, and Saitama's strength had surpassed all expectations. Though their acquaintance had formed through conflict, in just a year, Saitama had transformed from an equal opponent to a being capable of dispatching him with a mere flick of the wrist. The astonishing speed of growth left Katakuri utterly astounded. However, recalling that Saitama had mentioned during their spar a year prior that he had reached this level after 2 years of training, Katakuri found solace in the thought. After all, Saitama had transformed from an ordinary individual to someone of comparable strength in just 2 years. Thus, it seemed perfectly reasonable that, after a year had passed, Saitama's overwhelming power would surpass his own. Yet, unbeknownst to Katakuri, Saitama's journey was not merely a 2-year endeavor from mediocrity to parity with him. 2 years ago, Saitama already possessed a middling A-class level of strength and was subtly on the cusp of advancing to a higher tier. Of course, prior to that, although Saitama had engaged in training, he had scarcely faced life-and-death battles. Hence, starting his training at the age of 7. It took him until 22 to attain a solid A-class standing. After vanquishing the crab monster, Saitama was liberated from the constraints of academia and employment. Dedicating each day to rigorous training while simultaneously battling monsters, enduring countless life-and-death encounters, which enabled him to reach a level commensurate with Katakuri in merely 2 years. "I ultimately lack sufficient strength," Katakuri sighed inwardly, yet his fighting spirit was ignited by Saitama's prowess. He found it hard to believe that Saitama could achieve such success in 3 years while he himself, at 36, had become the foremost of the 4 emperors of the Big Mom pirates, endowed with exceptional talent yet unable to surpass a former rival who was once his equal. The most pressing matter now was to ascertain his location and find a place to recuperate. A hospital was out of the question, as CP members could easily strike without warning. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he made his way toward the area that Saitama had reduced to rubble. There, he could observe his current position, for a portion of the small mountain remained unscathed by Saitama's devastation. "Are you all right?" Saitama's voice emerged from behind, tinged with curiosity. Katakuri refrained from turning around, aware that Saitama had caught up and quickened his pace. "My self-healing ability is quite formidable," he replied in a somewhat muted tone. Saitama, relieved, chose not to probe further, trusting in Katakuri's assurance of his own capabilities. More importantly, he was spared the concern of Katakuri seeking compensation for medical expenses. As Saitama felt a sense of relief, Katakuri had already ascended the peak, his gaze roving as he activated his observation haki to survey his surroundings. However, Katakuri's observation haki allowed him to glimpse the future rather than sense his immediate environment, thus limiting the extent of his observations. Nonetheless, he could ascertain that he had distanced himself from the battleground where they had just fought, silently exhaling a breath of murky air. Katakuri squinted his eyes and turned his attention to Saitama, who had just arrived beside him. Saitama froze for a moment, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he thought, "Surely he doesn't expect me to cover his medical expenses." Katakuri, however, had not considered this. He merely wished to observe Saitama and discern the source of his formidable strength. Yet, upon examination, he found nothing remarkable and shook his head, stating, "I take my leave." With that he departed, leaving Saitama momentarily stunned before he too began to head homeward. As Katakariki employed his speed, he noticed that Saitama continued to follow him, prompting him to halt and solemnly inquire, "Saitama, why are you following me?" Saitama, taken aback, scratched his bald head, feeling somewhat perplexed, and replied, "Why would I follow you? I'm just heading home." Upon hearing this, Katakariki's gaze gradually grew distant, lost in contemplation. Though this place is pleasant, it ultimately does not feel like home. With a soft sigh, Katakuri suddenly recalled Saitama's words, and a flicker of suspicion arose within him. He quickly inquired, "Saitama, where do you live?" "My home?" Saitama paused, then replied nonchalantly, "In the uninhabited zone of City Z. Why?" Upon hearing Saitama's answer, Katakuri's pupils constricted, solidifying the speculation that had taken root in his mind. Minutes later, the two arrived at the uninhabited zone of City Z. As they passed a building near the overpass, Saitama halted, declaring, "We're home." At this, Katakuri calmly regarded Saitama, silently noting the location of his residence before proceeding to his own. Along the way, Katakuri mentally calculated the proximity of their homes, only to discover, upon returning to his own dwelling, that they were a mere 3 kilometers apart. Why had he not realized Saitama lived in this vicinity before? He silently grumbled to himself as he retrieved some bandages and medicine from his cabinet to tend to his wounds. As a pirate, he certainly possessed basic medical knowledge. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Saitama removed his combat attire and, after taking a shower, proceeded to wash his fighting clothes and gloves. After changing into his pajamas, he made his way to the kitchen, boiled some water, retrieved noodles from the refrigerator, placed them in a pot, and brought them to a boil, adding a splash of cold water before continuing to cook. After 3 rounds of this process, Saitama drained the noodles, discarded the broth, and spent 5 minutes rinsing the noodles in cold water. He then drained them thoroughly, retrieved some seasoning and grated radish from the fridge, mixed them into the noodles, and added a sprinkle of green onions per his preference before turning on the television. "Tonight, I shall enjoy soba noodles." The main narrative begins here. While this novel will follow the original plot, I shall slightly adjust the timeline and address any plot holes, so rest assured. Moreover, the frequency of monster attacks in this story will exceed that of the original, as the Hero Association is understaffed, necessitating an increase in heroes, including S-Class. Of course, the standards will also be elevated, leading to certain pirates being designated as S-Class heroes. The following morning in City A, tranquility reigned. Crowds bustled about, each individual tirelessly toiling for their livelihood. The frenetic pace of life vividly encapsulated the essence of the Asian continent. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, as the headquarters of a certain corporation was engulfed in a massive blast, reducing the entire structure to rubble. The tremendous sound startled those nearby, prompting a frantic escape, while occupants of neighboring skyscrapers rushed to their windows to witness the chaos. Before long, a wave of heat surged forth, accompanied by numerous blue orbs of light cascading to the ground, annihilating countless buildings and stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, what once was a bustling neighborhood now lay in ruins, leaving behind a gaping crater. In its center, a figure slowly rose, clad in deep blue. With muscular form exuding strength, he appeared incensed, veins bulging as he leapt into the air. Drawing a deep breath, he conjured countless blue spheres of light, bellowing furiously as he hurled them towards the city, creating catastrophic explosions in their wake, reducing everything to dust. At the Hero Association headquarters, alarms blared throughout the control room. The formidable threat posed by the monster was palpable, and should it breach the main office, the association's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. "Are there no heroes present?" a man exclaimed, glancing at the red alert flashing on the screen. A young girl, her voice ringing out, replied, "Lightning Max and Smiling Hero are en route, along with other A-Class heroes and below at the association. Quickly declare the disaster level and dispatch S-Class heroes. The destructive capacity indicates at least a demon-level threat, possibly even dragon level. What S-Class heroes are currently at the base?" Metal Bat and Death Surgeon are on standby. Assign Metal Bat to guard, while Death Surgeon goes to eliminate the monster. We cannot allow it to breach the Hero Association headquarters. Before S-Class heroes arrive, send out all A-Class and B-Class heroes. Understood. In City A, the G1 division of the government military stood ready. The Asian continent and the Grand Line each housed 4 military divisions, with City A's G1, City D's G2, and City H's G4, while the Grand Line contained G5 through G8. Later, the Navy was established, and G5 to G8 were rebranded as Navy divisions, each staffed by a major and 3 or more junior officers. Amidst the chaos, Major Snow Dolphin observed the disaster alert on the screen, inhaled deeply, donned his specially crafted white justice cloak, and grasped his trusty sword, Avalanche, before stepping out. 3 junior officers had already rushed out to confront the enemy. But given the situation, it was evident they were facing a demon-level monster. He had no choice but to intervene. I hope the Hero Association is swift in their response. On the battlefield, Lightning Max, Smiling Hero, and the 3 junior officers lay amidst the rubble, unconscious. Nearby, other heroes, such as Spring Mustache, Crescent Brow, and Non-Licensed Rider, were also injured and utterly defenseless. Can mere humans truly contend with such a creature? A-class hero, Blue Flame, gazed at the vaccine man, his expression vacant and filled with dread. The monster strode past them, not even glancing in their direction, continuing towards the densely populated area. Lightning Max and Smiling Hero had been knocked out by the blue spheres before they even laid eyes on the monster, serving as a grim warning. The 3 junior officers had managed to resist for a few minutes before being sent flying, unable to inflict even a scratch on the monster, and the remaining A, B, and C-class heroes were equally powerless. A total of 31 heroes, 3 Navy junior officers, and 17 Navy brigadiers had all suffered defeat. Behold, the magnitude of the explosion. The destruction wrought by the monster is unprecedented and continues to escalate. The Hero Association has just classified this disaster level. Before the reporter could finish, a tremendous crash echoed, followed by a scream, abruptly cutting the live broadcast, leaving only a distorted screen featuring a bald figure. As Saitama observed the chaotic scene of the monster's colossal explosion, he felt a twinge of intrigue. Let us go. Donning his combat attire, Saitama stepped outside, transitioning from the shadows into the light. With each heavy footfall, he emerged into the sunlight, raising his fist defiantly. Justice shall be served. In City A. The monster advanced steadily towards the Hero Association headquarters, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Suddenly, the creature paused, its expression shifting. A blue barrier rapidly enveloped it, passing through its form without inflicting harm. What is this? The peculiar individual cast a disdainful glance at the barrier, his right hand clenched into a fist, and a sphere of azure light materialized beside him, hurtling towards the obstruction. To his astonishment, the anticipated explosion failed to occur. The blue orb passed effortlessly through the barrier, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Command Rod. A dispassionate voice echoed as the debris surrounding the vaccine man was suddenly lifted into the air, revealing a figure gradually emerging from the ruins. This individual bore a somewhat fashionable appearance, with a cool demeanor accentuated by a spotted white beanie atop his head, deep-set eyes, and arms adorned with tattoos resembling turtle shells. A small patch of facial hair graced his chin, and he wore a yellow outfit with black sleeves, emblazoned with a smiley face motif. He was the 11th in the S rank, the death surgeon, affectionately dubbed Doctor by his admirers. Observing the strange man, the doctor allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, a wicked smile forming as he directed his upward-pointing index finger downwards. Instantly, a torrent of debris rained down upon the peculiar individual, pinning him beneath the weight. The earth-shattering sound of an explosion erupted from beneath the ruins, reducing the rubble to ashes. The vaccine man slowly rose, only to find that the figure before him had vanished. Slaughterhouse. A voice emanated from behind the peculiar man, as a figure appeared, smiling, with the renowned blade, Onikuri, drawn in hand. High-frequency scalpel. The doctor's voice, slightly aloof, announced as his weapon, imbued with an aura of dominance, swiftly struck the strange man 5 times in rapid succession before being sheathed once more. With the moment the blade returned to its scabbard, 5 green gashes manifested upon the vaccine man's body, having witnessed no motion of the knife, yet feeling the ferocious slashes upon his form. Soon after, silence enveloped the location of the peculiar man, yet the doctor remained vigilant, delivering several more strikes to the spot where the peculiar man had stood. At that moment, a tall blue figure emerged slowly from the dust. The doctor's pupils constricted in shock as he realized that his attack had merely left a few shallow gashes on the creature's chest, with green blood oozing forth. Yet, it was an inconsequential wound, not even qualifying as a minor injury, merely one that could not heal. I sensed the power of a demon within you. The creature, sensing the doctor's altered demeanor, began to speak, and astonishingly, its chest wound began to mend. Then, with its fist clenched, dozens of blue orbs of light coalesced, and one was propelled forward with tremendous force, resulting in a massive explosion. However, the doctor's figure had vanished without a trace. In the death surgery chamber, countless slashes rained down upon the creature from all directions. The doctor's form materialized to the left of the creature, wielding his blade, which unleashed multiple successive slashing attacks upon it. Simultaneously, his left hand commanded debris to strike the vaccine man, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Although the slashes could breach the creature's flesh, the wounds were superficial, healing almost instantaneously. The doctor's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. After all, even a high-frequency scalpel could only leave minor marks, let alone ordinary slashes. Though he possessed the ability of armament hockey, it was merely in its rudimentary form, incapable of severing the creature into segments, and he was still a step away from awakening the fruit's true potential, thus naturally foreseeing the result. Seizing a moment of distraction from the creature, the doctor's figure vanished in an instant, his left hand gripping a green, sharp spike, reappearing behind the creature and plunging it into the vicinity of its heart. The position of the heart is unlikely to change, Gamma Blade. As the doctor's voice faded, the green spike pierced into the creature's heart. The creature shrieked in agony, spewing forth several gouts of green blood, and subsequently, with a powerful punch, sent the doctor hurtling hundreds of meters away. Yet it was not over. As the doctor was flung aside, the vaccine man suddenly appeared behind him, delivering a punch that drove him to the ground, where a protruding steel rebar awaited directly beneath him. At that moment, a dark figure sprang into action, swiftly catching the falling doctor. Upon landing gracefully and regaining stability, the figure placed the doctor down and urgently inquired, "Are you all right, doctor?" "I am fine," the doctor replied, steadying himself as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze shifted to the grotesque being that had just collapsed to the ground, clutching its chest and emitting anguished cries, a grave expression crossing his face. The creature had been struck by its own gamma knife, piercing right through its heart. Yet it had not perished. "You managed to injure me. Quite impressive. You have earned the right to be remembered by me, the Earth's apostle. What is your name?" "The Surgeon of Death." The doctor regarded the creature with an air of aloofness, yet the seriousness in his eyes betrayed the tumult within his heart. At this moment, the strange figure slowly turned to the adjacent silhouette, completely enveloped in black and adorned with explosive muscles, and inquired, "So, what manner of creature are you?" "I am the 7th-ranked, super alloy black light. You are formidable, indeed, for having defeated the doctor. But you shall serve as a mere stepping stone on my path to becoming the strongest muscle in the world." Super alloy black light gazed at the strange figure, his eyes aflame with determination. Upon his arrival, he had witnessed the strange figure hurling the doctor away, even while under the assault of the doctor's ultimate technique, the Gamma Blade. Thus, he was acutely aware of the strength before him, yet he remained unyielding in his belief that he would not be vanquished. The strongest muscle in the world? Upon hearing Super Alloy Blacklight's proclamation, the strange figure's veins bulged, his eyes began to redden, and the muscles across his body swelled ominously. His fingernails transformed into claws several meters long, and fangs emerged from his mouth. If the strange figure had retained any semblance of humanity before, he could no longer be deemed human now, nor even classified as a humanoid monster. "You dare approach me, an apostle of Earth, with such superficial reasoning? Die!" With a furious roar, the strange figure lunged at Super Alloy Blacklight with a claw. Super Alloy Blacklight, confident and unwavering, simply braced his arm and stood his ground, ready to withstand the onslaught of the strange figure. Clang! The strange figure's attack struck Super Alloy Blacklight. Yet that claw, capable of rending steel, met resistance akin to diamond, failing to even pierce his skin. With a triumphant smile, Super Alloy Blacklight unleashed a powerful punch, landing a blow squarely on the strange figure's face. But in an instant, the strange figure regained his composure. The claws of the strange figure retracted, and he retaliated with a punch to Super Alloy Blacklight's face, but it merely caused a slight turn of Super Alloy Blacklight's head, inflicting no damage whatsoever. "I told you, I possess the strongest muscles in the world." Super Alloy Blacklight bellowed with exhilaration, then delivered an uppercut that struck the strange figure's chin, forcing him to stagger backward, before unleashing a flurry of blows upon his body. Before long, Super Alloy Blacklight paused, astonished to find that the strange figure's body had only sustained a few shallow dents. His strikes, capable of penetrating titanium, had failed to breach the strange figure's defenses. At that moment, the figure of the strange being gradually reverted to a humanoid form, twisting its neck before charging forth with a clenched fist. Observing this, The alloy blacklight met the charge head-on. Countless fists collided, and the visceral nature of their assault stirred the blood within the onlookers. The blows from the creature struck the alloy blacklight with no discernible effect, while the alloy blacklight grew increasingly confident with each exchange. After several minutes of relentless combat, the vaccinator felt fatigued and swiftly leaped backward, landing gracefully several meters away. It became evident to him that the alloy blacklight was not merely enduring. Rather, his attacks were incapable of inflicting any genuine harm. With a flourish of his hands, numerous energy spheres coalesced in the air, enveloping both the death surgeon and the alloy blacklight before crashing down upon them. Room of slaughter. The doctor was taken aback, and a spatial barrier unfolded instantaneously, causing both him and the blacklight to vanish, leaving behind a multitude of explosions. As the dust settled, the two figures materialized not far away. Before they could catch their breath, the creature suddenly appeared beside the doctor, delivering a punch that sent him hurtling away, after which it vanished from sight. Doctor! The alloy black light bellowed in fury, rushing toward the trajectory of the doctor's flight. Yet, a sinister voice echoed from behind him. Perhaps you should pay heed to your own well-being. As the words fell, an array of luminous orbs descended upon the alloy black light, resulting in a tremendous explosive shockwave. The searing gust of heat swept through the area, with the alloy black light experiencing the full force of the onslaught. These luminous orbs, though not capable of inflicting injury, astonishingly evoke a sensation of pain within him. As the alloy black light defended himself, he was simultaneously engulfed in shock. Suddenly, the monstrous adversary seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to alloy blacklight's abdomen, sending him hurtling away, disappearing from sight. Humph. Just because I cannot injure you does not mean I cannot cast you aside. With a cold snort, the creature resumed its rampage through the city, advancing toward the headquarters of the Hero Association. After all, the destruction of the Hero Association was paramount. Even if the city were laid to waste, it could be rebuilt. But without the Hero Association, the global government would lose a significant ally. That previous strike utilized a special ability, propelling both individuals several dozen miles away, thus requiring some time for a return. This brief moment is more than sufficient to obliterate the Hero Association. Suddenly, a distant sound of weeping interrupted the creature's musings. As it approached slowly, it beheld a small girl crouching amidst the ruins, sobbing and calling for her parents. The repugnant sound of her cries. The creature known as Vaccine Man inched closer, standing behind the little girl, a sinister grin spreading across its face as its right hand began to swell. Reaching out toward her, just as its grasp was about to close around the girl, a flash of yellow darted past, swiftly rescuing her and leaving the creature's hand grasping at nothing but air. Turning to the side, the creature beheld a figure clad in yellow, with a white cape billowing in the air, gently placing the unconscious girl down. Veins bulging with rage, it demanded, "Who are you?" The newcomer was none other than Saitama. Upon arriving in City A and witnessing the creature's devastation of nearly half the city, he felt a flicker of anticipation. The clash between the doctor and the monster had revealed its location, prompting him to rush over just in time to save the girl from impending doom. After ensuring the little girl was safe, Saitama caught a glimpse of the creature and smirked, standing up with an unmistakable air of nonchalance, a hero spurred by mere curiosity. In this desolate expanse, the unique timbre of Saitama's voice reverberated, imbued with a profound emptiness as if all emotion had been stripped away. What is this absurdity? The grotesque figure turned to Saitama and declared, "Humanity incessantly ravages the environment. I have emerged by the will of Mother Earth. I am the Vaccine Man." With a forceful thump on his chest, the Vaccine Man's eyes reddened, veins bulging, fangs bared, and his body began to swell, exuding an aura of intense fury. The Earth is alive, and you humans are the pathogens that incessantly erode its vitality. I was summoned into existence by the Earth's will to eradicate the harmful civilization you have created. You claim this is merely out of curiosity? Such reasoning is hardly sufficient to confront me, the Earth's apostle. Truly, humanity deserves my wrath. Observing the swelling Vaccine Man, Saitama's interest deepened. Before the creature could finish his tirade, Saitama unleashed a powerful punch. A resounding crash echoed as the Vaccine Man's form was obliterated, scattered into countless pieces, while the surrounding darkness dissipated under Saitama's might. With smoke rising from his right hand, Saitama surveyed the remnants of the Vaccine Man, now reduced to a shattered heap. Green blood oozing from the remains. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Another foe vanquished with a single blow. How infuriating! Saitama's roar echoed through the air. After a brief moment, he stood despondently, relieved to see that the little girl was unharmed, merely unconscious. He hastily departed, for tomorrow in City D, a grand sale at the supermarket awaited him, and he could not afford to squander any more time. Shortly after Saitama's departure, General Snow Porpoise arrived, staring in shock at the remains of the vaccine man. Who could have slain this dragon-level monster? As he pondered this, the alloy Blacklight and the Death Surgeon also arrived, accompanied by Lightning Max, Smiling Hero, and 3 naval brigadiers, who approached slowly, supporting one another. General, we have failed our mission and could not protect the citizens. We are willing to accept punishment. One brigadier, having seen General Snow Porpoise, spat blood and directly requested a military trial, showing no desire to evade accountability, while the others remained silent, clearly sharing the same sentiment. It is not your fault. General Snow Porpoise waved his hand, indicating he had no intention of punishing them. Instead, he turned to Alloy Blacklight and inquired, "Do you know who dispatched this monster?" Alloy Blacklight looked at him in confusion. "Wasn't it you who defeated it?" Realizing the implication, General Snow Porpoise turned to the Death Surgeon, who was gazing in shock at the vaccine man's remains, while Lightning Max, Smiling Hero, and the others gathered with astonished expressions, staring at a figure slowly rising from the monster's carcass. It was a being drenched in green blood, a claw mark marring its left cheek, sporting a golden pompadour, and clutching a disc of a dating simulation game. Accompanied by a series of unknown rumblings, this figure emanated an aura of immense strength and stature. Moments earlier, amidst the ruins, a golden-haired figure frantically searched for something. The recent explosion had startled him, causing him to accidentally drop the dating simulation game he had painstakingly acquired. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he boldly sought out the lost treasure. It must have fallen here. I can only hope it remains intact. I must hurry. I cannot linger here any longer. Even if the explosions have ceased, the battle is far from over. As he walked, his gaze suddenly fixated on a disc case not far away. That disc must be it. Surely it is unharmed. Elated, he dashed towards it, only to trip over the vaccine man's remains, landing squarely in a pool of green blood, the giant eye of the vaccine man looming nearby. Raising his head, the golden-haired man felt something sticky on his face. He picked up the disc not far away and, in full view of the onlookers, struggled to his feet. Soon after, the headquarters of the Hero Association received news of the monster's defeat, and joy erupted among the high-ranking officials. "Oh, splendid! Indeed, no monster can stand against us. Ha ha ha. Who was responsible for this? They must receive the credit they deserve." At this moment, the image of the blonde man, drenched in green blood, was presented before the high-ranking officials of the Hero Association. Is it truly him? The scene was filled with numerous heroes and government troops, all gazing in utter shock at the blonde man covered in green blood. Qian, with his prominent eyebrows, pointed towards the man sprawled on the shattered stones, exclaiming, "Look, those pieces of flesh scattered at his feet." Dual Falling Hero remarked, "Could it be?" The spring-mustached man, battered and bruised, stared at the figure with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. How on earth did he defeat that incomprehensible monster? The unlicensed knight added, and single-handedly, no less. Qing Yin remarked, "I had heard whispers of this." The blonde man, feeling the intense scrutiny of the heroes and government troops upon him, was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing faster, yet his expression remained unchanged as he yearned to escape swiftly. At that moment, a helicopter descended gently from the sky, and Zekingel, an official of the Hero Association, stepped down. With palpable excitement, he approached the blonde man and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is this man. No, it is truly you. It is an honor to have such a formidable ally standing by our side." Before the blonde man could offer an explanation, Zekingel interrupted him, his tone infused with deep admiration as he continued, "I am aware." At this moment, the blonde man was taken aback. "Does he know? What does he know?" Zeginger continued, "I am aware that you do not wish to bear these honors. Whether it was the king of the summit, the Maltose sovereign, or even this time-esque dragon-level monster, you have vanquished them but are reluctant to accept these accolades, which illustrates your disinterest in fame and fortune. However, we shall not allow such a true hero to remain obscured. I, Zeginger, hereby extend a formal invitation on behalf of the Hero Association for you to join us. We will undoubtedly offer you the most generous treatment." The blonde man stood speechless. "Is this what you call knowing? I am but an ordinary person." He showed no regard for Zeginger, coldly dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "I refuse." With that, the blonde man turned and departed, leaving behind only a towering, cold, and majestic silhouette amid the resounding echoes of his retreat. He could not linger any longer. The blond man felt that if he stayed much longer, he might suffer a cardiac failure. A day later, in City D, Saitama successfully arrived at a supermarket amidst a grand sale event. Upon exiting the elevator, Saitama glanced at the time and noted that there were still 4 hours left before the sale concluded. He had ample time to stock up. With this thought, Saitama let out a sigh of relief. The burden in his heart finally lifted. He then grabbed a basket and commenced his shopping spree. After approximately an hour, Saitama reached the seafood section. As he approached a freezer, he picked up some frozen seafood but paused momentarily. Before him lay a package of redstone crabs. Crabs, coupled with an exterior strikingly similar in color. This reminded him of the crab-like creature, as well as the journey of his own self-improvement. Everything surged in an extraordinarily vivid manner within Saitama's heart. Reflecting back, 3 years have elapsed since that time. In pursuit of strength, I have relentlessly engaged in training and battled various monsters. A year ago, my excessive training led to my baldness. Yet, under the grueling regimen, I attained unparalleled power. I believed I had fulfilled my aspiration of becoming a hero. However, for reasons unknown, a sense of emptiness lingered within me. A total of 482 yen. While contemplating, Saitama arrived at the counter, rummaging through his wallet, and handed the cashier a 500 yen coin. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he might have some change, prompting him to open his wallet once more. Just a moment. Boom. A colossal sound resonated from outside, akin to an earthquake, causing the entire shop to tremble as if it were on the verge of collapse. The tremendous vibration sent coins rolling from Saitama's wallet, and it took him a considerable time to locate his change, only to find that the cashier had vanished. Boom. Stunned, Saitama heard another tremendous noise, and the roof of the floor he occupied was instantly torn away, a blinding light illuminating his bald head. From a broader perspective, the town had disappeared, replaced by a footprint spanning several hundred square meters. Stepping outside, Saitama gazed upward to behold a towering, naked giant, upon whose shoulders stood a man clad in a white coat and glasses, who appeared utterly exhilarated by the spectacle, occasionally calling out with fervor. Observing this, Saitama leaped, his form instantly manifesting upon the giant's right shoulder, his curious gaze scrutinizing the colossal being. Hearing the giant softly murmur phrases like "I am the strongest," and witnessing the excitement of the man in the white coat, who claimed to be the giant's brother, Saitama inquired with a hint of sarcasm. "How does it feel to be the strongest?" The man in the white coat was momentarily taken aback, turning toward the source of the voice, and was astonished to see a shining bald head. "Huh? How is there a person there?" he exclaimed, his tone laden with disbelief. Ignoring him, Saitama remarked, "Could you kindly put on some underwear?" Incensed, the man in the white coat clenched his teeth and shouted, "Eliminate the person on your shoulder." Upon hearing his brother's command, the giant paused, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. Moments later, the giant brought his hand down upon his own shoulder, crushing his brother as one might a mere mosquito. After the strike, he stared at the blood and the familiar white coat in his palm, momentarily dumbfounded. A few moments later, he let out a heart-wrenching, desolate roar. "Brother, why has this happened? I merely wished to become the strongest. I finally achieved it." The giant, gripped by sorrow, clenched his fist, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he gazed down at Saitama, who stood smiling upon his shoulder. He seized Saitama and hurled him to the ground with such force that an entire building was reduced to rubble. "Because of you, my brother is gone." With a thunderous cry, the giant leaped, delivering a series of relentless punches to Saitama, stirring up clouds of dust. The strongest. This is the strength of U.S. brothers. As the dust settled, the former city had vanished, replaced by a vast, deep crater. "I'm the strongest," the giant bellowed, panting heavily. Yet when he glanced at the bloodied remnants in his hand, he was overcome with grief, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. He and his brother had grown up together, relying on one another after their parents' demise, their bond profound. One sought the strength of power, the other the wisdom of intelligence. Despite their lofty aspirations, they had never mocked one another, always offering mutual support. Their brotherly bond was a sentiment beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. One could say that his brother was his everything, the very motivation for his quest for strength. Yet now, that beloved person was gone, and he had been the one to take his life. Though he had grown massive, unlike those monsters, he had not lost his sanity. He bore no overwhelming desire for slaughter, merely a yearning to dominate the world. Now, he had finally become the strongest in his eyes. But what did it matter to be the strongest? How hollow it feels, doesn't he? A detached yet distinct voice echoed from the depths of the giant's crater. And Saitama leapt from the pit to stand before the giant's astonished gaze, delivering a single punch that shattered his spinal cord, tilting his head askew. Such overwhelming power is truly tedious. Upon the conclusion of his words, the giant's massive form crashed down upon City B. Oh no. Boom. City B, obliterated. In the evening, Saitama emerged from a convenience store near the uninhabited zone of City Z, carrying his dinner, lost in thought. The world's evils persist unceasingly. Even after becoming a hero, this has not changed. It suggests that I have failed to make any impact on society. Yet, I do not feel sorrow, rather. I am troubled. Saitama's gaze shifted to the side, where an orange cat was grooming itself. That is to say, I sense my emotions are gradually fading. He approached, crouching down, and set down his bag, extending his arms. However, the orange cat merely glanced at him, meowed, and scampered away. Whether in fear or joy or even anger, those feelings have slowly dissipated. Have I, in gaining immense power, lost something fundamentally significant to my humanity? A sound interrupted Saitama's reverie. He turned to see a humanoid monster rummaging through a car's engine. I dig, I search. Saitama chose to ignore him, despite being a monster. As long as he did not commit murder, Saitama would not intervene. He held no inclination to attack a monster without cause. To him, they were no different from humans, merely differing in appearance. Of course, if a monster engaged in theft or robbery, he would intervene, but only to knock them unconscious and leave them at the police station, offering them a lesson without taking their lives. As he was tidying his bag, the monster approached Saitama. Since you saw me, I have no choice. I am the modified car robot 649Z Mark II. Disregarding the words of the peculiar individual behind him, Saitama continued his introspective contemplation. In my past battles, my heart would be stirred by a multitude of emotions, terror, anxiety, and rage. Yet now, I find myself devoid of such feelings. At that moment, the eyes of the peculiar individual shimmered with a golden light as he pointed at Saitama's bald head, declaring, "If you dare to interfere with my words, I shall transform your dazzling headlights into taillights." Upon hearing this, Saitama deduced that this strange being had indeed taken lives before. Coupled with his disdain for comments about his baldness, he retaliated instantly. With a resounding thud, the automobile-themed monster's words were cut short by a single punch from Saitama, obliterating him in an instant. After dispatching the creature, Saitama could not even be bothered to brush off his hands. He merely tidied up his belongings before heading home. Tonight, he thought, would be a delightful occasion for egg rice. Upon returning home, after enjoying dinner and washing his gloves, Saitama sank into the bathtub, reflecting on the lack of any spiritual clash during his recent battle with the monster. Being a hero is merely a hobby for me. As long as I find joy in it, that's all that matters. The following morning, the sun shone brilliantly, illuminating the world around him. Everything is splendid as ever. Yet something unusual lurked beneath the surface. Boom! A thunderous sound jolted Saitama from his slumber. As he sat up, the walls of his house collapsed in an instant, and a massive brown hand grasped his head. Stunned, Saitama swiftly pushed the giant hand away, only to be sent flying by a retaliatory punch. My home. Saitama gazed at the ruins of his dwelling, filled with rage, when suddenly, a colossal figure loomed behind him, delivering a powerful strike. Saitama's instinctive foresight had already anticipated this moment, allowing him to counter with a punch that sent the shadowy figure reeling. Yet, he was struck by another assailant, crashing into a bridge pillar. Drip! A trickle of blood streamed from his forehead as disbelief washed over Saitama's face. He had, against all odds, sustained an injury. A towering figure now overshadowed him, and as Saitama looked up, he beheld a creature entirely brown, its eyes glowing red, with a grotesque visage staring back at him. Impressive, Saitama remarked, addressing the creature. What are you? The monster, displeased with the inquiry, retorted, What are we? How rude. We are the true inhabitants of Earth. Saitama, however, seized upon a crucial detail in the creature's words. We? The monster continued, It seems you humans refer to us as the subterraneans. No sooner had the words left its mouth than hundreds of subterranean beings emerged from the shadows. Our numbers are ever increasing, compelling us to rise to the surface. Yet, it appears there are quite a few surface dwellers as well. If this continues, you shall become our impediments. Thus, we must request your extinction. Since our invasion of the surface, 70% of your kind has already perished. This, too, is merely a survival competition. We hope you will accept this reality with grace. Saitama gazed in astonishment at the multitude of subterraneans before him, lost in thought. However, he mused, it truly was peculiar. This was the first time he had encountered such an indomitable surface dweller. Likewise, he thought, acknowledging the strange irony of their encounter. This statement jolted Saitama back to reality. He clenched his fists, and a fierce determination radiated from his serious expression. It has been quite some time since I encountered a foe with such a palpable sense of combat. The subterranean creature. Saitama smirked wickedly, his eyes brimming with intense battle spirit. We are Earthlings. The subterranean being seemed incensed by Saitama's words and launched a punch directly at him, only to be deftly evaded by Saitama. With Saitama's roar, the subterranean creature was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist. What? How is this possible? How can this guy be so powerful? Saitama gazed at them, then charged forward, his hands enveloped in the formidable aura of haki, swiftly annihilating dozens of monsters. He then leaped onto an overpass, where countless subterranean beings followed suit, rushing towards him. After dodging several punches, Saitama executed a sweeping kick, sending the nearby subterranean creatures flying, and in a fit of rage, he dispatched them once more. However, he was struck by a fist several times larger than his own, sending him crashing through numerous buildings, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Observing the massive blaze in the distance, the subterranean monsters emerged from the ground, their expressions grave. It is over. Who exactly is this surface dweller? At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by fervent words, as a figure with an exposed torso slowly emerged. I am merely a hero driven by interest. I will not be defeated, Saitama declared, forcefully striking his chest and shouting, I shall protect the surface. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of subterranean beings charged towards him. Still defiant, you weak race. Yet, in an instant, those subterranean beings were reduced to ashes. Saitama leapt up, his hands enveloped in armed color, and with a fierce roar, he unleashed a punch that sent the monster that had previously knocked him down crashing to the ground, followed by another blow that utterly obliterated it. However, a colossal fist appeared behind him, which Saitama narrowly evaded before delivering a series of strikes that sent it flying away. Suddenly, a towering subterranean creature materialized, hurling Saitama through the air. What is happening? In the throes of battle, Saitama pondered his inner thoughts, sensing something long forgotten returning to his heart. This fervor, this exhilaration, this intensity, and this sense of crisis. Saitama sent the giant subterranean being flying, accompanied by its agonizing wails, while two other subterranean beings attempted to sandwich him with their punches, hoping to eliminate him with their overwhelming force, only to be pushed away by Saitama. With two decisive strikes, the pair of subterranean beings met their demise. It had been so long. This heightened state of mind during battle. Thud. A powerful heartbeat resounded. Saitama stood atop the corpses of thousands of subterranean beings, panting and drenched in rain, savoring the emotions he had regained. Indeed, I remember now, this is the feeling. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated, seemingly from all directions, as immense blue flames erupted from the ground, incinerating countless subterranean corpses. The mighty subterranean king appeared before Saitama. Gazing at the towering figure, Saitama smirked, his heart ignited by a fervent desire to fight. Now, the subterranean king shall be your opponent. With those words, Saitama charged forward, engaging in battle with the subterranean king. This is what I have been pursuing. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rang, only to be shattered by Saitama's punch, the force even penetrating the floor. Awakened abruptly, Saitama stared in confusion at the scene before him, still reeling from the passionate dream of combat with the subterranean king. Outside, tranquility reigned, interrupted only by the sounds of passing cars. There were no subterranean beings annihilating humanity, nor was there an impending apocalyptic crisis. Sitting up in bewilderment, Saitama suddenly heard a loud noise from outside. I shall claim the surface world. Let the surface dwellers perish. Stepping onto the balcony, he caught sight of a diminutive subterranean being brandishing 4 red swords, uttering boastful words. I can't believe there are truly subterranean beings. Saitama felt exhilaration surge within him. The memories of his dream battle with the subterranean creatures were vivid, and that spirited combat emotion was precisely what he sought. Now, witnessing a real subterranean being, how could he not be thrilled? He donned his combat attire at lightning speed and leapt down. I am the subterranean king. Prepare yourselves, surface dwellers. Bang. Before the subterranean king could finish, Saitama crushed him underfoot, leaving a group of small subterranean beings staring in terror at the scene. Come, let us fight, Saitama exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he yearned to experience that exhilarating sensation of battle once more. However, Reality often defied his wishes. The group of subterranean beings promptly raised white flags, surrendering. Witnessing this, Saitama felt a profound sense of boredom. Realizing he would not attain the thrill of combat and could only return home in disappointment. I am simply too strong. Shen Li Tao woke to find himself lying in an exquisitely decorated boudoir, fragrant and enchanting. Could it be that I have become a young lady? Thankfully, that was not the case. Raising his gaze to the canopy, he noted the pink silk drapes embroidered with mandarin ducks and lotus flowers. Observing the pillow, he saw it was a red duck-down pillow adorned with peony flowers, featuring the golden characters for a century of harmonious union. Upon rising, he marveled at the room's antique charm. The windows were evidently ancient, intricately carved. By the window stood a dressing table, ornately carved with a pair of phoenixes. On the northern wall hung two paintings of elegant ladies, dressed in what appeared to be the style of the Tang dynasty, with low-cut necklines revealing their fair necks. Suddenly enlightened, he wondered if he had traversed time from the 21st century back to the Tang dynasty. Oh my God, is time travel truly possible? But who am I now? Where is this? Is it the capital Chang'an of the Tang dynasty? Who is the master of this place? Whose son am I? Whose husband? Why am I in a boudoir? Goodness, why do I find myself in such a romantic predicament upon my arrival? Is this perhaps the work of the peach blossom curse? Ah, this must be the boudoir of a certain heroine, with whom I shared a deep bond, navigating a series of martial adventures together, leading us to mutual devotion. No, I am not yet her lover, merely her boyfriend. Approaching the desk, he sat in a chair, noticing a cup of steaming tea, which he recognized as fine green tea. Eagerly, he took a large sip, exclaiming, "Wow, this is even better than the premium Westlake Longang." The subtle fragrance carries a hint of sweetness, the kind only exquisite green tea possesses. It is akin to the nectar served by the Queen Mother to the celestial beings. Reluctant to finish it all at once, he savored the tea, feeling revitalized afterwards. He then sat at the desk to play the qian, and oddly, despite having never learned to play, he found himself effortlessly performing the famous piece High Mountains and Flowing Water. After finishing, his gaze fell upon a treasured sword hanging above the bed. Gently, he took down the sword for a closer look. The scabbard was crafted from an unknown ancient wood, engraved with the characters Jade Dragon. He speculated that this must be the legendary Jade Dragon sword. Assuming a stance, he drew the sword, and an immediate chill enveloped him. The blade was an unfamiliar hue, a blend of white and green, and upon touching it, he felt the icy sharpness reminiscent of the Dharma sword. Holding the sword, he was captivated, examining it from all angles. Just then, the door creaked open, and a beautiful maiden in a green dress entered, carrying a tray with two small blue and white porcelain bowls. Her smile was radiant and enchanting. Shen Li Tao exclaimed, "Ah, you have come. What delightful treats have you brought?" "My lord, I am not your sister. Have you forgotten? I am Lingo. Please, take a seat. I have brought you a bowl of ginseng soup and a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Eat while they are still warm. Start with the ginseng soup." Lingo handed him a small bowl of ginseng soup, and Shen Li Tao thought, so she is a maid. Oh my God, even the maid is so beautiful. How stunning must the mistress be, like a celestial being, eclipsing the moon and shaming the flowers. Slowly finishing the ginseng soup, he inquired, "This must be the 1,000-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain, but I am not ill. It would be a waste. Save the rest for the mistress, or I might shorten my lifespan. You need not worry. This 1,000-year-old ginseng was given to the mistress by General Li Jing. She only used half, with the other half to be returned to him. He is in the battlefield, risking life and death, and especially requires great nourishment." General Li Jing? Then the mistress must be the heroine Hongfu. But what right do I have to be sleeping in the mistress's bed? The general may not voice his concerns, yet he cannot help but harbor some unease within. It would be wise for me to move out sooner rather than later. Shen Li Tao is not merely jesting or indulging in humor. He understands that Li Jing and Hong Fu are indeed a pair blessed by the heavens. "My dear sir, you truly have a knack for humor. You are the general's younger brother and have sustained your injuries while protecting the young lady. It is only natural for you to recuperate here. Why should the general feel envy? He is a towering hero, and you are a chivalrous young man, united in purpose like brothers. What separates a hero from a knight? Focus on your recovery." Upon realizing he is Li Jing's brother, Shen Li Tao felt a sense of calm. Although he was still unaware of his own name, perhaps he should inquire with Hongfu later. After finishing the ginseng soup and a bowl of bird's nest porridge, Shen Li Tao felt invigorated. He then asked, "What is the young lady doing? When will she arrive?" "The young lady has just returned and is changing her clothes. She will be here shortly." Linger approached the desk, lifting a cup and asking, "Sir, did you drink the cup of Yunwu tea from Mount Tiantai? This is specially prepared for the young lady, and given your severe injuries, you shouldn't consume cool green tea. It could harm your health." "Oh no. The young lady will surely blame me." Her brows slightly furrowed. She bore some resemblance to Xiao Nanyan and Dong Qianxuan. "I apologize. I was unaware this tea was meant for the young lady. I was parched and drank it without a second thought. You should know better. Why would the young lady's tea be left in your room? The young lady instructed me to bring the tea to your room, as she thought you would sleep for a while longer. Typically, you awaken around noon. I wondered if your wound had flared up again. Let me see. What are you looking at? The young sir must be nearly healed. There is no need for excessive sleep." A beauty clad in a rosy garment entered the room, her demeanor and charm eclipsing the legendary Taijin. The wind swirled her ethereal robes, reminiscent of a celestial dance. Shen Litio instantly recognized her as the heroine Hong Fu. "Sister, where have you been? I drank your tea. Please don't blame Linger. If anyone is to be blamed, it is I." While admiring the breathtaking Hong Fu before him, Shen Litio spoke, attempting to mask his own nervousness and excitement. "I was just at the princess's residence playing chess. I usually win, but today, I lost in the middle game, leaving me so frustrated that I could hardly drink my tea. I had intended to play another round. But considering you were injured and unable to see me, I returned and asked Lingo to brew tea, only to find you had consumed it. But no matter. Since you are recovering well, a cup of Yunwu tea will not cause harm. Sit down. I want to check your injuries." Hong Fu lifted the fabric from his arm and exclaimed in surprise, "Where is the bandage? Did Lingo help you change it? The wound was here. Yet now there are no signs of injury. Have I mistaken the hand?" Linger chuckled. "It is indeed the right hand near the shoulder. It cannot be mistaken. Can you not tell left from right?" Shen Litiao understood this was a result of the peculiarities of his time-traveling experience, yet he clumsily stated, "Perhaps I am not Li Jing's brother, but rather a friend of Hong Fu. Please tell me, what is my name? I seem to have lost my memory after drinking that tea. I cannot recall anything." Hong Fu giggled. "Young Master Dan, you are being mischievous. Just last night, you were muttering about Wu Qian, dear sister, do not leave me, as if in a fever delirium. So, you do have someone in your heart. Her name is Wu Qian. Correct?" "Yes, I ventured to the heavens yesterday. My girlfriend is a celestial being, originally the fairest maiden of Wu, who later ascended to immortality on Mount Palai. Dear sister, please tell me who I am and what my name is." "Oh dear, you are relentless. I cannot be bothered with you. Let Linger inform you." Linger laughed again. "Young master, your name is Li Dan, the Dan of Dan Feng Chaoyang. You are Li Jing's brother, a renowned young hero who has made significant contributions to the unification of the Tang dynasty, even garnering the attention of Emperor Li Shimin." Li Dan, Shen Litiao, replied, "Indeed. If I forget my name, please remind me that I am Li Dan, the foremost young hero of the Tang dynasty." "Oh, and is this jade dragon sword mine?" "Yes. This sword was originally a treasure you obtained from the Qifeng cave on Mount Tiantai, which you used to vanquish the 9 great villains. Only the third, Jin Chanzi, remains. But you promised that once you defeated him, this sword would be gifted to me." "Do not go back on your word," Hong Fu said. Li Dan muttered. "Gifted to you? You are not my girlfriend. Besides, the prince's residence is filled with swords. Why must you insist on this one?" "What are you murmuring, Li Dan? Are you not the foremost young hero of the Tang dynasty? A promise is a promise. Why hesitate to part with a sword? Well, if you are reluctant, I shall not press you further. Keep it for yourself," Hong Fu said, and with a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she exited the room, feeling quite embarrassed. Li Dan hurried after her, saying, "Sister, I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Do not take it to heart. If the sword is yours, it is yours. Even a goddess like Hong Fu does not deserve it. Who else could?" Hong Fu turned with a cold smile. "What of your celestial sister, Wu Qian? Your thoughts are always with her. Such a rare treasure should be given to her, not to anyone else." Li Dan forced a smile. "Sister, in truth, Wu Qian is merely a figment of my dreams. She does not exist. You are overthinking." Hong Fu smiled gently, like a peerless princess. "Does she not exist? Dreams arise from the heart. Since you dream of her, there must be some connection. Forget it. I shall not hold it against you. The sword is indeed a rare treasure. I am passionate about swordsmanship, and this jade dragon sword is what I desire most. Aside from Li Jing, this sword is the most important thing to me. Alas, your heart belongs only to my brother Li Jing. Even this sword pales in comparison to him. How lamentable. Seeing the sword evokes thoughts of the night. What is there to lament for Li Dan? Enough of this sentimental talk. Considering the hierarchy, Li Jing knew me first. There is nothing to regret or lament. A true man stands tall. He can either seek fame in the courts or laugh freely in the world. Why worry about the absence of a beautiful companion? Buck up. The Tang dynasty still needs you brothers to achieve great deeds. Life is indeed precious. And love is even more so. For the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken. Enough. This is a foreign poem you would not understand. Let us play Go instead. As I have longed to do so. Come to my study. I wish to enjoy a cup of tea. Linger, what are you dawdling about? You lazy girl. Hurry and brew the tea. I am parched. Linger dashed over, laughing. Miss, is the Yunwu tea from the princess's residence not to your liking? You lost at chess and wish to vent your frustration, neglecting even your tea. How unbecoming. Let them laugh if they wish. I am the heroine Hong Fu. Why should I concern myself with others' opinions? Come, Li Dan. Okay, let us go. What did you say? This is the language of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. It is called English. You wouldn't understand. In Hong Fu's study, the two set up to play Go. Strangely enough, Li Dan, Shun Li Tiao, who previously possessed only attendant skill level, found his Go prowess had risen to 8 Dan in the Tang dynasty, allowing him to contend with a master like Hong Fu. After consuming ginseng from a millennium ago, he felt particularly spirited, and it was not until the middle to late game that he lost by 34 stones. Hong Fu praised him, stating that at this rate, within a month, he would be able to match her skill equally. Hong Fu, Li Jing, and the Chiu Harry guest were famed as the 3 heroes of the dust, their tales celebrated throughout the ages. Hong Fu's original surname was Zhang, and her given name was Chu Cheng. She was a maid of the powerful Yang Su during the Sui dynasty. Li Jing, the nephew of the renowned General Han Qitian, was immersed in the study of military strategies from a young age, often engaging in discussions with guests. Han Qitian would praise him, saying that only Li Jing could converse with him on military matters. But how did Hong Fu come to know and love Li Jing? In the twilight years of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang fled to the south, leaving Yang Su to govern Chang'an, indulging in a life of revelry and excess. One day, a young man sought an audience. This young man was none other than Li Jing. Yang Su, accustomed to arrogance, preferred to meet guests in bed, with maidservants standing in 2 rows within his chamber. Li Jing, maintaining his composure, remarked that in such chaotic times, where many heroes arose, Yang Su should treat others with respect and attract talented individuals to pursue grand ambitions. Yang Su, pleased with this counsel, rose from his bed to return the courtesy, engaging in discussions about the state of affairs with Li Jing. Li Jing spoke eloquently, offering insightful analyses and painting a vision of greatness for Yang Su. Among the attendants was a striking beauty clad in red, who frequently cast her gaze upon Li Jing, leaving a lasting impression on him. This enchanting figure was Hong Fu. However, Yang Su did not immediately appoint Li Jing to an official position. He merely relished the moment, relishing his status as a powerful figure. Many sought to curry favor with him, and it seemed Li Jing would soon fade from memory. That evening, Li Jing stayed at an inn. And in the dead of night, Hong Fu arrived, having learned of his whereabouts through the door attendant. Admiring his demeanor and character, she sought refuge with him, bringing along a chest of jewels. Li Jing cautioned her, stating that Yang Su was a high-ranking minister, and any private dealings would not bode well for him. Hong Fu retorted, calling Yang Su an old fool, nearing his end, and questioned why a frail woman like herself would fear him. After contemplating her words and captivated by Hong Fu's extraordinary beauty and spirit, Li Jing felt a surge of affection for her. The two conversed joyfully and soon became husband and wife, fleeing Chang'an the following day. One morning, while at an inn, Li Jing was tending to his horse in the courtyard, and Hong Fu was preparing herself at the window, with lamb stew simmering in the pot. A bearded stranger entered, placing his head on a pillow laid on the ground, gazing at Hong Fu as she groomed herself. Li Jing, incensed by this behavior, thought it brazen for a man to lie down and watch a woman prepare. Just as he contemplated reprimanding the stranger, Hong Fu quickly intervened and greeted him. The bearded man cheerfully declared, "Today, I am fortunate to encounter such a lovely sister." Hong Fu then referred to him as her brother. The bearded stranger inquired about the pot's contents, to which Li Jing replied it was lamb. Expressing his hunger, Li Jing promptly purchased flatbreads and fine wine, inviting the stranger to dine with them. As they feasted, the bearded man proclaimed, "I possess excellent delicacies to accompany our drinks." He then extracted a human head and a liver from his bag, which startled Li Jing. Without hesitation, the bearded man sliced the head and liver into thin pieces to accompany their drinks. After finishing, He explained that the unfortunate victim was a treacherous individual he had slain that day, which brought him satisfaction. Li Jing recognized the man as a chivalrous figure who relished avenging wrongs, and rather than being repulsed, he felt a growing respect. The bearded man remarked on Li Jing's apparent distress, questioning how a man of such stature could have a sister as beautiful as Hong Fu. Li Jing then shared his story. The bearded man praised their extraordinary bond, declaring that with such a fateful union, they should have no regrets. He inquired about Li Jing's destination, to which Li Jing replied he intended to seek refuge with Duke Li Yuan of the Tang, known for his benevolence and military prowess, a potential harbinger of greatness. Thus, they agreed to meet in Taiyuan. Upon reaching the Finyang Bridge in Taiyuan, the bearded man asked who else, besides Duke Li Yuan, might be a contemporary hero capable of achieving great deeds. Li Jing mentioned a young man of noble lineage, endowed with both martial and literary talents, known as Li Gongzi. The bearded man, skilled in fortune-telling, expressed a desire to meet this Li Gongzi, who was in fact Li Shimin. Upon arriving at Lu Wenjing's residence, he invited Li Shimin to join them. The bearded man observed Li Shimin's commanding presence and regal demeanor, whispering to Li Jing that this man truly embodied the essence of greatness. However, he added that he had a Taoist brother whose presence he awaited before fully acknowledging Li Shimin's superiority. Days later, Lu Wenjing invited Li Shimin for a game of chess. After a prolonged examination, the bearded man declared, "There is no need to continue. The outcome is already determined." He confided in Li Jing that he had once held aspirations of conquering the world, but after meeting Li Gongzi, he realized there were greater talents beyond his own, and thus he felt compelled to retreat. The bearded man extended an invitation for Li Jing and Hong Fu to visit his home in Chang'an, where they discovered a grand estate with 40 maidservants. His wife, poised and graceful, stood in stark contrast to him. The bearded man revealed his intention to leave Chang'an with his wife, offering his luxurious residence and 20 chests of gold and jewels to Li Jing, along with several military treatises to aid him in his endeavors. As they parted, he remarked, "I shall dwell far overseas. Should you hear of momentous events in the southeast a decade hence, it would signify my success. You two shall celebrate with wine. We are kindred spirits, unless necessary. It is best we do not meet again." After bidding farewell to the bearded man, Li Jing devoted himself wholeheartedly to Duke Li Yuan's ambitions, becoming one of Li Shimin's most trusted generals. Soon after, he joined Li Shimin in campaigns against Wang Shichong. In 620, he assisted Zhao Junwang Li Shaogong in pacifying the region of Xia and winning over the various tribes of Lingnan. In 625, he successfully repelled the invasion of the Eastern Turks. By 629, with a cavalry of 3,000, he launched a night raid against Kagan Shieli, swiftly defeating the Eastern Turks and earning the title of Minister and Right Prime Minister, as well as the title of Duke of Dai. It was during Li Jing's campaigns against Wang Shichong that Li Dan joined his brother's ranks, achieving numerous victories. Upon meeting his sister-in-law Hong Fu, Li Dan was struck by her beauty. Not long after, Hong Fu became pregnant and went to the Jade Buddha temple to express her gratitude, only to encounter bandits along the way. Thankfully, Li Dan came to her aid, sustaining injuries in the process, and stayed to recover at his sister-in-law's home. Li Dan, Shen Li Tao, and Hong Fu shared heartfelt conversations about their tumultuous pasts. He playfully inquired, "With your brother's remarkable achievements, the Qin Wang will surely bestow great rewards. It is customary for emperors to grant beautiful women to their subjects. How will you respond?" Hong Fu smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling. "We have made a vow to remain celestial partners in this lifetime, never to betray one another." Previously, when the Qin Wang offered beauties, he resolutely declined, and the Qin Wang could do nothing about it. "As for you, with your rosy lips and fair complexion, you may attract the attention of others. But the question remains, how will you ensure your bond with Wu can last a lifetime?" "Not at all. I am more concerned that the celestial sister might waver and refuse to wed me. The essence lies in establishing a union, nurturing one another, and resisting external temptations. Steadfast as a rock, to become celestial partners. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. If you hesitate, how can she be held accountable? I suspect she may possess a form of perfectionism, leading to missed opportunities. Thus, I may have disappointed her. What? Have you truly made a grave error? Speaking of celestial sisters and partners, how can you bear it? You are indeed unlike your brother, lacking the unwavering determination. In the event that the Qin Wang offers beauties, I shall employ the 36 stratagems to traverse to the Bronze Age, 1400 years hence." Hong Fu furrowed her brow, questioning, "What do you mean by traverse? Your words grow increasingly fantastical." Do you fancy yourself a deity? In this vast world, nothing is impossible. There exist yin and yang, the five elements, parallel universes. The Tang dynasty of the 79th century and the new China of the 20th century. I am not a terrestrial deity, but I am the 82nd generation Ling Tong of Lingbao Tianzuan, possessing the foresight of the future and under the protection of the Tianzuan. I can traverse to parallel worlds with ease. Did you know that in the year 2000, Chang'an had a resident population of 3 million? Yet was no longer an international metropolis. Hong Fu touched Li Dan's forehead, smiling. Li Dan, are you under some spell? I suspect you are a spirit from the year 2000, having traversed to the Tang dynasty due to your romantic misfortunes. Truly. You are the foremost heroine of the Tang dynasty. Everything is possible. I have indeed encountered romantic misfortunes, yet I would never offend my sister-in-law. A person's dignity is paramount. Just as a tree requires its bark. If I were to act foolishly, what would become of the illustrious Hong Fu and Li Jing? The events of the morning slipped from Saitama's mind almost entirely. On the following morning, he took several discount flyers from supermarkets and began his frantic quest across various stores. Before venturing into other cities, after 2 full days of bustling between supermarkets due to their significant sales, and dedicating the third day to organizing the myriad of goods he had painstakingly acquired, Saitama found his wallet reduced to a mere 3,000 coins. After allowing himself a brief respite of 2 days, where he indulged in vanquishing some monsters, Saitama, having taken a shower and donned his pajamas, settled down to watch television. Seeking to unwind. Approximately half an hour later, he turned on the lights and retrieved a DVD, still savoring the memories of the film he had just watched. The notion of a stalker is truly terrifying. As Saitama hung out his laundry, his mind wandered to some peculiar occurrences of late. Indeed, I have sensed strange gazes upon me. Throughout my journey, I have defeated countless monsters, and cannot guarantee that there are none who harbor animosity towards me. If it were merely resentment, it would be tolerable. However, should that resentment morph into a twisted form of affection akin to that depicted in films? Saitama gazed ahead, contemplating these curious thoughts. In such a circumstance, what should I do? Whoosh. At that moment, a shadow flitted past Saitama from behind, causing his heart to tighten. He turned to look, yet found nothing. Saitama exhaled in relief, readjusted his mindset, and began tidying his room. It must be said that my room is quite a mess. However, unbeknownst to Saitama, atop a nearby high-rise, a golden-haired robot shrouded in black cloth seamlessly blended into the darkness, reminiscent of a cloaked Voldemort crawling upon the grass, albeit seated at a desk, pen in hand, diligently recording Saitama's actions and words. Beside him, a telescope was trained upon Saitama, observing him even during his bath, though fortunately, the more private areas remained unseen. Today marked the 3rd day of his investigation into the formidable secret of Saitama, and time continued to pass without any fruitful discoveries. Was he remaining vigilant to protect his secret from being unveiled? This golden-haired robot was the very individual who had previously sought to become Saitama's disciple, after being repaired. He unilaterally designated Saitama as his teacher, observing him daily, albeit with little progress. Should there be no further developments, he would have to resort to following him. If tailing him proved ineffective, then a direct approach would be necessary. As the golden-haired robot watched Saitama extinguish the lights, he mused that it was time to grasp some clues. With that thought, he closed his notebook, preparing to employ an alternative strategy. The following morning, Saitama, as usual, donned his hero attire for a stroll. A few meters behind him, concealed behind a tree, the golden-haired robot peeked out to observe Saitama. Saitama sensed something amiss and glanced back, yet saw nothing. Contemplating for a moment, he shrugged and continued onward. Just as he moved, the golden-haired robot once again extended his head, scanning Saitama. Indeed, he remained on guard, if he did not act swiftly. At that moment, Saitama unexpectedly approached a nearby Western restaurant. As the blonde robot extended its head, it discovered that Saitama had vanished. The robot then proceeded to scan the sign of the restaurant, suddenly experiencing a moment of clarity. On the 4th day of investigation, this marked the first time venturing out to dine here. Thus, it dawned upon the robot that the formidable secret might indeed be linked to dietary habits. With this thought, it picked up the notebook that Saitama had been carrying and began to document its observations. Meanwhile, Saitama sat within the restaurant as a server approached with a menu, inquiring about his preferences and recommending steak. Saitama cast a fleeting glance at her before retrieving his wallet, only to find a meager sum of 3,000 yen. Suddenly, a decision crystallized in his mind. I'll just have the cheapest option. How about the 150-gram serving? Ah, no. Saitama turned, pointing at the menu item priced at 299 yen, saying, I'll take this. All right, one order of fries. Anything else? Ah, that's all. Upon hearing this, the server ceased her inquiries and departed. Saitama gazed at his wallet, feeling a twinge of headache. It seemed he would need to seek employment soon, as he had been unable to find any bounties lately. I really don't want to. The truth was, Saitama's inability to locate bounties stemmed from his disregard for wanted posters. If no one mentioned it, he wouldn't recognize an S-rank criminal even if they stood right before him. Unbeknownst to Saitama, the blonde robot was seated not far behind him, clutching a cup of juice and observing him intently. Enjoy your meal. Soon, the fries arrived, accompanied by ketchup and salad dressing. No way. This is so little. Is this really worth 300 yen? Saitama examined the plate of fries, realizing that although it was full, the fries were short and broken. However, there was one long fry. His favorite. Saitama sat up, sighed dramatically. What a stroke of bad luck today. Meanwhile, the blonde robot scanned the fries, pondering, is this really it? At that moment, Saitama suddenly rose and headed towards the restroom. Seizing the opportunity, he returned leisurely not long after, only to realize something was amiss upon sitting down. After a brief observation, Saitama discovered that his beloved long fries had vanished. Just then, a waitress happened to pass by, and Saitama called out to her. Excuse me. There seems to be one missing here. The waitress looked at Saitama and then at his plate, rendered speechless. Yet Saitama continued, my fries. The long ones. There was definitely one long fry. As he spoke, Saitama stood up and addressed the waitress. You didn't sneak a bite while I was in the restroom, did you? The waitress was taken aback. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Did you see someone eating your fries? Observing Saitama's towering figure and bald head, she couldn't help but think he didn't seem like a good person. After all, she had encountered customers who ordered fries before, albeit rarely. Yet it was her first time seeing someone return to find a lost fry. Feeling a bit intimidated, given her limited experience in such matters, she pondered. Should I call the manager? Realizing she had startled the waitress, Saitama quickly apologized. I'm sorry, that's unnecessary. It's fine. Hearing this, the waitress sighed in relief and turned to leave, while Saitama chose to dismiss the incident and resumed eating his fries. Outside, a golden-haired robot was meticulously examining the long fry Saitama had previously ordered. It had specifically come to this establishment for a single serving of fries, a peculiar action not typical of most individuals. Perhaps the remarkable secret of the instructor was concealed within this fry, a special menu item. Contemplating this, the golden-haired robot carefully placed the fry into a sample bag for further scrutiny. Yet no matter how it looked at it, the fry appeared utterly ordinary. Was there any alteration in cooking methods or ingredients? No, but upon extracting the fry from the sample bag, it still seemed like an ordinary fry. Could it be that the secret did not lie within the food itself? With this thought, the golden-haired robot took out its phone and sent a message to its benefactor, Dr. Casino, intending to forward the data for analysis. After finishing his fries, Saitama strolled down the street, simmering with indignation. Who could have stolen my fries? Especially my favorite long ones. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he glanced around, activating his observation hotkey silently. Could there truly be a stalker? However, at that moment, the golden-haired robot had stealthily slipped away, and Saitama's observation hotkey failed to detect anything, forcing him to abandon his search. Upon returning home, Saitama did not ascend the stairs but crouched behind a green mailbox, scrutinizing the entrance to his home. His observation hotkey enveloped a radius of 100 meters, as if lying in wait for something. That scoundrel, I will surely knock him away, he vowed. As long as I lie in ambush here, he will definitely come. This area was devoid of life. Aside from himself, there was no one around. Although Katakariki also lived nearby, he was at least several kilometers away from Saitama's residence and had been home the entire time, thus could not be the culprit. This meant that anyone appearing at his doorstep was indeed the one stalking him. No, it had to be the fry thief. The more Saitama thought about it, the angrier he became, and he remained vigilant, determined not to miss any signs. 2 hours later, still no one. Meanwhile, 200 meters away on a gas pipeline adjacent to Saitama's home, the golden-haired robot lay in wait, observing Saitama with confusion. What was the instructor doing? Had he been crouched there for 2 hours, perhaps engaged in some form of deceptive training? The spot where the robot lay was conveniently outside the range of Saitama's observation hotkey, thus remaining undetected. At that moment, the ringtone of a mobile phone suddenly echoed, and the golden-haired robot leaped down to answer the call. Upon hearing the results of the French fries test, the robot expressed immediate gratitude and hurried back. The departure of the golden-haired robot was significant, as the culinary secrets of Saitama might conceal formidable power, which was of utmost importance to him. He must grow stronger for vengeance. Unbeknownst to him, a man with a crimson buzz cut, clad in dark attire, stood atop a distant building, his narrowed eyes scrutinizing him. I pondered the peculiarity of Saitama's behavior today. He even resorted to using observation haki to stealthily monitor me. Someone was indeed tracking him. Had they discerned Saitama's immense strength and sought to unveil the secrets behind his prowess? The observer calmly watched as the golden-haired robot departed, choosing not to follow but rather directing his gaze towards Saitama, who remained squatting 100 meters away. What could your secret of power be, Saitama? The man mused softly. Yet the only reply was the gentle rustle of the breeze. Shortly after, he departed, having once attempted the same without yielding any results. Thus, it must be Saitama's own rigorous training. If that were the case, then Saitama's innate talent would indeed overshadow those so-called prodigies of cultivation. In just a year, he had evolved from a peer to a being of Big Mom's caliber, perhaps even surpassing her. He might have even reached the level of the three greats, drawing ever closer to the king. He must never be underestimated. Meanwhile, after a fruitless stakeout, Saitama purchased a bottle of beverage and wandered onto the street. His face clouded with disappointment. TCH, so no one showed up after all? He casually discarded the empty can, when suddenly cries for help and screams erupted nearby. Following the sound, Saitama observed countless pedestrians fleeing in terror, while some, unable to escape, were covered in white foam. Their moisture seemed to evaporate in an instant, transforming youth into age. Their faces became rough and weathered. Before them stood a golden-haired man wielding a pink scepter, adorned with a pink mask and dressed in black and red attire. At that moment, he emitted a bizarre cackle and proclaimed, "I shall render everyone's faces coarse and rugged." At that moment, Saitama approached with a gloomy expression and coldly remarked, "Be careful. My mood is quite foul right now." The masked man, upon noticing Saitama's distinctive bald head, chuckled softly, zeroing in on his target. "At last, I have laid eyes upon this head." Raising his pink scepter towards Saitama, he inquired, "Do you remember me?" "Huh?" Saitama was momentarily taken aback, puzzled about the identity of this masked individual. The man continued, "Half a year ago, you sent me flying with a single punch. I am the B-class bounty criminal known as the Facial Reconstruction Man, originally with a bounty of 310,000 yen. Your devastating blow plunged me into a deep sorrow, rendering my once proud skin utterly hideous. Since then, I have rigorously engaged in rest and skincare management, all in pursuit of vengeance against you." Listening in disbelief, Saitama suddenly recalled something, furrowing his brow. Could it be? "Yes, you remember now, don't you? I have been searching for you. In my time of despair, I transformed into a monster, growing even stronger." "Is that so?" Saitama regarded him, slightly raising his fist. The masked man continued, "I knew it. If I stir up trouble everywhere, I am bound to encounter you again." With his head bowed, Saitama regarded him as a crazed stalker who had been following him for days. "I see. So it was you?" Unaware of the predicament he was about to face, the masked man boasted, "Can you defeat my smooth and supple self? I don't even remember who you are." Saitama's words left the masked man momentarily stunned. "Huh?" However, he quickly asserted, "But it must be you." While speaking, Saitama stepped closer, his previously indifferent expression turning serious, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Are you the stalker who stole my fries?" The masked man stared in shock, suddenly realizing what was happening. As Saitama approached him, he was so frightened that his mask fell off, revealing his darkened face. Bang! Meanwhile, within a large research institute, a blonde robot was analyzing the data on fries. Primary ingredient, potato. Calories, 24 kilocalories. Fat, 1, 8g. Carbohydrates, 4, 2g. Energy, 0, 0.35g. Protein, 0, 32g. Upon reviewing the fry data, the robot stood frozen. And after a moment, it sank to its knees, overwhelmed by a wave of frustration. "Damn it, this is just an ordinary fry. The diet is mundane, no different from an average person's. I have discovered nothing at all. Surely, my teacher is also a cyborg like me?" Strange thoughts flashed through the robot's mind, and he resolved firmly, "It seems I must resort to desperate measures." Plan 3. Back at the scene, the masked man had vanished. He had been sent flying by Saitama, crashing through a wall and leaving behind a comically shaped hole, though he had merely fainted. I won't concern myself with how many times you come back to challenge me. But let me make this clear. Do not steal other people's fries. If you wish to fight, do so openly. With that, Saitama waved his smoking fist and turned to leave. Continuing to be a hero may lead to more resentment. Won't it? Saitama mused as he approached an orange cat scratching itself, only for the cat to dart away with a meow. This is my fate. There is nothing I can do about it. Perhaps I should consider it from a different perspective. As long as I think positively, it will suffice. In other words, there must be someone out there who appreciates my actions. Having been a hero for 3 years, Saitama reasoned that even without fans, there should at least be someone observing his endeavors. Gazing upward at the rosy hues left by the setting sun, Saitama felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Speaking of which, there is someone who wishes to be my disciple. With this thought, Saitama made his way home. The following morning, the blonde robot stood resolutely at Saitama's doorstep, having made up his mind. On the 5th day of investigation, I have resolved. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he prepared to voice his intentions and called out loudly, "Teacher." After a moment, footsteps approached, and Saitama opened the door, revealing his shining bald head and a serious expression. "You really came, huh?" Saitama was about to ask for the robot's name when the robot interjected, "My name is Genos, Saitama-sensei. Could you refrain from calling me sensei? Master." Master is also out of the question. Inviting Genos inside, Saitama poured him a cup of tea and regarded his metallic visage. "Finish this and then leave. I do not take disciples." "Ah, your injuries have healed?" Genos blinked and replied earnestly, "Yes, most of my body is mechanical. As long as I have spare parts, I can recover." Saitama, hearing this, looked at him in surprise. "You are quite peculiar. What parts does your teacher use?" "I use no parts." "Then what about the flesh-colored armor on your head?" "That is flesh." Upon hearing Saitama's answer, Genos lowered his head, pondering. "So that means you went bald at a young age." Saitama's expression darkened instantly. "Why bring up my baldness? Who exactly are you?" "Me?" Genos tilted his head and asked, "Would you like to hear my story?" Saitama rolled his eyes. "No, there's no need to recount it." Ignoring Saitama's refusal, Genos continued, "For years ago, at the age of 15, I was still human. In this unfair world, I lived a stable and relatively happy life with my family. However, one day, a rogue cyborg attacked our city. This rogue cyborg, perhaps due to a failed transformation, experienced a malfunction in its brain. It destroyed everything: parks, schools, skyscrapers, my home, and took the lives of my family. By some miracle, I survived, but at barely 15, I had to fend for myself amidst the ruins. As my life was nearing its end, I was fortuitously discovered by Dr. Casino. Dr. Casino traveled far and wide to stop the rampaging cyborg, traversing the entire Asian continent save for the Grand Line. He is a righteous scientist, and I begged him to perform the transformation surgery on me, vowing to personally obliterate that rogue cyborg. Saitama sighed, somewhat incredulous. "I see. For years have passed. At 19, I have visited many cities, vanquishing numerous evil forces. The number of monsters and evil organizations I have defeated is countless. Yet, I still have not gleaned any clues about that cyborg. Day by day, I feel increasingly anxious and restless. I no longer know when I began fighting evil merely in pursuit of the phantom of that rogue cyborg. A week ago, when that monstrous mosquito made its appearance, I let my guard down entirely, naively believing that I would not be bested by anything other than that modified being. Without analyzing the enemy's data, I plunged into battle, and as you know, I was ultimately vanquished by the creature's formidable strength. Had it not been for the fortuitous arrival of Master Saitama, I would have been utterly destroyed. It was Master Saitama who saved my life. A life that had already been spared by Dr. Casino, which instilled in me an even greater sense of responsibility. Until I obliterate that modified being, I absolutely cannot perish. Therefore, as a champion of justice, I must persist in my fight against evil, preparing for its inevitable return. I must grow stronger." Last week, witnessing Master Saitama's incredible punch made me realize that I must learn under him. Perhaps I too can attain such strength. "Master Saitama, I have an adversary that must be defeated. This is not a battle I can fight alone." Saitama, with his bald head, veins bulging, and a face contorted with irritation, rolled his eyes in exasperation, yet I continued, saying, "I bear the hopes of my homeland and Dr. Casino upon my shoulders. I recognize that I am still immature, but at this moment, I am determined to acquire the formidable power needed to vanquish evil." Dr. Casino. This time, Saitama could no longer tolerate Genos's incessant chatter. Veins were visibly throbbing on his forehead as he exclaimed in exasperation, "Fool, summarize it in under 20 words." Meanwhile, in a vast underground laboratory, a somewhat handsome man gazed at the data before him, astonished. Was Mosquito Girl defeated? With a single punch? She was merely a test subject. As the data analysis concluded, footage of the battle was displayed, revealing a photograph of Saitama in the nude. Why is he unclothed? Unclear. Well, this could serve as an intriguing specimen. Even if it requires force, I wish to study his physique. Send an envoy to invite him. Welcome him to our evolution house. Teacher, I have summarized it. Genos looked at Saitama earnestly, saying, "Please, teacher, tell me how to become powerful." After a brief silence, Saitama replied, "Genos, how old are you?" 19. So young, you will soon surpass me. Really? Saitama, eyes closed, stated, "I am 25 this year. I began training earnestly in the summer of my 22nd year." Upon hearing this, Genos was taken aback and focused intently on Saitama's words. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Saitama was about to continue, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation. "Saitama, are you home? I'm coming in." The door's unlocked. Come in." With Saitama's consent, Katakuri pushed the door open. Upon seeing Genos seated, he was slightly surprised. Katakuri sensed the presence of two individuals, but did not expect it to be Genos. He recalled that Genos had been observing Saitama just yesterday. Today, he had come to pay a visit. "A guest has arrived? Am I intruding?" "No, not at all. You should join us." Observing the two engaged in jovial conversation, Genos scrutinized Katakuri with a hint of wariness and inquired, "Saitama-sensei, who is he?" I forgot to introduce him. This is Katakuri, my friend." "Katakuri, this is Genos," Saitama began to say, but Genos interjected, "I am Saitama-sensei's disciple." This time, Katakuri was somewhat taken aback. Is this Saitama's disciple? He recalled that Saitama seemingly had no disciples. Before he could voice his inquiry, Saitama, with a piercing gaze, admonished, "Do not make decisions on your own." "Yes, Saitama-sensei. I have already told you not to call me sensei." "Yes, Saitama-sensei. Why do you not listen when people speak?" After a brief commotion, Katakuri grasped the situation. Upon hearing that Saitama was about to share his method of becoming stronger, Katakuri took a seat, grabbed a cup, and prepared to listen. After all, while he had his suspicions, it was imperative for Saitama to articulate it himself. "I truly began to train earnestly during the summer of my 25th year. It is fine to share this with you, but the past was fraught with pain." "Can you endure it?" "Yes," exclaimed Genos. Meanwhile, Katakuri remained silent, listening intently without uttering a word. At this moment, a glimmer of gold flashed in Genos's eyes, and a red light flickered in both Katakuri's and Saitama's gazes. Something was approaching at an alarming speed. It has arrived. No sooner had Genos spoken than Saitama's figure vanished, reappearing on the rooftop outside, where he delivered a single punch that obliterated a mantis monster attempting to breach the wall. Shortly thereafter, Saitama flickered again, striking down a pink snail monster and a green frog monster into the ground with two resounding blows. How outrageous. They dared to damage my ceiling. They shall pay for this. Just as Genos and Katakuri emerged, they witnessed Saitama vanquishing the two monsters. "If you intended to enter through the front door, I wouldn't have attacked you. Remember this lesson for next time. Do not vandalize someone else's ceiling." While Saitama grumbled with a frown, he had retracted his observation haki, thus failing to notice another monster lurking beneath him. His earlier activation of the haki was solely due to Katakuri's arrival. He had forgotten to turn it off during the introduction, which is why he had foreseen the mantis charging in. Now that he had disabled the haki, he was oblivious to the creature beneath him, until suddenly, two claws shot out from below, ensnaring him and burying him in the ground, leaving only his shiny bald head exposed. "Sensei," Genos exclaimed, startled, and instinctively rushed to rescue him, but Saitama halted him. "It's all right. It feels somewhat like a bath." Genos stood there, momentarily stunned, but Katakuri approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, Saitama's strength surpasses your imagination." Hearing Katakuri's words, Genos paused, recalling the moment when Saitama had effortlessly swatted the Mosquito Girl, leading him to realize just how formidable Saitama truly was, which alleviated his worries. Just then, however, Katakuri suddenly shifted to the side, standing 10 meters away to Genos's right, observing him intently. Genos, taken aback, had yet to react when the wall behind him collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust into the air. A high-energy reaction ahead. As the dust settled, a metallic cyborg with blue eyes materialized before him. Katakuri remained unfazed, watching with apparent disinterest, as if he had no intention of intervening. A cyborg? Could it be? At that moment, the colossal cyborg suddenly stood upright and declared, "You are not the target." Saitama was taken aback, lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings. The entity, with its hollow eyes, questioned, "What? Can't you see? Step aside. Do not obstruct my path." With that, the gigantic cyborg raised a fist, larger than Saitama himself, and swung it down towards Genos. In response, Genos unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his back-mounted thrusters, evading the oncoming attack and countering with a strike that forced the behemoth to stagger back. The enormous cyborg roared in fury, launching a punch that Genos managed to deflect. Facing the towering figure before him, Genos coldly stated, "I have questions for you." Meanwhile, accompanied by a wave of light-hearted laughter, a massive shadow enveloped Saitama. Turning to look, he beheld a humanoid lion several meters tall, its blood-red eyes radiating menace. "Ha ha ha, this is what we call being at a loss. Well done, Earth Dragon." Just as the words left its mouth, a nearby mole poked its head above ground and remarked in a deep voice, "It's quite troublesome to move around." Noticing the multitude of adversaries surrounding Saitama, Genos grew anxious and glanced over, exclaiming, "Sensei, are you still able to look elsewhere? You have quite the nerve." At that moment, the colossal cyborg charged forward once more. Realizing he must first address the immediate threat before aiding Saitama, Genos narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Countless flames enveloped the cyborg, yet the effect was minimal, as the cyborg effortlessly leaped out and threw a punch, which Genos narrowly evaded. Amidst the swirling dust, the cyborg declared in a deep voice, "I am the crystallization of wisdom from the House of Evolution, the armored gorilla. Your attacks are futile against me." A flicker of surprise crossed Genos' eyes as he inquired, "The House of Evolution? What business do you have with my master? It is none of your concern. Our ironclad rule is to eliminate any obstacles. We must eradicate you." Facing the cyborg standing before him, Genos charged again. Meanwhile, Katakuri observed silently from the sidelines, refraining from revealing his abilities to a stranger. He deemed the armored gorilla no match for Genos. As long as he remained unprovoked, he would not intervene. The members of the House of Evolution regarded Katakuri as an ordinary individual, underestimating him, unaware that he was an exceptionally powerful entity, rivaling the furious Ashura Kabuto when fully unleashed. "Hey, what's with that expression?" On another front, the lion monster yawned while watching Saitama, who appeared drowsy. "Annoyed?" he asked. But Saitama merely yawned again and replied, "The earth is pleasantly cool with a hint of warmth. It's delightful. I'm a bit sleepy, so please ignore me." Upon hearing Saitama's words, veins bulged on the lion monster's forehead, only to dissipate quickly as he burst into laughter, stating, "It seems I must make you aware of your current predicament." The lion monster extended his claws towards Saitama, asserting, "Listen well. I shall render you incapable of resistance by destroying your eyes." The Beast King shows no mercy to any opponent. Just as he finished speaking, Saitama stepped out of the ground, calmly addressing the astonished monsters, "Let's set the jokes aside for now. You can still apologize, had I not reacted quickly. My ceiling would have been smashed by you." "Very well." The Beast King stood up, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent, coldly declaring, "Now, let me show you the power of the Beast King." Dirt has fallen in a strange place," he started, but Saitama interrupted him mid-sentence. The Earth Dragon, sweating profusely, watched with a grave expression. He understood the immense force required to emerge from such a situation, yet Saitama had done so effortlessly, suggesting his strength was formidable. "Hey, are you listening? Just wait while I clear the earth out," Saitama said while adjusting his belt, with the Beast King politely observing him. "Is it ready? Just a moment." After a few breaths, Saitama turned to the Beast King, saying, "All right." Upon hearing this, the Beast King, filled with hostility, proclaimed, "Then allow me to demonstrate the might of the Beast King. Lion slash." With that, his claws elongated dramatically as he lunged at Saitama. However, Saitama merely sidestepped, causing the buildings behind him to be cleaved into 5 segments. Frustrated at missing Saitama, the Beast King frantically swung his claws, increasing the speed of his attacks, even fatally injuring 2 of his comrades. "Haha, survival of the fittest. You're next." He then exposed his robust muscles, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. "Wait. Now is not the time to kill." The Earth Dragon attempted to intervene, but upon seeing the Beast King enter a frenzied state, he remained silent. Lion slash flowing tide. Countless claws, accompanied by the Beast King's roars, lunged towards Saitama, radiating a lethal aura. The intent to capture Saitama had vanished. It was clear the aim was to kill him. Saitama, witnessing this, ceased to hold back. After dodging several attacks, he raised his fists, delivering a flurry of 6 powerful punches. The mighty beast king was obliterated, reduced to a puddle of flesh. The earth dragon, terrified, immediately burrowed underground, fleeing at high speed. No one ever told me he was this strong. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a bald figure suddenly appeared before him. An eerie smile nearly sending him into shock. Found you. With a resounding punch, Saitama dispatched the earth dragon. Emerging from the hole to find Genos had already defeated the armored gorilla and was interrogating him. The armored gorilla, previously threatening both, surrendered instantly when Saitama brandished the Beast King's bloodied eyeball, divulging the House of Evolution's intentions and whereabouts. I confess everything. Please spare me. What a turnaround from your earlier bravado, Saitama remarked, observing the armored gorilla, who lay against the wall, beginning to grasp the situation. However, upon hearing that Dr. Genus, the leader of the House of Evolution, was interested in his body, Saitama's expression darkened, and he fixed a serious gaze upon the armored gorilla. I have no interest in men. No, master, that's not what he means. They seem intent on using your extraordinary physique for their evolutionary research. If we ignore them, they may send assassins after us. Katakuri approached, stating, we cannot allow them to roam freely. It is time for us to strike. I concur, Katakuri added, secretly contemplating that since the House of Evolution was a wanted organization, he could collect some scientific tools after they were defeated and return to his homeland without attracting the attention of the world government. Unbeknownst to him, Saitama, oblivious to Katakuri's thoughts, seriously declared upon learning that the House of Evolution might continue to harass him. Let's go. Yes. Genos responded, momentarily stunned before exclaiming, right now? Well, there's a supermarket sale tomorrow. I don't have time, Saitama replied, raising a discount flyer. Master. Katakuri and the others watched as Saitama and Genos departed, feeling somewhat dubious. Yet reassured by Saitama's formidable strength, Katakuri decided to follow suit. As for the armored gorilla, left behind, he felt the situation turning dire and promptly activated a small satellite communicator atop his head, sending a message to the House of Evolution. Hey, I say yes. Genos suddenly appeared before him, weapon drawn, aiming intently. Holding a piece of paper in his right hand, the armored gorilla was startled and hurriedly complied. Last question. Has the House of Evolution been developing cyborgs for over 4 years? How many cyborgs are there? And how many cities have been destroyed previously? The armored gorilla, unaware of Genos' intentions, felt the palpable menace emanating from him, causing cold sweat to cascade down his brow. He answered honestly, I don't know. But I am the only combat-type cyborg from the House of Evolution. On the other side, at the location of the House of Evolution, Dr. Kinos was astounded by the data transmitted from the computer. It was inconceivable that the elite forces assembled to eradicate the old humanity had been utterly annihilated. According to the report from the armored gorilla, 3 individuals were en route to their location. Upon viewing the photographs of Saitama and his companions, a sense of foreboding engulfed Dr. Kinos. Should they arrive, all of his previous accomplishments could be obliterated in an instant. The situation was dire. Hearing the words of his clone, Dr. Kinos clenched his fists in fury and coldly declared, You forced me to reveal my trump card. What followed sent waves of terror through his numerous clones. Prepare to release the Azura rhinoceros beetle. What? Upon hearing this, the clones displayed expressions of sheer horror, vehemently voicing their opposition. We cannot release it. This is unthinkable. Though they realized it might be the only course of action, they hesitated, apprehensive about the peril it entailed. Calm down. Dr. Kinos interrupted the frenzied discussions among the clones. This is merely a last resort. However, we must first set countless traps from the 1st to the 8th floor. If fortune favors us, we may prevail, but should we fail, I am fully aware of the consequences that await me. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods of the House of Evolution, 3 figures were swiftly traversing the terrain, rapidly approaching their destination. I didn't expect them to be running, one remarked. Is there any other way to get there? In response to their inquiries, Genos, while running, naturally stated, I assumed the master would surely fly. This has left Saitama utterly perplexed. How could humans possibly fly? At this moment, Katakuri inopportunely remarked, Humans can indeed fly when their strength reaches a certain level. Upon hearing this, Saitama, who was in the midst of running, turned his gaze towards Katakuri, his eyes wide with curiosity. Humans can fly? Why was I unaware of this? Just as Katakuri was about to respond, he noticed Saitama turning away. his expression one of disinterest, as if he had merely posed the question casually. Consequently, Katakuri chose not to answer and continued running alongside the two. Meanwhile, Genos, who was leading the way, seemed oblivious to Katakuri's statement and enthusiastically praised, "It appears that you, master, can arrive at the scene merely by walking. Truly, you are a hero." "No, actually, we haven't arrived yet." As soon as the words left his mouth, the trio leapt before a square iron tower, its surface adorned with a thick layer of moss, gazing curiously at the structure. "Here we are, the location mentioned by the armored gorilla. This is the House of Evolution." Observing the iron tower, Saitama extended his hand and counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 stories. Before he could finish, Genos abruptly brought his hands together, unleashing a terrifying energy cannon that emitted searing heat, instantly incinerating the tower. A colossal explosion reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that stirred countless particles of dust into the atmosphere. As the dust settled, Saitama looked at Genos with a bemused expression, asking, "What on earth are you doing?" "Huh?" Genos replied, momentarily taken aback, before explaining, "I believe this was the most effective method to capture them all at once." Gazing at the obliterated mountain before them, Saitama found himself at a loss for words, acknowledging that Genos did have a point. You are correct, but they had undoubtedly made considerable preparations. At this moment, Katakuri coldly remarked, "We are here to eradicate this organization. Why must we respect the opponent's preparations? We can simply eliminate them." Saitama, observing the two individuals, found himself at a loss for words, finally responding, "Ah, that does seem to be a valid point. However, you are rather lacking in courtesy." As they approached the location where the tower once stood, Katakuri suddenly spotted an iron door and yanked it open, revealing a passage leading underground. Gazing at the entrance, Katakuri calmly stated, "It appears to be a gateway to the depths below." Upon hearing this, Genos stepped forward, scanning the tunnel for any dangers. After confirming it was safe, he addressed Saitama, "Shall we descend, master?" "All right," Saitama replied. As the two prepared to venture down, Katakuri hesitated for a moment before urgently interjecting, "Hey, wait. Are you really planning to just go in like that?" "Eh?" Saitama was taken aback, tilting his head towards Katakuri. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "How else are we supposed to go down?" "No, I mean, shouldn't we prepare first?" "Why prepare? If we encounter the master of the evolution house, we can just teach him a lesson." "Saitama, I recognize your immense strength." But before Katakuri could finish his thought, Saitama had already followed Genos down the passage. "Reckless," Katakuri muttered, somewhat speechless, yet he activated his observation haki and followed them. Within a certain hidden chamber of the laboratory, the air was filled with gunfire and the desperate cries of the cloned bodies of Dr. Genos. "Ah!" With a chilling scream, silence enveloped the room, leaving only the heavy breathing of a gigantic monster echoing in the air. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a series of footsteps gradually approached, and Dr. Genos entered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. With a slightly anxious expression, he gazed at the creature before him and remarked, "Ah, Azura rhinoceros beetle, how have you been? Have you found satisfaction in the numerous clones you have slain?" The creature before them was none other than the ultimate experiment of the House of Evolution, the Azura rhinoceros beetle. Upon hearing the sound, it turned its head, casting a sardonic glance at Dr. Genos. "Ah, fool, how could I possibly be satisfied? You have imprisoned me underground, yet I am the strongest combatant of the House of Evolution." With that, the Azura rhinoceros beetle tore apart the chains binding it. Its visage twisted in fury as it glared at him. Noticing this, Dr. Genos was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing, though he feigned calmness as he replied, "Your mental state is highly unstable. Even we cannot control you. This action was taken out of necessity." "Control?" the Azura interrupted. A mocking smile plastered across its face as it leaned down to gaze at the insignificant figure before it. "Fool, I am the product of your dreams of a new humanity. My intellect and physique far surpass those of you outdated humans. Thus, it is you who should heed my commands." Gazing at the self-assured Azura rhinoceros beetle, which stuck out its tongue in derision, Dr. Genos thought to himself, "No. You are a failed experiment. Though your capabilities are immensely powerful, you possess no morality." Resolving himself, Dr. Genos addressed the Azura, "Killing me is inconsequential. There are countless substitutes available. However, there is one specimen I must obtain at all costs." With that, he revealed photographs of Saitama and his companions, expressing a hint of desperation. "But he is terrifyingly strong. Only you can confront him." I hope you can capture him. Upon viewing the photographs, the Azura rhinoceros beetle displayed a confident smile, believing the task to be a mere trifle. Whether he lives or dies matters not. The underground is quite spacious indeed. How exhilarating. Observing Saitama's slight excitement, Katakuri could only shake his head in exasperation. Can you not take this seriously? Do not act as if it is of no concern. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered in Katakuri's eyes, prompting Genos to halt as well. Saitama, taken aback, looked at the two with confusion. What's wrong? There are biological signatures ahead, Genos replied, his expression grave, before turning to Saitama. Master, two entities are approaching. They're here. At this moment, Katakuri's right hand abruptly transformed into a machine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the colossal creature charging towards him. Unmatched rice cake blade. Countless armored rice cake bullets struck the behemoth, yet it merely raised its right hand to shield itself, the impact proving negligible due to its slower speed. A revelation dawned. This monstrous being was the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, who, upon beholding Saitama and his companions, radiated exhilaration. 3 of them. Which one do you mean? In its left hand, it clutched the battered figure of Dr. Genos, who, bruised and bloodied, pointed towards the bald man in the center, exclaiming, "The one in the middle." Excellent. Then the others are unnecessary. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the Ashura rhinoceros beetle delivered a powerful punch, smashing Genos's face against the wall. Rice cake thrust. A faint voice echoed from behind the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, barely audible yet detected by its acute senses. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of slashes rained upon the creature, inflicting pain and causing numerous cracks to appear in its exoskeleton, from which green blood seeped. Interesting, there's another formidable opponent. Turning around, the Ashura rhinoceros beetle unleashed a punch, breaking the sound barrier, aimed directly at Katakuri's face. Sensing a violent surge of energy, Katakuri instantly realized that his Machi form was ineffective against the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, much like his previous encounters with Saitama. Without hesitation, Katakuri elementalized his body, evading the blow, and summoned 2 unmatched sweet rings, which he swung with ferocity, sending the Ashura rhinoceros beetle flying. Interesting. Despite being knocked away, the Ashura rhinoceros beetle displayed no signs of distress. Its wounds healed almost instantaneously. With unwavering confidence, it gestured behind, declaring, "I am the Ashura rhinoceros beetle. This place is a dedicated combat laboratory. Let us fight there." Regaining his composure, Saitama felt a flicker of interest towards the formidable creature, coupled with anger at Genos' state, prompting him to frown and declare, "If you dare to turn Genos into modern art, then let us fight." With excitement gleaming in its eyes, the Ashura rhinoceros beetle discarded Dr. Genos and sprinted towards the rear. Observing this, Saitama exchanged a glance with Katakuri before rushing after it. Katakuri hesitated momentarily, recalling the Ashura rhinoceros beetle's impressive combat capabilities, but the thought of Saitama's power comparable to the 5 kings bolstered his resolve to follow suit. In his perception, aside from the 5 kings, only the admirals and generals of the navy and the government could rival him, while most others were merely on par. Before long, they arrived at a vast white chamber spanning several thousand meters. Is it spacious? This is the largest room in the base, where test subjects engage in combat to assess their battle prowess. As he spoke, the excitement on the Ashura rhinoceros beetle's face intensified. Its eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent as it regarded the 2 men, exclaiming, "Let the slaughter commence." No sooner had the words escaped its lips than a fireball enveloped it, which it effortlessly extinguished, turning to the figure at the entrance. "Oh, you're still alive? Doctor." Genos, leaning against the wall with one hand, suddenly charged at the Ashura rhinoceros beetle with a fierce determination. Bam! A punch landed on the creature, yielding minimal effect. Undeterred, Genos activated his thrusters, propelling himself into the air, unleashing a torrent of energy from his palm towards the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, soaring above it to continue his assault. Fool! The Ashura rhinoceros beetle scoffed, watching Genos from below, curious to see what else he could muster. Machine gun punch. Countless fists erupted with sparks, raining down upon the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, yet to no avail. "It seems you are lacking," the creature taunted, its massive fist hurtling towards Genos with blinding speed. Just as Genos was about to be struck, Katakuri, enveloped in a radiant light, maneuvered the unmatched sweet rings to intercept the blow. "You are no match for him." Katakuri glanced back at Genos, his gaze gleaming with cold resolve as he focused on the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, unleashing his haki and, with a surge of power, sent the creature flying. "What?" Genos stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, his golden eyes fixed on Katakuri in astonishment. He knew of Katakuri's strength, but he had never expected that the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, which he could barely scratch, would be sent reeling by Katakuri's might. Yet, recognizing Katakuri as Saitama's ally, Genos found solace in the thought, for only the strong could claim such a friendship. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain unyielding towards Katakuri, as he was with all formidable beings. Save for Saitama and Dr. Casino, Katakuri, undeterred by Genos' gaze, remained focused on the Ashura rhinoceros beetle, his expression grave. In his eyes, he observed the creature's previously wounded exoskeleton had already healed completely within mere seconds. Such a rapid recovery speed, surely. Even the awakened abilities of those with animal-type devil fruits cannot rival this terror? Fool. In the face of a formidable opponent like Katakuri, whose strength is on par with his own, Ashura the rhinoceros beetle still radiated confidence, mocking before charging forward once more. Unmatched sweet donut, mighty rice cake. At the sound of Katakuri's voice, 5 more unmatched sweet donuts coalesced in the air, extending enormous fists adorned with haki, crashing forward. Intrigued by this peculiar technique, Ashura the rhinoceros beetle momentarily set aside his nonchalant demeanor and began to take the confrontation earnestly. Boom. Countless shadows of fists intertwined in the space between them, generating a colossal wave of energy. However, Ashura found himself encircled by 7 unmatched sweet donuts, unable to strike at Katakuri's true form. His stamina waned, and injuries began to manifest from the relentless onslaught of fists. Despite Ashura's remarkable recovery capabilities and formidable defenses, his singular approach rendered him incapable of reaching Katakuri's core. Even if both were capable of enduring for days, Katakuri's energy expenditure was negligible. In contrast, Ashura was continuously wounded and recovering, and eventually, his reserves of energy and stamina would deplete. Meanwhile, Katakuri remained virtually unscathed. The unmatched sweet donuts exerted minimal toll on his vitality. In a fleeting moment, the disparity was starkly evident. Cursed fate. Realizing his predicament, Ashura flapped his wings vigorously and soared into the air. Yet he could not escape the relentless entanglement of the unmatched sweet donuts. Futile. Clapping rice cake. Katakuri scoffed as 2 unmatched sweet donuts expanded instantaneously, palms outstretched, before delivering a slap akin to swatting a fly towards Ashura, only to discover that Ashura's figure had vanished. Fool. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind Katakuri. Though his observation haki had foreseen the attack, he did not evade. Instead, he met it head-on with his right hand, enshrouded in haki. Ashura's straight punch. Horned rice cake. Boom. Fist collided with fist, unleashing a tempestuous gale, sending both combatants reeling backwards for several dozen meters. Incineration. At that moment, a radiant energy cannon enveloped the Ashura unicorn beetle in its blazing light, yet it bore no effect. Fool. The insect's acute perception detected an approaching figure, prompting it to instinctively strike with a fist, propelled by the flames, sending the assailant crashing into Saitama. The figure was none other than Genos, who now lay crumpled beside Saitama, struggling to lift his head and gaze at the disdainful Ashura unicorn beetle with a look of helpless frustration. I was careless. Leave that one to me. Saitama, setting Genos down, replied with a hint of exasperation. You've already been battered. Don't push yourself too hard. However, Genos ignored the advice, straining to unleash his incineration cannon with his right hand. Observing the rapidly approaching flames, the Ashura unicorn beetle took a deep breath and astonishingly blew Genos' incendiary flames back at him. It returned? Impossible. Just as Genos uttered these words, he found himself engulfed in fire. When the flames extinguished, Saitama opened his eyes and turned to Genos, only to see his charred, smoke-emitting, yellowish hair, which made his expression shift in alarm. Are you all right? Genos. I'm fine, but your hairstyle is clearly not. At that moment, the mocking laughter of the Ashura Hercules beetle echoed through the air. Saitama turned towards the sound, catching sight of the Ashura Hercules beetle forcefully repelling Katakuri to his side. This piqued Saitama's interest, yet he seemed to temporarily forget that Katakuri's prowess was something he could effortlessly vanquish. The few moves displayed were truly tantalizing. Li Han-yang and Luo arrived in Chang'an. Just as they settled into the Mingfeng Inn, Yang Biao suggested seeking out some amusement. Luo harbored reservations about Han Chong'er, fearing her disdain. However, Li Dan inquired, are you aware of the finest brothels in Chang'an? We are seasoned veterans. If we are to indulge, it must be in the most thrilling and delightful manner. The courtesans must be stunning beauties, capable of captivating a city with a single smile. worthy of the thousands of taels we would spend. Yang Biao chuckled. I happened to overhear two young merchants discussing the brothels of Chang'an. One mentioned that the ladies of Chunqiao Lu are experts in the art of intimacy, while another claimed the courtesans of Yujiao Lu are exceptionally gentle and talented, surpassing even the most refined ladies of noble birth. Li, which establishment do you prefer? I have lived in Chang'an for a decade and have yet to hear of these places. Could they be newly opened? If they have garnered such a reputation shortly after opening, they must possess a unique charm. We should certainly investigate. Luo Mu added with a smile. Since they are recently established, there must be many unspoiled maidens. That is precisely to my liking. Let us agree. The top courtesan shall belong to Li. The second to Yang, and I shall take only a maiden who has yet to lose her purity. The three exited their rooms, brimming with excitement. Li Dan bid farewell to Han Chonger, who inquired about their plans. He replied, having returned to the capital, my brothers, and I wish to explore. You should rest well at the inn. I shall accompany you to the market tomorrow. Han Chonger, puzzled, asked, if you intend to seek enjoyment, why not include me? Why wait until tomorrow? Are you hiding something from me? Although the red plum heroine was new to the world, her intuition was keen, and she guessed correctly. Li Dan felt awkward, while Yang Biao clasped his fists and said, Miss Han, it's best to stay out of men's affairs. We haven't indulged in over a month. Now that we are in Chang'an, we must enjoy ourselves. Please do not pry. Han Chonger's face flushed with indignation as she pressed, Li Dan, is this true? You promised me you would not frequent brothels again. A man's word is his bond. Do not deceive me. Li Dan boldly replied, I did make that promise, but a man's fidelity can waver. I merely wish to indulge briefly to relieve my burdens. I shall return by tomorrow. That should suffice, no? No. Even one visit is unacceptable. Once you go, there will be a next time. And tomorrow will stretch into countless tomorrows. I warn you, should you disregard my counsel and insist on your course, I shall sever all ties with you. From henceforth, you shall walk your own path, and I shall walk mine. With that, she slammed the door shut. In this predicament, Li Dan finds himself torn between leaving and staying, grappling with the notion of appeasing Han Chonger while feeling a sense of reluctance. Luo Mu chuckles, suggesting, brotherly, since you are already betrothed to Miss Han, if she forbids your departure, it would be wise not to go. Yang Biao, however, dismisses this notion, exclaiming, what nonsense is this? A true man should not be cowed by a mere woman. She is not your legitimate wife. We ought to enjoy ourselves. Life is meant for pleasure and indulgence. You must not tether yourself to a woman's whims. With this encouragement, Li Dan finds himself with no choice but to embrace the situation. Thus, the trio, filled with exuberance and coins, make their way to the renowned Yujiao Lu. Upon arrival, Li Dan inquires about the availability of the premier courtesan for the day. The matron, smilingly, responds, alas, young sir, your timing is unfortunate. The head courtesan has been booked by a wealthy magnate from Yangzhou for an entire month. If you are truly interested, you may make a reservation and enjoy her company 10 days hence. Is she not the famed Yang Yujiao from Taiyuan? Li Dan interjects. Indeed. Quite true. To be candid, this establishment is run by a subordinate of the crown prince, who has lavishly invested 100,000 taels to recruit 30 exquisite courtesans from across the realm. Miss Yang was procured for 12,000 taels from Hongyu Lu in Taiyuan. However, do not fret. The second courtesan, Yang Yumei, is equally charming, and as her elder sister, she possesses a unique flair. Perhaps I could arrange for her to attend to you for merely 150 taels a day? Li Dan, however, replies, that may not be appropriate. I have an agreement with my companions that the second courtesan is for him, and I will not interfere. Why not arrange for me and brother Luo the finest virgin instead? Price is no object. Ah, hold on. Brotherly, there is no need for formality among us. It seems you have a fondness for the young sisters. I shall yield young Yume to you. Moreover, from this moment forth, brother Luo and I shall not touch the young sisters, if that pleases you. Li Dan, clasping his fists in gratitude, responds, it is more respectful to comply. However, it would be remiss not to reciprocate your generosity. The expenses for this outing shall be mine, and you may indulge as you wish, for however long you desire. Such a noble brother indeed. Very well, then, I shall let you go. Brother Luo and I shall take our time selecting, accompanied by a servant. Li Dan approaches Yang Yumei's chamber. She resembles her sister Yujiao closely, albeit with a slightly broader face and taller stature. Engrossed in her grooming, she turns her head slightly and says, welcome, esteemed guest. Please take a seat and enjoy some tea. I shall be ready shortly. A maidservant presents a cup of tea infused with rose essence. As Li Dan sips, he engages in casual conversation with Yang Yume. I hail from Taiyuan, a half-hometown connection. As I am a Shaanxi native, I have resided in Chang'an for a decade, and this is my inaugural visit to Yu Jiaolu. Oh, I surmise you are no naive youth, she replies. Pray tell, do you prefer the innocent and unblemished, or someone like me, a courtesan adored by many? Yet, what of it? Though I may wear a mask of cheer beneath the moonlight, my heart is filled with aspirations and dreams of purity. For 3 years, I have dreamt of donning bridal garments and being carried away in a sedan chair by a youthful gentleman, only to awaken in tears. Is it not both laughable and tragic? Do not feel shame, dear maiden, rank and status are but constructs of fate. Your current plight does not diminish your spirit or aspirations. As long as you do not relinquish your dreams, you remain the proud and beautiful Yang Yume. Yang Yume smiles brightly, rising gracefully to bow. You possess a genuine character, which pleases me greatly. I shall do my utmost to ensure your evening is delightful. Why limit it to just one evening? I confess, I am quite the romantic, and whether new or old acquaintances, I seldom part without spending 3 to 5 days together. Do not deny me. Once here, money is no object. I certainly hope you stay as long as possible, yet I am curious. As a frequent patron of the flower district, how do you manage to find such exquisite beauties each time? Surely, you have never faced disappointment? She approaches Li Dan, resting a hand on his shoulder while delicately caressing his chin, her eyes filled with admiration and confidence. Perhaps I am simply blessed with good fortune. I possess the discernment to choose my companions wisely, rather than heed the exaggerated claims of the matron. However, this is my first visit to a brothel, and my brother has accompanied me, broadening my horizons. Since you are a man of good fortune and have a penchant for courtesans, I must caution you. The dreams of the flower district are fraught with peril. The pursuit of pleasure can lead to heartache, and one must tread carefully, lest you find yourself lost in a world devoid of compassion. This warning is delivered with a hint of humor, for Yang Yume, unlike her sister, does not harbor dreams of a nobleman redeeming her from this life. Having wandered through the realms of pleasure for several years, she is well aware of the fickleness of human affection. Dear sister, do not fret for me. Rather, share your unique talents to amuse my eyes. Unlike my sister, I possess fewer skills. I excel in flirtation and the arts of the boudoir. Do you prefer passionate encounters or tender moments? I am rather greedy and desire both. However, today feels different. I seek something more exhilarating. Why not prepare a bath for me, and then we may indulge in the pleasures of the evening? Very well. I shall oblige. Yang Yume responds, her enthusiasm evident as she begins to assist him. The night passes swiftly, and upon awakening to the sun's ascent, Li Dan reflects on the previous evening's enchantments. Yang Yume, already at her mirror, urges him to rise. The sun is high, and you still linger in bed. How shameful. Truly, the night is fleeting, and the day is dawned. Rise, and allow me to assist you in dressing. Oh, there is no need. I am no sovereign to impose upon you. Why the formality? Are you concerned I will pester you for another round of passion? Do you think so poorly of me? Know that I, too, am capable of tenderness. My hesitation is not from politeness. I merely prefer to avoid excessive intimacy, as if we were newlyweds. You may proceed with your morning tasks. I shall be ready shortly. Li Dan rises, dressing swiftly as Yang Yume calls for water for washing. She gazes out at the beautiful morning in Chang'an. After freshening up, he emerges, exclaiming, "What captures your attention? Have you set your sights on a youthful gentleman?" Upon seeing her sister Yang Yujiao gazing from an opposite balcony, his heart skips a beat, but he smiles. I thought I recognized someone. Enter, my dear, beauty admires beauty, and sisters share a bond. Yang Yume waves to her sister, but just as she moves to follow Li Dan inside, Yujiao halts her, exclaiming, "Stop. While your playful banter is amusing, there is no need for haste at this hour. I merely wish to inquire of young Master Li, since you have arrived. Why did you not inform me? You, a youthful hero, generous in your demeanor, would find it quite reasonable for my sister and I to attend to you. The question remains, do you possess any interest?" Yang Yujiao, the leading courtesan, spoke with striking candor, yet Li Dan remained unimpressed. Li Dan scoffed. "I do not possess such fortune. I wonder how Miss Yang has been faring with the wealthy merchant from Yangzhou these past few days. It is possible that in a few days, he may redeem you and take you as his wife." Despite Li Dan's charming demeanor, he could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards the courtesan. Nevertheless, Yang Yujiao, perceptive and considerate, refrained from mocking him at this moment. With a sigh, she replied, "Who told you that? He has engaged me for a month, but yesterday he abruptly departed due to urgent matters. I am now a free woman." able to accompany whomever I choose. Free, perhaps more akin to a caged bird or a flower in stagnant water. I advise you, my dear, that once you have entered this profession, you must conduct yourself with decorum and not provoke your esteemed guests. They have spent a considerable sum, and you are obliged to greet them with laughter and compliance, allowing them to indulge in the pleasures of wealth and tenderness. Otherwise, when you find yourself abandoned and forlorn, you will wish for tears that will not come and laughter that is faded. Such words are unnecessary. Why would I deceive you? It is not my temper that is fierce, but rather your good fortune. As soon as you arrived, he departed, and my earnings remain intact. Is this not a win-win situation? Yang Yumei whispered, Li Lang, my sister would not deceive you. Let her join us. The three of us together would be a delightful experience, allowing you to savor something novel. Li Dan felt a stirring in his heart and smiled. I am grateful for your kindness. Please do summon her, and I shall remain here. However, it was not until half an hour later that Yang Yujiao appeared, impeccably dressed. With a light touch of cosmetics, her jewelry jingling softly, and her eyes shimmering like azure waves, resembling a celestial fairy. Upon her arrival, she grasped her sister's hand and said, Sister, the circumstances have changed unexpectedly. I apologize for the haste. Rest assured, all the rewards shall be yours. And I shall also gift you a pair of luminous pearls. Please accept them graciously. After handing a delicate jewelry box to her maid, upon opening it, 2 radiant night pearls glimmered within. Yang Yujiao had earned a fortune but was willing to spend lavishly for her beloved Li Lang. Yang Yumei accepted the box and smiled. Sister, you are too generous. What is mine is yours. As long as Li Lang is willing, I am 100% agreeable. Li Lang, tell us, who among us is more beautiful, more captivating? Gazing at the enchanting duo, Li Dan scratched his head. Indeed, you are both divine beings. The elder sister possesses a playful spirit, while the younger sister shines with a radiant charm. I dare not offend either. Yet I must state for the record that while we may indulge in merriment, we ought not to exhaust ourselves to the point of losing interest. Instead, let us perform the plum blossom's 3 variations. Yang Yumei chuckled. There you go again. I know you possess formidable skills and exceptional marksmanship, but in a contest of 1 against 2, you must tread carefully to avoid depleting your energy. Now, let us first enjoy the melodies of Qian Tower Moon, followed by Youthful Wanderings, and finally, Plum Blossom's 3 variations. The sisters poured their hearts into the 3 contrasting pieces, each note transporting Li Dan to an ethereal paradise, with the sisters appearing as celestial beings. After the performance and a cup of tea, the sisters penned poems lamenting the unpredictability of life and the importance of seizing joy. One line read, On the streets of Chang'an, endless trees abound. Only Li Lang remains to hold no one. Li Dan felt a swell of pride, as if the sisters were his own divine muses. After savoring the poems, the trio engaged in a game of Go, where Li Dan played black while the Yang sisters collaborated with white. After nearly 160 moves, Li Dan was defeated by 34 pieces. Yang Yujiao asked, Do you concede? If not, shall we play again? Li Dan chuckled, I concede in the game of strategy. But a contest of passion still awaits. The hour grows late, and having explored all amusements, now would be the perfect time for Plum Blossom's 3 variations. Yang Yumei playfully poked his nose. Li Lang, Plum Blossom's 3 variations is the final act. As a master of the brothel, how can you be so eager at this moment? I still wish to perform a dance for you. Just as they were lost in the moment, a figure clad in black stealthily entered the chamber. Li Dan, still catching his breath, heard a familiar voice declare, What a merry trio you are. This is your time of reckoning, as I shall take 3 heads to hang outside Yujiao Tower, ensuring all of Chang'an knows the fate of those who indulge in debauchery. With that, she pressed a sword against Yang Yumei's throat. Trembling, she asked, Who are you? I harbor no grievance against you. If you seek silver, I have ample, along with luminous pearls of great value. Spare our lives. Recognizing the intruder as Han Chonger, Li Dan felt a surge of anger and shouted, Han Chonger, will you not cease? This is a brothel. What business does a respectable young lady have here? Leave now, and I shall follow shortly. Han Chonger scoffed, pressing her sword to his throat. What is the matter with propriety? Why should men be allowed while I am not? I demand to know. Did you not promise to return today? Do your words mean nothing? Li Dan sighed. I regret my actions, yet you are wise. All men share this flaw. When in the embrace of a beauty who would willingly part without fulfilling their desires. Enough of your excuses. Today, I must take one of these courtesans. Choose swiftly which one shall perish. I have no time to waste. You may take my life, but spare my sisters. They are blameless in this. I am the one who deserves your wrath. Do as you wish with me. They are innocent. Han Chong'er was merely threatening them, not intending to kill the innocent. She relented, saying, "Indeed, it seems the courtesan is heartless, while the suitor shows loyalty. Very well, you shall dress and join me outside. I will await your arrival." Li Dan, fearing to provoke Han Chong'er further, left behind 2,000 taels of silver in Yang Yumei's embrace and said, "I must depart. May we meet again." Thus, the Yang sisters, who thrived on allure, unwittingly gained a fortune while being left in a state of shock. Han Chong'er, taking a risk, successfully retrieved her charming Li Lang, averting a disaster. Silently, they returned to the Mingfeng Inn, where Han Chong'er lit candles and poured 2 cups of tea, saying, "Drink up. Once we finish, we shall have a proper conversation." Li Dan stood still, gazing out at the moonlight. "Are you displeased with my tea, finding it less refreshing than Yang Yujiao's?" "I am not thirsty. I have consumed numerous cups today, and my palate is overwhelmed with the taste of tea," Li Dan replied curtly, clearly displeased with her earlier disruption at Yujiao Tower. "Is that so? I presumed you had indulged in a fine vintage. However, the wine at Yujiao Tower is hardly superior, being both filthy and foul. Should you drink too much, you would hardly discern the genuine article." Han Chong'er, feeling irritated, could not suppress her sarcasm, though her jealousy was palpable. Li Dan scoffed, "If Yujiao Tower is so repugnant, why did you venture there? What concern is it of yours? Did you not wish to sever ties with me?" Han Chong'er retorted, "Li Dan, do not take advantage of my goodwill. I acted out of friendship, not wishing to see you squander yourself. Do not mistake my intentions. If you wish to return there, I shall not impede you. If I desired to go, I would do so willingly. You could not stop me if you tried. I simply wish to know if you intend to linger with Yang Yujiao and her sister. Should I pursue a relationship with them, you would seek to eliminate me, disregarding even the most basic principles of camaraderie. The 2 sisters are indeed unfortunate. Can you not spare a thought for them? They are innocent and kind-hearted, and you have no right to take their lives." Han Chong'er scoffed, saying, "Well said. I only ask you this. Will you relent or continue your pursuit of them? Do you still intend to redeem them as concubines? However, that is a futile endeavor. It is well known that these women must be indulged in the brothel to savor their true essence." In a fit of anger, Han Chong'er could no longer contain herself, her words sharp and piercing, unlike those of a typical heroine. Li Dan, feeling quite displeased, retorted sharply, "I do not possess such wealth. To redeem Yang Yujiao, one would need no less than 30,000 taels of silver. If you can lend me 20,000, I might consider it." "Preposterous. What do you take me for? Do you think I would go out of my way to appease you and satisfy your sordid desires just because I fear you might return to the brothel? Not a chance. I declare this. Should you seek her out at Yujiao Tower again, I will ensure she meets a most gruesome fate. Try me if you dare. I must ask, what grievance do you have against Yang Yujiao? As the illustrious Red Plum heroine, how can you jeopardize the life of an innocent woman for the sake of an unrelated man? Where is your conscience? Where is your sense of chivalry? Very well. I too have a question for you. You claim our fates are unrelated, yet why did you come to my aid? You traveled great distances to avenge my father. And for that wretched Yang Yujiao, you are willing to sever ties with me. Are you still the Li Xiaoxia who values righteousness? I do not wish to sever our ties. I merely advise you to reconsider your reckless path and refrain from committing acts that would draw the ire of heaven and humanity. The ire of heaven and humanity. I tell you, I risked my reputation and infiltrated that foul brothel for your sake, and yet you dare to question my actions? I warn you, unless you cease your entanglement with that wretched woman, I will not rest until I have my due. Rather than plead for my leniency, it would be wiser for you to cleanse yourself and aspire to be a man of honor." At this juncture, feeling parched, she drank a cup of tea in one gulp and offered another to him, inquiring, "Will you drink or not?" Seeing Li Dan's cold smile, in a fit of rage, she splashed the tea onto his face and declared, "How dare you take my kindness for granted? I am not begging to marry you, unless you abandon your flirtatious ways. Even if you kneel and plead, I shall never agree to be your wife." Li Dan, awakened by the splash, suddenly realized the depth of her affection for him. If he continued on his obstinate path, he would lose her forever. Even in his anger, her flushed cheeks revealed a charming allure. He smiled and said, "You are quite rude. However, considering your intentions to save me, I shall not hold it against you. We have both grown weary. Let us rest and discuss further tomorrow." With that, he exited her room, gently closing the door behind him, and returned to his own quarters to sleep. He slept soundly until the bustling sounds of the inn roused him the next morning. Just as he finished dressing, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Han Chong'er beaming at him. "Did you sleep well last night? If not, It matters not. If you truly wish to visit Yujiao Tower, I can disguise myself as a man and accompany you. Li Dan, quick-witted, replied, do not use me as a pawn. If you wish to hear music, why not invite Yang Yujiao out? I have no objections. Her delicate brows furrowed in annoyance as she retorted, how presumptuous. You think you can have everything just because I give you a little favor? Hurry and freshen up. We shall savor the newly brewed daughter's red wine and indulge in the freshly caught soft-shell turtle. Seated by the window, they enjoyed the wine and turtle meat while admiring the street scene outside. As they reveled in their feast, Yang Biao and Luo Mu returned, with Yang Biao reproaching Li Dan for his lack of camaraderie for sneaking away without a word. Li Dan replied earnestly, dear brothers, while the allure of the brothel may be tempting, it serves only to quench thirst and stave off summer heat. It is not a path we should pursue. Heed your sister's words. Never entangle yourselves with courtesans, lest you lose everything in this lifetime. Han Chong'er blushed, tapping his head with her chopsticks. Do not take advantage of me. I have yet to settle accounts with you. When you resolve your ties with Yang Yujiao, then you may court me again, depending on my mood. Luo Mu, with a mix of envy and bitterness, remarked, Li brother, Han is not like Yang Yujiao. She will not be so compliant. If you wish to marry her, you must sever your ties with Yang Yujiao, lest she set Yujiao Tower ablaze. Yang Biao dismissed the notion, saying, Han is not that kind of person. In terms of beauty, Yang Yujiao is unworthy to be her maid. In terms of wit, Yang Yujiao is only fit to assist her. She would not be so petty as to feel jealousy over two courtesans. And Li brother's visit to Yujiao Tower is merely a ruse, as Han has yet to agree to marry him. The words were spoken without intention. Yet they struck a chord with Han Chong'er, who shyly smiled and said, marriage is a serious matter, governed by parental orders and matchmaking. How can one act on their own whims? You gentlemen should not take advantage of a vulnerable woman. I was just about to seek out my aunt, as I heard my uncle will soon return to the capital for an official position. Yang Biao exclaimed, that is wonderful news. From where did you hear such tidings? Do not let your hopes soar too high. Han Chong'er replied, yesterday, I encountered an old friend of my father's, Lord Zhao Shua, who is now a senior official in the Ministry of Personnel with a promising future. He informed me that my uncle, who was previously an esteemed official in Shandong, has received an imperial decree to return to the capital as a deputy minister. This is a lucrative opportunity, and I shall have a reliable support for my future. Li Dan jested, your future? You are but 22 years old, and you speak of your future as if you have already lived half your life. Is that not pitiable and laughable? Han Chong'er pouted, you are insufferable. I only confided my age to you, not for you to boast about it. The birth date of a young lady is not something to be casually shared. Remember that. Luo Mu chuckled. So Han is 22 years old. When is your birthday? Mine is the 3rd of July, also 22. Tell me, should I call you sister or younger sister? Han Chong'er retorted, you men are simply intolerable. Well, since we are all family, I will not hide it from you. I was born on the 3rd of May, just 2 months older than you. So you should call me sister. Luo Mu sweetly called her sister, and Han Chong'er had no choice but to agree. Then Li Dan and Yang Biao shared their birthdays. Li Dan is 25 years old, born on the 8th of August, while Yang Biao is 24, born on the 16th of August. The four then discussed when to visit Han Chong'er's uncle and aunt. She suggested that Li Dan, Luo Mu, and Yang Biao become sworn brothers, and they all agreed to call Han Chong'er sister-in-law. Luo Mu added, before you two wed, I shall still call you sister. For my only sister passed away 2 years ago, and having you as my sister alleviates my heartache. The four individuals in Chang'an indulged themselves thoroughly, savoring exquisite delicacies, admiring blooming flowers, purchasing silk, and crafting garments. Li Dan was determined to buy a jade pendant as a gift for Han Chong'er, yet she lacked the funds to reciprocate. Consequently, she borrowed 300 taels of silver from Luo Mu to acquire a jade pendant for Li Dan. As she adorned him with the pendant, she joyfully declared, from this day forth, I consider this a token of our affection. I am officially your girlfriend, and you are my boyfriend. You must not seek out any unsavory women. Do you hear me? I hear you. Why would I need any common women when I have you, my goddess? Li Dan promised Han Chong'er that once her uncle returned to Chang'an, he would send a matchmaker to propose. She fervently urged him not to pursue the Yang sisters, to which Li Dan readily agreed. Later, Li Dan visited the residence of Li Jing, where his sister-in-law, Hong Fu, greeted him with a radiant smile, reminiscing about old times. Where have you been all this time? We haven't heard from you at all. Did you return to your hometown? Hong Fu inquired, clearly aware that he had not. Alas, it is quite embarrassing. I intended to return to Shanxi, but I encountered bandits, although they were not true bandits, who stole my precious jade dragon sword. I had no choice but to pursue them, and many unfortunate events ensued, making it difficult to explain. What do you mean by difficult to explain? Pray tell every twist and turn. I am all ears. And regarding this so-called bandit, are they a female hero or a friend? What is your connection with her? Speak plainly. Hong Fu, undeniably the most renowned female hero of the Tang dynasty, immediately sensed the underlying truth despite Li Dan's composed demeanor. I knew I could not hide it from you. She is akin to you, the illustrious Hong Mei, a heroine of great renown. She borrowed my sword due to a family vendetta yet to be avenged, and she is beset by numerous foes. Alone, she cannot prevail. Thus she borrowed my sword with a promise to return it in 3 months. I traced her to Luoyang and engaged in a fierce battle with the prince's subordinates to rescue her, together with her 2 companions. We ventured to Natushan and Hunan to exact vengeance. However, one named Ho Zhizhong managed to escape, a cunning fellow who fled at the first sign of danger, abandoning his brother. We pursued him for several miles, but to no avail. But you shall find him sooner or later, and he will meet his end. I am curious. How did you come to meet the heroine Hong Mei? Did she feign the borrowing of your sword as a ruse? What transpired between you two? Is she your girlfriend or your lover? Hong Fu bombarded him with questions, each one catching Li Dan off guard, forcing him to speak the truth. Must you continue? We are merely acquaintances on the road. Naturally, we became acquainted through conflict. She is a remarkable woman, and I grew fond of her. Thus she became my girlfriend. Ah, but I bear wondrous news for you. However, if you do not divulge the entirety of your affair with Hong Mei, I shall remain silent. Reciprocate with a courtesy, and you may regret it if you disregard your sister-in-law. Hong Fu, ever attentive, sought to know every detail concerning her younger brother-in-law, leaving no stone unturned. Yet Li Dan felt overwhelmed, unable to resist her inquiries. Is there a sister-in-law like you? What concern do you have with my private affairs? Very well, I shall comply. With no other option, Li Dan recounted his romantic entanglement with Han Chonger in full detail. Hong Fu probed for further particulars, showing no sign of impropriety, as if she had no reservations about obtaining the information she sought. So, you have returned to fetch a betrothal gift? Do not frame it so harshly. I initially came to seek my brother and sister-in-law's counsel regarding this matter. As for the betrothal gift, 1,000 taels of silver would suffice. Her family is of scholarly pedigree. They do not covet gold and silver, as long as the gesture is respectable. Do not speak so sweetly. Since you are asking for my brother and me to take charge, would you be so kind as to show me your portrait? As a young hero, you are deserving of an extraordinary beauty. What portrait? I cannot paint. Should I hire an artist in advance? That is unnecessary. I have already met her, and she surpasses the illustrious Hong Fu in every way. I am quite fond of her. Hong Fu's expression darkened. You cannot simply boast. Matters of marriage must be taken seriously. If I request a portrait, you must provide one. It is not that I cannot assist you in your proposal, but 1,000 taels of silver might seem meager for our family. However, if she presents a satisfactory portrait, I could increase the betrothal gift by an additional 2,000 taels. It is merely a matter of spending a little more silver. Besides, you recently earned 1,000 taels, making it an appropriate betrothal gift. You should refrain from frequenting brothels, as it wastes silver, harms your health, and tarnishes your reputation. Li Dan, feeling affronted, retorted, Who has been to a brothel? Who told you that? Hong Fu, with a knowing smile, replied, Enough. I do not wish to add to your troubles. I am merely being cautious. A man must marry, and a woman must wed. At 25 years of age, you should naturally seek a refined lady, one who is well educated and capable of managing a household and raising children to honor your family name. I assure you, I am not jesting. The portrait is essential. If it suits, the betrothal gift must be no less than 3,000 taels. If you agree, I shall arrange a fine match for you. What fine match? Yesterday, your brother informed me that Prince Qian, Li Shimin, intends to reward those who have rendered him significant service. As a capable assistant to the general, you are among them. Why not go to the prince's residence tomorrow to receive your reward? It would be wise to reconnect with old friends and not be solely engrossed in romantic pursuits. The following day, Li Dan and his brother Li Jing arrived at the prince's residence, where a multitude gathered, all in attendance for the royal rewards. When it was Li Jing's turn, he was appointed as the general of the cavalry, receiving 300 taels of gold, 3,000 taels of silver, a chest of jewels, and 8 maidservants. When it came to Li Dan, Li Shimin inquired if he wished to pursue an official position. He replied that he did not, asserting that he was not suited for battlefield endeavors, and that he could earn merit under his brother's command. Thus, Li Shimin said, "In that case, I grant you 100 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, and 2 maidservants." Li Dan clasped his fists and respectfully stated, "Your Highness, I am already betrothed, so I must decline the maidservants and suggest they be given to other heroes." Li Shimin chuckled, "You are truly a romantic. Rest assured, these 2 maidservants are personally chosen by me for their extraordinary beauty and talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This is your fortune. Accept your reward." Li Dan wished to refuse further, but Li Jing tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Do not provoke the prince's ire on such a momentous occasion. Everyone else is joyfully receiving their rewards. Do not spoil the atmosphere." Upon returning to Li Jing's residence, Li Dan engaged in a spirited debate with his brother and sister-in-law, who both urged him to comply with the prince's wishes. Yet he vehemently argued that he had no interest in other women. He only desired Han Chong'er. Li Jing grew frustrated, slamming the table and demanding, "Can you not be perceptive? The prince is aware of your proud nature and discerning eye. He has specifically selected 2 of the finest maidservants for you. Rejecting them will surely disappoint him. Remember, he seeks to gather the heroes of the realm to solidify his empire. He has lowered himself to reward you. What is there to refuse? What gentleman of means does not keep a concubine? You need not grant them titles. They can simply serve as maidservants." Li Dan scoffed, "If that is the case, should you treat the 8 maidservants awarded to you with such kindness? What of your sister-in-law's dignity?" Hong Fu interjected with a smile, "It matters not. As long as they are not given titles, you may do as you please. I would rather turn a blind eye." Li Dan, exasperated, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you are a celebrated heroine. How can you endure such indignities and compromise your principles? The elder brother's current state is partly due to your influence. He suddenly demanded 8 maidens. Is he not merely a fickle libertine, disregarding the bonds of marital affection? To hold your hand and grow old together. This was his promise to you." Li Jing scoffed, "Li Dan, how can you still call yourself my brother? As an elder sibling, I must guide you. And I am well aware of my own conduct. There is no need for your admonishment. These 8 maidens shall not be given to another. However, the Qin Wang did not instruct me to take concubines, which is a different matter than yours. Your 2 maidens, Nie Xiaoyan and Zhao Qian, were personally chosen for you by the Qin Wang. It would be wise for you to take them as concubines after marrying Han Chong'er, thus honoring the Qin Wang's favor and appreciation. You are a discerning individual. Those who recognize the times are truly remarkable. Do not place your elder brother in a difficult position, nor the Qin Wang. Do you understand?" Li Dan replied with a smile, "Very well. I shall temporarily accept this generous gift. However, once I have achieved great merit for the Qin Wang, I shall have the right to be somewhat aloof. And these 2 shall remain your maidservants." Li Jing was left speechless with indignation, merely gesturing at him. Hong Fu, however, chuckled, "Do not press him too hard. It is not a formal marriage. Must we speak of holding hands and growing old together? It is wise to show mercy when one can't. Let us accept the situation gracefully." She then addressed Li Dan, "Brother, shall we consummate our union tonight? Which maiden do you prefer, Nie Xiaoyan or Zhao Qian?" Nie Xiaoyan and Zhao Qian stood beside Li Dan, holding their breath in anticipation. Li Dan gazed at them, inwardly admiring their enchanting beauty and extraordinary grace, and said, "Please, introduce yourselves and share your interests." Nie Xiaoyan spoke, "I hail from the wealthy Nie family in Shaanxi. Due to the turmoil of war, my family fell on hard times, and my father sold me to the Qin Wang's household. I am well versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, particularly skilled in playing the guqin and chess." Zhao Qian added, "I come from the Zhao family in Henan. My father was once a county magistrate during the Sui dynasty, but he was killed by rebel forces, and I was subsequently sold to the Qin Wang's household. I too am proficient in the arts, especially in painting and calligraphy." Li Dan inquired, "That is wonderful. I would not wish to keep 2 mere puppets. Additionally, do any of you possess knowledge of swordsmanship or martial arts?" Nie Xiaoyan responded, "I have studied swordsmanship at the Qin Wang's household, though I am still a novice. If you would teach me, I shall not disappoint you." Li Dan commanded a maidservant to fetch a sword for Nie Xiaoyan to demonstrate her skills. She gracefully unfurled her form, performing a display that resembled a dance rather than a battle, captivating with her elegance and agility. Li Dan was thoroughly pleased and turned to Hong Fu, sister-in-law. "Let her attend to me tonight. What do you think?" Hong Fu nodded in agreement. "That is fitting. This girl is both intelligent and clever. Treat her well." As the physical tests concluded, Major General Tan, alongside a group of auditors from the Hero Association, began reviewing the written examination and compiling the results of the physical tests. While the auditors appeared indifferent, Major General Tan was displeased with the results he had compiled. Bill Lian, with a written score of 11 and a physical score of 22, had failed. Loken, with a written score of 6 and a physical score of 18, still harbored aspirations of heroism? He too had failed. Meng Qian, with a written score of 21 and a physical score of 49, barely passed. Tianjin Fan, with a written score of 1 and a physical score of 34, had failed. Lao Kelisong Blinken, with a written score of 23 and a physical score of 15, had failed. Zhang Qian, with a written score of 3 and a physical score of 13, also had failed. As he gazed upon the stack of documents, Major General Tan, who prided himself on a temperament as calm as drifting snow, felt his blood pressure rise and his anger swell, his face flushed with rage. It is essential to note that the Hero assessment consists of two segments: the physical test, with a maximum score of 70, and the written test, with a maximum score of 30. A total score of 65 is required to pass, while scores below that are deemed failures. He had come here, commissioned by the government, to oversee the 55th Hero evaluation test as the chief examiner. This has resulted in the scores of those participating in the evaluation being subjected to his scrutiny, leading to an outcome that incited his profound anger. Among the 210 papers that passed through my hands, fewer than 20 individuals achieved a total score of 65, with the highest merely reaching 70. What purpose do these individuals serve? Is the aim of becoming a hero merely to squander time? How dare they shamelessly apply? Is it possible that someone even attempted to bribe me? Have others attempted to bribe you as well? Currently, the Hero Association boasts 17 S-rank heroes, 31 A-rank heroes, 200 B-rank heroes, and 526 C-rank heroes. How many of these ascended through bribery? Due to government support and recruitment, the number of heroes in the Hero Association has significantly surpassed that in the original narrative. The government provides you with funding to assist in maintaining public order, not to sustain a host of incompetents. The voice of indignation reverberated throughout the grading room as an invisible tension began to rise. Faced with the wrath of General Tan, the evaluators from the Hero Association dared not utter a word of dissent. Setting aside the fact that he is a general from the government's military headquarters, he had fought countless battles in the Grand Line, his hands stained with the blood of pirates. Subsequently, the world government assigned him to the A-City Division to oversee order in these urban areas. Although he is generally amiable, he spares no mercy when confronting miscreants, ruffians, or corrupt officials. On one occasion, he publicly executed a brigadier suspected of colluding with organized crime to oppress the populace. Thus, in the eyes of the public, General Tan holds a position of great esteem. They cannot afford to offend him. Shortly after, General Tan took a large sip of ice water, gasping for breath to calm his emotions, then, with great restraint, resumed his review of the papers. Observing this, the staff nearby wiped the sweat from their brows, breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged anxious glances, and then resumed their evaluations, fearful of provoking another outburst. They could endure the rebuke, but a complaint to the government would spell disaster. About half an hour later, General Tan's gaze landed on a particularly unusual paper. Saitama, written as 1 point for the written exam and 70 points for the physical test. Surprised, he studied the paper for a moment in silence, then called over an aide, fetched the test video of this individual named Saitama. Upon locating the complete video of Saitama's test, General Tan watched with growing interest. However, as time passed, his initially intrigued expression turned grave, with the video replaying repeatedly. He had presumed this individual to be an ordinary person who had bribed the examiners. Considering that in previous evaluations by the Hero Association, the highest score in the physical test was achieved by Silver Fang, who scored 11 in the written exam and 60 in the physical test, ranking as B rank number 102. Subsequently, Silver Fang's rank steadily improved, and before the establishment of S-rank heroes, he was ranked 6th in B rank. Now, Silver Fang stands as the 3rd S-rank hero. Despite this, his physical test score was not perfect, holding the record for the highest score thus far. Yet this individual named Saitama has shattered that record. After countless replays and contemplations, General Tan arrived at an undeniable conclusion. This man is extraordinary. His strength, speed, reflexes, physical fitness, endurance, and explosive power are all of the highest caliber. Even during the testing, he appeared to be quite earnest. However, after multiple observations, General Shui Tun was astounded to realize that this so-called seriousness was merely a casual endeavor for this individual. His abilities are such that he could effortlessly achieve a flawless hexagon. This existence surpasses his own by far. If the ideals of justice are unwavering, then he is more than capable of assuming the role of a general. The more he ponders, the more the expression of General Shui Tun shifts, flickering between clarity and obscurity. At this moment, his heart is in turmoil. The very fact that he enrolled in the hero assessment indicates that this individual named Saitama likely possesses the conviction of a true hero. Such a remarkable talent. Must we really consign him to the Hero Association? If he were to be placed under the government's purview, wouldn't that yield a formidable ally? The dream of justice's banner unfurling across the Grand Line would draw ever closer. Is it truly wise to surrender him to the Hero Association? Ding ding ding. General Snow Dolphin, your phone is ringing. The sudden call interrupted General Snow Dolphin's train of thought. He frowned slightly, but his expression changed dramatically upon seeing the caller's identity. Vice Admiral Carp, hello, Snow Dolphin speaking. What are you up to? How is that rascal Ace faring in his reflection? Carp's gruff voice resonated through the receiver, accompanied by the sound of chewing, as if he were enjoying a meal. Report to Vice Admiral Carp. I have been commissioned by the government to serve as the chief examiner for the 55th Hero Examination of the Hero Association and am currently reviewing the results. Your grandson, Port Asti, Ace, remains at the A City Government Military Division, displaying a rather unfriendly demeanor. Upon hearing this, Carp fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, that ugly brat still has that temper. It seems I must personally go and deal with him. General Snow Dolphin's expression shifted. Might you be? I have just reached the doorstep of the Red Earth continent and am about to enter the Asian continent. Is there anything you require of me? Before he could finish, Carp's laughter interrupted him. I am not someone who needs taking care of. You attend to your duties. Don't prepare anything. I will be heading directly to the A City Division shortly. General Snow Dolphin nodded, then softly inquired, what about your other grandson, Monkey D. Luffy? Leave him be. That little brat has already entered the Grand Line after defeating 3 pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. I have not managed to catch him. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now. With a sigh, General Snow Dolphin ended the call. His gaze returning to Saitama's records and examination papers, his resolve solidified. He absolutely could not let this talent slip away. However, avoiding the attention of the Hero Association seemed quite challenging. He was certain Saitama would pass the examination, but the hero evaluation posed a dilemma. If he were rated too low, it would not do justice to his perfect score in the physical test. Conversely, if rated too highly, it would elevate his status, making it impossible to discreetly recruit this talent. Feeling a slight headache, General Snow Dolphin fell into deep contemplation over the documents before him. Soon, he arrived at the most suitable decision. He affixed his stamp. Saitama officially became a professional hero of the Hero Association, ranked B level, 201st, the Bald Cape Crusader. On the Red Earth continent, at the entrance to the Asian continent, Vice Admiral Carp's ship had passed inspection and was about to cross the Red Earth Mountains. Standing at the bow, Carp gazed somberly at the towering peaks before him, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Ace, you stubborn boy. Why won't you listen to your grandfather? And Luffy, you've already become a Navy Commodore, yet insist on being a pirate. You two rascals. His aged eyes reflected sorrow as he beheld the mountains, glistening tears forming at the corners. In a newlywed bliss, Han Chonger and Li Dan shared a deep affection, reveling in joyous nights and frequent gatherings with sister-in-law Hong Fu, soon integrating into this large family. 1 month into their marriage, she found herself in the garden pavilion with Hong Fu, engaging in intimate conversation. Hong Fu smiled and asked, "How have you been lately? Any discomfort?" Han Chonger replied, "No need for concern, sister-in-law. I eat well, sleep well, and enjoy life. It feels as though I am living like a deity. Have the maidservants been slacking off or upsetting you?" "Not at all. I've been here for over a month and have never lost my temper with the maids. They likely know my background and are cautious around me. I must caution you, those 2 maidservants are not to be underestimated. They were personally selected by King Li Shimin for Li Dan, so please tread carefully and avoid falling into their schemes." "How could that be? I am well aware. Those 2 wait day and night for Li Dan to take them as concubines. Seeing my deep bond with him must irk them to no end. But I will not grant them any opportunity. What can they do? Once Li Dan accomplishes great deeds for the king, I shall ensure they are sent away." Han Chong, straightforward and candid, revealed her thoughts without reservation. "But don't celebrate prematurely. The king intends to bestow an official position upon Li Dan. Unfortunately, he has missed that chance. Should he wish to serve the king in the future, he must wait for another opportunity. However, those two will not remain idle and will not wait for your gracious acceptance. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open arrow but hard to guard against a hidden dagger. It is wiser to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Han Chonger became excited. How should I take the initiative? I would appreciate your guidance, sister-in-law. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Fu responded, have you had your monthly cycle recently? Yes. Just the day before yesterday, while I was playing Go with Li Lang, it caught me off guard, but thankfully, I was clear by yesterday. Oh dear, that's not ideal. Hong Fu maintained a smile, though she had anticipated this. As someone with experience, she knew that becoming pregnant shortly after marriage was not typical for a heroine. What's the issue? My cycle is perfectly normal, usually occurring around the full moon, lasting no more than 3 days, and there is nothing particularly uncomfortable about it. You are worrying unnecessarily. Not at all. I mean, you and Li Dan are both in your prime, full of vigor. It has been a month. And your belly shows no signs of movement. This poses a risk for childbearing. What? Sister-in-law, are you joking? To be honest, I did not take precautions in the first 10 days after our marriage, but afterward, to prevent early pregnancy, I took contraceptive pills prescribed by Dr. Yin and Tang. They work quite effectively. Oh dear, Chonger, how could you not discuss such a significant matter with me? Firstly, taking contraceptive pills excessively is not good for your health. Secondly, you need to conceive and bear a child soon. Li Dan is already 25 years old, and you know this well. I understand. Which is why I consulted the skilled Dr. Yin. He also mentioned that these pills should not be taken long-term, and it's best to switch to another method after 6 months. I had planned all along to stop the pills after 6 months and prepare to conceive. Surely, this 6-month period will not delay Li Dan's legacy, will it? Han Chonger's eyes widened, growing increasingly perplexed. What did taking the initiative and pregnancy have to do with each other? Chonger, I just told you. You cannot be complacent right now. Instead, you must take the initiative. The essence of taking the initiative is to strengthen yourself first before launching an offense. Many couples, despite their deep affection, find themselves compelled by in-laws to take concubines if they fail to conceive in time, or even face divorce for not bearing male heirs. Hence, your first step is to become pregnant. That way, even if Li Dan contemplates otherwise, he will have reservations. And what is the second step? The second step is to tighten your defenses against potential intruders. You must remain vigilant against maidservants employing beauty traps and schemes against Li Dan, especially those 2 maidservants. And the third step? Once circumstances change, should the two act recklessly, indulging in revelries with Li Dan behind your back, you must deliver a thunderous reprimand. It is not a matter of wailing and making a scene, but rather of sternly chastising the maidservants and commanding them to pen a letter of guarantee. Should they err again, you would have every right to dismiss them. Provided you handle the situation with finesse, I dare say they will be expelled before your delivery. Upon hearing this, Han Chonger was taken aback. She had not anticipated that dealing with 2 maidservants would require such meticulous thought and effort. Given her nature, she was reluctant to engage in such a struggle with them, and after a moment of hesitation, she inquired, Sister-in-law, is there truly no other way? Must I tolerate them once more, resulting in 4 confrontations, allowing Li Dan to betray me 4 times? Is that not unjust? Not unjust at all. Striking preemptively and resolving matters swiftly is your best strategy. Furthermore, once you are with child, it is inevitable that Li Dan will have wandering eyes. He already has ties with these 2. Given the circumstances, can you expect him to remain faithful while you are pregnant? Oh no, I had never contemplated this issue. What shall I do now? Han Chonger furrowed her brows. Even the valiant Hong Mei found herself unprepared for such domestic strife and jealousy. In truth, it is not as dire as it seems. Pregnancy does not preclude intimacy, provided one is exceedingly cautious. It is advisable to refrain from such activities during the first 3 months and the last 2 months to avoid miscarriage. Consider this. I urge you to cease the medication today, all right? All right. Han Chonger intended to follow this counsel, but the next day, Nia Shaoan disrupted her plans. The following day, her aunt sent word that she had caught a slight cold. Although she was recovering, she was quite worried about her, thus requesting her to return home. Coincidentally, Li Dan had left early that morning with Li Jing to the Qin Wangfu, so he could not accompany her. The next morning, Han Chonger hurried back from her aunt's house, only to be astonished by the chaos that awaited her at home. Perhaps Nia Shaoan and Zhao Qian sought to challenge her. For the 2 lay on either side of Li Dan, all 3 lost in deep slumber. Enraged, Han Chonger threw back the covers, revealing the 2 entirely unclothed. Get up. You lewd vixens. Who permitted this? I have been away for merely a day, And you dare to act with such impunity? You have gone too far. Li Dan was greatly alarmed, yet found himself at a loss for words. He had not intended to betray her, however. Nie Xiaoyan and Zhao Qian had stealthily entered his chamber at night and climbed into bed with him. He resisted for less than 3 minutes before Nie Xiaoyan's words quelled his doubts. Madam has gone to her family. It is late now. Tomorrow when we awaken. If we clean up well, who would ever know? What is there to fear? Still simmering with anger, Han Chong'er delivered 2 resounding slaps to the 2 maidservants and declared, "You are truly brazen, disregarding my presence. Do not think that because you were sent by King Qin Li Shimin, you can act recklessly without consequence. I assure you, your days of indulgence are over. Once I inform General Li Jing, you shall be sold to a brothel. Is that not what you desire?" Nie Xiaoyan pleaded softly, "Madam, please calm your anger. Today we were indeed in the wrong, and we shall never dare repeat it. However, being sold to a brothel is out of the question. We both hold a respectable status as maidservants, not mere servants. Even if General Li Jing wished to assign us, he would need to consider carefully." Han Chong'er turned to the now-dressed Li Dan and asked, "Li Dan, hear what they say. How do you propose to assign them?" Li Dan, feeling awkward, knew he had reveled with the 2 the previous night and was reluctant to be the heartless scoundrel. He replied, "It is entirely up to Madam. I have no objections. But what? To sell them to a brothel is absolutely unacceptable. It is better to wait for the general to return and decide. Are you still showing them pity?" "You are quite the sentimental one," Han Chong'er retorted, suppressing her anger with a hint of sarcasm. "No, madam, we must show mercy where possible. I agree to their assignment. But selling them to a brothel would be too harsh. How could we bear it? Surely the general would not consent either." Nie Xiaoyan chimed in, "Indeed." Even the King Qin would be enraged. Her tone was defiant, challenging, "Madam, do as you please. Someone will take care of you. Now get out of my sight." Han Chong'er insisted Li Dan accompany her to see her sister-in-law Hongfu, but he lamented, "After this incident, how could I possibly face my sister-in-law? I must inform you. It was they who stealthily crept into my bed at night. While I am at fault, I was also a victim of circumstance. Please believe me." "I see. Then I can tolerate these 2 vixens even less." She sought out Hongfu, who agreed to have them dismissed, but not sold to a brothel. It was not until dusk that Li Jing returned. Upon hearing the matter, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What does Li Dan think?" Hongfu retorted, "Why do you ask this? As the head of the household, cannot you make a decision on such a trivial matter?" Li Jing replied, "Madam, you are being harsh. This is a family matter that should be resolved by you. I can only provide relevant details for your consideration. Today, the King Qin has shown great favor to Li Dan, asking if he would serve as a 5th-rank vice-general under my command, leading 5,000 troops, in addition to a villa gifted to him. This is all thanks to the efforts of Nie Xiaoyan's cousin and Fang Xinling. You should think carefully about it. Otherwise, if complications arise at this juncture, the King Qin will surely lose face." Fuming, Hongfu hurled her teacup and exclaimed, "This King Qin is too meddlesome. You are to be a wise ruler. Why must you make things difficult for others and interfere in matters that do not concern you?" Li Jing then advised, "In my view, it would be wise to hold off for now, to suppress this incident, and assign Nie Xiaoyan and Zhao Qian to your side to prevent further issues. What do you think?" Hongfu exclaimed, "Are you mad? Have I nothing better to do than to harbor these 2 vixens? What if they entice you again? What am I to do then?" Li Jing replied despondently, "Madam, for now, we must endure. Consider the greater good." He silently lamented, as even Hongfu harbored trepidation, realizing these 2 maidservants were not to be underestimated. "Very well, it is settled then. Chong'er, rest assured, I shall not allow you to suffer any grievances. I will take care of this matter. Bring Nie Xiaoyan and Zhao Qian to me at once." In the 4th year of Wuda, during the 1st month, Li Jing submitted 40 strategies to Qin Ping, which Li Yuan took very seriously, appointing Li Jing as the overall commander of the army, saying, "All within the 3 armies shall be entrusted to Jing." Thus, Li Jing became the true commander of the forces, with Li Dan assigned as his vice-general, leading 15,000 troops. Meanwhile, Han Chong'er had her own plans. On the eve of their parting, she and Li Dan shared an intimate encounter, filled with charm and initiative. Li Dan was delighted, and as passion waned and fatigue set in, he asked, "Chong'er, why are you so enchanting today? Do you fear that my journey will be fraught with peril and that I may not return safely?" "Not at all. The ways of husband and wife are not fixed. I often ponder that the joys of marital intimacy can be insufficient, which is why men are drawn to courtesans. Although young Yu Jiao is alluring, she possesses a tender charm and a captivating allure. I shall appropriately adopt her strengths to broaden my husband's heart and enjoy our conjugal bliss. This is not too much to ask. However, you must also understand that I am of noble lineage, vastly different from the Yang sisters. Do not expect me to conform to their ways. I know it is difficult for you. In truth, you need not constrain yourself. Since the ways of marriage are not set in stone, you need not emulate the Yang sisters' allure. I am thoroughly satisfied with your demeanor. You always bring joy to our union, and it is best that you maintain your ethereal grace. My interactions with the Yang sisters are merely fleeting encounters. Would it not be folly to imitate them? Well, I understand. However, indulging in a bit of flamboyance and charm from time to time is not excessive. It serves as a delightful diversion. How long do you anticipate your journey to Jiang'an for the pacification of Shaoxian will take? Time is of the essence in warfare. I believe my brother will seize the opportunity for a swift resolution, allowing us to return victorious in as little as 3 months or, at most, half a year. By then, I shall request my brother to speak to King Qian about returning Nye Shaoan and Zhao Qian to the royal residence, so you need not worry. That may not be wise. I fear King Qian may not be satisfied. If you insist on this course, you might become the subject of ridicule among his scholars and generals. I care not for such matters. I know King Qian harbors no ill intent. Yet he must also comprehend my position. He is not a lecherous man. Everyone knows of his deep affection for Princess Changsun, and they have never quarreled. It is not difficult to assess a gentleman's heart with the perspective of another gentleman. Rest assured, I have long desired to amend my ways, but alas, I lack a celestial sister like you to guide me, which has delayed my progress until now. Since we are already united in marriage, I shall prioritize your well-being in all matters, considering our profound bond as husband and wife. If I do not return Ye Xiaoyan and Zhao Qian, King Qian may very well reciprocate by sending me 2 more beauties. At this moment, Li Dan, deeply enamored, could not help but voice his concerns and make a solemn promise. Are you certain? No, I am merely speculating. His residence is filled with beautiful women. He need not worry about a lack of offerings. Besides, constantly showering gifts of gold and silver has become rather cliché. Rest now. I understand your sentiments. As Li Jing's army arrived in Yiling, General Wen Shihong, under Shao Xian's command, launched an attack. Li Shaogong, ignoring advice, insisted on a direct confrontation. Li Jing, with no other option, devised a strategy, assigning Li Dan to lead 15,000 elite troops to ambush east of Yiling, ready to strike at Wen Shihong when the opportunity arose. Once the battle commenced, Li Shaogong faced a crushing defeat, fleeing to the southern bank with significant losses. However, after his victory, Wen Shihong unleashed his troops to pillage, causing a chaotic disarray. Li Dan swiftly led his elite forces into battle. Wen Shihong's disorganized troops struggled to regroup and were soon vanquished by the Tang army, with casualties exceeding 10,000 and over 400 ships captured. Following the capture of Yiling, Li Jing commanded Li Dan to lead 5,000 cavalry as the vanguard towards the southern capital of Jiangling, while Li Shaogong continued his assault. Li Dan triumphed over Shaoxian's fierce generals, Yang Jumao and Zheng Wenxiu, capturing over 4,000 soldiers and breaching the outer city of Jiangling. He then seized the water city, acquiring a substantial number of vessels, yet instructed Li Shaogong to scatter the ships downriver. This was part of Li Jing's feigned strategy. Shaoxian's territory was vast, and the Tang army had ventured deep alone. Should the city remain unbreached while enemy reinforcements approached from all sides, the Tang forces would be caught in a precarious situation. By relinquishing the ships to drift downstream, the enemy would mistakenly believe Jiangling had fallen, hesitating to advance. The reconnaissance would take a month, granting the Tang army ample time to conquer Jiangling. Indeed, Li Jing's ruse proved effective. The reinforcements from the lower Yangtze River, believing Jiangling had fallen, hesitated in fear. Qiu He, the governor of Wenzhou, and Gao Shilian, the chief historian, defected to the Tang camp. The Tang army besieged Jiangling until it was impenetrable. Seeing no reinforcements, Shaoxian, with no options left, opened the gates to surrender. Li Jing led his forces into the city with the utmost integrity. He exhibited magnanimity, refusing to covet Shaoxian's treasures, prompting many enemies to surrender in droves. Just days after Shaoxian's capitulation, over 100,000 reinforcements arrived, yet they too had no choice but to lay down their arms. Li Jing returned to command with the army, having subdued the most significant regional power in southern Liang, the Shao clan, in just 2 months. For his remarkable achievements, Li Yuan bestowed upon him the title of Shangzhuguo and granted him 500 pieces of treasure. Upon returning home, Li Dan was greeted by the beaming smile of Hongfu. He casually inquired, "Where's Chong?" "Knowing that my brother and I are returning." "She has not come out to greet us. Has she returned to her family?" "Sister-in-law, could it be she is with child and finds it inconvenient to come out?" "Even if she were with child, it is of no concern. She is merely 2 or 3 months along." Hongfu's expression darkened. "Brother, do not be overly excited. Remain calm. First, have a cup of high mountain cloud tea to quench your thirst." Li Dan, unperturbed, sipped tea with Li Jing. But his gaze inadvertently fell upon Ye Xiaoan and Zhao Qian, who appeared quite pleased, frequently casting flirtatious glances his way. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Disgusted, and asked, "Sister-in-law, having enjoyed the tea, what has transpired?" Hongfu sighed, "Look at this red note. Your wife harbors doubts about you, particularly regarding the rewards you will receive upon your triumphant return. Thus, she has retreated to Qincheng Mountain to cultivate her skills, likely not to return for a year." Li Dan read the note, which conveyed, "Danlang, since we have united in marriage, we shall never part, growing old together. However, your future remains uncertain, and our fates are not yet sealed. Setting aside Nie and Zhao, upon your return, King Qin will undoubtedly bestow significant rewards, even if you do not wish it. What of the next time? The Tang Empire's borders are not yet stable, and many great battles lie ahead. You are my brother's most capable deputy, with numerous opportunities to achieve merit. Furthermore, in the past month, I have not discussed matters with you at length. You once wished to roam the world, making the seas your home, but now it appears merely a fantasy. After much contemplation, I have resolved to retreat into seclusion for a year. Even if I do not attain enlightenment, should we part ways in the future, I can retreat to the mountains, living as a hermit and finding solace in nature. Do not seek me out at Qincheng Mountain. My decision is firm, and I shall not emerge until the time is right. Take care. Do not worry." Upon finishing, Li Dan was drenched in cold sweat, despondently asking, "Sister-in-law, how long has she been gone? Did you not notice any signs of her intentions beforehand?" "On the day you left, she had a long conversation with me, discussing the joys of marital prosperity, children, and family happiness, expressing her desire for 3 sons and 3 daughters to avoid loneliness in her later years. She jested that you possess the ability to amass great wealth, ensuring a comfortable life for the family. I feel ashamed. I should have been more vigilant upon hearing such words from such an extraordinary woman. Yet, she appeared genuinely happy as we played Go, and I failed to detect any unusual behavior. Li Dan, do not blame Chong for her recklessness. Direct your ire towards me." Li Dan murmured, "It has been a whole year. She is alone in Qincheng Mountain, and I cannot bear the thought. I must find her and join her in seclusion." Hongfu wished to dissuade him, but remained silent, knowing further words would be futile. Li Jing, however, spoke earnestly, "Brother, your sister-in-law is not an impulsive person. Since she has chosen to retreat into seclusion, it is undoubtedly a well-considered decision. Do not attempt to dissuade her further. Let her be. Even her aunt has neglected her. What can you do? Bound by the same roof in life, buried together in death. As husband and wife, we are like birds of the same forest. I cannot abandon her," Li Dan declared. "I shall go to Qincheng Mountain tomorrow." "Foolishness. What will you accomplish by seeing her? Will she heed your words in return? Do you truly believe Qincheng Mountain is your shared sanctuary for cultivation? I suggest you fulfill her wishes first. Later, you may seek her out at Qincheng Mountain, and she will have no choice but to comply. You have already exchanged vows and consummated your marriage. Do you fear she will flee? Life is unpredictable. And who knows if Qincheng Mountain may harbor robbers or malevolent cultivators. If she falls into their clutches, it would be disastrous. Now that the Tang Empire has unified the realm, Qincheng Mountain is a peaceful place devoid of robbers or malevolent beings. It is a land of stunning beauty, cloaked in mist, filled with melodious birds and fragrant flowers, a veritable paradise. Many cultivators reside there. Perhaps she may even find a wise mentor. You need not fret over her well-being. After much debate, it was ultimately Hongfu who intervened to quell the discord, advising Li Dan to prioritize his career and await Chang's return. Lovers will ultimately unite. As long as she holds you in her heart, she shall return. I believe her desire for 3 sons and 3 daughters is not merely a jest, but rather a reflection of her determination to build a life with you. Wealth and nobility are devoid of intention. Heroes encounter one another by chance. What fear has the skilled swordsman as he ventures forth to pursue immortality? Li Dan arrived at the big wild goose pagoda to pay respects to the Buddha, seeking solace for the turmoil within his heart. After venerating the Tathagata, he expressed his desire to meet the abbot to the monk in charge of receiving visitors. The monk, perceiving Li Dan's exceptional demeanor and eloquent speech, surmised that he was no ordinary person, and thus guided him to meet the esteemed Master Pu Huai. Upon entering the abbot's meditation chamber, Li Dan beheld a venerable monk, white-haired and radiant, seated in quiet contemplation on a mat. The monk in charge informed him that the abbot was in meditation and could not be disturbed, urging him to wait patiently. Li Dan took no offense, choosing instead to stroll beneath the pagoda. After a while, feeling a sense of ennui, he began to practice the unique internal martial arts of the Li family. After completing 3 sets of 64 forms, he was not yet satisfied and drew forth his precious jade dragon sword to practice his swordsmanship. This time, he did not adhere to the formal routines of his original jade dragon sword technique, which comprised 81 forms, but rather let his heart guide him, improvising freely. As he reached the zenith of his performance, the heavens darkened, the winds howled, and the birds lamented. He executed a final move, the hidden dragon in the abyss, before closing his eyes to gather his thoughts for a brief moment. When he opened his eyes again, the air was fragrant with blossoms and the breeze was gentle. Just as he felt invigorated and content, he heard the resonant voice of a monk nearby. Ba. Splendid, splendid. Esteemed guest, your swordplay is remarkable. I humbly pay my respects. Upon recognizing the monk as the abbot, Li Dan was overwhelmed with joy and replied, Ba? You must be Master Pu Huai. I am honored to finally meet you. I have long wished to seek your guidance, but mundane matters have held me back, fearing the embarrassment of approaching a sage while entangled in worldly concerns. Master, I have come today specifically to seek your wisdom. May I request half an hour of your time? I would like to offer 500 taels of silver as a token of gratitude. Kindness, kindness. Thank you, esteemed guest. May I ask from whence you have come and to where you are headed? My surname is Li, and my name is Dan. I come from the residence of General Li Jing, and at present, I am uncertain of my destination, hence my plea for your guidance. Dear guest, you need not disclose your name. I shall ask again. From where have you come, and to where do you intend to go? Li Dan pondered for a moment before responding. I might as well say that I hail from the east, seeking to journey west to pay my respects. Indeed. That makes sense, yet there is no need to mention your intention to pay respects. The desires of the flesh pass through, but the Buddha resides in the heart. Every person possesses innate wisdom and the potential for Buddhahood. The master jested, You flatter me. I am inherently dull and devoid of wisdom, unworthy of achieving Buddhahood. This is precisely why I am troubled and anxious in this world, beset by restlessness and despair. You do not blame fate or others, but seek the root of your troubles within yourself. This is commendable. Yet, do not become overly fixated on the self. One must transcend and view oneself and worldly troubles from a higher perspective. Do you know why there is so much suffering in the world? The source of suffering lies in desire. Everyone has their longings, joys, and sorrows. Desire is the origin of both joy and sorrow, as well as the source of suffering. Li Dan, who had never before sought the Buddha's teachings, found himself naturally resonating with the wisdom being shared. Indeed, to be free of desire is to attain strength, devoid of sorrow and joy. Yet before achieving Buddhahood, everyone harbors desires. The key is to simplify those desires and pursue that which is most essential in life. Reflect upon what you truly yearn for. What I yearn for most is chivalry and justice, to wield my sword for the sake of righteousness, to eliminate evil and protect the good, and to find satisfaction in righting wrongs. Then go forth and do so. Who forbids you from acting with honor? The king of Qian, Li Shimin, and my brother, Li Jing. To be candid, the king cannot remain in the shadows. He will inevitably ascend to the throne. Thus, those of us with some skills and knowledge of military tactics will find our place. It is not that I do not wish to serve him, but he demands much. He desires not merely one-time service, but a lifelong commitment. He considers it only natural, offering me titles and wealth in return. Yet what I desire least are titles and women. Li Dan understood that in seeking the Buddha's guidance, sincerity and openness were paramount. The ability to grasp the essence of Zen was secondary. As the saying goes, heroes are short-lived, while love lingers long. Do you not yearn for a lifelong companion? Indeed, I have a partner with whom I wish to share my life, but the king does not see it that way. Previously, he bestowed upon me 2 handmaidens, who are particularly challenging to deal with. My wife harbors deep resentment towards them, yet she is powerless. She has left me to retreat to Mount Qicheng to cultivate her spirit. Kindness, kindness. It seems you are indeed fated adversaries. Such a situation is most unfortunate. You have recognized the crux of the issue. From this day forth, do not be swayed by other women. Devote yourself wholeheartedly to your wife. When shall she emerge from her seclusion to reunite with you? In a year. Master, What should I do now? Remaining in Chang'an seems unwise, as it is a land of wealth and pleasures, a realm of beauty and indulgence. Without my wife by my side, I fear I may succumb to temptation. Just 10 miles from my home lies the district of indulgence. I cannot simply remain indoors forever. Confront your inner fears. After experiencing several romantic entanglements, one may soften like steel forged through fire. At present, what terrifies Li Dan most is the thought of losing Han Chonger forever. He is acutely aware of his susceptibility to temptation, realizing that without strict self-discipline, he is likely to fall into yet another web of entanglement. Indeed, if I do not remain in Chang'an, what shall I do? Am I to leave Chang'an and wander the world alone, wielding my sword in pursuit of justice? That is precisely my intention, yet the world is fraught with myriad troubles, and there may still be unresolved issues between us. Thus, in my helplessness, I am considering retreating into the monastic life to attain enlightenment. Perhaps that is the best choice. I wonder what insights the master might have? Master Pu Huai smiled and said, "Although you possess an extraordinary demeanor, with spirited brows and bright eyes, there lingers a hint of melancholy upon your face that cannot be easily dispelled. To become a disciple of the Buddha, one must rely on one's own fortune. However, your ties to the world are not yet severed. You are entangled in karmic debts. It is not the right time for you to renounce the world. It would be better to follow your heart and wander the realm of chivalry. Once you have resolved your earthly ties, should you wish to embrace the monastic life, you may return to seek me." "Thank you, master. I carry but 100 taels of silver with me, which I have given to the monk in charge. I will exchange for more silver at the bank to express my gratitude." "Kindness, kindness." The abbot joined his palms in prayer and nodded slightly. Li Dan bid farewell to Master Pu Huai and set forth on his journey as the Flying Dragon Sword. Along the way, he vanquished numerous bandits and rescued countless souls. As his martial prowess grew, he began to entertain the thought of challenging the Shaolin monks. One day, he ventured into Hunan, where he encountered a charming young shepherd boy, no more than 12 or 13 years old. He inquired, "Young brother, how far is it from here to the Shaolin temple at Songshan?" The boy, with a cheerful smile, replied, "This place is called Peach Blossom Hollow, and it is still 30 miles to the Shaolin temple. May I ask what business the heroic swordsman has at Shaolin?" Li Dan dismounted and, retrieving a letter from his pocket, tossed it to the boy. "I am the Flying Dragon Sword. This is my challenge letter. Please deliver it to the Shaolin temple, and I shall give you 3 taels of silver for your trouble. Would that be agreeable?" "Very well. Thank you for your generous reward." The shepherd boy accepted the silver and added, "Hero, having traveled a long way, why not rest for half a day in Peach Blossom Village? I must return home to herd my sheep before delivering your letter." "All right, lead the way." That evening, Li Dan arrived at the gates of Shaolin Temple. He greeted the gatekeeper monk with courtesy, saying, "I am Li Dan, the Flying Dragon Sword, here to spar with the martial monks of Shaolin. May I trouble you to announce my arrival?" "No need. Your challenge letter has already been delivered. The abbot has instructed you to enter." Upon entering the front courtyard of Shaolin Temple, he observed several disciples practicing Shaolin fist techniques under the guidance of a martial monk. Li Dan remained silent, watching closely until the group completed their 36 forms of Shaolin fist. The monk in question is Jiwei Yuan, a disciple of the abbot of Shaolin Temple and the foremost master of the temple. Li Dantong introduced himself, expressing his desire to engage in a contest of martial arts. However, Jiwei Yuan responded, "Martial arts are my forte, yet they are your weakness. To exploit your shortcomings against my strengths would be grossly unfair. Instead, since you are known as the Flying Dragon Sword, it is presumed that your swordsmanship is quite exceptional. I propose you attempt to navigate our Arhat formation within the span of half an hour. Should you fail to break through in that time, we shall consider you defeated. What say you?" Li Dan readily acquiesced, and thus, a fierce battle commenced. 18 Shaolin disciples wielding wooden staffs encircled Li Dan, who bore the Jade Dragon Sword. The disciples formed 3 concentric circles, 6 in each, surrounding Li Dan at the center. Initially, Li Dan sought to gauge the nuances and techniques of the Shaolin staff methods. After exchanging several blows, he felt confident in his understanding. With a resounding roar, he leapt into the air, executing a powerful strike akin to the splitting of Mount Hua upon the staff of the tallest disciple in the first circle. Utilizing the momentum, he somersaulted effortlessly into the second tier, delivering another fierce strike. His technique was formidable, propelling him into the third tier of the formation. However, the disciples in this outermost circle were the most skilled. Upon witnessing his intent to deliver another powerful strike, one of them bellowed and retreated 3 steps, causing Li Dan to land ineffectively on the ground. With a deep sigh, he unleashed a horizontal thrust directed at the nearest monk, subsequently soaring into the air to execute a move reminiscent of the sunset over the long river. Channeling all his strength, he sent the staffs of all 6 monks flying. And with a final surge, he broke free from the encirclement. The swift exchange unfolded with an electrifying brilliance, leaving Master Qian in awe. Year after year, he lauded, "What exceptional swordsmanship! Truly worthy of the flying dragon sword." Subsequently, Li Dan sheathed his sword and engaged Jue Yuan in a contest of unarmed combat. Alas, Jue Yuan's internal strength surpassed Li Dan's, and his martial prowess was far more refined. After a grueling 30 exchanges, Li Dan, smiling, conceded defeat. Jue Yuan remarked, "Were you to wield your sword, I would not stand a chance." Not yet satisfied, Li Dan proposed another challenge, but Jue Yuan suggested, "You have traveled far. It would be wise to rest for the night and resume our duel on the morrow." Learning that Li Dan was the brother of Li Jing, Jue Yuan felt a surge of delight, and the pair recounted the tale of how King Qin, Li Shimin, aided the Shaolin Temple in vanquishing Wang Shichong. Ultimately, Yuan inquired whether Li Dan aspired to assist King Qin in his grand ambitions. Li Dan chuckled, "Master, you are a man beyond the world. Why concern yourself with such matters?" Jue Yuan replied, "King Qin is a remarkable leader, vigorous and full of potential. He is destined to achieve greatness. The world shall be fortunate indeed." The two conversed deeply into the night until they finally succumbed to slumber at the stroke of midnight. The next day, Li Dan's swordplay clashed with Jue Yuan's staff technique, creating a tumultuous spectacle. Yet, being a monk, Jue Yuan refrained from unleashing his full might, resulting in Li Dan gaining a slight advantage. 10 years temper a sword, yet the frost blade has not tasted battle. Pray tell, how can this be? A long sword must lean against the heavens. After departing from the Shaolin Temple, Li Dan journeyed southward, soon arriving in Jinling. This marked his second visit to the city. Though it lacked the splendor of Chang'an, it brimmed with bustling shops and throngs of people, many of whom were strikingly beautiful. He felt a twinge of desire to visit a brothel, but upon checking his purse, he found only a meager 30 taels. Reluctantly, he opted for a stay at the Longfeng Inn. As he settled at a table, a young scholar in his 20s approached and bowed, asking, "May I join you for a meal? There are no vacant tables left." "Certainly." What a fortuitous encounter, as I was lamenting the absence of company for my drink. Li Dan replied. As they dined and drank, the scholar introduced himself as Qin Xiang, who had come to Jinling to seek refuge with his uncle. Although his uncle's residence was less than 10 miles away, the rigors of travel had left him weary, and he wished to rest for the night, cleanse himself of the dust of the journey, and don fresh garments before visiting his uncle the following day. "You seek your uncle not only for familial ties, I presume? Is there a joyous occasion at hand?" Li Dan inquired. "You are astute," Qin Xiang replied. "Having lost my parents, I have come to propose marriage to my cousin. We had long been betrothed as children, but my family's fortunes have waned, while my uncle's prosperity has flourished. Fearing prolonged waiting may lead to unforeseen complications, I have taken the bold step of approaching him, hoping he will not disapprove. Yet, it is precarious, even if my cousin loves me dearly. Should my uncle and aunt object, our hopes would be in vain. Besides the marriage proposal, do you possess anything to win your uncle's favor? You are indeed perceptive." Qin Xiang responded. "I have brought a treasured heirloom to present as a betrothal gift, hoping it will please him." Li Dan softly said, "Might I have the honor of viewing this treasure? I mean no intrusion." With a beaming smile, Qin Xiang agreed and led Li Dan to his room, where he retrieved a bound volume titled The Plum Blossom Treasure. "What is this tome?" Li Dan inquired. "What precious knowledge does it hold? You may peruse the initial pages." Qin Xiang offered. "It is a medical text authored by the master of Plum Blossom Hermitage, a renowned physician from the northern Qi dynasty. It contains 155 prescriptions for difficult ailments. While it may not cure all ailments, its efficacy is remarkable. My uncle's household is engaged in both medicine and herbal trade. With this book and my uncle's exceptional skills, they could heal countless patients, thus elevating their reputation and wealth." As Li Dan read, he praised, "Indeed, this is a remarkable work, not only for its profound discourse, but also for its exquisite language and intricate structure, making the 155 prescriptions invaluable treasures. However, I advise caution. Do not hastily present this tome to your uncle. First, gauge his disposition and share your plight. Should he respond coldly or show indifference, then there is no need to pursue his assistance. It is better to rely on oneself. You might consider borrowing 300 taels from me to establish a medical practice. With this treasure, building a family and a career will become feasible." Xinjiang shook his head. You jest, my friend. I know nothing of medicine. How could I possibly open a clinic? What difficulty lies therein? You might emulate Gojian, enduring hardship as a means to learn. Work in your uncle's clinic for a few years, absorbing his knowledge, and soon you could stand independently, rivaling your uncle. That is but a foolish dream. If he refuses to teach me, how could I learn by stealth? Ah, you are no mere bookworm. Here is a clever stratagem. After staying at your uncle's for a few days, bring up the marriage proposal, mentioning that if he consents, you possess an extraordinary treasure to present to him. He will surely inquire about this treasure. And you can calmly reveal that you have the plum blossom treasure, a unique manuscript that would greatly benefit his medical practice, potentially elevating him to the status of a renowned physician. Immortalized in history. Thus, with careful steps, you need not fear your uncle rejecting your proposal. Indeed, this plan is astute. It is clear you are a person of integrity and wisdom, akin to a minor Zhuge Liang. This strategy could indeed alleviate my urgent predicament. That evening, Xinjiang lodged next to Li Dan, retiring early to sleep, quickly drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a band of thieves stealthily entered his chamber. There were 3 of them. One kept watch outside while the other 2 set about their nefarious task. Within minutes, they located the treasure, for he had placed his bundle beneath his pillow, with the medical book nestled inside. The leader of the thieves cautiously reached under the pillow, intending to snatch the bundle. Observing that Xinjiang lay still, the thief sprayed a concoction of intoxicating fragrance into his face, rendering him unconscious and allowing the thief to abscond with the precious bundle. The 2 individuals had just leaped from the window when the shopkeeper happened to be in the lavatory. Upon realizing the unusual situation, he quickly shouted, "Thief! Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Li Dan awoke abruptly from his slumber, disregarding the need to dress, and swiftly sprang from his bed, seizing the Yulong's sword to give chase. He pursued them for a considerable distance of 2 or 3 miles before finally catching up, now outside the city. The accomplices of the thieves were gathered there, numbering 7 or 8 in total. However, Li Dan, armed with the Yulong sword, showed no fear. Before he could fully unleash the swordplay of the Yulong, he had already wounded 3 of the thieves and felled 2 others. The leader of the bandits, sensing the dire situation, promptly attempted to flee. Li Dan leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, seizing the bundle in his possession. Upon opening it, he discovered it to be the coveted Mei Hua Baojian. Without concerning himself with the complete eradication of evil, he merely retrieved a flint from the thief and ignited a fire to confirm the authenticity of the Mei Hua Baojian, before finally departing the scene. Aside from one who managed to escape, 7 thieves were injured and apprehended by the constables of Jinling City. Upon returning to the Dragon and Phoenix Inn, Xinjiang had yet to awaken. Li Dan, knowing that he had surely been drugged, promptly administered a unique revival pill into his mouth. After a few minutes, he finally regained consciousness. Li Dan informed him that he had been betrayed by the thieves, but the treasure had been successfully recovered. Xinjiang fell to the ground in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my brother, for saving my life. Without this book, I might have been doomed to a life of dependency or even reduced to begging. Such kindness deserves no mere words of thanks. In the future, when you visit the Renha Hall in Jinling, I shall treat you as a benefactor." After spending 4 or 5 days in Jinling, Li Dan took a boat to the sacred grounds of Guanyin in the South China Sea, specifically to Putuo Mountain. He visited the Faida Temple and the Huiji Temple, and by the 3rd day, he arrived at the bustling Pajizi Temple. At that moment, he only had 30 taels of silver remaining, which made it impossible for him to make a substantial donation. However, he understood that in a holy place, material wealth and offerings were of little significance. What truly mattered was the sincerity of worship. Before the benevolent light of the Guanyin of the South China Sea, he bowed 9 times and silently made a wish. "May my son return soon to share in the wealth and glory, or better yet, to wander the world, upholding righteousness." After paying a small donation of 1 tael of silver, which, though modest, stood out among the throngs of worshippers, he inquired of the attending monk whether the abbot, Master Puching, was available at that moment. Unfortunately, the abbot was engaged in meditation, and the monk requested that he wait a while, advising against unnecessary disturbance. "Then I shall wait for 2 hours," replied Li Dan. As he strolled leisurely through the courtyard of Pajizi Temple, he found himself in a tranquil garden adorned with emerald bamboo, plum blossoms, orchids, and even peonies. It was the 12th month, and the winter sweet was in full bloom. While admiring the flowers, he suddenly heard light footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he found a venerable monk. Li Dan blurted out, "Forgive my rudeness, But might you be the esteemed abbot Puching? The monk smiled and nodded, saying, whether I am the abbot is of little consequence. Here, I am merely an old monk engaged in meditation. Master, you jest. I am Li Dan, having had a brief encounter with Master Pu Huai, whose teachings I once heard. I have come today, inspired by his reputation, to pay my respects and seek enlightenment. I have 3 questions, and I beseech you for your wisdom. The monk, keen to test Li Dan's understanding, posed a question in the form of a Zen koan. From where do you come, and to where are you going? I hail from the west, and seek the radiant world beyond, Li Dan replied. Might this be possible? Indeed, it is possible, the monk affirmed. The west you seek is the luminous realm, the shore of ultimate bliss. As long as the Buddha nature endures and your wisdom remains, reaching that shore is within your grasp. However, to traverse the path to the western light entails overcoming numerous obstacles and enduring trials akin to the 81 hardships. The vicissitudes of fate and fortune must also be reckoned with. This is a matter of your own destiny. The monk's words struck Li Dan profoundly, akin to a sudden awakening. Marvelous. I have another question. As a senior disciple of Pu Huai, I once offered 500 taels of silver at the Great Wild Goose Pagoda. Yet today I only offer 1 tael. What, I wonder, is the difference? Does it imply that Chang'an surpasses Pu Tuo Mountain, or that Pu Huai is superior to his elder? Li Dan, not a mere commoner, posed a question that appeared simple yet was laden with profound philosophical significance. Different individuals at varying levels of understanding would provide disparate answers. Not at all, the monk replied. In Chang'an, you may have possessed great wealth, yet here in Pu Tuo Mountain, you have but a few taels. Barely enough for your return journey. To donate even 1 tael is indeed generous. How could one compare the elder to the younger? Furthermore, human hearts are as tumultuous as the ocean, ever-changing. Your sincere devotion and worship remains constant, so what do you have to lament? Indeed, I have one more question. As a man endowed with the ability to win the hearts of many beautiful women, not merely in fleeting romance but in profound love, why would he choose to reject others and bind his fate to one wife? This inquiry is particularly simple and grounded. If one can penetrate its essence, it leads to a return to innocence and an epiphany akin to enlightenment. The later figure of Tang Sung, Xuanzang, serves as a testament to this truth, whether one is deeply enamored or singularly devoted. As long as the relationship is not approached with the mindset of possessing beauty or indulging in physical allure, the arrangement of one husband and one wife, or even one husband with multiple wives, remains acceptable. The crux lies in following one's true nature without forceful attachment. When the time is not ripe, it is unrealistic to stubbornly cling to the love of a particular woman or wife. I have another inquiry. May I ask? Stop. The esteemed Li has come with merely 3 questions, yet now there is a 4th. Does this not seem superfluous? You possess innate wisdom and profound understanding. Some questions do not necessitate others' answers, and at this moment, exhaustive discussion is unnecessary. It is more imperative to engage in earnest self-cultivation. Self-cultivation? Where might such an ideal place exist? May I practice for 3 months at the precious temple? I am willing to donate an additional 10 taels of silver, for I must return to Chang'an to reunite with my wife. Very well. To save others is admirable, yet if I can assist a fated individual, it shall be a significant merit. In the blink of an eye, it is now March of the following year. Li Dan's period of cultivation at the Puji temple has come to an end. As he prepares to depart, he once again bows to Master Puching. The master, observing his refreshed demeanor and dignified presence, praises, you have reaped numerous rewards during your time here, achieving a complete merit. However, I wish to pose 3 additional questions. May I? Okay. What does okay mean? It simply signifies good. This is the vernacular of England. Please, do not take offense. Pray, continue with your inquiries. Who are you? From whence do you come? To where are you headed? I am Li Dan, a disciple of the Buddhist order, hailing from the Tang capital of Chang'an, en route to the Big Wild Goose Pagoda to reunite with my wife. It seems you no longer worry for your wife's safety and are solely focused on your next destination. This is indeed a significant advancement. I shall inquire further. What causes have you sown in this world, and what fruits have you reaped? The teachings of Buddhism speak of cause and effect, of the cycle of life and death. As an enlightened monk, I have often contemplated the inescapable nature of karmic retribution. I have sown the seeds of nirvana yet reaped the fruits of wealth and nobility. This is due to my unwavering commitment to goodness. Yet I find myself entangled in emotional bonds with numerous women, unable to forget them. To resolve these entanglements, I must seek fortune. And with the aid of my brother Li Jing and princely Shimon, I shall surely attain the fruit of a gentle and prosperous life. Ah, It appears you have glimpsed your true nature. Allow me to ask, how will you resolve the seeds of nirvana and emotional entanglements within the fruits of a gentle and prosperous life? This is rather simple. I shall focus on sowing good causes, embarking on heroic quests with my sword for 3 months each year, visiting sacred temples for meditation every 2 months, and prioritizing emotions at home, while refraining from greed, anger, and ignorance. Yet, I am aware that living in a peaceful and prosperous capital presents myriad temptations. All I can do is cultivate myself and adhere to self-discipline, rather than retreating from the world. My Buddha nature will never be complete. I shall ultimately not become a Buddha. Nor shall I harbor such an obsession. Thus, I declare myself merely a disciple of Buddhism, not even an arhat. No, you have achieved great enlightenment. Although you have not yet attained full comprehension, given time and the tempering of worldly experiences, you shall certainly attain the arhat state by the age of knowing your destiny. I shall present you with a copy of the Diamond Sutra, hoping you may daily cultivate your Buddha nature, fostering good connections and sowing the seeds of Buddhahood. Thank you, Master. Moreover, approximately 3 miles from here lies the Huai, where the headmistress Hui Kong was once my junior. You may visit her to discuss Zen and Buddhism. But do remember not to linger too long. It is best to depart within 3 days. Thank you, Master. Departing from Puji Temple, Li Dan journeyed eastward and soon arrived at Dinghui Courtyard. At this early morning hour, he found the courtyard door firmly shut and had no choice but to knock. After a considerable wait, a weary nun in her 50s reluctantly opened the door, impatiently inquiring, "This is a place for women's cultivation. What business does a man have knocking at this hour? This is a sacred ground of the Buddha, not a place for your indiscretions." "Master, I have come to pay my respects at Dinghui Courtyard, having heard of its esteemed reputation. Must the act of honoring the Buddha be restricted by gender? There are plenty of temples on Putuo Mountain. You may visit Puji Temple or Faishi, where the offerings are more abundant and the seeking of the Buddha more effective. What efficacy is there? I have also paid my respects at Puji Temple, yet Master Puching recommended I come to Dinghui Courtyard, both to honor the Buddha and to meet Mistress Hui Kong. Sister, please extend me your kindness. I do not deceive you. Every word is true. Master Puching sent you? Do you have proof or a letter?" Upon hearing this, Li Dan's anger flared, and he retorted, "You, old woman, are also a disciple of the Buddha. How can you be so ungrateful? Stop your incessant prattle and step aside. Otherwise, I may be compelled to force my way in with my sword." The old nun, however, was not easily persuaded and merely took a step back, saying, "Allow me to inform her. Please wait a moment." Fortunately, after about a quarter of an hour, the old nun hurriedly returned, exclaiming, "Ba, the master has decreed that today there are no restrictions. All guests may enter. I apologize for the inconvenience." Li Dan arrived at the Guanyin Hall and paid his respects to the South Sea Guanyin with 3 bows before stating, "I have not brought much silver. I shall donate 3 taels for the time being." The old nun was overjoyed and quickly accepted the silver, smiling broadly as she said, "Thank you, benefactor. Might I inquire if you have any other requests? You seem forgetful. Did I not just inform you? Master Puching has sent me to pay my respects to Master Hui Kong. Please lead the way." After winding through the corridors, they finally arrived at the Zen room in the back courtyard. The old nun announced his arrival once more before allowing him to enter. Inside the spacious Zen room were only 2 nuns, one elderly and one remarkably young and beautiful. Despite her plain attire, the young nun's beauty, demeanor, and grace left Li Dan in awe. Although she was a nun, she resembled a celestial maiden. Recognizing the old nun as Master Hui Kong, he pressed his palms together and said, "Master Hui Kong, I am Li Dan, sent by Master Puching to pay a visit. I apologize for the intrusion. Ba, you have generously donated 3 taels of silver, yet I can only offer you a cup of plain tea." She nodded to the younger nun, who promptly stepped aside to brew tea. Once seated opposite Hui Kong, Li Dan continued, "Master, I am not a true disciple of the Buddha. Yet I yearn for the practice of worship and meditation. Might you offer some guidance?" "Certainly. Since you were recommended by a fellow practitioner, I shall not hold back in my teachings. Please tell me about the situation in Chang'an. Is Li Yuan's rule secure, and what movements has Li Shimin made?" Chang'an is already at peace. It has become a bustling hub of commerce and a vibrant place filled with people, thriving in prosperity. Li Yuan's rule is stable. Last year, he subdued the southern Liang regime and will soon conquer the southern tribes. To the north, there are the Turks, and to the west, the Tuyuan. But they pose no significant threat to the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin has yet to take any new action. He is merely biding his time. It is likely he and Crown Prince Li Jiansheng will engage in a fierce struggle, but he is a prodigious talent and will surely prevail. Those of us in the know see this clearly. However, neither Li Yuan nor Li Jiansheng has grasped the situation, leading to the eventual outcome where Li Jiansheng meets a tragic end and Li Yuan is forced to concede to Li Shimin. This is not a bad thing. For the people of Tang, one Li Shimin is worth more than 10 Li Jianchengs, and his father Li Yuan will be surpassed as well. At this moment, Li Dan was not only the younger brother of General Li Jing but also the reincarnation of Ling Bao Tianzuan. He possessed a profound understanding of history, particularly the illustrious Tang dynasty, akin to that of a modern elite, which even the old nun could not help but admire. Your demeanor in discussing the affairs of the world is remarkably composed and succinct, indicating your familiarity with the circles. How do you address Li Jing? Interestingly, he is my elder brother, and I currently reside in his household. Does this mean you are not yet married? Huai Kong's expression shifted slightly. She had already discerned that Li Dan was fated to encounter romantic entanglements, though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. To be candid, Master, I have taken a wife. But my brother's residence is quite spacious, so I am temporarily living in the back courtyard. When the prince rewards me again, I shall seize the opportunity to move out. The young nun served specially brewed green tea from Putuo Mountain. As the two enjoyed the tea, they continued their conversation. You seem to navigate the bustling and glamorous life in Chang'an with ease. Why have you ventured alone to Putuo Mountain? Was it merely to pay respects to the South Sea Guanyin? Not at all. Allow me to explain. Thus, Li Dan briefly recounted the awkwardness between him and Han Chong, concluding with, now, everything is well. I have paid my respects to the South Sea Guanyin and will spend 3 months cultivating at the renowned Pajizi. My life shall have no regrets. I shall wander the world until I meet her again at the Dine Pagoda this October. Oh, young man. Do not blame me for my verbosity. I am 62 years old and have been in the Buddhist path for 42 years, yet I have not achieved perfections. My Buddha nature remains unblemished, and I cannot be compared to my fellow practitioners. What I cherish most is discussing current affairs. Meditation and worship are secondary. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I have 3 questions. The first, I have sown the seeds of nirvana, yet reaped the fruits of wealth. In other words, at this moment, if I sow the seeds of wealth, can I still bear the fruits of nirvana? For the cause of the fruit can also, in turn, be the cause of the fruit. The cycle of cause and effect is endless, with every matter having its predetermined fate, yet also uncertainty. In short, if you sow the seeds of nirvana, it is most likely you will reap the fruits of nirvana or Buddha fruits. Therefore, if you sow the seeds of wealth now, as long as your Buddha nature endures and your wisdom flourishes, you may still obtain the fruits of Buddha. However, whether one can become a Buddha is another matter. Although this answer was profound, it was within Li Dan's expectations. He had already transformed into a quasi-arhat, only lacking several years of diligent practice, perhaps even just months. The celestial sovereign is born as a spiritual child, possessing an understanding that can rival that of living Buddhas. Li Dan remarked, Master Puching said, though I cannot become a Buddha. Attaining arhatship is within reach. What do you think? Your insight surpasses mine. I believe you will ultimately achieve arhatship in the mundane world. However, the world is rife with temptations and troubles, and your path to arhatship will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, even calamities. Do not underestimate it. Among the 3 delusions of greed, anger, and ignorance in Buddhism, the hardest for me is ignorance, as I have nearly exhausted the wealth and glory I once desired. I no longer covet, and I let things unfold naturally according to my abilities and opportunities. Anger is not difficult either. After spending 3 months practicing at Pajizi, I have found my yin and yang balanced, my inner fire sufficient yet not overwhelming, and I perceive worldly troubles with clarity, making it easy to restrain my anger. However, I am innately sentimental, and the many affectionate women I have encountered in my life have tied me with many emotional bonds, planting the seeds of infatuation. I ask how I might avoid repeating past mistakes and incurring further emotional debts. This dilemma is the ultimate challenge that has plagued Li Dan throughout his life. Understanding and wisdom are one realm, while willpower and execution belong to another. A minuscule deviation can lead to a monumental error, a fleeting thought can separate heaven from hell, and a single mistake can distinguish the divine from the mortal. Tracing back to the origin, what you have sown is the seed of nirvana, not that of infatuation. Thus, even if you incur emotional debts along the way, as long as you prioritize the bond of marriage and remain steadfast, you will ultimately find your way back from the wilderness. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if I am doomed to repeat my mistakes and incur new emotional entanglements. This largely depends on your karmic connections and, more importantly, your self-discipline. Therefore, even if you dwell in the opulence of the capital, Chang'an, you must continually engage in reverence and meditation, diligently striving without complacency. One final inquiry. Perceiving emptiness through form, emotions arising from form, transmitting feelings through form, and ultimately comprehending emptiness through form, could this be the trajectory of my life? However, I wish to discern whether there exists a baseline for achieving such understanding. For instance, avoiding betrayal of one's wife, refraining from taking concubines, and not fixating on fame and fortune, particularly the martial accolades gained from battle. The concept of baseline thinking is fundamentally the logic of modern society, and Li Dan's casual mention of it indeed refreshes Hui Kong's perspective, who secretly admires his insight. She initially believed that Li Dan was merely leveraging General Li Jing's reputation. Now she recognizes that he possesses the seeds of nirvana. Indeed, to comprehend emptiness through form is profoundly challenging, but since you have sown the seeds of nirvana, reaping the fruits of enlightenment will eventually come to pass. As for the baseline, it is best to be stringent with oneself. Unless absolutely necessary, do not develop feelings for other women, and certainly do not take concubines. Furthermore, fame and fortune are merely transient. Even in service to the Qian king, one should avoid excessive bloodshed. It is preferable to resolve conflicts swiftly, without violence, or even to win battles without fighting, which embodies the essence of Sun Tzu's art of war. This must be etched in your heart. Thank you, master. I have gained immeasurable wisdom. How does this tea taste? Surely it pales in comparison to the cloud and mist tea from the general's residence? No, it surpasses it. I believe this is brewed from the snow melt of the first winter snowfall you purposely collected, is it not? The taste is remarkably crisp and slightly sweet, devoid of any trace of smoke, truly an exquisite tea. Ah, you have chosen well. You are a distinguished guest, and it is only fitting. Let us engage in a game of Go. It has been a while since I last played, and my hands are itching to move. Li Dan takes the black stones, while Hui Kong takes the white, and a fierce battle begins. Li Dan focuses on attack, while Hui Kong emphasizes defense. As the game progresses to the mid-game, Hui Kong has secured a considerable amount of territory when suddenly, a conflict arises on the edge of the board. Fighting over this territory has always been Li Dan's weak point, and after several rounds, Hui Kong turns defense into offense, successfully reviving a large portion of her stones. Ultimately, Li Dan concedes with a score of 5 and 14 stones. Hui Kong smiles and says, I concede. May we play again? That is precisely my intention. One game is insufficient to determine a victor. If that is the case, 3 games will be required to settle the outcome. Alas, let us refrain. You may play with my disciple instead. She has been eagerly waiting for her turn. May I inquire your Dharma name, esteemed sister? I shall continue with the black stones, as they feel more comfortable to me. My Dharma name is Miaojin. I have followed my master for 15 years. You should address me as sister. Miaojin gracefully sits down, a gentle smile revealing a hint of her pearly teeth. You excel in swift attacks. Let us play a fast-paced game. Okay. From which land does this phrase originate? Have you traveled abroad? Not at all. It is the language of England, which I learned in a dream. Should I ever have the opportunity to visit England, it will surely come in handy. Li Dan's whimsical response, though plausible, does not satisfy Miaojin, who presses on with her inquiries. Where is England? How far is it from the Tang dynasty? It lies to the west, just a few dozen kilometers from the European continent, across the English Channel. From the Tang dynasty, it should be about 18,000 li, and that's the straight-line distance. You are becoming increasingly cryptic. I am curious, how many languages do you actually understand? Miaojin raises her brows slightly, her eyes sparkling like 2 fathomless pools of peach blossom water. Li Dan's description elicits admiration from her. To my shame, beyond Chinese. I only grasp English, and I have yet to fully overcome the barriers of a non-native language. Complex expressions often elude me. I hail from Shaanxi. May I ask where your homeland is, sister? I am from Hangzhou. My father perished in the chaos of war when I was 12. And my mother remarried under pressure from my uncle. She knew that I would face a grim existence at my uncle's home, even worse than that of a servant. So she personally brought me to Putuo Mountain. So, you are 27 this year. How embarrassing. I am 25, 2 years your junior. May I inquire about your rank in the Dinghui Monastery? I venture to guess you are the eldest sister. You are correct. When I arrived, my master had just established his own sect, and there were no disciples, only 3 younger sisters of similar age. Moreover, we had no financial resources, and the incense offerings were meager, making life for the 5 of us quite arduous. Fortunately, Master Puching occasionally sent disciples to assist us, allowing us to survive those hard times. Now, my master has attained remarkable progress in his Buddhist practice, and Dinghui Monastery flourishes, receiving hundreds of taels and incense offerings each year. Our living conditions have greatly improved. We now revel in tea. Indeed, it appears that money is often a necessity. Although monks do not concern themselves with material comforts, having a little more abundance is not without its merits. However, upon my arrival today, I found the main gate tightly shut. Upon entering, I encountered no other devotees. Has Dinghui Monastery's incense offerings waned in recent years? Not at all. My master has dedicated the 7th day of each month, such as the 7th, 17th, or 27th, as a day of seclusion, closing the doors to visitors. Your arrival today is indeed an exception. Oh, thank you, master. In this case, I consider myself truly fortunate. Indeed, fate has brought you to Dinghui Monastery. From Puhui to Puching and now to me, spanning thousands of miles, you may be regarded as a distinguished guest and a person of destiny within the Buddhist realm. As the two converse, they play with fervor, entirely forgetting the presence of the master. What a shame to have met so late. Ah, Miaojin. You are so engrossed in conversation that you now find yourself at a disadvantage on the board. You must tread carefully henceforth. Though the master listens intently, she remains focused on the game. Do not worry, master, I have my own strategies. Miaojin does not slow down, continuing to play with swift deliberation. The two engage in rapid moves, and within half an hour, they find themselves in a tense mid-game. Li Dan, fueled by enthusiasm, unexpectedly initiates a conflict over territory. However, Miaojin's prowess in conflict resolution has been honed under Hui Kong's tutelage, and after several rounds, she skillfully relinquishes the captured white stones. In this exchange, Miaojin ultimately prevails with a score of 2 and 14 stones. As they conclude this match, it is already time for lunch, and the three gather to dine. Hui Kong inquires about Li Dan's travels, while Miaojin asks about his military life. The meal takes half an hour. After lunch, Hui Kong proposes that Li Dan and Miaojin engage in another match. Li Dan, already feeling defiant, but Miaojin, with an air of confidence, states, in truth, the outcome has already been decided. You excel in the opening moves. Should I take the black stones this time, your defeat is inevitable. Let us instead compare swordsmanship. Li Dan replies, patience, let us finish this game before we duel. 3 matches will determine the victor. Although I have already lost, I wish to reclaim a victory. I kindly ask for your indulgence. Should I lose, do not hold it against you. Okay. Miaojin nods with a smile. The romantic gentleman and the emotionless sword. How intriguing. Should I allow him to teach me a lesson, or should I let him win? Regardless, he is a true gentleman, capable of both bearing loss and letting go. He is not one to shy away from defeat. In this encounter, Li Dan chose to adopt a slower pace, while Miaojin maintained an unyielding speed. Her moves executed with remarkable swiftness. After nearly an hour of fierce competition, they reached the mid-game, where Miaojin took the initiative by launching a challenge in the lower right corner. Li Dan remained composed, skillfully countering her moves. As the situation became increasingly clear, it was evident that the black pieces had a greater territorial advantage, while the white pieces dominated the center. Ultimately, Miaojin emerged victorious with a score of 1 and 34 stones. Li Dan, feeling somewhat disheartened, was met with Miaojin's remark, in truth, had I not engaged in this challenge, I might not have won, for the white pieces had a small area with 2 potential points. With this challenge, those 2 points have now belonged to me. How embarrassing. There's no need to comfort me, for your skill in Go is undoubtedly superior, Li Dan replied. Your moves are executed with such speed, while I am left to ponder and struggle, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Haha, this marks my 3rd consecutive loss. The most humiliating defeat I've faced in my Go endeavors. Despite his loss, Li Dan accepted it with grace and good humor. Do you often play Go? He inquired. My master and I engage in 3 matches every 2 days. By the measure of talent in the game, you are not lacking, she responded modestly. I typically play once every 3 days, having learned much from my sister-in-law, Hong Fu, a master in her own right. Alas, where has the master gone? My master takes a 2-hour nap each day. I suspect she has retired for the afternoon, Miaojin mused. We needn't wait for her. Let us take this opportunity to spar with our sword techniques. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Dan assumed a relaxed stance. Miaojin deftly twirled her sword, unleashing a flurry of movements before charging at him. Though she was a woman, her swordplay was marked by its ferocity, clashing head-on with Li Dan's own prowess. Armed with the Jade Dragon Sword and possessing a significant upper hand, He resolved to ensure her defeat was not too humiliating. Unexpectedly, after 30 exchanges, she altered her technique, her strikes becoming both fierce and perilous. In a final maneuver, she executed the jade maiden weaving, aiming directly for his throat. In a moment of urgency, he parried her attack, sending her sword flying over 3 yards away. She retreated 3 steps, sighing, "Excellent swordsmanship. Let us engage in a bout of fist techniques." Li Dan sheathed his sword, opting for internal martial arts to counter her jade maiden fist. After another 30 exchanges, she let out a mighty roar, leaping into the air to execute the Mandarin duck's continuous kicks, striking repeatedly at his chest. Yet, lacking sufficient force, she failed to topple him. Stepping back with a chuckle, he conceded, "I admit defeat." Her brows furrowed in defiance. "How can you concede? Do you look down upon me? No, we must determine a victor." "Enough, Miaozhen. Do not push him beyond his limits. He has already surrendered. It is wise to accept the outcome." A voice interjected. It was Hui Kong. "Master, my sister mentioned you were napping, which is why we did not wait for your guidance." "Please forgive us," Li Dan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "There is no need for such formality. I am quite old now, my skills having diminished significantly. Many techniques linger in my mind, yet my body cannot execute them. Best I refrain from embarrassing myself," Hui Kong replied. "Can you discern the nature of her swordplay and fist techniques?" "These are likely from the Yamei school's jade maiden sword and fist techniques." "I wonder where you learned them, master?" "In my youth, I accompanied my uncle to visit the Yamei school, where she taught both my uncle and me. Upon his return, he further refined the techniques into the balanced jade maiden fist you see today. However, your swordsmanship is exceptional, and you possess ample practical experience. Ming'er is truly no match for you." "Ming'er? So that is my sister's name?" "Yes, her original surname is Su, the eldest daughter of Su Zhengda, the magistrate of Hangzhou." "Ah, sister, if you do not mind, would you share some stories from your time in Hangzhou? What is there to tell?" "They are merely foolish things I did in my youth, hardly worth mentioning. In short, I was a restless girl. Had my parents not loved me, I would have surely gotten into serious trouble. The hour grows late. You may take your leave now." Hui Kong remained silent, smiling. Li Dan commented, "Master Puqing said I could linger for 2 or 3 days longer." "Master, I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow," Miaozhen retorted. "What do you intend to return for? This is a sacred Buddhist site, not a place for casual visitors. You have played your game, enjoyed your tea, and sparred. What more is there? It is wise to know when to stop. In 3 years, bring your wife. And you must donate 300 taels of silver before we will see you again." With that, she erupted into laughter. Hui Kong chastised, "You ought to show a modicum of hospitality. How can you treat a guest in such a manner, demanding 300 taels? It is truly absurd. Where is the limit of toleration?" With that, the 3 of them burst into hearty laughter. That evening, Li Dan returned to Pujizi for lodging. But Master Puqing was in seclusion, focused on his training. He experienced a peculiar dream, initially arriving in Jinling, where he discovered another jade Jiao tower. Without hesitation, he strode in, making his way to Yang Yujiao's chamber. She was engaged in her grooming when she noticed him, rising gracefully from her room to play the pipa. At that moment, Yang Yumei appeared, serving him wine at her side. As he drank, he caressed her delicate hands. After completing the piece Jade Tower Spring, Yang Yujiao laughed. "How was my rendition? Let us all sing together in bed." The 2 sisters guided him into the chamber. Just as they began to disrobe, a thunderous voice rang out. "Li Dan, are you here once again, consorting with this vixen? Do you not remember your rightful wife?" With that, she seized his hand, pulling him outside. They dashed away, soaring over walls, until they were flying above Jinling. Suddenly, he caught sight of a celestial mountain emerging through the mist. And he heard her voice ask, "What mountain is that? Could it be the fabled Penglai?" Li Dan replied, "That is Putuo Mountain, the sacred ground of Guanyin in the South Sea. Let us go pay a visit." After flying for nearly a quarter of an hour, Putuo Mountain was nearly within reach. Just as they were about to land at Dinghui Courtyard, a fierce wind arose, plunging the sky into darkness. They found themselves being pulled downward, sinking into the turbulent waters of the South Sea. He clung to her hand, swimming desperately forward. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. "Bodhi has no tree. Where then does dust alight? Li Dan, your fate with Miaozhen is not yet fulfilled. Hasten to the shore and embrace your love." Miaozhen. He turned to look beside him, only to find that Han Chonger had vanished, replaced by Miaozhen in a red robe. She scolded, "I am not Miaozhen. My master has commanded me to return to layman's life. I am Su Ming. Ming'er, will you marry me?" "Okay, just fine. You've learned to speak English? She smiled, but did not answer, leaping into the clouds and beckoning him. Come quickly. Let us go visit the peach banquet of the Queen Mother. Despite his efforts, he could not ascend, feeling as though an unseen force was drawing him downward. Eventually, he plummeted beneath the water's surface, continuing to fall. Help, master! He cried out in desperation. At that moment, he awoke from the dream, drenched in sweat, even his undergarments soaked through. The meaning of the dream eluded him. Who did he truly love? If it was Han Chonger, why had she disappeared? If his heart belonged to Su Ming, why could he not soar to the clouds with her? And if he did not love young Yujiao, why did she appear more alluring in the dream than in reality? Devoid of the lasciviousness associated with courtesans? After pondering for nearly an hour, he felt dizzy and eventually drifted into a vague slumber. Upon waking the next morning, the dream replayed vividly in his mind, prompting him to seek Su Ming for clarity. Regardless of her feelings, he felt he had nothing to lose. He practiced his swordsmanship at Pajizi for a while before heading to breakfast, consuming 5 large steamed buns in rapid succession. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, he arrived at Dinghui Courtyard, where he found dozens of pilgrims burning incense and praying. The place indeed thrived with activity. In the rear courtyard, Miaojin and Huikong were diligently studying the Jade Maiden sword techniques. Upon his arrival, Miaojin unceremoniously mocked, "Young Master Li, you have come again. Are you here to seek revenge?" Huikong interjected sternly, "Do not be impertinent. Our guest has traveled far. We must treat him well. For this is also a blessing for you. Li Dan, the weather is splendid today. Why not demonstrate the 36 forms of the Jade Maiden swordplay for him?" Miaojin pouted. "Master, he is a cunning spirit. If I reveal all 36 forms to him, he might learn them and take them for himself. How would I explain this to our Grandmaster? Stop your nonsense. You are eager for him to master the Jade Maiden swordplay and spar with you. Do you think I am unaware?" With a reluctant pout, Miaojin assumed her stance. Her rendition of the Jade Maiden swordplay differed greatly from yesterday, where it had been fierce and unyielding. Today, it was a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, particularly emphasizing agility in movement and the grace and flexibility of the swordplay. The 36 forms flowed like a river, seamless and captivating, providing Li Dan with a visual feast akin to witnessing Gongsun Dajiang dance with a sword. As she concluded her performance, standing with poise, he could not help but exclaim, "Once there was a beauty, Su Ming, whose sword danced across the 4 corners, causing heaven and earth to rise and fall in its wake. Truly, the amazed sex treasured Jade Maiden swordplay. I felt as though I beheld the Jade Maiden of the East Sea soaring through the skies. Sister, how have you made such remarkable progress in just one day? Enough. Do not only speak sweetly. When did I become the Jade Maiden of the East Sea?" Li Dan smiled. "Sister, I believe there is a spiritual connection in this world. In a moment of clarity, I sensed that you, Sister Miaojin, might be the reincarnation of the Jade Maiden." Huikong cautioned, "Do not flatter her. Her greatest flaw is her arrogance. If you elevate her to the heavens, will she not become even more conceited and unruly? Li Dan, it is now your turn. Please, perform your Jade Dragon swordplay with all your might, without holding back. We are all family here." "Very well, I shall comply." Li Dan promptly executed the 8864 forms of his original Jade Dragon swordplay. Initially, the atmosphere was bright and sunny. However, as the sword energy intensified and erupted, the skies darkened and dust swirled, resembling a desolate autumn. Then, the sword energy transitioned to a lighter, more ethereal essence. The skies gradually cleared, culminating in a brilliant sun, with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blooms. "Wow, how marvelous, young hero Li. I truly underestimated you. This set of 8864 forms of the Jade Dragon swordplay surpasses my Jade Maiden swordplay by leaps and bounds. Your sword energy flows like a long rainbow, altering the very weather." Miaojin exclaimed, "May I learn this from you? I was blind to your talents before. Please forgive me." "Indeed. This is a swordplay that could astonish heaven and move spirits. Not an easy feat. You recognized it as 8864 forms. You possess keen insight and profound wisdom. Here is the deal. To prevent you from surpassing me, I will teach you only 3 times. How much you learn will depend on your own fortune." This was merely jest. Li Dan knew that his original Jade Dragon swordplay could not be surpassed even by his elder brother, Li Jing. "All right. But you must teach each set of 8 forms one at a time. Once I have mastered them, you can proceed to the next 8. "Agreed." Huikong watched with a smile as Li Dan taught Miaojin, segmenting the forms into sets of 8. Within less than an hour, the complete 8864 forms of the Jade Dragon swordplay were imparted. With fluidity, Miaojin performed them back for his guidance. After another half hour, She had mastered the entire set, her joy palpable. At that moment, one of Miaozhen's junior sisters approached. "Master, it's time for lunch. Please come." Miaozhen smiled brightly. "Sister Miaoyu, what are we having for lunch today? Still water tofu?" "No. Today, in addition to water tofu, there are 8 spring dishes, freshly gathered from the mountains. Truly delightful." "Ah, Master must have arranged this yesterday. You truly honor young Hero Li. Stop your prattling. Just now, he patiently taught you the Jade Dragon swordplay, and you've forgotten that? What are 8 spring dishes compared to that?" It was evident that Hui Kong held great affection for this eldest disciple, treating her like a daughter, reluctant to scold her. After lunch, they enjoyed tea, discussing Zen and Buddhism for half an hour before Hui Kong retired for a nap. Li Dan proposed a game of chess, but Miaozhen expressed her displeasure, retorting, "Junior brother, you have already been defeated. Do not waste time and energy. Instead, let us continue to practice swordplay. You shall leave tomorrow. And I cannot afford to waste this precious half-afternoon." "Sister, how can you say that? I can still come tomorrow, as long as you do not chase me away. I would gladly stay for another 10 days or half a month. However, Master Puching has advised me to leave after 3 days, so tomorrow will be the last. Then we can play chess tomorrow. For now, I must seize the moment to refine my swordplay. You are truly relentless." They say teaching a disciple can leave the master starving. I have taught you 3 times already. Enough with the chatter. I will practice 3 more times now. Just to offer your guidance. Very well, please proceed. After an hour of practice, Miaozhen had honed her Jade Dragon swordplay to a satisfactory level. Li Dan suggested they take a break and wipe the sweat from their brows, to which she readily agreed. Li Dan decided to cut to the chase and smiled. "Sister, I had another beautiful dream last night. Would you care to hear?" "Of course. Dreams are gifts from the divine, offering insights into the future. I find them most intriguing." Li Dan recounted his dream from the previous night in detail, then asked, "Sister, could you help me interpret this dream? I am rather dull-witted and cannot fathom its meaning." "I would appreciate your guidance." Miaozhen, having never experienced such romantic declarations, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She murmured, "Speak plainly. Do not test me. As a young woman, there are certain things I cannot utter." "Oh, I see. Are you suggesting I should heed Master Puching's guidance from the dream and propose marriage to you?" Miaozhen shook her head. "You speak foolishly. I am a monk. Even if your feelings align with mine, what would Master say? She would never allow me to return to secular life. She wishes for me to inherit her teachings and carry on the legacy of Dinghui Courtyard. I am powerless to change this. Sister, fate is in our hands, but its fruition lies with the heavens. As long as we unite in our resolve, Master will acquiesce. In truth, I feel she regards me as her own son." "You speak nonsense. Master has never had a romantic relationship, nor has she experienced the feelings of a mother. You are merely a prodigy introduced by our elder. Perhaps I am overly presumptuous, yet Master truly treats me differently. Her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of virtue. Since we share affection and loyalty, she will support our union. I cannot take such risks. Do you not have Anchonga? If we were to marry, what would become of her? Do not worry. If she loves me, she will accept you. Of course, if you find the notion of 2 women sharing one husband too absurd, I cannot force it upon you. But I assure you, despite her being the primary wife and you the concubine, I shall treat you both equally and without favoritism. Thus, you have been contemplating this all along." Miaozhen's eyes suddenly turned cold, sending a chill down Li Dan's spine. "No. As of this morning, I had no plans. I merely wished to ask you. For I know my fate is not yet fulfilled. Even if I were to lose my mind over this, I would not regret it." "Very well. This matter requires careful consideration. Enough. Master is arriving." That evening, Miaozhen earnestly requested Huikong's permission to return to secular life. Citing her weariness of the solitary life of candles and scriptures, yearning instead for the vibrancy and splendor of the worldly realm, Hui Kong regarded her with disdain, immediately discerning the true motive behind her desire to return to secular life. She admonished, "Just a few days ago, you were free of distractions, wholly devoted to Buddhism. How is it that you suddenly wish to abandon your vows? I am aware of your intentions, yet if you lack the courage to voice them openly, I shall not permit your departure. Let us discuss this matter again tomorrow." The following day, Li Dan approached once more, his heart heavy with trepidation. Hui Kong remained silent, while Miaozhen wore a serious expression, scarcely acknowledging him. As they settled in the meditation room, Miaozhen did not serve tea. Instead, Hui Kong instructed her to prepare it. Li Dan, observant and astute, realized that Miaozhen had undoubtedly spoken to the abbess regarding their situation. This was his final opportunity. If he did not speak now, he might never have another chance. In a moment of desperation, he mustered the courage to say, "Thank you, Abbess, for your recent guidance. I am deeply grateful. However, there are thoughts weighing heavily on my heart that I must express, and I hope for your understanding." Hui Kong, maintaining her composure, replied, "Speak freely." Miao Zhan, having poured the tea, intended to slip away but was halted by her master, who commanded her to remain by her side. Feeling awkward, she stood with her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. Li Dan clasped his fists and said, "Abbess, the other day I inquired about fate and professed my sincere feelings for my wife. Yet in the past few days, witnessing Miao Zhan's unparalleled beauty, I cannot help but feel that she is a remarkable woman, not at all inferior to Han Chonger. I jestingly referred to her as the reincarnation of the sea goddess, and her intelligence and talent have astonished me. She mastered my unique jade dragon sword technique in less than a day, truly a miracle. A dream I had of Master Pu Cheng urged me to take her as my wife, further affirming my feelings for her and our inexplicable connection. Thus, I boldly request that you grant her hand in marriage." Hui Kong shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed, "Do not make promises just yet. Tell me, when did you have this dream? Have you engaged in any improper conduct with her?" "No, absolutely not. My feelings for her are rooted in respect and affection. I would never dare to offend her. The dream occurred just the night before last. If I were fabricating any part of this, I would." Li Dan found himself in a desperate situation, swearing an oath before the abbess to secure Miao Zhan's hand. This only added fuel to the fire. Yet the abbess, having reached a state of enlightenment, did not dismiss him. "Enough. Do not make oaths or swear promises. If a union could be established merely through oaths and declarations, how many rogues would take reckless risks, causing endless calamity? First, recount this dream to me in detail, and I shall see if I can offer insight." Thus, Li Dan described his strange dream succinctly, without embellishment, though his words inevitably bore some imaginative qualities. Hui Kong listened in silence, and after a long pause, remarked, "This is clearly a nightmare, yet you foolishly take it as a guide for your actions. How absurd. Your immersion in the sea signifies that your future with her is destined for disaster. If I were to grant my approval, I would be condemning you both. Abbess, dreams often hold a contrary nature. While this dream may not be pleasant, it is not entirely a nightmare. The crux lies in my unwavering thoughts of her. My sincerity towards her cannot be doubted. This is merely your obsession, offering no auspicious signs for this union. Instead, all I perceive are negative omens. You should take this as a warning to change course, rather than stubbornly clinging to a path leading to ruin. Abbess, I assure you of my devotion to her. Cease. I require no assurances. In fact, I have observed the two of you in secret, and I have discerned that your fates do not align for a harmonious union. She embodies pure yin, necessitating a counterpart of pure yang, while you exhibit signs of yin deficiency and yang excess. If she were to marry you, it would benefit you, but harm her greatly. Even if you could persuade your wife, Han Chonger, a lifelong struggle would ensue between them, potentially leading to bloodshed. Abbess, I understand your concern for your disciple, but my recent ailments stem from an unfamiliar environment. Under normal circumstances, I possess a balanced constitution." Hui Kong sighed deeply and began. "Patience, allow me to share a story. 43 years ago, I was a 19-year-old maiden, filled with dreams and expectations. On the third day of the third month, I encountered my destined calamity, a man named Yuan Lai, charming and talented, able to compose poetry. He was the nephew of a friend of my father. On that day, he happened to visit Yang Zhou from Chang'an. Initially, I was wary, but my cousin's words assuaged my fears. She said he was 23 and under pressure to take over the family business, but he aspired to the imperial examinations, having rejected 3 arranged marriages. His visit to Yangzhou was for exploration and broadening his horizons. With my cousin's encouragement, we exchanged secret letters, pouring out our hearts. Soon, my cousin returned to Chang'an, leaving me to face his advances alone. I fell into his trap and lost my virtue. He promised to marry me. A month later, when he returned to Chang'an, I discovered I was pregnant. In desperation, I confided in my mother, who was powerless to assist me. Ultimately, to avoid disgrace to my family, I chose to become a nun. However, during childbirth, I was expelled from the temple until I secretly entrusted my child to a kind couple, allowing me to return to the monastery and find refuge. Thus, I advise you both. In the heat of passion, one may make erroneous judgments, envisioning a future painted in idyllic hues, only to realize too late the folly of such dreams." Hui Kong's expression was melancholic, yet her eyes bore no tears. It was evident that this long-buried memory had lost its potency over the years. Miaojin, feeling a tumult of emotions, comforted her master, saying, "Master, do not worry. I will heed your teachings. If you do not permit my return to the secular world, I shall remain here for a lifetime, never entangled with him. That is indeed commendable. Abbess, having reached this point, I have no further arguments to make. However, my feelings for Sister Miaojin are unwavering and eternal. I shall return, though it may be many years hence. To prove my sincerity, I wish to gift her this jade dragon sword." With that, he unsheathed the sword from his waist and offered it to Miaojin, who hesitated for a long moment before accepting it. Li Dan clasped his hands together in reverence, bowed to Hui Kong, and turned to leave. Witnessing the couple's helplessness and reluctance, Hui Kong suddenly had a flash of insight. "Li Dan, perhaps you could still make a case for yourself. If you can persuade me, I am willing to grant you an opportunity. And how might I do that? Do you wish for me to abandon my wife, Han Chonga? That is not the case. I do not wish to be embroiled in an endless conflict. She will not spare me. Wait, what I truly desire is for lovers to unite in harmony. But I must know if your account of this strange dream is entirely truthful. Of course it is true. I hold you in great esteem. And I would never deceive you, even for the sake of my beloved. Very well, then. Go to Puji Temple once more and speak with Master Pu Chung regarding this matter. If you can obtain a letter from him affirming that he believes in the validity of your dream and endorses your union, I shall grant you leniency here. All right, I shall go at once." Li Dan was filled with elation, turning to leave. However, he suddenly looked back and said, "Abbess, Master Pu Chung is currently in seclusion, and it is likely he will not emerge for 3 months. What shall I do? That will depend on your fortune. I am powerless to assist you. Go now." With heavy steps, Li Dan made his way to Puji Temple. Upon inquiring with Master Pu Cheng's disciples, he confirmed that the master was indeed still in seclusion. Instructing that no one disturb him, Li Dan resolved to wait for 3 months. Having found a glimmer of hope, he would not give up, not for 3 months. Nor even 3 years if need be. The past 3 months have felt simultaneously interminable and fleeting. Li Dan secluded himself in the sutra repository, immersed in the reading of the Diamond Sutra, nearly neglecting food and rest. Yet, he did not forget to practice the Yulong sword art and the internal family fist. However, he had already gifted the Yulong sword to Sister Miaojin and could only borrow a plain long sword from Brother Huai, which, to his relief, proved to be quite handy, allowing him to wield it skillfully. The 64 forms of the Yulong sword flowed like water, executed seamlessly. One day, he found himself dancing with the sword before the sutra repository, reaching a moment of triumph where sword energy surged, causing even the birds to chirp with excitement in the sky, while peach blossoms fell like rain. Suddenly, he heard the hearty laughter of Master Puching and turned to see him approaching slowly with a cup of tea in hand. "Ah, Master, your recent cultivation has greatly enhanced your power and sharpened your gaze, making me feel somewhat intimidated," Li Dan jested. "But tell me, what brings you here this time? I hope I can alleviate your concerns. Truth be told, you are both devoted to the Buddha and skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and swordsmanship. If only you would become my disciple, I would consider myself fortunate. Yet, I know this is merely my wishful thinking. You would not abandon the flourishing world of flowers and wealth. Indeed, thank you for your kindness, Master. I cannot repay you, but I assure you I will heed your teachings. In this life, I aspire to attain Arhat status, and at that time, I shall return to engage in discussions on Buddhist teachings and share tea and swordplay with you." "Ah, that sounds delightful, though I fear by then I may have ascended to the Western paradise to meet the Tathagata Buddha. But tell me, what weighs on your heart? Jiwei mentioned you sought my assistance." Li Dan recounted his agreement with Hui Kong and the strange dreams, earnestly requesting the master to write a letter to solidify their bond. Master Puching's eyes glimmered as he poked Li Dan's chest with his finger, saying, "This is indeed the most inscrutable matter. You are truly a romantic. I had sent you to the Dinghui courtyard to meet Hui Kong and dispel your confusion, yet you have strayed and formed a bond instead. Very well. In light of your inexplicable connection to the Buddhist path, I shall assist you, but you must promise not to harm Miaojin or Han Chonger under any circumstances. A true man must prioritize his career and family happiness. Even if he suffers, he must honor the trust placed in him by the nation and his family. Never giving up." "Okay, thank you, Master." Master Puching immediately pinned a letter in the Zen room, explaining the circumstances and affirming that he had indeed sent a dream to Li Dan, while advising his junior sister to prioritize her feelings and support Li Dan and his disciple. Overjoyed, Li Dan bid farewell to the master and hurried to the Dinghui courtyard. With Master Puqing's handwritten letter in hand, Li Dan arrived at the Dinghui courtyard. Wukong had nothing to say. He honored his promise, consenting to their union and permitting Miaojin to return to secular life from that day forward. The two bid farewell to the abbess, agreeing to meet again in 3 years. Leaving Putuan Mountain, they journeyed together, exploring the enchanting landscapes of Wu and Yu. Upon arriving in Jinling, Li Dan borrowed 300 taels of silver from Chunxiang at Rena Hall. He had acted according to plan, gaining his uncle's trust through the Plum Blossom Treasure Mirror and marrying his cousin. His uncle even promised to pass on medical knowledge to him. As husband and wife, they roamed the scenic mountains and rivers of Wu and Yu, acting as chivalrous heroes, akin to celestial beings in love. By October, one morning, Li Dan informed Su Ming'er that they must immediately set off for the big wild goose pagoda in Chang'an. I haven't had enough fun yet. Why must we return to Chang'an now? Su Ming'er expressed her displeasure. Ming'er, Han Chong'er is about to exit her retreat. She and I agreed to meet at the big wild goose pagoda in early November, and we cannot break that promise. Oh, I almost forgot about Han Chong'er waiting for us. What will you say to her? If she cannot accept me, what will you do? Su Ming'er pouted. Not truly angry, but feeling somewhat disgruntled, Li Dan had to comfort her gently. You are the goddess of the East Sea. Do not emulate Han Chong'er, who would rather be shattered jade than unbroken tiles. This is not a matter of acceptance. We are already married, and with your masteress' approval. What does it matter if she is displeased? Besides, she is not unreasonable. I will appeal to her with reason and emotion, and if you cooperate a little, she will surely accept you. Cooperate? What do you mean? Are you suggesting I bow my head and apologize, admitting I stole her husband and asking for her magnanimity? No way, absolutely not. Ming'er, one must be lenient when possible. Since you have married me, you ought to consider my feelings, and also those of Chong. Your sudden appearance may naturally cause her discomfort. I promise you, as long as you do not oppose her, I will treat you both equally and never show favoritism. I have no intention of opposing her. As long as she does not provoke me or embarrass me, I am willing to regard her as an elder sister, coexisting peacefully under the same roof. Who would want to turn the home into chaos? Exactly. That is the demeanor of the East Sea goddess, proud and dignified. Now, shall we go have breakfast? How about beef noodles? Wow, more beef noodles? Can't you change it up a bit? All right, order as you wish. But do get some meat buns. The flavor of the meat buns at this inn is quite authentic and increasingly delightful. Okay, then let us have 2 bowls of 8 treasure porridge and 6 meat buns. The two set off at dawn and stayed overnight, riding swiftly. Within 20 days, they reached Chang'an, with 6 or 7 days remaining until their appointment at the big wild goose pagoda. Li Dan suggested they first visit General Li Jing, but Su Ming'er was adamantly opposed, claiming that once they entered the general's residence, she would feel constrained. She insisted on seeing Han Chong'er first. Reluctantly, Li Dan settled with her at the Mingfeng Inn. During the day, they strolled through Zhuke Street, and at night, they played chess in the inn. As the first day of November arrived, Li Dan went alone to the big wild goose pagoda to wait for Han Chong'er, yet even after 3 days of waiting until dark, there was no sign of her. Su Ming'er mocked him, suggesting that he had been abandoned and had become a celestial being. However, she was not truly triumphant. She seemed certain that Han Chong'er would return. Li Dan paid her no mind. On the 4th day, he rose early, had breakfast, and returned to the big wild goose pagoda, waiting until dusk without a glimpse of her. Anxiously, he called out, Chong'er, Chong'er, Chong'er. After calling out for over a dozen times, he suddenly heard a whoosh, and a flying dagger struck behind him. He swiftly dodged to the left, turning to catch the dagger midair, revealing a familiar figure clad in black, Han Chong'er. After a year apart, she radiated a newfound maturity, her eyes filled with tenderness yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Chong'er, you have returned. Li Dan opened his arms and rushed forward, embracing her tightly. After a long moment, he murmured, Chong'er, I thought you would not come back. I missed you terribly. Who are you trying to fool? During this year apart, I am certain you have had your share of romantic escapades. Tell me, what of those 2 vixens? Han Chong'er had significantly advanced in her cultivation during the year of seclusion, yet her straightforward and fiery nature remained unchanged. Not long after you left, I returned, and my brother had sent them to Yuchi Jingda. The king of Qin did not blame him. Rather, he praised his loyalty and camaraderie. You are worrying too much. This past year has been wasted. If you had been home, our child would likely have been born by now. Humph. It's easy for you to say. I suspect you have rekindled ties with Yang Yujiao. Perhaps she is even pregnant with your child. Bah. Chong'er, That is where you are mistaken. As husband and wife, we should rejoice in our reunion, yet you only speak harshly. Let me assure you, the sisters Yang Yujiao are but a fleeting memory. I have long forgotten them. Do you not wish to redeem them? After all, a night as husband and wife creates a bond of 100 days. You've shared intimacy with them at least 10 times. Do you care nothing for their well-being? You should at least redeem them to present to the king of Qian. It would serve 3 purposes: securing them a good future, ingratiating yourself with the king, and fulfilling your own wishes. Why not do it? Do not test me. I truly have no connection with them. What have you been doing this past year? Surely you haven't been idling at home, as you have never been one to tolerate solitude. Finally, Han Chonger has let go of this topic. She still harbors a fundamental trust in Li Lang, which is the foundation of her courage to practice on Qingqing Mountain. The Red Plum heroine possesses an astute judgment of character and matters, rivaling that of the Eastern Sea goddess. Indeed, I have ventured into the world, wielding my sword and acting as a chivalrous knight. I even traveled to Puto Mountain, where I met Master Puching of the Pajizi Temple and practiced for 6 months, reaping substantial rewards. Practicing? Are you not merely performing in a rival act to mine? I am cultivating on Qingqing Mountain while you are at Puto Mountain. What is the point of this? Why not come to Qingqing Mountain to find me? I wish to seek you out on Qingqing Mountain, but my sister-in-law insisted that it is unwise for a couple to practice together, claiming it would not yield fruitful results. Thus, I had to abandon that thought. Have you encountered any beautiful and passionate heroines in the martial world, such as the Peach Blossom Goddess or the Peony Heroine? Do not mock me. Even with my extraordinary fortune, I do not possess such numerous romantic prospects, let alone the Peach Blossom Goddess and the Peony Heroine. Not quite. You are the romantic young master with a heartless sword, and it is not unlikely that some heroine has taken a liking to you. Confess, what is her name? What is her background, and where is she now? Oh, Chonger, I have finally returned. Let us hasten home, for I yearn to share a tender moment with you. Do not evade the issue. What is truly going on? Han Chonger, having enhanced her skills significantly during a year of seclusion, perceived Li Dan's thoughts with clarity. Oh, there is nothing to it. It is entirely baseless gossip, conjured from thin air. Enough. Will you speak or not? If not, I shall return to Qingqing Mountain this very moment. Han Chonger became incensed, hands on her hips, brows knitted, her eyes ablaze with fury. Well, you see, it is all the fault of Master Puching. Li Dan stammered, attempting to obscure the truth. I understand now. You are still unrepentant, forgetting your bond with your lawful wife at the sight of a beautiful woman. I ask you, since this Miaojin is a nun, how do you intend to fulfill your desires with her? It is still Master Puching. I dreamt that he commanded me to wed Miaojin. He is Huai Kong's senior brother and her most trusted confidant. With his handwritten letter, she naturally felt reassured. That old bald monk. What does someone else's fate have to do with him? Why must he involve himself with a letter, even sending you dreams? Is he not meddling in affairs that do not concern him? I shall confront him and set fire to the Pajizi Temple. Is this how they seek to help the common people? Chonger, do not be hasty. He is an enlightened monk and will surely attain Buddhahood in the future. He also mentioned that I possess the roots of wisdom and a connection to Buddhism, destined to become an arhat in this life. Arhat, do you truly wish to pursue such a path? What will become of me? What will become of Miaojin? In truth, one need not retreat to a temple to practice. One can cultivate in the secular world as long as one is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism, reciting its teachings daily, destined to attain enlightenment one day. I genuinely desire to live harmoniously with you, relishing wealth and the warmth of human affection, and in this beautiful companionship, I have grasped the profound mysteries of Buddhist teachings. To suddenly become an arhat, what will you do about Miaojin? Han Chonger remained undeterred, continuing to press Li Dan for answers. In fact, she has been by my side all this while. We have come to an understanding. She is willing to regard you as an elder sister and will never challenge your status as the primary wife. However, you must treat her with respect, sparing her any embarrassment. With what respect? She has not been formally wed to you, yet you treat her as a fleeting spouse. What sort of respect is that? The rice is already cooked. Do you intend to perform a wedding ceremony with her? She is an extraordinary woman, and thus, we need not adhere to mundane rituals. However, she is a secondary wife, and that regard must remain. I hope you can accommodate her. Accommodate her? Did you consult me beforehand? Have you considered my feelings? After sending away Nye Xiaoyan and Zhao Qian, 2 vixens, you have invited another flirtatious nun into our lives. You truly know how to bring misfortune upon yourself. I must return to Qingqing Mountain. Chonger, do not act impulsively. I acknowledge my wrongs, But there is a destiny entwined in this union. I wish for us to coexist. So please do not cause a ruckus. Let us return home and see what my brother and sister-in-law have to say. If they do not accept Su Ming'er, I shall sever ties with her. How does that sound? Su Ming'er. Goodness. Just hearing that name suggests a troublemaker. I had thought my days would be peaceful. No. I absolutely cannot invite danger into my home. You suggest consulting my brother and sister-in-law, but naturally, they will side with you, especially that fool Li Jing, who initially refused to let Nie Xiaoyun and Zhao Qian leave, fearing the wrath of the king of Qin, leading us to this predicament. My journey to Qingqing Mountain is also due to his insistence. Enough of your anger. My brother may be in the wrong, but he has always meant well for me. Let us return, just in time for dinner. Humph. Upon returning, promise me you won't seek Su Ming'er for 3 months. She playfully poked his forehead with her finger and pinched his nose. All right, fine. I shall comply. You are indeed a transcendental being, yet why must you be so verbose? Han Chong'er returned to the general's residence, and she and Li Dan resumed their affectionate relationship, inseparable for a year and 7 days. One day, Li Dan, Han Chong, and Hong Fu strolled along Zhuke Street, purchasing silk, jewelry, cosmetics, and sampling delicacies, reveling in their merriment. Ultimately, the trio arrived at a merchant's shop in the West City, specializing in calligraphy, paintings, and antiques, offering a plethora of treasures. Hong Fu discovered some children's toys, including rattles, dolls, and longevity locks, and fervently urged Li Dan and his wife to make a purchase. While Han Chong'er hesitated, a dashing young man approached and said, "Madam, I have already purchased these items. You need not look further." Han Chong'er retorted angrily, "By what right? These are clearly unpurchased items. Are you here to create trouble? Be gone. Or do not blame me for being rude. Who are you to speak so arrogantly? Shouldn't there be a sense of order in purchasing? I have already bought them. If you don't believe me, ask the shopkeeper." Li Dan recognized that this individual was none other than Su Ming'er, disguised as a man, yet he hesitated, unsure whether to reveal himself. He thus advised, "Let us not argue. We should explore other shops." Su Ming'er smiled and replied, "Oh, it is you. Young Master Li and his wife. Never mind. I shall forego these items. Take them for yourselves." Hong Fu laughed. "So you know each other? Why not join us for a drink at a tavern? It is a joy to have friends come from afar." Han Chong'er was somewhat reluctant, and Li Dan hesitated, fearing Su Ming'er might provoke another dispute with Han Chong'er. However, Su Ming'er readily agreed. "All right, let us drink a few cups at Junwei Tavern. Their daughter Hong and Yiping Hong are the finest in the cups, and I have longed to indulge, but my purse has been too light. Brotherly, you once promised to drink with me. Why have I not seen you these days? Are you avoiding me? How could I? It is merely that my wife has returned from afar, and after a long separation, we have much to discuss. I must attend to her first. My apologies. Let me make it up to you today. Let us go." "Oh, you are speaking English again. I wonder if your esteemed wife understands English?" Han Chong'er said. "I must admit, I only know a few words. Okay, sorry, thank you, I love you, and let's go." "What does let's go mean?" Su Ming'er laughed. "No need to dwell on that. Let us go, let's go." Han Chong'er suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Oh, I see. Let's go." Along the way, Su Ming'er occasionally teased Li Dan, while Han Chong'er and Hong Fu became mere listeners. Hong Fu was not particularly bothered. She held great admiration for this young gentleman Su and failed to perceive that he was actually a woman disguised as a man. However, Han Chong'er was filled with resentment. Not only had this Su gentleman attempted to steal her thunder, but his handsome demeanor and elegant charm outshone Li Dan, relegating her to the role of a mere supporting character, which was intolerable. At last, they arrived at the Junwei restaurant, where Su Ming'er unabashedly declared, "Waiter, bring us a jar of 18-year-old daughter red." Hong Fu chuckled, saying, "Hold on. 1 jar is too much. That is 10 jin. We 4 can't possibly drink that much at once. Let us settle for 2 bottles instead. A slight intoxication is best." "No way," Su Ming'er insisted. "I've heard that my sister-in-law has a remarkable capacity for alcohol. You could drink 100 cups and still not be drunk. Rightly, brother? Okay, let us drink." The waiter was summoned again for the 18-year-old daughter red and 2 jin of beef. Li Dan was determined to see how she would perform. If she faltered, he could reveal the truth and manage the aftermath. With his sister-in-law present, he felt the situation would remain under control. "Wait, Li brother. Today we drink without food. Only then can we truly savor the rich, smooth, and sweet essence of daughter red. Okay? That one tea do. I don't mind. But my sister-in-law and the lady can't drink without meat. Besides, this is a whole jar of daughter red, tinned qian. It's best to have some meat to accompany it. Go on, waiter. Su Ming'er patted his shoulder and said, you only care for the lady. You've forgotten about your brother. If it weren't for this chance encounter, would I have to wait another 3 to 5 years to see you again? Huh. I've never seen anyone as lecherous as Li Dan. Li Dan blushed deeply and could only reply, brother, you jest. Am I the sort to forget friends for beauty? Enough said, let us sit down and drink. Thus, the four of them took their seats, with Li Dan facing Su Ming'er and Hong Fu facing Han Chong. After 3 cups, Su Ming'er proposed a game of rock, paper, scissors for drinks, where the loser would drink. Han Chong frowned, saying, this is a common drinking game among rogues. We should best avoid it. Su Ming'er laughed, sister-in-law, you exaggerate. Who among the adults who can drink doesn't know how to play rock, paper, scissors? It's simple and exhilarating. Just give it a try. With that, she and Li Dan began their game. They played 20 rounds, with Li Dan losing 15 times and drinking 15 cups, while she only drank 5. Meanwhile, Hong Fu began to suspect something. Su Ming'er's hands were too delicate and fair, resembling those of a beautiful woman. And she carried a unique, subtle fragrance typical of ladies. Sensing something amiss, she leaned closer to Su Ming'er's shoulder and inhaled deeply, confirming her suspicions. She then stopped Li Dan's hand, saying, no more. You are no match for Su gentlemen. It's best to concede gracefully. Let us drink slowly, 1 cup each, until we finish 15 cups and see if we can manage. As they grew tipsy, Hong Fu smiled and asked, Su brother, where are you from? How old are you this year? Su Ming'er playfully replied, sister-in-law, you truly have a poor memory. Didn't you just ask me? I'm from Chang'an, 24 this year. But your accent sounds southern, particularly like someone from Hangzhou. I once had several friends from there, and they spoke just like you. Indeed. My father originally conducted business in Hangzhou and only moved to Chang'an 10 years ago, so I can be considered half a Hangzhou native. Oh, at 24. Why haven't your parents arranged a marriage for you? Your family is well off. If you truly wish to settle down, finding a good match wouldn't be a problem. I've experienced the vastness of the sea, and the clouds of Wushan are not the same. 3 years ago, I met a Miss Li, beautiful and gentle. With skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and swordplay, she excelled in all. Unfortunately, she vanished without a trace, yet I cannot forget her. Do you not know where her family resides? If you love her, why not send a matchmaker to propose? Her family was originally in Chang'an, but they moved not long after, leaving no trace. I can only hope for the benevolence of the Bodhisattva to reunite us. Su brother, your sincere feelings are evident, but fate is unpredictable. In my view, you and she may lack the destiny of husband and wife. It would be best to forget her sooner rather than later. True affection exists in the world. There are countless lovely flowers to be found anywhere. Thank you for your reminder, sister-in-law. I understand. Su Ming'er, fully aware that Hong Fu had discerned the truth, found herself in a difficult position and had no choice but to continue drinking cup after cup. Fortunately, she had a strong tolerance, though she felt about 7/10 drunk. Her mind remained clear. Once the jar of daughter red was nearly empty, she stood, clasped her fists, and said, thank you, Li brother. Thank you, sister-in-law. The wine is finished, and I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Hong Fu smiled. Wait, you're this drunk. How can you go home alone? Why not come to my house as a guest? I'm eager to discuss interesting tales of Chang'an with you. At that moment, Hong Fu suspected that she was indeed Li Dan's lover, intending to use this opportunity to draw her into the general's residence and expose her ruse. Known for her intelligence and sense of humor, orchestrating such a play would be quite delightful. No need. I'll visit the general's residence another day. As she exited, Han Chong let out a sigh of relief, saying, that pest has finally left after all the fuss. I hope she disappears from Chang'an, and I never see her again. Hong Fu replied, I fear that may not be your fortune. Why? Am I unable to avoid her? Where would you hide? Ask your husband, Li Dan. He certainly cannot let go of this Su gentleman disguised as a man. Disguised as a man, sister-in-law? How can you tell? I felt nothing amiss. She merely speaks in a rather soft manner, slightly effeminate, but far from a woman. Can she alter her voice? How did you notice? Look at her hands, her face. Although she moves like a dashing young man, upon closer examination, the flaws become evident. I am convinced she is Li Dan's former lover, but not the kind of woman like Yan Yujiao. This woman comes from a noble background, speaks eloquently, and is your equal, hard to distinguish. Han Chong finally regained her composure and angrily said, Li Dan, what tricks are you playing? What are your intentions? This entire scene was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Chonger, you exaggerate. I was just as taken aback. I never expected this Su gentleman to appear out of nowhere. But I find it curious that you knew about Su Ming'er yet remained oblivious to this Su gentleman. How would I know? I simply found her rather distasteful. Feeling she had an air of seduction, but never imagined she was a woman in disguise. What does she intend? Hongfu remarked. What does she intend? To test you. Of course. It's truly baffling. You clearly knew Su Ming'er was intruding yet never mentioned it to me. What is this? We are all family. Why do you wear such a stern face, feigning smiles for whom? You have been in seclusion, even if you Haven T ascended to immortality. You should be quite different from a year ago, right? I tell you, this time you're in trouble. Su Ming'er is no simple matter. She will not let this go easily. Sister-in-law, I am not afraid of her. Isn't she just a year younger than me? Just a one and none. Enough, Chonger. Let us discuss this back home. It's south not the place for such talk with so many people around. All right, Lee gentlemen, let's go. Wherever we may meet. Lament the goddess's arrival. Alone, do not lose your soul. True affection exists in this world. After about 10 days, Li Dan, having not seen Su Ming'er, visited the Ming Feng and late at night. She indeed still resided in the same guest room. Li Dan knocked thrice on the door and heard her soft cough. After a few minutes, she opened the door holding a candle, and he slipped inside. What are you doing here? Has that fierce tigress fallen into a deep slumber? Completely unaware? You mustn't bring trouble upon yourself. Rest assured, she is sound asleep and will not notice. However, but what? This stealthy approach is not sustainable. She will inevitably find out. Ming'er, I shall inform my brother and sister-in-law tomorrow, and personally come to fetch you. Once you enter the general's residence, I shall find a way to ensure their acceptance of you. Your identity is special, yet with a master to vouch for you. We are not bound by a private arrangement. You are exceptionally talented, not in the least inferior to Han Chonger. My brother and sister-in-law are reasonable individuals. In extraordinary circumstances, extraordinary measures will be taken. They will not make things difficult for you. Even if my brother and sister-in-law do not trouble me, what of Han Chonger? She is the epitome of jealousy, unable to tolerate even the slightest competition. I truly regret having listened to your sweet words. I should not have harbored any illusions about her being gentle and kind, for I never anticipated. Ming'er, cease these futile discussions. What is done is done. We can only look ahead. Worry not. I shall certainly provide you with a proper status. To take a step back, as long as you do not vie for the position of the primary wife, regardless of her willingness, I shall eventually marry you. I cannot wait any longer. I will go to the general's residence tomorrow to meet your brother and sister-in-law. Were it not for the sake of your sister-in-law Hongfu, I would have long since departed Chang'an and returned to Puchuoshan. Be patient. This matter will undoubtedly require some effort. Bear with me for a few more days. After I consult with my brother and sister-in-law, I will fetch you to the general's residence. Oh, by the way, you must have exhausted your funds by now. I have brought 100 taels of silver. Take it for now. Within 3 to 5 days, I will certainly come to get you. You must keep your word. My situation is quite precarious, caught between a rock and a hard place. I have made up my mind. If there is no resolution within half a month, I will return to Puchuoshan. No matter my transgressions, my master will always forgive me. Ming'er, take heart. The hour grows late. Let us share a moment of intimacy before I hasten back to the general's residence. I knew you would rush back. In this manner, are we not akin to a pair of wild mandarin ducks, merely indulging in fleeting pleasures? Oh no, you must return now. Ming'er, do not be foolish. I assure you this is the last time. In 3 days, I will come to retrieve you. We have endured long enough. As the two were in the midst of undressing, they suddenly heard a voice from outside. Li Dan, what mischief are you up to? Come out at once, or I shall catch you in the act. I will count to 10. 1, 2, 3. Li Dan hurriedly dressed while responding, Madam, please remain calm. I will be out shortly. Su Ming'er, feeling both ashamed and furious yet helpless, shouted, Curse you, Han Chonger. I no longer want this useless suitor of yours. You can enjoy him at your leisure. Is that truly so? Han Chonger retorted with a cold laugh. Indeed, I have no interest in your suitor, but we must clarify some matters. Very well, as long as you willingly withdraw, you may set your conditions. Okay, you said it. After a moment, Li Dan opened the door to find Han Chonger barging in with a sword in hand. Su Ming'er, her hair disheveled, blushed deeply but was already dressed, standing by the bed. Indeed, a captivating beauty. Any man who sees you would be utterly enchanted. No wonder Li Dan is so infatuated with you, Han Chonger remarked. Enough of this idle chatter. Tell me, how did you become his wife? Marriage is a significant affair, dictated by parental authority and the matchmaking process. However, my parents have passed. My uncle and aunt arranged this. General Li Jing sent a matchmaker to propose, offering a betrothal gift of 3,000 taels of silver. And I was carried into his home on a grand sedan chair. Do you have parental authority or a matchmaker's word? Do not feign ignorance. My master made the decision, while he was under the guidance of Master Puching. We are not a pair of wild mandarin ducks bound by private agreement. Even so, how did you, as a non, secretly convey feelings to him and achieve this union? How does that differ from being a wild mandarin duck? You speak nonsense. You can ask him about these matters. I have no desire to explain myself to you. Yet Han Chonger persisted, unrelenting in her questioning, regarding Su Ming'er as a licentious nun. In the span of just a few days, why have you suddenly resolved to marry him? Does that not contradict the tenets of a monk's austere and disciplined life? Do not simply point out my shortcomings. I ask you, as the so-called Red Plum heroine, did you not first establish an understanding with him, privately committing to one another before seeking the approval of your uncle and aunt? Han Chonger exclaimed in anger, I am but a child of the rivers and lakes. Though I hail from a prestigious family, once love is pledged, certain formalities are naturally disregarded. I merely agreed to marry him. In truth, there has been nothing improper between us, much less any wild mandarin duck business. That is reasonable. Are we not equally matched, neither superior nor inferior? What grounds do you have to mock or humiliate me? Your actions are wholly unbecoming of a noble wife. Do you not feel shame, yet take pride in it? How laughable. Nonsense. You two are secretly meeting here, seeking to indulge in illicit pleasures. I, as the primary wife, come to catch you in the act. I have every right to do so, so there is no shame in it. On the contrary, it is your husband who has secretly come to see me. Had I not opened the door, he would not have persisted. What could I do? I asked him to leave, but he refused. Did you not hear any of this outside? I heard nothing but your duplicitous words, your heart in turmoil, half-heartedly pushing him away. Do you think I am unaware? You shameless tigress, jealous harpy. I shall take you on. Su Ming'er drew her sword, ready to confront Han Chong. Li Dan quickly intervened, saying, Madam, my lady, let us all speak more kindly. In my eyes, you are both celestial sisters, and it would not do for us to resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Very well, my lady, I shall return with you, and we shall settle this matter tomorrow. I shall not return unless you promise to sever all ties with him. Impossible. I have already wed her. How can I simply end it? Be reasonable. Let my brother and sister-in-law decide. Not a chance. They will undoubtedly support you in this frivolous affair, granting her a name. What? Who are you calling a frivolous wife? Han Chong, you are the frivolous one. Lesser than a village girl, inferior to a maid, even beneath a courtesan. Su Ming'er retorted, hands on her hips. Han Chonger, filled with rage, brandished her sword. And Li Dan swiftly seized it from her grasp. You vixen! How dare you? Did you not promise to withdraw? What do you want now? Speak. I shall grant your wish. Is it not silver you seek? I desire his jade dragon sword. Do you agree? Nonsense. You are merely creating chaos and have no intention of withdrawing. You are toying with me. Toying with you? He promised to give me the jade dragon sword long ago. Were it not for that sword, I would never have consented to marry him and come to Chang'an. Ask him. Li Dan nodded, saying, Madam, the entire inn has been awakened by our commotion. Everyone is watching our little drama unfold. Do you not feel embarrassed? For the sake of decency, let us return. Li Dan grasped Han Chonger's hand and led her away from the onlookers. Just as they stepped outside the inn, Han Chonger shook off his grip, exclaiming in anger, You, Li Dan, actually agreed to give her the jade dragon sword. Initially, I beseeched you, in a subservient manner, to lend me your sword to avenge my father. Yet you staunchly refused. What has changed now? For a mere Su Ming'er, a wild concubine, you are willing to forsake your very life and fortune. This is intolerable. I shall return to Qian Mountain tomorrow. Hand over the treasured sword, and you two may frolic as you please. I shall not interfere. Chonger, refrain from speaking foolishly. I implore you, do not be so pedantic. You have emerged from seclusion. What obstacle could possibly deter you? I assure you, irrespective of what transpires, you shall always be my primary wife. Should you venture to Qian Mountain, I shall accompany you without fail. Han Chonger, filled with rage and resentment, could only shout, Su Ming'er, if you have the guts, don't run away. We shall battle again tomorrow. Su Ming'er responded, Very well, I await your news. Please take your leave. Lady Li. Upon returning home, Han Chonger pressured Li Dan to promise never to relinquish the Yulong sword to Su Ming'er, otherwise, she would never find peace. Li Dan could only comfort her with a temporary agreement. What about a discussion? Saitama was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a hint of skepticism. If this is an attempt to recruit me, I shall decline. Rest assured, Shuei softly exhaled. This is a different matter. Oh? Saitama was surprised, then pointed at Carp. But I have already agreed to go to the Z City Military Division. It's nothing. Shuei had already risen and, casting a glance at Saitama, turned to leave with the unconscious Lien and the mountain ape. I shall seek you out again soon. Shui's words, laced with a trace of telekinesis, were pronounced loudly on purpose for Carp and the others to overhear. Carp's expression soured instantly. How could he not understand that Shuei intended for him to hear? After all, he had missed the earlier conversation, and he had no desire to listen. Jumping down from the upper floor, Carp approached Saitama, who was adjusting his attire, with a playful glint in his eye. Ah, Carp. Before Saitama could finish, Carp's large hand rested on his shoulder, giving him a significant look before turning to leave. Let us go, Saitama. Ah, all right. Saitama was momentarily stunned, but hurriedly followed. On the way, Carp regarded Saitama with curiosity. Is there something you wish to discuss? Saitama found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing Carp's demeanor. You're quite impressive, lad. What do you mean? Saitama inquired. Carp's next remark nearly caused Saitama to stumble. From your appearance, I never would have guessed you could charm women. Quite impressive indeed. You misunderstand. Saitama waved his hand dismissively. I have nothing to do with that girl named Shuei. Seeing Saitama's earnest expression, Carp found the conversation somewhat dull and began munching on a pancake, engaging Saitama in casual banter. Before long, the four arrived at the entrance of the Z City No Man's Land. The iron gate had been repaired. Outside stood a group of naval officers, their faces filled with resentment. Upon seeing Carp and the others emerge with a bald man who appeared even less formidable than the average lackey, the soldier's expression soured, nearly bursting into tears from frustration. Vice Admiral Carp, you have finally emerged. It has been an hour. Do you know what we have endured during this time? The destruction caused by the Vice Admiral falls upon us to rectify. How cruel. And that telekinetic beauty. First, she flung us aside, and when she reappeared, we only expressed concern, and she promptly beat us up. The worst part is, we couldn't even fight back. Although it was somewhat enjoyable, being subdued by a woman while we, elite Navy officers, can take on bountiful pirates, is truly humiliating. Is that woman really a B-class hero? Her fury surely cannot be connected to you. Vice Admiral Carp, you brought out this seemingly inconsequential person? This must be a joke. As Saitama stood frozen, bewildered by the scene, Carp's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, as a hero of the Navy, he could not lose face in front of the newly recruited special soldier. He needed to uphold the dignity of a naval hero. Clearing his throat, Carp feigned authority. Watch closely, Saitama. I shall demonstrate what a true naval hero embodies. However, mere minutes later, before Saitama's eyes, Carp began to quarrel with the soldiers in a manner unbecoming of his rank. Saitama stood speechless, watching the absurd spectacle unfold. Is this the might of a naval hero? It feels quite off. 2 hours later, Carp led Saitama into the Z City Military Division, striding in confidently. Soon, the news of Saitama's appointment to the government military spread throughout the division, eliciting varied reactions from the officers and soldiers. Even Vice Admiral Huang Quan, stationed in Z City, came to inquire about Carp's decision. After Carp's explanations, the truth was reluctantly accepted. Before long, Carp approached Saitama, who was frowning as he studied the navigational charts of the Grand Line. Seeing Saitama's focused demeanor, Carp was momentarily lost in thought. Memories flooding back from over 40 years ago when his son, Monkey D. Dragon, had sat similarly engrossed in the Navy headquarters. As the smile faded from Carp's face, he sighed heavily. That brat should have become a naval officer, yet he chose the path of revolution, espousing Marxist theory. Time and again, he refuses to relent. Why? And what about those two rascals, Luffy and Ace? Why must they become pirates? Carp. A voice laced with confusion jolted him from his reverie. He looked up to find Saitama, who had approached him quietly, waving his hand before Carp's face. Are you all right? Carp swatted Saitama's hand away. How could I possibly be unwell? Saitama looked at him skeptically. Really? With a disgruntled huff, Carp tossed the Navy uniform he held into Saitama's arms. This is yours. Saitama, staring at the Navy uniform in silence, finally spoke. I must ask, isn't it a bit premature? Wasn't I supposed to join the government military first? Kapu yawned and stated, since you are not officially assigned yet, I am giving you the naval uniform in advance. From this moment forth, you will serve as the commander of the Z City Government Army." Saitama was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he was now a soldier, and more specifically, an officer. The official rank would be conferred later. However, it was evident that General Huang Quan, an elite among the station government forces, would not heed his commands as a mere junior officer. Without hesitation, Kapu seized him by the neck and dragged him onto the military vehicle, impervious to any objections. He subsequently made a call to Marshal Chuanxiu at the government army headquarters, requesting the transfer of General Huang Quan to the G City Government Army Division. The position had become vacant following the promotion of General Smog, formerly stationed there, to Admiral. After orchestrating this arrangement, Kapu gathered all personnel from the division in the square and bellowed at the assembled troops, "Listen carefully. From this moment on, you will all obey the orders of this bald-headed man. I will personally explain this appointment to Marshals Chuanxiu, Sengoku, and Xiaoshan. The official notice will be forthcoming, and I expect no trouble from any of you. Do you understand?" With that, Kapu issued one final admonition before departing with General Huang Quan. As a naval hero, Kapu's prestige extended far beyond the Navy. He was equally esteemed in the Air Force and the government army, which is essentially the army. Within the military, perhaps only the Supreme Commander Gonggu Kong could rival Kapu's renown. This book has reached its 50 chapters, and I, Dao Qian, would like to elucidate a few points. The narrative intertwines the worlds of One Punch Man and One Piece, with Saitama as the protagonist. While it draws from One Piece, the original characters, roles, plots, and identities will undergo significant transformations, diverging greatly from the source material, essentially a creative reinterpretation. I kindly ask for your understanding in this regard. In this novel, the term government forces refers specifically to the Army, excluding the Air Force. Each branch, government Army, Navy, and Air Force, is represented by 3 generals, whose identities will be revealed in due course. However, the Air Force, in comparison to the government Army and Navy, has a smaller number of personnel, as they often collaborate with the stationed government troops on the Asian continent. Consequently, the individual prowess of an Air Force general does not match that of their counterparts in the Navy and government Army, though they surpass the elite middle-ranking officers. Do not underestimate the Air Force. It is not merely about piloting combat aircraft, but also involves operating combat mechas, which accounts for their reduced numbers due to the high educational requirements and complexity of the training involved. It is fundamentally a blend of skill and strength. As for my perspective on Saitama, although he often presents a stoic demeanor, he is capable of expressing emotions, albeit rarely. Though he may appear to lack intelligence at times, it is merely a reflection of his disinterest in thought. Saitama's feelings have grown markedly subdued due to his overwhelming invincibility, yet he remains capable of emotion. To draw a parallel, Saitama is somewhat akin to the embodiment of a guardian of human society, akin to a deity in the One Punch Man universe. However, unlike a deity, Saitama possesses the full range of human emotions, albeit dulled by loneliness, indicating he is not an emotionless automaton. Perhaps one day, Saitama will reclaim the depth of his emotions, much like others do. This novel will also feature Easter eggs of characters from other comics as the story progresses. I wonder if you will be able to spot them humorously. A gentle reminder, the character Boros in this narrative follows the combat power trajectory established by the original creator. 1. Story commences. Shortly thereafter, Saitama, donned in the Navy uniform, was escorted by Karp to the plaza, where he received brief instructions before Karp departed. Once Karp had left, thousands of government troops stood in perfect formation before Saitama, their eyes fixed upon him as they collectively shouted, "Please, Commander, give us your orders." The synchronized voices soared to the heavens, embodying the valiant spirit of soldiers, a grandeur that even startled passers-by outside. Faced with the sight of thousands of troops arrayed before him, Saitama, accustomed to solitude, felt a sudden headache. I am utterly inept at handling such situations. Sensing Saitama's discomfort, a brigadier general stepped forward from the ranks, trotting up to the platform and whispering, "Commander, if you have no specific directives, I could dispatch some troops to patrol the streets, as the number of monsters has been rising lately. Heroes are stretched thin, and the police are unreliable. Allowing them to maintain order would also serve as valuable training. You may simply wander the city at your leisure. Here is a government-issued walkie-talkie and my phone number. I will report any matters to you. Of course, should you require anything of your subordinates, you may reach out to me." Upon hearing this, Saitama's eyes brightened. and he patted the brigadier general on the shoulder. I see. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, what is your name? The brigadier general stood at attention and saluted Saitama with a crisp military salute. Reporting, sir. My name is Suisei D. Shiogo, brigadier general of the government forces. A black dog? Saitama paused, silently repeating the name, and a faint smile crept across his face. Ah, that name is quite appealing. It seems memorable indeed. Just once is enough for the image to surface in my mind. A soft chuckle escaped Saitama's lips, though it was audible to some front-row government personnel, prompting a few to stifle their laughter before quickly resuming their serious expressions. Suisei D. Shogo's lips twitched, a hint of embarrassment causing him to chuckle awkwardly. At this moment, Saitama realized that he should refrain from joking about others' names, especially those of strangers. Consequently, he sincerely apologized, raising his hands and saying, "Ah, my apologies. It was not my intention." "Oh, it's fine, Commander," replied Genos D. Shogo, seemingly taken aback by Saitama's unexpected apology, and felt a flicker of fondness for the bald man who, at first glance, appeared rather unremarkable. Unaware of Genos' sentiments, Saitama, after offering his apology, clutched his navy uniform and declared loudly, "Well, there's nothing more for me here. I'll leave this to you all. I'm off to see if there are any monsters wreaking havoc in the city. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. As long as it's not for assistance with utility bills. All right then, I shall take my leave." With that, Saitama produced a plastic bag from seemingly nowhere, placed his navy uniform inside, and jogged away. "Yes," echoed the enthusiastic responses of numerous government troops as Saitama exited the base. Meanwhile, Major Genos D. Shogo, after saluting in the direction Saitama had departed, turned to the soldiers and, after a moment of contemplation, reached into his pocket, intending to say something. Suddenly, he froze, a realization striking him. "Soldiers, return to your posts. Do not leave your positions without orders," he instructed. "Nagashima, brief them. I have urgent matters to attend to." Thus, under the puzzled gazes of the government troops, the major hurriedly dashed off, calling out, "Commander Saitama, wait. You forgot your walkie-talkie." His urgent words left the soldiers momentarily stunned. No way. Does this new commander seem so unreliable? Later that afternoon, in the desolate area of Z City, Saitama carried his navy uniform in one hand and several bags of household goods purchased during a clearance sale from a small supermarket in the other, with a walkie-talkie tucked into his pocket. For some reason, he felt that something was missing. As he passed under a bridge, he suddenly saw a barrage of seaweed flying toward him. Observing this scene with an unchanged expression, Saitama, in his usual laid-back manner, realized what he had forgotten. "Oh, I forgot to buy seaweed." With that, he set down his navy uniform and seized the pile of seaweed. "Teacher, why is there so much seaweed at the entrance?" Genos, now fully modified, curiously inquired upon seeing the heap. "Oh, it's nothing," Saitama replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, in another part of the desolate area, a seaweed monster mournfully touched its bald head, tears welling in its eyes. "That guy plucked all my hair." P.S. In this narrative, the 26 cities on the Asian continent, aside from their central areas, are comprised of numerous small districts situated several miles apart. You can regard these 26 cities as a distinct region. Thank you all for your support. The main story begins a few weeks later in the morning. Z City. This vast urban area, composed of countless closely knit small cities, basks in the sunlight, bustling with a multitude of pedestrians and vehicles, embodying a scene of prosperity and activity. Occasionally, one might encounter a peculiar individual on the streets, but these oddities are swiftly addressed by the arriving heroes and government forces. Everything appears serene and undisturbed. Saitama's life continues as it always has, diligently engaging in heroic endeavors each day. If he happens upon a supermarket with significant discounts, he may indulge in a bit of shopping, but there are no notable changes. For him, life as a member of the government forces has not altered much. He occasionally receives reports from the likes of Suirya D. Shogo, which Saitama listens to with a disinterested gaze until the call concludes. However, the frequency of these reports has begun to overwhelm him. Finally, just a few days ago, Saitama could no longer contain his frustration. "Stop reporting every trivial matter to me, especially at night. Do you not understand that people need to sleep at night? These matters do not require my intervention. From now on, unless it pertains to a monster, refrain from bringing anything else to my attention." All right, dismissed. After delivering this admonition in the square, he departed, leaving behind a group of government soldiers exchanging bewildered glances. In the silence that followed, a profound sense of disbelief lingered. It seemed that this commander was indeed rather unreliable. Soldiers are expected to remain on standby at night, ready to heed the opinions of their subordinates or superiors. Is that not a given? If it were General Koroinu, he would not behave in such a manner. Yet, what could be done? This was an elite brigadier general personally appointed by Vice Admiral Karp, the highest authority here. Whatever he decrees must be followed. Nevertheless, it appears that this elite brigadier general has never issued any commands. These words naturally reached Saitama's ears. However, he remained indifferent, merely continuing his routine of heroic activities. Many within the government forces were skeptical of the newly appointed elite general. After all, Saitama appeared to be rather unreliable, lacking any notable contributions, which rendered him unconvincing to the masses. Yet, when they witnessed him effortlessly shattering a demon-level monster that had injured 2 generals with a single punch, their discontent dissipated entirely. The voices of doubt concerning Saitama were silenced, and he garnered a modicum of respect within the government forces. After all, the demon-level monsters could only be tackled by generals or vice-generals of the government, yet Saitama, an elite general, had dispatched one with ease. Now, whenever he encountered patrolling government soldiers on the streets, they would salute him. Passers-by were perplexed by this spectacle, wondering why the soldiers were saluting a B-class hero. In regard to all this, Saitama showed no particular reaction, continuing his life as usual. Until today, a short-haired woman clad in a black bodysuit arrived at his doorstep. Knocking lightly, she called out, "Saitama, are you home?" The melodious voice startled Saitama, who was watching television. "Huh? Who is it?" Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a striking and capable-looking woman. After a brief silence, Saitama, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Do you need something?" The woman at the door was momentarily taken aback but soon noticed the perplexity on Saitama's face, leaving her speechless and incredulous. "You don't remember someone you recently met?" Saitama stroked his chin in contemplation, then suddenly snapped his fingers, recalling the person before him. "Oh, it's you, Fubuki." The visitor was indeed Fubuki. Seeing Saitama finally remember her, she sighed in relief, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Can I come in? Is there something you need?" Saitama replied. "I mentioned wanting to discuss something with you," Fubuki stated. Saitama furrowed his brow in confusion. "Did I? Oh, it seems I did. You actually came." Fubuki nodded and then added, "So, can I come in now?" Saitama hesitated, not because he was unwilling, as there was nothing of value inside, but he was concerned that this beautiful woman might suddenly lose control and wreak havoc in his home. He had witnessed her emotional fluctuations during their previous encounter. Such unpredictable individuals were challenging to handle, especially women, with their intricate emotions. After careful consideration, Saitama thought of refusing but felt it would be inappropriate. So he reluctantly allowed her entry. Fubuki observed the entire exchange, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. "Don't worry, I won't destroy your home." Hearing this, Saitama finally relaxed. "As long as you're not here to cause trouble, that's fine." Half an hour later, after listening to Fubuki's experiences, Saitama gazed at the enchanting woman before him with a mix of helplessness and bemusement. "So, you formed your own group to escape your sister's control, and then began to suppress newcomers who refused to join you to prevent others from surpassing you? I must say, this seems rather unwise and could backfire." Fubuki sighed. "I had no choice. My strength is too feeble to contend with my sister. The only way to resist her is by forming a group." Saitama frowned. "This approach won't resolve your issues." Fubuki, feeling somewhat defeated, replied, "Is there any other way?" Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted them. "Saitama-sensei, are you home?" It was Genos. "Come in," Saitama called. "Genos?" Fubuki exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then curiously asked, "Who is Genos?" "Oh, he's my disciple." Fubuki was even more astonished. "You have a disciple?" "Not exactly. He insisted on being my disciple." Note: the hero association typically refers to other heroes by their titles, and few know their names unless willingly disclosed. As soon as he finished speaking, Genos, encased in steel, entered the room, his equipment noticeably upgraded from before. Saitama was taken aback by this transformation. "Genos, have you changed your gear again?" "Yes, sensei," Genos replied. Fubuki stared at Genos in shock, her mind racing. "You are the 14th ranked S-class cyborg." Upon hearing her words, Genos turned to Fubuki, his eyes gleaming with understanding as he recognized her identity. B-class rank 1. "Hellish Fubuki. Ah, I see. You must have come to suppress my teacher, only to be schooled by him, right?" "Teacher?" Fubuki looked at Saitama in surprise, then turned to Genos, who remained impassive, seemingly unconcerned by her inquiry. Sensing Fubuki's confusion, Genos coldly yet proudly declared, "I am Saitama-sensei's disciple." Despite her suspicions, Fubuki was still astonished. An S-class hero acknowledges a B-class hero as a teacher. Before Fubuki could respond, another knock echoed from the door. "Saitama, are you home?" Saitama was momentarily startled. Before he could say anything, Genos stepped forward to open the door, revealing a tall, imposing man with a scar across his face and golden hair. "You are," the man paused, realizing Saitama was seated on the floor, while he completely ignored the terrified Fubuki beside him. "Saitama, may I come in?" Saitama nodded, and the golden-haired man sidestepped the scanning Genos, walking directly to Saitama. "King, what brings you here?" "It's a matter concerning the Hero Association." With that, King sat down and began discussing his purpose with Saitama. Genos observed the tall golden figure, silent, yet recognizing the identity of the man before him. Why was the strongest man on the surface here? And how did he know Saitama? Genos watched the two converse. His expression remained stoic, but internally he was filled with questions. Not long ago, when Saitama encountered King on the street, he hadn't even recognized him. Yet now they were seated together in discussion, which puzzled Genos greatly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his black pupils constricted. After King left, Saitama had dealt with the G2 cyborg and then departed. Could it be that Saitama went to find King? Moreover, he hadn't returned by the afternoon. Could it truly be so? Genos exhibited a look of astonishment, seemingly grasping something profound, as his admiration for Saitama deepened. As a formidable warrior, it was only natural that his mentor would take an interest in King. Perhaps they had engaged in a fierce battle, heroes recognizing heroes, which would explain how Saitama came to know King. Truly, he exemplifies what it means to be a mentor. Despite Saitama's obscurity in society, he possesses an uncanny ability to attract powerful individuals to his side. Katakuri is one such example, as is King. This is because he is exceedingly strong. Meanwhile, Fubuki gazed at the seemingly ordinary bald man with a look of shock, her mind racing with various thoughts. I wish to join their ranks. Unbeknownst to Saitama, who was oblivious to the musings of the two beside him, he soon comprehended King's intentions after a brief exchange. Would it be too far to travel to the Hero Association's headquarters? Moreover, the travel expenses could be quite steep. King, unfazed, replied, "It's nothing, Saitama. I'll cover the cost. It's merely a trip to the headquarters, and it shouldn't pose a significant issue." Upon hearing this, Saitama nodded in agreement and then turned to the still-dazed Genos, asking, "Genos, do you have something to discuss?" Genos, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and replied, "Sensei, it pertains to the Hero Association." "I see," Saitama replied, his eyes fixed on him. "Then let us proceed together." "Indeed, Sensei," Genos responded. Fubuki, observing this exchange with a hint of confusion, rose to her feet. "Is there an issue at the Hero Association?" Only then did Saitama remember the presence of someone who caused him a bit of a headache, as he said, "The Hero Association has summoned all S-class heroes to the headquarters. It appears something significant is occurring. King and Genos have come to accompany me. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing Saitama's words, Fubuki raised an eyebrow. "Then let us go together." "Humph," Genos scoffed, seemingly harboring some animosity towards Fubuki. "The Hero Association has only summoned S-class heroes." Fubuki was undeterred, even in the face of the S-class number 17, the cyborg. "Then why bring Saitama along?" Genos coldly replied, "The gathering of all S-class heroes suggests the emergence of a dragon-level threat, or perhaps an exceptionally powerful dragon-level disaster that may require Sensei's strength." "Is that so?" Fubuki raised an eyebrow. "Then I must go," especially since her eyes glinted with determination as she tossed her hair back, casting a sidelong glance with a smirk. "Though I am merely B-class number 1, I have dealt with demon-level monsters before. Do not underestimate me, cyborg." A flicker of cold light crossed Genos' eyes as he prepared to retort, but Saitama impatiently interjected, "All right, let us all go together." At Saitama's words, Genos refrained from further protest, merely snorting in response, his hostility towards Fubuki unabated. At the entrance of the Hero Association in City A, a man was embroiled in a heated argument with the staff. "Sir, please remain calm." "Calm? How can I be calm? Where were you heroes during the disasters? Why did you not save us?" The man's voice trembled with emotion as tears streamed down his face, a portrait of despair. "My family perished during a calamity. Slaughtered by monsters. What were you doing at that time? Why did it take 2 days for a hero to arrive? What do you call yourselves, heroes? Only seeking fame while ignoring those in need. If you had come, my family would not have died. The staff member was clearly at a loss for words. The man, with his head bowed, muttered, "It's all your fault." Suddenly, he raised his head, his face twisted with rage, malice gleaming in his eyes. As he began to grow larger in the horrified gaze of the staff. "You deserve to die. You deserve to die." Before he could finish his sentence, the man's expression froze, a gaping wound appearing in his forehead, blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground, consumed by deep resentment and unwillingness. Ultimately succumbing to death, the nearby staff exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just transpired. At that moment, a staff member pointed towards a nearby tree and exclaimed loudly, "There is a person over there." The crowd followed his gaze and beheld a man with a striking red buzz cut, clad in dark attire, lounging against a tree branch with one leg crossed over the other. His expression was one of indifference as he observed the scene before him, casually toying with a red candy. It was the S-class hero, the 15th in rank, known as the Desert Star. He was the one who had saved us. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the crowd quickly grasped the situation, and passers-by nearby also noticed the Desert Star leaning against the tree, erupting in a chorus of exclamations. Lord Star, you are so handsome. Lord Star, I love you." With a dismissive snort, the Desert Star's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the staff members. "Be more cautious next time," he remarked coldly, leaving those around him in awe as he slowly made his way inside, presenting them with an image of solitary grandeur. Even the staff members engaged in hushed discussions. This S-class hero is truly formidable. The Desert Star paid little mind to their opinions. He inquired briefly with the staff before proceeding towards the conference hall for S-class heroes. Stepping into the elevator, he let out a faint sigh. 2 years had passed since he arrived here, and he had not received much news regarding the Grand Line. It seemed the world government had effectively concealed information about it. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he noticed any CP agents covertly watching him. He wondered what the government was up to. Recently, he had gathered a wealth of technological research data from Qian, which would undoubtedly benefit the Big Mom pirates immensely. Contemplating this, a shadow of gloom crossed his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a resolute gleam. "I will return safely." This individual was Katakuri, who had initially participated in the recruitment for heroes and was soon appointed as an S-class hero. This identity enables him to mobilize considerable capabilities, facilitating the collection of technology and intelligence from the Asian continent. The recent summoning of all S-class heroes by the Hero Association has piqued his interest. He perceives this as an opportune moment to observe the highest combat prowess of the Hero Association, which will undoubtedly assist Big Mom on her path to sovereignty. As for the world government, he remains uncertain of their intentions. However, Katakuri harbors no fear. At his level of strength, capturing him would prove exceedingly difficult, and the government lacks the means to coerce him. Unbeknownst to him, a team of CP agents led by Rob Lucci has already embarked towards the Grand Line, tasked with apprehending Nico Robin, who has escaped from Arabasta, and locating the ancient weapon, Pluton. 2 days later, Saitama and his companions arrived in City A. Upon disembarking from the plane, they encountered another S-class hero, Silver Fang Bang, and thus, a few acquaintances proceeded to the association's headquarters together. Shortly thereafter, they entered the main building, where an older gentleman, casually chewing on a twig, approached Bang and greeted him. "Ah, Silver Fang. It's been a while, Atomic Samurai." "I knew you would come," he remarked, followed by the presence of the cyborg Genos and the strongest man on the surface, King. At this moment, a glimmer of battle intent flickered in Atomic Samurai's eyes. "We must find time to spar. I am quite eager to witness the strength of the strongest man on the surface." Upon hearing Atomic Samurai's words, King discreetly broke into a cold sweat, yet maintained an impassive expression as he coolly replied, "I am always at your service." Haha. Atomic Samurai laughed heartily a few times before turning his attention to Saitama and Fubuki, saying, "Ah, there are 2 individuals I do not recognize." At this moment, Bangu took the initiative to introduce, "This is B-class Saitama, a talent who will inevitably become an S-class hero, and this is B-class Hellish Fubuki, whose strength is quite impressive. Is there any issue in bringing these 2 along?" The Atomic Samurai calmly assessed the 2, his gaze landing on the indifferent Fubuki, and nodded, saying, "Hellish Fubuki, I am aware of your prowess. You have dealt with several demon-level monsters and are the sister of the formidable Tornado." Hearing the Atomic Samurai's words, Fubuki's expression remained unchanged, but she refrained from responding, not wishing to offend the S-class hero before her. Fubuki, how did you end up here, accompanying them? A youthful voice interjected, laced with a hint of arrogance. Everyone turned to see a green-haired girl, dressed in what resembled a black garbage bag, standing there with an annoyed expression. Ah, it's Tornado. Long time no see. You seem more spirited than ever. Bangu greeted her cheerfully. Humph. Tornado proudly lifted her chin in response, but then turned her icy gaze toward Fubuki, saying, Fubuki, what are you doing here? Fubuki, harboring no fondness for the green-haired girl, coldly replied, what does my presence have to do with you? Should I report my whereabouts to you? Tornado pointed at Fubuki with a frigid tone, leave this place, now. Fubuki raised an eyebrow, on what grounds? As the two began to clash verbally, Bangu hastily intervened. All right, there is no need for this squabbling. You two are family. After all, humph. Tornado scoffed but remained silent, only to suddenly turn and point at Saitama, exclaiming, who is this? Why did you bring a B-class nobody here? Isn't that rather disrespectful to us? You were summoned, so come here. She unleashed her frustration on Saitama, berating him. Fubuki at least has the ability to protect herself. But what are you? Do you have no shame? You just want to cozy up to the S-class heroes, don't you? As she spoke, she pointed at Saitama coldly. I'm really annoyed, so get lost. Saitama looked at the unreasonable girl before him with a blank expression and with his lifeless eyes. He turned to Genos, who had already moved ahead with others, and asked, who is this troublesome child? Why is she here? Lost. Genos turned back and explained. That is S-class Tornado. She possesses supernatural abilities to defeat her opponents, commonly referred to as superpowers. Saitama, intrigued, glanced at the girl now beside him. Superpowers? Tornado, visibly irritated, shouted, what do you mean by that? You're making it sound like I'm some sort of object, humph. Saitama regarded her with disinterest, failing to discern anything remarkable, and subsequently ignored her, continuing on. Tornado, feeling overlooked, became even more irate. Hey, wait a minute, are you ignoring me? Inside the conference room, a large group of heroes sat seriously around an expansive table, all S-class heroes, with 2 B-class heroes mixed in. Fubuki and Genos sat on either side of Saitama, the 3 positioned oddly at the southern end of the table. The S-class 19th hero, Sexy Prisoner, rested his chin on his hands, thinking, I must seize this opportunity to build a rapport with Genos. The S-class 18th hero, Metal Bat, leaned back in his chair, his weapon resting on his shoulder. Disdain written across his face. I fear neither demons nor dragons. The S-class 17th hero, the demon cyborg, pondered seriously, it seems everyone is present. This incident is significant. The S-class 16th hero, Tank Top Master, placed his hands on the table, silently observing Saitama, wondering, Saitama, I feel I've heard of you somewhere. The S-class 15th hero, Flashy Flash, sat with an indifferent expression, lost in thought. The S-class 14th hero, Desert Star, crossed his arms, scanning the surroundings, contemplating. These are the highest combatants of the Hero Association. Perhaps I can recruit a few. And why is Saitama here? The S-class 13th hero, Police Dogman, sniffed the air, detecting an odd odor. Who just farted? The S-class 12th hero, Metal Knight, gazed ahead sternly, narcissistically thinking, everyone is admiring my muscles, they're all looking. The S-class 11th hero, Pig God, munched on a hamburger, saying nothing. The S-class 10th hero, Drive Knight, scanned the room, his thoughts unclear. The S-class 9th hero, Dr. Casino, lounged in his chair, his knife resting on his shoulder, grinning. Is there something the Hero Association needs that requires all of us to be summoned? The S-class 8th hero, Zombie Man, looked around with a resigned expression. These guys are as disunited as ever, and how long is that pig going to keep eating? The S-class 7th hero, King, observed the room with a serious demeanor, remaining silent. The S-class 6th hero, Metal Knight, was absent. The S-class 5th hero, Child Emperor, licked his lollipop, surprised yet disappointed. Oh, the first one didn't show up again. I wanted to meet him. The S-class 4th hero, Atomic Samurai, stared at Bangu, a strange smile on his face. Is Silver Fang trying to teach that young man martial arts? The S-class 3rd hero, Silver Fang, inquired of Tornado. By the way, why were we called here? The S-class 2nd hero, Tornado, replied coldly, who knows? I was suddenly summoned back and have been waiting for over 2 hours. The S-class 1st hero, Blast, was absent. B-class 1st hero, Hellish Fubuki, observed the crowd, remaining silent. B-class 6th hero, Baldy Caped Man, stated, could someone pour me a cup of tea? Just as the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, one of the leaders of the Hero Association, Nishi, entered, apologizing. "I'm sorry for being late. I couldn't locate Blast or Metal Knight, and I have no idea where they are. Time is short, so let us commence the meeting now." As the Hero Association's elite forces convened, the situation across the globe began to shift dramatically, teetering on the precipice of turmoil. In the first half of the Grand Line, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the reports in his hands with a pained expression. The report indicates we have dispatched 12 aircraft carriers to intercept them, yet it remains ineffective. Crocodile and Enel have now met. Listening to his subordinate's report, Sengoku set the document down and sighed softly. There is no need to send anyone to impede them. The meeting of the four emperors is inevitable. We should now monitor them to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yes, sir. After the general's departure, Sengoku cradled his head in his hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of headache, yet found himself devoid of any viable solutions. At that moment, a person seated in the adjacent chair casually inquired while trimming his nails, "Do you require my assistance, Mr. Waring States?" The man was clad in a yellow outfit adorned with deep yellow stripes, sporting rose-gold spectacles, and draped in a cloak of justice. His stature was imposing, yet his countenance bore an incongruous air of lewdness. Although he posed inquiries to Sengoku, his expression remained perpetually nonchalant, as he busily attended to trimming his nails with a languid demeanor. Were it not for his uniform, distinctive to an admiral of the Navy, he would resemble a rather unsavory middle-aged gentleman. This individual was none other than Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, who held an ambiguous perspective on justice. "There's no need," he remarked. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a profound seriousness. "We are in a critical period, and both of the 5 emperors possess natural-type devil fruit abilities. You may not fare well." In response to Sengoku's statement, Kizaru chose to remain silent, continuing to focus on his nail grooming. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the Navy headquarters. At the sound, Kizaru set aside his nail clipper and lifted his head, his gaze shifting toward a vast plaza within the headquarters. There, a colossal portal loomed. Sengoku, now standing, wore a grave expression. "The forces from the Tianmi star system have launched another assault." Kizaru observed the portal, activated by a throng of naval soldiers, and raised an eyebrow. "I shall take my leave, Mr. Sengoku." With that, Kizaru's form gradually blurred, transforming into a streak of golden light as he swiftly approached the portal below. Sengoku regarded the shimmering portal, its blue luminescence casting an uncertain shadow across his face. Moments later, he turned to a newly arrived Rear Admiral. "How many admirals remain at the Navy headquarters?" The Rear Admiral, taken aback, promptly saluted and replied loudly, reporting to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Admiral Kizaru and the newly appointed Government Forces Admiral, Green Bull, as well as Admiral White Wolf, have already proceeded to the interstellar battlefield. The 3 Air Force admirals are still at Mariehua, while Admiral Fujitora has set sail for a mission." Sengoku inquired with a furrowed brow, "And what of Sakazuki and Kazan?" Admiral Akina departed for the interstellar battlefield 2 months prior after purging the Navy of internal corruption. Admiral Akiji rode out on his bicycle this morning, and we are currently unable to contact him. Upon hearing this, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. You may leave and await further orders." "Yes, sir." Once the Rear Admiral exited, Sengoku sighed, his gaze turned skyward as he fell into reverie. Meanwhile, on the other side, the legendary Monkey D. Garp, having just entered the Grand Line, received news of the Tianmi star system's invasion of the interstellar battlefield. Upon hearing this, he crushed the teacup in his hand with fury. "These despicable invaders!" With a grim expression directed toward the heavens, Garp bellowed below, "Increase speed. Make haste to the Navy headquarters." Unbeknownst to them, a massive spacecraft had already entered the solar system. "Lord GOLD, Roger, we have entered this star system and are advancing toward the 3rd life-bearing planet from that star." "Very well, anchor the ship at the location with the highest life index, then proceed to destroy it to draw out the inhabitants of this planet." "Understood, Lord GOLD. Roger, the detector is registering anomalous fluctuations. There appears to be another star system nearby, and they seem to be invading this planet through the interstellar battlefield. Should we interfere? No need to concern ourselves with them. We shall simply follow Lord Boras's orders and descend onto this planet, addressing that planet afterward." Thus unfolds the interstellar battlefield. This battleground was forged during the onset of interplanetary warfare, serving as a portal for formidable planets to traverse the vast cosmos and directly descend upon their targets for invasion. The interstellar battlefield teems with life, water, and oxygen, yet it remains devoid of daylight. Gazing upward, one is met with a breathtaking expanse of the cosmic firmament. Unlike a traditional planet, this artificial interstellar arena is a continent, replete with diverse terrains such as volcanoes and deserts. At either end of the continent lie the entrances to Earth and the Tiemi star, each guarded by formidable armies. Over a century ago, upon discovering Earth, the Tiemi star system initiated its invasion. However, the immense energy expenditure required for direct assault led to initial failures, prompting the development of this interstellar battleground through advanced technology. The portals on Earth's side were acquired through the spoils of war. The inhabitants of the Tiemi star system bear a striking resemblance to humans. Yet they possess slightly inferior strength and fewer powerful beings, thus yielding minimal advantages. In the subsequent century, hostilities between the two planets have been incessant, predominantly instigated by the Tiemi star. While Earth has lagged behind in technological advancements, the Tiemi star system's lack of strong individuals necessitated their reliance on technology for successful invasions. Nonetheless, Earth has endured significant losses, sacrificing many of its strongest defenders to maintain a tenuous resistance. Until yesterday, both factions existed in a state of relative peace. These events are another unknown matter aside from the Great Rout. The government, fearing public panic and concerned about further chaos in the Great Rout, has thus suppressed the information. Now, the interstellar battlefield has become tumultuous. A colossal golden mech, pulsating with energy, suddenly soared above the headquarters of the world government. Wielding a golden longsword that surged with power, and with a single strike, shattered the energy shield protecting the world government. Behind this golden mech, countless other mechs, alongside bizarre creatures and humans of varied skin tones, armed with laser weapons, charged forth. Enemy attack. Alarms blared. Yet the personnel stationed at the government site maintained their composure in the face of this sudden assault, swiftly retaliating. An array of explosions erupted. The dazzling waves of laser weaponry, the thunder of gunfire, and the cacophony of blasts resonated throughout the battlefield. After an hour of combat, the forces of Tiemi Star collectively brandished an assortment of laser weaponry and surged forward, shouting "Kill!" In response, the soldiers of the world government, undaunted, brandished their newly developed swords and blades designed to counter laser weaponry. Simultaneously, numerous pacifists, led by Wartao Maru, also rushed forward to engage with the forces of Tiemi Star. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle cries, curses, and anguished screams as countless lives were lost, the ground soaked in crimson blood. Meanwhile, in the skies above, the formidable warriors of Tiemi Star quietly emerged. Back to the present, a dazzling tricolor divine light appeared from the heavens, illuminating the entire interstellar battlefield. The red, blue, and green hues brought a halt to the chaos below, as all eyes turned skyward. Accompanying the tricolor divine light was a surge of overwhelming energy, undulating in the air, revealing a blue-haired, blue-eyed elder. This elder donned a suit of white technological armor, with only his head visible, enveloped by the tricolor radiance. Forming a sacred tricolor divine armor, transform into a powerful force, the elder commanded, brandishing a tricolor divine sword that materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he swung the sword, its blazing light illuminating the entire interstellar battlefield, aimed at a formidable elite general below. The blade cut through the vast expanse, extending over several dozen meters, harboring a terrifying energy capable of obliterating all existence. Little Dragon, Jingguang. The elite admiral was taken aback, then roared in fury, his armament hockey enveloping his hand as he raised the sword. In that moment, his figure split in two, stepping forward with graceful moonlit strides. Xianyu, Ershan. Although the newcomer was an elder, his strength was formidable, rivaling that of the elite admiral, Blue Whale, leaving all in astonishment. Not far away, powerful warriors from Tiemi Star emerged to confront the admirals of the world government. Where do you think you're going? Soon after, a world government admiral lost an arm and fled in defeat, pursued by a blue-skinned man clad in armor and wielding a laser sword. Suddenly, a golden beam of light erupted from a nearby military camp, piercing through the blue-skinned man's skull before he could react, instantly killing him. The admiral, witnessing this, gritted his teeth against the pain and hurried to the military camp to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Admiral Palusolino." However, Kazara waved him off, and medical personnel swiftly escorted the admiral away for treatment. He remained focused on the battle occurring in midair. Where several elite admirals clashed with the mechanized warriors of Tianmi Star, his expression reflecting admiration. The mechanized soldiers of Tianmi Star appear utterly fearsome. With a sigh of awe, Kazara transformed into a streak of golden light, darting past a cyborg charging at him, and appeared in midair, effortlessly kicking the cyborg to the ground, killing it instantly. Countless golden rays shimmered from above, emanating from a massive, ethereal cross, reminiscent of a celestial sun illuminating the universe. The armored figures, upon witnessing this, were filled with dread. Instantly recognizing the identity of the newcomer, and hastily attempted to retreat, but were impeded by the admirals, unable to escape successfully. The admiral has arrived. Soldiers, charge forth. With a thunderous roar echoing across the battlefield, the morale of the world government soldiers surged, and they surged forward with unparalleled bravery. In the sky, Kizaru's form materialized. His palms pressed together, golden light radiating as he proclaimed, Yada no Kagami. Instantly, a multitude of golden rays, imbued with searing heat and the might to penetrate all, surged towards the warriors of Tianmi Star. Your opponent is me, Kizaru. A resounding voice reverberated through the heavens as a spatial portal materialized above the Tianmi Star forces. And a red, seven-tiered pagoda hurtled towards Kizaru, colliding with his Yada no Kagami. Boom. Countless lasers clashed with the red pagoda, resulting in an explosion of tremendous magnitude. With a terrifying shockwave cascading outward, toppling numerous individuals. Some, from afar, glimpsed the red pagoda bathed in luminescent rain, advancing towards Kizaru, surrounded by flickering yellow lasers. Yet it only trembled without being completely halted. In an instant, the pagoda loomed before Kizaru, exuding dread energy, intent on crushing him. But Kizaru had already summoned the Amaterasu's sword, blocking the pagoda's assault. Solifalo, Kizaru observed the red-haired middle-aged man clad in armor before him with a calm demeanor, though he felt a flicker of gravity within. This individual, even if not his equal, was not to be underestimated. Just as the two stalemated, powerful warriors from Tianmi Star and Earth arrived on the scene. In a certain part of the battlefield, countless vines surged forth, instantly slaughtering hundreds of Tianmi Star soldiers, even dismantling their mechanized counterparts with brutal efficiency, reducing them to mere fragments, while the energy and nutrients from the slain dissipated into the arriving figure. Admiral Green Bull. The individual donned a verdant attire, cloaked in the skin of justice, adorned with spectacles, gazing at the fleeing denizens of the Tianmi Star, who succumbed to their fears, and sighed softly. Now that you have arrived, do not depart, he declared. As the words left his lips, countless tendrils sprang forth around him, surging towards the retreating crowd. Suddenly, a rift in space materialized ahead, and a figure emerged, clad in azure armor, wielding a cerulean divine sword. With a sweeping strike, an array of blue sword energy instantaneously severed the iron-like vines of the Green Bull, the residual force continuing its trajectory towards the distant Green Bull. Bandaruba, the Green Bull, uttered a soft murmur, furrowing his brow in resignation. A rather troublesome individual has arrived. Nevertheless, he resolved to engage. In an instant, towering trees erupted from the ground around him, shielding him from the oncoming sword energy as he himself transformed into a colossal treant, merging seamlessly with his surroundings, ready to confront the approaching Tianmi Star warrior. Meanwhile, 5 figures clad in platinum mechas armed with diverse weaponry charged into the suddenly manifested expanse of endless white mist on the battlefield. What is happening? Yet, as they entered, they discovered their detection instruments rendered ineffective, as if shrouded in a veil, unable to sense any life force. You may call me White Wolf. Not far from the battlefield, atop a dormant volcano, 3 individuals stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, contemplating the scene before them, lost in thought. Unlike the formidable warriors entangled with the general, these 3 bore no mecha nor advanced technological equipment, possessing only a singular red longsword each. Despite this, an aura of terrifying power emanated from them, as if capable of annihilating an entire continent. Just as they prepared to take action, the volcano nearby erupted without warning. A multitude of magma jets soaring into the sky, transforming into a cascade of molten rock raining down upon the trio. Flash. What is happening? The 3 were taken aback. One swiftly drew his sword, cleaving a magma meteor in twain, while the others followed suit, striking at the descending molten stones. As they fought and retreated, a colossal magma column suddenly obstructed their path. A figure clad in crimson garb, draped in a white mantle of justice, with a countenance twisted in disdain, emerged, encased in magma, wielding a massive magma fist, roaring as it descended upon the trio. Great fire. P.S. The The setting of Earth in this novel is as follows. The Asian continent and the Grand Line are separated by a mountain of red earth, referred to as Red Earth Mountain 1. The first half of the Grand Line and the New World are also divided by another Red Earth Mountain, Red Earth Mountain 2. Furthermore, the New World and the Asian continent are separated by yet another Red Earth Mountain, Red Earth Mountain 3. In total, there are 3 Red Earth Mountains in this novel's Earth, forming a triangular division among 3 regions when viewed from a certain perspective. The layout of the 4 seas remains unchanged from the original One Piece. However, it is worth noting that the Asian continent does not lie within the 4 seas. Crossing over Red Earth Mountain 1 from the perilous path leads directly into the Grand Line. Traversing the safe path will guide one into the East Sea or South Sea. The North Sea and West Sea surrounding the New World are not connected to the Asian continent. Thus, individuals from the Asian continent seeking entry into the North Sea or West Sea must traverse through the East Sea and South Sea or the first half of the Grand Line. Scaling Red Earth Mountain 2 to gain access. The magnetic field around Red Earth Mountain 3, situated between the Asian continent and the New World, is erratic, frequently giving rise to mysterious occurrences, rendering it a forbidden zone as designated by the world government, prohibiting passage into the North Sea and West Sea through that route. Consequently, there are few nations affiliated with the world government in the North Sea and West Sea, and the location of Mariewa lies adjacent to Red Earth Mountain 1. On the side of the Grand Line, Impel Down and Judicial Island are also located at the heart of Paradise. In contrast to the original narrative, the station Mariewa in this tale consists of 2 nearby naval divisions, while none are established in the New World. It should be noted that the locations of Alabasta and Skypia remain unchanged. However, in this narrative, the warlord Crocodile appears there while searching for the ancient weapon Pluton, and it is not his permanent base. Similarly, Enel's true stronghold is also located in the New World. The main story begins, on the other side, in the Asian continent. Mariewa, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong surveyed the reports from the interstellar battlefield, letting out a soft sigh. Setting down the report, he rubbed his forehead, his aged visage marked by an expression of helplessness. Recently, the incursions by the Tiemi Star forces seemed to increase in frequency, signaling significant activity on their part. This time, they launched a large-scale offensive, with even their monarch-level figures taking action. It appears that a full-scale assault is not far off. This truly poses a dilemma. The Grand Line is fraught with the looming presence of the 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army. Even the typically composed Steelbone Kong found himself beleaguered, as the world government contended with both internal strife and external threats. It would be strange if he were not troubled. That old rogue carp claimed to have found an immensely powerful individual to join the Navy, someone who seems to hold considerable esteem in his eyes. Hopefully, this person can assist the government in overcoming this crisis. With that thought, Steelbone Kong rose and proceeded to a particular spot in his office, gently twisting a flower pot, which revealed a small spatial portal before him. The existence of a miniature teleportation gateway within the Fleet Admiral's office was indeed astonishing. Yet, Steelbone Kong displayed no concern, his expression serene as he inputted his desired destination and stepped into the portal. The latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. Here lies an island adorned with lush greenery and vibrant blossoms, presenting a picturesque scene. However, amidst this beauty lurks an element of discord. It is a town laid to waste, in a state of utter ruin, seemingly aged by the passage of time, with its crumbling walls draped in a cloak of green moss. Scattered throughout are the remnants of pillage, clearly indicating that this quaint settlement has endured a catastrophic calamity. At this moment, a radiant blue light emerged from the small town, gradually coalescing into a portal. Shortly thereafter, Steelbone Kong stepped through, surveying his surroundings before resolutely embarking towards a specific destination. There, a cascading waterfall awaited. Upon reaching the waterfall, Steelbone Kong furrowed his brow and leapt into the torrent of water. Behind the waterfall lay a passage, just wide enough for a few individuals to traverse, with a faint glimmer of sunlight piercing through at its end. After traversing several dozen meters, Steelbone Kong emerged from the passage into the embrace of sunlight. Before him lay a quaint village, its land sprawling and houses neatly arranged. Children frolicked in the fields, while elders sat on chairs, relishing the cool breeze. Remarkably rare creatures, such as the Sphinx, which are seldom seen outside, also graced this place, rendering it a serene paradise amidst the chaos of this new world. Yet, Steelbone Kong found no inclination to revel in the picturesque scenery. Instead, he enveloped the entire village with his observation haki. Moments later, A torrent of menacing energy surged into his perception through the veil of observation hockey. The aura was as intensely radiant as the sun within the perception of Steelbone Kong, seemingly capable of tearing apart the heavens and shattering the firmament. He had found it. Steelbone Kong's expression sharpened, and he swiftly dashed towards that direction. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for negligence. With swift strides and moonlit steps, Steelbone Kong arrived before a small hill. At the summit of the hill stood a towering tree, piercing the clouds, its existence spanning countless years. Beneath that tree stood a formidable figure, wielding a crescent moonblade. Tall and imposing, the towering figure, exceeding 6 meters in height, donned a green shirt and draped a white cloak adorned with a crescent skull pattern. A black headscarf crowned his head, while long, silvery hair cascaded down his back to his waist, exuding an air of ancient wisdom. His visage was accentuated by a distinctive white mustache, curving upward in a crescent shape. Should this individual step outside, he would undoubtedly stir a tempest of astonishment. For in the eyes of the world, he had perished 15 years prior. Now that he had arrived, why not take a moment to converse? The imposing figure seemed to have sensed the presence of Steelbone Kong, turning directly toward him after uttering a few words. With a knife in his right hand and a gourd of liquor in his left, he poured the contents into his mouth. "What brings you to seek me?" Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong regarded the formidable figure before him with grave seriousness, fully aware of the weight of the encounter. As the supreme commander of the military, his own strength was formidable, placing him among the pinnacle of power on earth, rivaling even the likes of Garp. At his level, few things could evoke surprise. Yet he dared not underestimate this man. This was not without reason, for the man standing before him was a legendary pirate whose very existence had once shaken the world. In the perilous waters of the New World, he ranked above the 4 emperors and below the Pirate King. He was one of the 3 supreme rulers of the New World, alongside the former Pirate King Joel D. Roger and the Sky Sovereign, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and he bore another illustrious title, the world's mightiest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. "You express a desire to summon me from my seclusion to aid your world government?" Beneath the ancient tree, the 2 mighty figures stood facing each other, their gazes locked in mutual intensity. A gentle breeze swept through, causing countless green leaves to fall from the ancient tree, as if weeping for the island's past tribulations. As Whitebeard beheld the figure before him, memories of bygone events began to resurface in his mind. Centuries ago, this island had housed a thriving kingdom. However, as the burden of exorbitant heavenly gold payments mounted, the kingdom fell into decline, ultimately being ousted from the world government's fold for its inability to pay. Deprived of the world government's protection, the kingdom became a fragile entity amidst the treacherous New World, facing imminent annihilation after centuries of struggle. Pirates, human traffickers, and various criminals descended upon the land, leading to its downfall, and even the royal princess was abducted and enslaved by pirates. This era was one of darkness, despair, and bloodshed for the kingdom. Countless souls rose in rebellion, and after decades of strife, they managed to rebuild their nation, driving out the malevolent forces. Eventually, the kingdom thrived once more through commerce, enjoying a period of prosperity lasting several centuries. Yet, the good times were fleeting as the era of great pirates returned, and once again, the kingdom faced invasion. Despite the valiant resistance of its people, the outcome remained unchanged. After decades of struggle, the kingdom was once more submerged beneath the waves of the New World. At that time, the world government, now in decline, could barely maintain control over the first half of the Grand Line, let alone intervene in the New World. In the end, they offered refuge to the royal family but dispatched no forces to reclaim the kingdom. Thus, darkness and chaos returned anew. Decades later, a child named Edward Newgate was born. Orphaned at the tender age of 3, young Newgate took up arms with a group of children, launching attacks against the villains plaguing their homeland. Years passed, and at the age of 6, he set sail on a small wooden boat, venturing into the boundless sea. 20 years later, a powerful pirate emerged within the Rock's pirates, second only to Rox himself, becoming his right-hand man. Due to the crescent-shaped white mustache adorning his face, he became known to the world as Whitebeard. Subsequently, the Rock's pirates invaded God Valley, igniting the fierce battle known as the God Valley Incident, where countless formidable pirates and elite marines clashed. Rox faced off against a young marine named Garp, while the renowned Whitebeard confronted a marine named Sengoku. The two sides battled for 2 days and nights, nearly sinking God Valley itself. Had the conflict occurred on the Asian continent, numerous cities would have been reduced to ruins. However, the famed Roger pirates suddenly appeared, aligning with the Marines to assault the Rocks pirates. In an instant, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Under the relentless siege of Roger and Garp, the beleaguered Rocks found himself retreating in disarray, seemingly on the verge of annihilation. However, at that critical juncture, mechas and formidable warriors from the celestial entity known as the Sky God descended from the heavens, crashing into the now desolate waters surrounding the Valley of the Gods. They commenced their assault on both the Marines and the pirates, plunging both factions into chaos. Seizing this opportune moment, Rocks swiftly fled the scene with a substantial contingent of pirates, prompting Garp, Sengoku, Roger, and their allies to redirect their focus and confront these invaders. 3 years later, rejuvenated, the Rocks pirates allied with a mysterious figure who proclaimed himself Enel, launching an assault on Impel Down and Eni's lobby, liberating a multitude of criminals and inciting the wrath of the world government. The saga was far from over. A month later, the audacious Rocks pirates launched a bold assault on the Navy's headquarters, Marineford. Anticipating this move, the world government swiftly mounted a counteroffensive, leveraging both geographical advantage and strategic manpower to confront the Rocks pirates. Thus, the Battle of Marineford erupted. During this tumultuous conflict, the Roger pirates made a dramatic reappearance, collaborating with numerous naval forces to sever the escape route of the Rocks pirates. Meanwhile, at an unknown juncture, Whitebeard, the foremost powerhouse under Rocks, mysteriously departed from the fray. Enel, the enigmatic strongman, found himself ensnared by Sengoku, unable to secure victory, which left him astounded. Perceiving the dire predicament of the Rocks pirates, he briefly repelled Sengoku before transforming into a thunderous dragon and making his escape. This series of events severely weakened the Rocks pirates, leading into their inevitable demise shortly thereafter. Their leader, Rocks, found his escape route barred by Roger, rendering him unable to flee, ultimately resulting in his death at the hands of 2 assailants. Among the members of the Rocks pirates, only a handful managed to escape, while the remainder faced immediate execution. During the Marineford War, the Navy emerged victorious in a decisive manner. Decades later, Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard, renowned for their formidable strength, came to dominate the New World, earning them the title of the 3 Sovereigns of the Sea. Their emergence posed significant challenges to the world government. While they were not overly concerned about Roger's crew, which operated under the guise of adventurous piracy, they did regard Whitebeard with caution, as he, despite his territorial disputes, did not allow his subordinates to commit heinous acts, although their presence brought a measure of stability to the New World. It simultaneously inspired countless individuals to set sail in pursuit of their aspirations. Consequently, the world government initiated a campaign to eliminate and appease the 3 sovereigns. The Golden Lion was targeted for eradication, while Roger and Whitebeard were approached for potential alliances, due to his numerous transgressions. The Golden Lion was deemed the greatest source of instability, thus excluded from any conciliatory efforts. Ultimately, not long after, the Navy deployed their elite forces to besiege the Golden Lion pirates, nearly annihilating them, while the Golden Lion himself narrowly escaped with grave injuries. 15 years ago, the world government mobilized substantial military resources and dispatched the esteemed Admiral, Elite Vice Admiral Garp, along with the then Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr, to encircle the Whitebeard pirates on an island. This endeavor incurred significant costs for the world government, and the Whitebeard pirates also suffered greatly, with many of their crew perishing. Whitebeard himself sustained severe injuries from a newly developed weapon by the world government known as the Phantom Spike, designed specifically to target troublesome devil fruit users. This weapon is exceedingly terrifying. Once a user of the devil fruit is struck, the demonic power within them is gradually purged, ultimately vanishing. However, despite the immense damage this weapon inflicts, it possesses certain vulnerabilities. Notably, if the struck individual consumes another devil fruit, the Phantom Spike becomes ineffective, rendering it a one-time use item. Intriguingly, while this weapon poses a significant threat to devil fruit users, it also carries a minuscule chance, less than 1%, of triggering a metamorphosis in the fruit's abilities, leading to a more potent evolution. After being pierced by the Phantom Spike, Whitebeard instantaneously lost his devil fruit powers and sustained grave injuries amidst the onslaught of numerous formidable adversaries. Observing the children before him, some of whom were merely adolescents and had committed no transgressions, Whitebeard resolved to protect his progeny and acquiesce to the entreaties of Zifa, who had come to persuade him to surrender. 3 months later, on a distant island, the healed Whitebeard gazed contemplatively at the boundless ocean. The world government had not pursued him with malice. Instead, they discreetly tended to his wounds and those of his crew before transporting them to this island. Just yesterday, Whitebeard met with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and engaged in lengthy discourse. Sengoku had conducted a covert investigation into Whitebeard's origins. Comprehending the plight of his homeland and recognizing that Whitebeard harbored deep concerns for it, as the world government began to intervene in the New World, they secretly assisted Whitebeard in the restoration of his homeland, ensuring that he would not tread the same path as before. Regarding the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates, the world government planned to resettle them on the Asian continent, providing them with a stable existence. Are you not concerned that we might incite turmoil on the Asian continent? This is a question raised by Whitebeard, and venturing into the Asian continent signifies entering the grasp of the world government, where life is perpetually under threat. Whitebeard himself remains relatively unscathed. However, his concern lies with his beloved children. Meanwhile, Admiral Steelbone conveyed his arrangements to Whitebeard. Ultimately, Whitebeard chose not to journey to the Asian continent. Naturally, even if he refrained from doing so, the world government would not compel him, for it is simply beyond their power. Should Whitebeard reveal himself to the world, the government would likely declare that they had successfully recruited the Whitebeard pirates. The government possesses a certain confidence to undertake such a declaration. Marco, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, was taken to Marine headquarters for training, as there are scarcely any users of the mythical Zoan devil fruit. In pursuit of this, Whitebeard stormed into Marine headquarters, nearly causing chaos. Eventually, for reasons unknown, Whitebeard consented to allow the government to train Marco within their ranks. Presently, the government finds itself powerless against Whitebeard, unable to capture him. After being struck by the Horo Horo, Whitebeard experienced an unexpected boon, leading to the evolution of his devil fruit. Initially, Whitebeard was a paramecia-type user of the Gura Gura no Mi, reputed to have the power to obliterate the world. However, his fruit underwent a transformation. Now, Whitebeard possesses the unique paramecia-type abilities of the Sorasara no Mi. As the name suggests, this fruit governs space and void. A user of the Sorasara no Mi can command the powers of space and void, traversing freely through the emptiness without restriction. While the Gura Gura no Mi user could only create destruction through seismic vibrations that tore the atmosphere, the Sorasara no Mi user can shatter space itself, causing rifts to attack foes across countless dimensions, and even induce earthquakes and tsunamis through spatial tremors. The destructive capabilities of the Sorasara no Mi match those of the Gura Gura no Mi, if not surpassing them. Furthermore, the user of the Sorasara no Mi can freely enter and exit various locations. Unless confronted by seawater or sea prism stone, no one can impede their passage. Regret now permeates the world government for their initial assault on Whitebeard, for he has transcended their control. However, for reasons yet unknown, Whitebeard has not resurfaced in the public eye, and the other members of the Whitebeard pirates have refrained from mentioning him. It appears as though Whitebeard has been captured and imprisoned within Impel Down. Nevertheless, he occasionally manifests at Marine headquarters, even appearing before the leaders of 9 nations. Much to the vexation of Sengoku and Steelbone. Thankfully, these encounters have not sparked any significant turmoil. The matter settled quietly. Returning to the present, Whitebeard reminisced about his past experiences, momentarily lost in thought, his gaze distant and his mind wandering beyond the realm of the present. Steelbone Kong did not intrude, standing silently before him, patiently awaiting Whitebeard's response. Soon, Whitebeard snapped back to reality, raising the jug of liquor in his hand, allowing a cascade of alcohol to flow forth like a waterfall. What on earth has happened to your government that it requires the assistance of a pirate like me? Steelbone Kong, observing Whitebeard's hearty laughter, chose not to conceal the truth, and spoke solemnly. The government seeks your involvement to disrupt the relative tranquility of the New World and divert the attention of the 5 emperors. 5 emperors? Upon hearing Steelbone Kong's words, Whitebeard shook his head dismissively. Just a bunch of kids who have now managed to gain some influence. He then shifted his tone. You are well aware that should I bring my crew into the New World, chaos will inevitably ensue. At that time, your government's plans and strategies in the New World will likely face significant challenges. Can you truly be so at ease allowing me to appear there? Do not trouble yourself with such concerns, Steelbone Kong replied, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze turned skyward, his expression profound and enigmatic, murmuring, before the dawn of light, one must endure a period of encroaching darkness. And this darkness, neither you nor I can escape. At these words, Whitebeard paused slightly, then lifted his gaze to the heavens, lost in contemplation. Half an hour later, Steelbone Kong and Whitebeard sat facing each other at their respective tables. Their tables bore no extravagant delicacies, only a simple gourd of liquor and a substantial piece of meat. "How is my dear son Marco faring?" Whitebeard inquired. "Newgate, do not glare at me like that. We have not troubled him. After all, the Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit users are exceedingly rare, even more so than those of the Logia type." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes widened in anger as he slammed the gourd onto the table. "You must be at ease, right?" Before he could finish, Steelbone Kong interrupted him calmly. "Marco quickly showcased immense potential after joining the government, and this young lad has taken a keen interest in military aircraft and battle armor. At his request, we enlisted him in the Air Force. It has now been 15 years. Your son has risen to become one of the 3 admirals of the Air Force, codenamed Blue Eagle. Moreover, he has developed a serum capable of evolving devil fruits and has personally conducted experiments on it. This serum can facilitate the evolution of a devil fruit. But as it is still in the early stages of research, it is limited to Zoan-type fruits and has a success rate of less than 5. At this, Whitebeard's expression darkened. "Has that foolish boy been using himself as a test subject?" "Indeed," Steelbone Kong nodded, sensing Whitebeard's rising agitation. He hurriedly added, "The side effects of this serum merely include 3 days of diarrhea and temporary loss of mobility. It poses no significant harm. Marco has undergone several failed attempts before finally achieving the transformation of his devil fruit. It is now named Zoan-type mythical beast. Immortal phoenix form." Whitebeard paid little heed to Steelbone Kong's words. He clenched his fists, his mind occupied with thoughts of the torment Marco must have endured during those failures. Suddenly, Steelbone Kong's phone rang. It was Sengoku calling. "What is it, Sengoku?" Sengoku's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Kong, you old rascal. Where have you run off to? We can't find you." Steelbone Kong, sensing the Admiral's anxiety, furrowed his brow and asked, "What has happened?" "You need to return at once. City A on the Asian continent has been obliterated." Instantly, a thunderous shockwave resonated in Steelbone Kong's mind. He understood that Sengoku would never jest about such matters. Thus, it was likely that City A had indeed. With a grave expression, he rose, bidding farewell to Whitebeard before vanishing towards the space portal. Watching Steelbone Kong's departing figure, Whitebeard muttered helplessly, "It seems something truly grave has occurred." Meanwhile, the Asian continent was grappling with an unprecedented crisis. A colossal spaceship loomed above City A, reducing it to ruins and claiming the lives of nearly 10 million people. With a staggering death rate of 99, even the most fortified divisions of the City A government, the Hero Association headquarters, and civilian shelters were devastated, albeit to a lesser degree. At that moment, aboard the spaceship, a spider-like creature inquired of a massive figure, "Lord Maluzagal, do you require us to descend for cleanup?" The colossal figure stood at an impressive height of 7 meters, its entire form cloaked in a deep shade of brown. Most unnervingly, it boasted 5 heads, each possessing its own distinct thoughts. In a chilling tone, it proclaimed, "The creatures that survive are not ones you can contend with. I shall descend alone." Lord Maruzagalu. The second-tier combatants, whose abilities merely reach the high realm, asserted, "When piloting mechas, we can, to some extent, harness the power of the extreme realm. Although we may not match your prowess, we are certainly not to be trifled with by ordinary beings. Indeed, those inferior creatures are unworthy of your intervention. Allow us to handle the more formidable among them." They continued. Observing the myriad of bizarre beings before him, Maruzagalu coldly responded, "Then you shall be responsible for the cleansing. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, your existence will no longer be necessary." Upon hearing the implicit threat laced with murderous intent in Maruzagalu's words, the mecha-capable second-tier combatants shuddered in unison and quickly declared, "We will accomplish the task." Shortly thereafter, the massive spaceship revealed countless openings, from which emerged over 100 platinum-colored mechas, their bodies radiating a spectrum of 7 colors as they gracefully descended. Accompanying them were thousands of flying vessels. As these vessels landed, a multitude of uniquely formed creatures emerged, their strengths comparable to that of Tiger-class monsters, with the leader being an extraordinarily peculiar being whose power reached the level of Ghost-class monsters. This is a squad led by a secondary combatant aboard a spaceship, comprising 50 tertiary combatants. Not only them, but every spacecraft is equipped with the same configuration of combatants. This lineup possesses the formidable capability to sweep across the universe, instilling trepidation in countless star systems. Even the rare yet immensely powerful 7th-level civilizations in the cosmos harbor a sense of apprehension towards it. This is not without reason. It is due to their association with the dominant force of the universe, The Dark Matter Thieves Guild. Allow me to reiterate that this novel is set in a world that amalgamates elements from One Punch Man and One Piece, with a predominant focus on the former. The aspects and background pertaining to One Piece will diverge significantly from the original narrative. In the original One Piece, there are 4 emperors. However, in this novel, there will be 5, excluding Luffy. It is conceivable that as the plot unfolds, Luffy may vanquish one of the 5 emperor's top lieutenants before ultimately becoming the 6th nautical sovereign. Therefore, I kindly request all readers to avoid any confusion. Furthermore, in this narrative, Boros is portrayed in the style of the Sun Man as envisioned by the Esteemed One, resulting in a cosmic overlord whose powers far exceed those depicted in the original work. Consequently, the combat sequences and various abilities will be significantly heightened. So I encourage readers to brace themselves psychologically. The 3 commanders under Boros will also experience a degree of enhancement, albeit not to the same extent, remaining susceptible to the overwhelming might of a sealed Boros and Saitama. Returning to the narrative, a colossal spacecraft from beyond the stars hovered ominously above City A, instantaneously obliterating the entire metropolis, leaving scarcely any survivors. In an instant, the civilian casualties were catastrophic. The tremendous shockwave from the explosion reverberated through the headquarters of the Hero Association. Saitama, lost in thought within, furrowed his brow upon hearing the deafening noise. Seizing the moment when others were caught off guard, he promptly shattered the ceiling, ascending to the rooftop of the building, surveying the surroundings. Saitama was taken aback to discover that City A had been reduced to ruins. How did this city come to such a state? As his gaze wandered, he quickly spotted the immense spacecraft suspended in the air. How vast? Is it extraterrestrial? Observing a vessel that dwarfed the entirety of City A, Saitama furrowed his brow. Feeling a mixture of curiosity and indignation, resolved to confront the leader aboard the ship for an explanation. Just as Saitama contemplated launching himself towards the spacecraft, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, this is the Saitama residence." He answered the call, and the frantic voice of Major Shogo resonated through the receiver. "Major Saitama, where are you? A grave situation has arisen." Taken aback by his tone, Saitama paused, stroking his chin in contemplation, and then recalled the caller's identity. "Is there an issue?" Upon hearing the report from Shogo, a wave of exasperation washed over Saitama. At present, this army major general is stationed at the government military division in City A, which was one of the least damaged areas during the city's devastation. After rallying his soldiers, he set out alongside 2 lieutenant generals who were at the headquarters to provide assistance, only to encounter formidable adversaries. Countless aliens, having detected their presence, launched an offensive against them. The barrage of remote laser weaponry left them in disarray, but fortunately, there were no casualties. Upon realizing that Saitama was in City A, he hoped for Saitama's assistance. Regrettably, before he could finish his plea, Saitama had already hung up, and only after concluding his statement did he recognize that Saitama had indeed ended the call. He attempted to reach out several more times, yet his efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Saitama casually tucked his phone into his pocket and muttered in exasperation, "Since they have already gone to rescue, there is nothing more to say. I shall confront the captain of this spacecraft." It was mentioned that Saitama had not heard about the team's encounter with numerous foes. Nonchalantly stowing his phone, Saitama's gaze sharpened, his body pausing momentarily before he leapt towards the direction of the spacecraft. During his trajectory, several high-speed missiles approached him at an astonishing velocity. But with a mere push of his body, he redirected their paths. That's what caused the destruction of City A, he reflected. Turning around, Saitama floated in midair as a missile materialized before him, which he effortlessly halted with a single foot. "Go back to your planet," he commanded. With that, the missile, comparable in power to a nuclear weapon, was sent hurtling back, creating a gaping hole in the spacecraft, while the missile itself disintegrated into ashes, never having the chance to explode. Saitama then leapt directly into the newly created opening. On the ground, the government military, arriving to provide aid, quickly encountered a combat squad of 50 led by a level 2 combatant. Upon their first meeting, the opposing force unleashed a barrage of laser weaponry in an attempt to suppress them, but the combined efforts of several major generals and lieutenant generals successfully thwarted the attack, allowing the government forces to mount a swift counteroffensive. The recent bombardment obliterated the helipad and all fighter jets belonging to the government forces in City A, leaving only a few artillery pieces, tanks, armored vehicles, and anti-aircraft guns stored in a sturdy warehouse, which now proved to be invaluable. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Is it possible to reach Major General Saitama? Saitama is currently the elite Major General of the government army headquarters. Major General Saitama abruptly hung up the phone, seemingly encountering an adversary himself. I said that Saitama is utterly unreliable. Although he possesses the capability to neutralize instantaneous demon-level monsters, surpassing us ordinary lieutenant generals in prowess, his sense of responsibility as a soldier is alarmingly low. Lieutenant General Yanyu, let us first address the immediate threat. Meanwhile, the commotion of the battle soon captured the attention of the extraterrestrial beings, who promptly sent reinforcements to encircle and eliminate the government soldiers. Only a small contingent arrived, while the majority of the aliens patrolled, clearing the remnants of humanity. A feeble creature, a humanoid alien clad in combat attire, spotted a father and son fleeing and grinned widely, revealing a terrifying visage. Do not even think about escaping. With a swift flick, its laser sword ignited, emitting a brilliant blue light as it charged toward the back of the adult male. However, the next moment, its head flew off, and its corpse collapsed to the ground. We must leave this place. As the body fell, a man donned in a steel helmet and iron armor, wielding a katana, appeared, glancing at them before advancing toward the approaching aliens. He was Kiai Tetsu, the second-ranked hero of the A-Class Hero Association. In an instant, the aliens lay dead at his feet, their eyes forever closed in eternal slumber. Among them were two second-tier combatants, who were decapitated after exchanging dozens of blows with Kiai Tetsu. The tumult of the battle soon drew the attention of others. Abruptly, a towering 9-meter-tall platinum mech materialized before Kiai Tetsu, its golden hands shimmering with light before transforming into a dark golden colossal axe that descended upon him. Shen Liqiao ordered 2 cups of Pre-Ming West Lake Longjing tea. Then, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, he poured out his heart. He did not seek solace from Dong Qianxuan, yet she provided him immense support. I am innocent with Xiao Nanyan, but my relationship with Ren Dongdong is somewhat ambiguous. It is no wonder Wu Can doubts me. She refuses to listen to my explanations and insists on punishing me for 3 months. What should I do? Is there any hope for me? Dong Qianxuan replied with a gentle smile. That depends on your own resolve to emerge from the mire. If you cannot see through your own thoughts and cannot identify your ultimate goal, you will remain in perpetual decline until everything collapses and your life and love are destroyed. The crux lies in the fact that you are not obsessed with having multiple partners or being an exiled self-indulgent. What you seek is a true love that holds hands and grows old together. Therefore, awakening sooner rather than later to stabilize your emotional journey should be your foremost task, even surpassing your career pursuits. Let me ask you once more. Do you wish to have both, or do you only desire Wu Can or Ren Dongdong? In truth, I have pondered this question numerous times, and each time my answer has been Wu Can. Yet, you cannot let go of Ren Dongdong, can you? Indeed. She is my first love, and she bears no fault. The terrifying part is her profound affection for me. I fear that should we part, she would shatter, either descend into madness or embrace a life of reckless abandon, treating men as mere playthings, slowly carving out her own heart until blood runs dry, leaving her on the brink of death. I am not being overly sentimental or alarmist. However, when I first met and fell in love with her, I was oblivious to these implications. All I knew was that she was gentler than Wu Can, sweeter than Xiao Nanyan, more innocent than Yan Shuang, and more naive than Yu Qiuchen. How could I possibly remain stagnant on the expressway of emotion? Such confessions are suited only for intimate companions. Due to Wu Can's resolute punishment of Shen Liqiao, he inadvertently began to regard her as a confidant. If that is the case, she may indeed be the most exquisite goddess in existence. Perhaps one should reconsider, since Wu Can is an ethereal goddess beyond reach. Unwilling to grant you ample freedom and space, why not endure the pain of letting go? Perfect love is but a myth, and we do not live in an era of polygamy akin to the Tang dynasty. You yearn for the celestial sister while clinging to the sweet and innocent celestial sister. Thus you are condemned to lead a duplicitous life, a profound mockery for all three involved. Indeed, your argument holds merit. However, my primary preference remains with the celestial sister, rather than the celestial younger sister. You have reminded me that perhaps my romantic journey may yet proceed. Should my repeated efforts to win Wu Can's forgiveness and acceptance prove fruitless, I would resign myself to fate and wholeheartedly construct a love edifice with Ren Dongdong. In doing so, I will have exerted my utmost and shall harbor no regrets, nor commit irrevocable errors. Do you not agree? This is your ideal scenario, akin to an escape room strategy. It is exceedingly unfair to Ren Dongdong. She is your first love and a paragon of perfection, having committed no transgressions. In contrast, Wukan has repeatedly pushed you away, even imposing somewhat absurd punishments upon you. Rin Dongdong will resist and awaken. She is not a train ticket you can possess indefinitely. Once she discovers your acts of betrayal, will her love for you endure? If I were in her position, I would not passively accept my fate. Nor would I become a mere backup for another. Ultimately, the conclusion of this game results in a trifecta of loss, with none of you attaining your desires. Leaving you all scarred in this life, how terrifying is that? Yet, this is not mere conjecture on my part. I am certain. Dong Qian. Much like a novelist unraveling a plot, deduces Xin Li Tiao's emotional logic with striking accuracy. You are correct, yet I refuse to capitulate to fate easily. I am willing to take a gamble. Should I lose, I will accept my defeat, and I shall not languish in despair. Time can mend all wounds, and besides, you have Su Wei, Xiaonan, and Yin Shuang, do you not? Xin Li Tiao. I implore you not to spread the flames of conflict to all the innocent women who love you. What crime has Su Wei committed? What sin has Xiaonan Yin committed? What fault lies with Yin Shuang? To consider them only when you find yourself cornered is profoundly unfair and utterly shameless. Indeed, that is who I am. I do not easily fall in love, but when I do, one must pay a heavy price, even treading a path of no return. The true sovereign is one who remains untouched by genuine emotions, cynical and heartless, as long as one does not transgress the law and possesses sufficient means. No one can impose upon them. I caution you, your narrative must deeply explore the frailties of human nature, particularly greed, indifference, and cruelty. Events are orchestrated by human endeavor, but outcomes are dictated by fate. All tragedies stem from the weaknesses of humanity. So, you intend to proceed obstinately, without regard for time constraints in this game? Xin Li Tiao. Are you playing with fire? Exploiting the vulnerabilities of women with reckless abandon, lacking boundaries. Of course, there are limits. I am willing to grant myself, in Wukan 3 years, I shall employ my patience and genuine affection to win her over, until she fully embraces me. If I fail, I shall marry Rin Dongdong, devotedly cherishing her for a lifetime. Are you certain? I doubt your pride can endure the thought of relinquishment. Her arrogance and aloofness may ignite your desire to conquer and control, compelling you to persist until your goals are achieved. This war could drag on for a decade or even 30 years, until she ages and loses her allure to you. This could easily be penned as an emotional epic. She sighed inwardly, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. Do not be so pessimistic. How about we make a wager? 3 years from now, I shall either marry Wukan or Rin Dongdong. If I win, I request you to inscribe on the title page of your magnum opus, dedicated to my beloved. Xin Li Tiao, do you dare to take the bet? Xin Li Tiao gazed at Dong Qian with utmost seriousness, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He had never wagered with her before. The once fragile maiden had metamorphosed into an artistic goddess. He believed that after this grand gamble, her perspective on the world would undergo a profound transformation, akin to a decade's worth of investment experience. Experience shapes life, and capital molds one's destiny. Of course, I dare. But what if you lose? You may propose any demand, provided it is lawful and within my ability to fulfill. However, I would advise that you request money. For that would be simpler. You could ask for 20 million. That sum would suffice for a life of leisure, free from any survival pressures. 20 million? Are you certain that you will possess 20 million in liquid assets 3 years hence? Xin Li Tiao, do not be overly optimistic. Your abilities are beyond question. Yet the accumulation of wealth is a process. Fatao Company is currently valued at approximately 100 million, and you hold only 30% of the shares. You are mistaken. My valuation stands between 270 million and 300 million, which means I will possess at least 80 million. This figure may very well soar to 800 million in 3 years. Furthermore, I can lend you 10 million, with a promissory note. Do you believe I am indulging in fanciful dreams? Dong Qian smiled brightly and replied, Very well, let us gamble. However, I shall not ask for 20 million. I require only 10 million, and it must be in cash flow, not shares. Can you manage that? Dong Qian, possessing a heart of pure kindness, understood that Xin Li Tiao was a man of his word and would never renege on a promise, even a verbal agreement. Yet, she did not wish to exploit her beloved, even if he was willing. Certainly, though, should you be deprived of 10 million at once, I shall lament for you. Do not pity me. I remind you to remain devoted to Wukan and Rin Dongdong, and to refrain from entangling other women in your affairs, particularly Su Wei and Xiaonan. Rest assured, I am steadfast in my resolve. All that is lacking is the gentlemanly decorum to remain unperturbed. The two engaged in conversation for another hour before parting ways. Dong Qian invited him to lunch, but he declined, stating he needed to return home. Before leaving, he reminded her to send him the email regarding the contest of affections. Upon returning home, he found his mother preparing soup, the aroma enveloping the entire apartment, whetting his appetite. "Welcome back. I will serve you a bowl of soup. You can enjoy that while I prepare 2 bowls of noodles." "All right. Thank you, Mom." "What are you thanking me for, dear?" "Just your return is enough for me to express my gratitude to the heavens. However, I am not a maid. When you have time, kindly take out the trash and mop the floor. That should be manageable, right?" "Sure, Mom. I will mop the floor after dinner. Today is exempt. I have already mopped. I merely wish to remind you." About 10 minutes later, the noodles were ready. As mother and son savored their meal, they broached the topic of marriage. "Mom, I have been accompanying my girlfriend these past few days, and I must return to work tomorrow, likely to be busy for a while. But worry not, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I will mop the floor. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, it will be your turn, and I shall not default, unless I am on a business trip. So you are agreeing to stay at home. Did I hear you correctly?" "Indeed. My plan is to fulfill 3 years of filial piety, and once I marry, I shall move out. Of course, if you do not mind your daughter-in-law, you are welcome to move in with us." "Stop right there. Who are you marrying? And why the wait of 3 years? Are you lacking the funds to purchase a house or something else?" "In my opinion, it would be best to marry this year or next. You are already 22. Others postpone marriage due to various deficiencies, yet you must not become so engrossed in leisure. A home is a sanctuary for the soul, the source of joy." The final sentence may be regarded as the golden wisdom of a loving mother. She is an extraordinary yet ordinary figure, on the brink of a breakthrough, and must not falter at the last moment. In essence, patience is essential. Love cannot be achieved in haste, and marriage demands thorough preparation. I declared that I should not be disturbed this afternoon, as I needed to organize my thoughts before returning to work tomorrow. "What are you organizing? Let me help. Does it really require an entire afternoon?" "Mom, I am organizing my mental space, clearing out the clutter to recharge. Do you understand?" "Oh, you are quite something." After tidying the floor, Shen Litiao retreated to the study to embark on a brainstorming session, remaining there for 2 hours. "I think, therefore I am." "Who am I?" "I am Shen Litiao, the 82nd reincarnation of Lingbao Tianzuan. From where do I come and where am I going?" "From Chang'an in the Tang Dynasty to Mount Putuo." "No, to Wudong Mountain. Not to traverse back to the Song Dynasty, but to cultivate my true self, to refine myself, and to forge my ideal life. A perfect life is, above all, power." Shen Litiao pondered the Series A financing for Fade-Out Company and its future landscape for an extended duration. He noted in his notebook, Series A financing, 108 million to 144 million. Series B financing, 800 million to 1.05 billion. Series C financing, over 8 billion. His mind raced, soon jotting down, by 2009, 300 operational outlets, annual revenue of 1 billion, total staff of 2,000, average salary of 50,000, company valuation of 2 billion. He then began to envision the edifice of love. "Oh, my goddess, I still cannot let go of Wu Qian. Do I harbor a celestial sister complex? Yet, isn't Rendongong also quite charming? A sweet and innocent fairy sister. Whom should I marry? Forget it. I will adhere to my agreement with Dong Qian and first pursue Wu Qian. If I cannot win her over, I shall marry Ren Dongdong. But what will Wu Qian be like in 10 years? Will she scorn my ignorance and recklessness? Will she forgive me in 3 months? No. But she will continue to engage with me. In 3 years, will my love ultimately win her heart? Oh my God, perhaps I should consult Jinwu the Great." In a flash of insight, it dawned on him that Wu Qian was indeed Han Chong'er, unyielding and indomitable. Oh my God, it seems I have miscalculated. 3 years later, I will neither possess Wu Qian nor marry Ren Dongdong. Damn it, I have lost my wager, unwittingly gifting Dong Qian 10 million. Thankfully, it wasn't a billion. But what is wrong with me? Am I not the reincarnated spiritual child of Lingbao Tianzuan? Indeed, I am. However, what is a more precise identity? I am the Tianzuan. I can foresee the future, traverse temporal tunnels, and navigate parallel realms. Ah, yes, I am the celestial thief, unknowingly escaping the cycle of time. Perhaps even becoming the true Tianzuan. Life is rootless, drifting like dust upon the road. I think, therefore I am, the celestial thief reigns. Allow me to handle this with a resounding clap. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a burst of golden liquid energy erupted. In an instant, Bongu sent a golden mech flying, then crouched slightly before leaping up, using inertia to pierce through the chest of a platinum mech, simultaneously vanquishing the alien controlling it. The formidable platinum mech was pierced by Bangu's strike. Immediately thereafter, Bangu's figure vanished from sight, and the next moment, another platinum mech, along with the creature inside, was cleaved in half by Bangu and collapsed to the ground. Before Bangu could regain his footing, countless lasers surged towards him, reaching his very eyes. Yet he deftly evaded them, simultaneously annihilating a dozen third-tier combatants charging at him. The aliens, gripped by terror, frantically unleashed their laser weapons at Bangu. But he dissipated their attacks with the flowing rock fist water waves, swiftly retreating to dodge a platinum mech strike, leaping to a nearby spot. In the next moment, Bangu stepped onto a protruding rock and rebounded, shattering the head of the platinum mech, then directly yanked the alien from within and dispatched it with a swift chop. After discarding the alien's lifeless body, Bangu quickly leaped away, evading the laser fire, and stood at a distance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, the entire process lasting no more than a minute. In this brief confrontation, Bangu, under the relentless pressure of numerous extraterrestrial long-range weapons, swiftly dispatched 3 platinum mechs comparable to half-step dragon level. Remarkably, he sustained only a minor laser burn. However, he soon faced a coordinated assault from the enemy. The adversaries quickly formed a defensive formation and unleashed a widespread barrage of lethal weaponry, enveloping Bangu's position. In an instant, Bangu evaded for a while but was ultimately blasted away, becoming trapped beneath a pile of rubble, rendered motionless. Silver Fangs, the atomic samurai, witnessing this scene, looked towards Bangu in shock, filled with deep concern. Yet, in the next moment, Bangu leaped before him, landing firmly on the ground. "These foes are indeed formidable," he remarked. Relieved that Bangu was unharmed, the atomic samurai felt a moment of respite, but countless lasers had already descended upon them. Just as they prepared to strike the duo, a colossal shadow shielded them from the assault. Super alloy blacklight. The sight of super alloy blacklight deflecting all the lasers left Bangu and his companion astounded. "Fear not. I possess the strongest muscles in the world." Super alloy blacklight turned back, offering the two a confident smile before bellowing and charging forward, bathed in a deluge of light. "We shall follow." Bangu and his companion promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, a group of aliens, hearing the commotion from both sides, planned to provide assistance. However, a figure clad in prison garb charged toward them. "You wretches have slain those delightful young men. Such fury I feel." Before he could finish his sentence, the figure leapt into the air, astonishing the aliens as he tore his garments apart, revealing a pair of black wings. "I shall avenge them. Attack. Slay this detestable insect." Witnessing this spectacle, 2 second-tier combatants were incensed, drawing their weapons to assault the figure, only to have their strikes deftly evaded. Amidst the aerial chaos, the figure remained calm, reflecting on the words spoken to him by the Deep-Sea King during their confrontation. "To utterly vanquish my foes, every strike I deliver must be imbued with lethal intent." In the next moment, he dove downwards, delivering a powerful punch to a cluster of aliens. Dark Angel Assault. Countless fists rained down, instantly slaying 1 second-tier combatant. Another, grappling with his fear, swung his sword, joining numerous third-tier combatants in a frenzied assault on the exposed fiend. In under 10 minutes, the aliens were dispatched. This figure was none other than the S-Class 19th hero, the seductive prisoner. "Oh, poor boys. I come to avenge you." With a mighty roar, the seductive prisoner charged towards a nearby group of aliens. However, a platinum mech soon obstructed his path, engaging him in a fierce struggle. The seductive prisoner's strength, while formidable among monsters, paled in comparison to the platinum mech, which was soon gaining the upper hand. "Was it you who destroyed the city? You scoundrels!" Suddenly, a figure clad in red appeared behind the platinum mech, leaping up and swinging a metal rod like a baseball bat towards the mech's head. The mech's head was dented upon impact, but in an instant, it swatted the attacker away, its head returning to its original form moments later. "The beings of this planet are truly powerful," it scoffed. Before it could act further, a figure charging with arms crossed collided with it. Chestbuster. The platinum mech was sent flying, enraged but unable to stabilize itself before a massive maw appeared above it. Moments later, the mech was reduced to a pile of remnants. "You gluttonous pig, you truly consume everything." Observing the pig god devour the mech, the zombie man stepped forward, utterly speechless. "Ah, there are still enemies to vanquish." The child emperor emerged from behind the pig god, licking a lollipop and gazing calmly at the multitude of aliens rushing towards them, lost in thought. "Let us advance." The zombie man grunted, brandishing an axe as numerous S-Class heroes followed suit. 10 S-Class heroes should suffice on the ground. Although the enemy is numerous, most are Tiger and Ghost-level monsters, which we can manage swiftly. Moreover, several mid-tier forces are leading troops. This should not pose a problem. On the rooftop of the Hero Association headquarters, the Death Surgeon gazed up at the hovering spaceship, feeling a throbbing headache. The issue lies with that contraption. What are your thoughts? Beside him, Katakariki remained silent, but soon turned to King, who was peeking out from the entrance. King, I hear you are the strongest among the S-Class. What do you think? King, known as the strongest man on the surface, would undoubtedly have a unique perspective, perhaps providing a means to gauge his insights. Genos also turned to assess King, privately contemplating. King, the 7th in S-Class, reputed to be the strongest man on the surface. All other heroes regard him with esteem. Furthermore, he is a friend of my master. Upon hearing Katakariki's words, King closed his eyes and coldly stated, I too am at a loss. It is impossible to launch an attack from such a height. The mysterious spaceship remained silent. I believe we should summon Metal Knight. At King's words, everyone paused momentarily, while Tornado could not help but retort, what is this? Pathetic. Is this what the strongest can do? A city lies in ruins. And you want to let them seize the initiative? Unbelievable. Yet, regardless of Tornado's remarks, King maintained his silence, as the roar of the Emperor engine echoed. This only escalated Tornado's frustration, but she also felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that King might retaliate against her. With her cheeks puffed up in irritation, she declared, enough? I will handle this myself. Wait. At that moment, the Death Surgeon spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. I can utilize the powers of the Devil Fruit to transport you inside the spaceship. This way, we can ambush them and resolve this crisis with utmost speed. Hearing the Death Surgeon's proposal, Tornado felt inclined to chastise him but acknowledged the merit in his suggestion, begrudgingly exclaiming, then hurry and send us up. As the Death Surgeon opened his room, Tornado turned to Fubuki, insisting, Fubuki, you must return. Taken aback, Fubuki coldly replied, why? I want to fight too. Faced with Fubuki's defiance, Tornado, already agitated, swiftly subdued her, tossing her into the least damaged portion of the Hero Association headquarters. You all keep an eye on her. After issuing a command to a group of Hero Association personnel, the figures of Tornado, Death Surgeon, Desert Star, and Genos vanished in an instant, leaving behind the visibly frustrated Fubuki. Witnessing the disappearance of her companions, Fubuki seethed with indignation, gritting her teeth in silence. And disregarding the attempts of the Hero Association members to restrain her, she soared toward the battlefield below, outside the spaceship, with the demise of numerous combatants. One of the 3 elite fighters, Maruzagalu, could no longer remain passive. However, a formidable being from this planet had emerged within the ship, wreaking havoc and causing him considerable distress. I shall confront the intruder within the ship, he declared. Another elite fighter, Globaris, cast a glance at him before turning towards Saitama's direction. Noticing this, Maruzagalu furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. He donned his energy armor, and 2 bat-like wings materialized behind him, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, as he gradually descended toward the ground. Moments earlier, he had witnessed the scene of Bang and Atomic Samurai instantaneously defeating the golden mecha through the ship's display. Although he possessed the capability to achieve similar feats, he could not swiftly reach the other side to engage other mechas. It seemed that on this planet, there existed beings capable of rivaling his strength, and not merely one. Initially, he had no intention of donning his energy armor, but upon confirming the presence of formidable entities, Maruzagalu resolved to equip himself. After all, powerful specimens were rare to find. Let your blood serve as the test for the might of my armor, he proclaimed. Within the confines of the spaceship, explosions and rumbling noises erupted, shattering the once tranquil and orderly environment into utter chaos. The indigenous inhabitants of this planet had invaded, displaying tremendous power and causing widespread destruction. Be it second-tier fighters or those comparable to half-dragon level, even the platinum-colored mechas were swiftly annihilated, their corpses and remnants strewn across the floor. In the heart of the spaceship, the turmoil intensified. This vast expanse serves as the gravitational core of the spacecraft, as well as the residence of its master. The immense commotion generated aboard the vessel caught the attention of its owner, who rose and made his way toward the cockpit. The master of the ship is a formidable being, standing 2 meters tall with a single eye, adorned with a spiky purple mane. He drapes himself in a crimson cloak, symbolizing his supreme status, and dons golden armor to contain the colossal energy that resides within him. His name is Boros, the sovereign of this spacecraft and the overlord of the universe. His unparalleled might has rendered him exceedingly lonely, prompting him to traverse vast distances to this planet in search of a worthy adversary to challenge him. What did you say? The elite warrior Globerus has been eliminated? Impossible. In the cockpit, one of the first-class warriors, Goryu Ganshio, gazed at the report relayed from within the ship, his astonishment tinged with a sense of dread. After all, according to the earlier reports, Globerus had been effortlessly defeated by this native. Furthermore, the surveillance indicated that Saitama was still wreaking havoc in the vicinity. This rendered him, a top-tier combatant and commander, exceedingly anxious. How infuriating. How did he manage to infiltrate? The responsibility for surveillance lies with Marigazalu, and yet, where is he? Only he and I remain as the pinnacle combatants. Of all times, he chose this moment to engage the indigenous people below. Was he merely slacking off? How frustrating. Just as Galyagan Shopu was cursing vehemently, the door behind him suddenly swung open, and Boros entered slowly. Galyagan Shopu, what are you doing? Upon hearing the voice, Galyagan Shopu was taken aback, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. He turned around nervously and exclaimed, "Ah, Lord Boros, I sincerely apologize. The indigenous people of this planet have invaded. In just 4 minutes, they have inflicted 23 damage on the ship, although there is but one invader. All the combatants sent to confront him were annihilated, including the destroyer, the Platinum Mech. Do not panic." Calmly, Boros surveyed the damage displayed on the screen, stating, "As long as the power core remains intact, the ship will not plummet. The only area affected is the crew's rest quarters. Those insignificant foes are surely no match for us. What use is it to pilot the destroyer if one lacks strength?" After speaking, Boros commanded, Galyagan Shopuyu, along with Globerus and Marigazalu, must eliminate the invader. Galyagan Shopu, drenched in sweat, weakly replied, "Globerus has just been defeated." What? Boros was taken aback. Turning to look at Galyagan Shopu, who was now sweating profusely. "I will immediately summon Marigazalu back. Together, we will certainly vanquish the invader." Boros remained silent. Yet unease stirred within him as he gazed at the bald figure on the screen. He had an inkling that this invader was the formidable opponent he had long sought. On another front, Saitama approached a wall resembling an iron door and tugged at it gently, but it wouldn't budge. "This door, too, is locked," he mumbled in frustration. Then with a sudden burst of strength, shouted, "Hey, open up. We have a guest." "Oh, the door is broken." Finding the location inaccessible, Saitama ran down the corridor to another area, soon arriving at a fork in the path. "Hey, invader, I warn you to leave the ship immediately, or we will rally all our combat strength to eliminate you." Hearing this ominous voice, Saitama halted, scratching his head in confusion. What is going on? The voice seems to resonate directly in my mind. The threatening voice echoed once more. "If you dare to proceed, I will kill you immediately." Perplexed, Saitama looked up at the ceiling and shouted, "But I'm lost. I can't find my way." Upon hearing Saitama's words, Galyagan Shopu, still sweating, felt a surge of elation. "You want to go back? I understand. I will guide you. First, turn right there and ascend the stairs at the end." "Right, you say?" Saitama turned to the right passage, then a sly smile crept across his face. "Haha, then I shall take the left." With that, Saitama dashed down the left corridor. "Hey. Wait. You can't." But it was too late. Saitama was already nearing the center of the ship where Boros awaited. Damn it. Witnessing this, Galyagan Shopu abandoned all reservations and quickly flew towards the ship's center. If he didn't intervene, Lord Boros might very well eliminate him. Soon, a towering door, dozens of meters high, came into view before Saitama. He sensed a figure within, surrounded by eerie energy fluctuations, as if the figure were gazing directly at him through the door. Since Saitama grasped the essence of haki, his Kinbunchaku and Busashoku haki had steadily developed alongside his battles and training. Eventually, after inadvertently removing his limiter, his haki surged in tandem with his burgeoning strength. At this juncture, even Saitama was unaware of the extent to which his abilities had grown. However, he did recognize that his Kinbunchaku haki had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, not only could he perceive his own future, but he could also glimpse the futures of others, albeit in vague and fleeting images. Moreover, Saitama discovered that in areas enveloped by his Kinbunchaku haki, he could shift his perspective at will, as if experiencing it firsthand. This allowed Saitama to save considerable time while searching for supermarkets that were undergoing significant sales. At this moment, through his observation haki, Saitama beheld Boros seated upon his throne. "You've arrived," Boros acknowledged. His energy detection, akin to a mental perception that senses presence but lacks foresight, seemed to notice Saitama's observation haki. With a disdainful snort, he was about to utter a remark when Saitama's observation haki abruptly vanished. In the next moment, as Saitama sprinted towards the grand entrance, he leaped and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the door and stepping into the room, thereby entering Boros's line of sight. Instantly, within Boros's energy detection, he sensed an unfathomable wave of energy. The enormous eye on Boros's face fixated on Saitama, who emanated an almost imperceptible yet terrifying aura, leaving him deep in thought. Is he truly the representative of this planet? I sense an unfathomable energy. Wait a moment. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from behind Saitama, causing him to pause and turn around. He beheld a creature, entirely blue with eyes radiating a yellow glow, resembling an octopus, soaring towards him. Finally caught up. This octopus-like being was Goryugenshpu, who, with remarkable speed, arrived just a short distance before Saitama, exhaling a sigh of relief. Without a moment's respite, it anxiously gazed at Boros, who had already risen from his throne, and hurriedly exclaimed, "Lord Boros, please wait a moment. I will eliminate this intruder right away." "Are you two the leaders of this spacecraft?" Before Boros could respond, a somewhat childish yet jarring voice emerged from behind Goryugenshpu, laced with an accusatory tone. The trio of beings from different races turned to investigate the source, only to find a green-haired girl in black attire, standing with her hands on her hips, her face etched with displeasure. Tornado's gaze landed on Saitama, her eyes narrowing as she loudly reprimanded, "Hey, you bald-headed weakling, what are you doing here? Get lost. This battle is not for a mere B-class loser like you to interfere." Upon hearing Tornado's insult, Saitama's expression darkened, rolling his eyes in response. "Teacher." Just as he was about to retort, the voice of Genos called out from behind Tornado. There, Genos, Katakuri, and the Death Surgeon were swiftly approaching from a distance. On the throne, Boros cast a glance at Tornado, then disregarded the three rushing towards them, commanding Goryugenshpu, deal with those four intruders. "I will handle this hairless creature myself." In Boros's view, while the energy fluctuations from Genos and his companions were somewhat unusual, they were exceedingly weak. The green-haired being, despite being a psychokinetic, was only at the peak of the extreme realm, even weaker than Goryugenshpu, let alone capable of facing him. In Boros's eyes, only the inscrutable hairless creature, Baldy, before him held significance. Goryugenshpu was taken aback by Boros's command. "Yes, I shall ensure the demise of these intruders." However, it dared not defy Boros's orders, casting a lingering glance at Saitama before shifting its focus to Tornado and her companions. How could a peak extreme and a mid-tier extreme, alongside two peak high-tier beings, exist on this planet? As Goryugenshpu sensed the energy emanating from Tornado and her companions, it was struck by astonishment. For centuries, their dark matter raiding group had conquered countless planets, yet on each of those worlds, creatures achieving the high tier were exceedingly rare. And those reaching the extreme realm even more so, one would appear every few dozen planets. Yet here, on what seemed an ordinary planet, a being of Tornado's caliber emerged, leaving Goryugenshpu incredulous. Meanwhile, Tornado, after assessing the demeanor of Boros and Goryugenshpu, coldly addressed Boros, and then turned without a glance back, commanding the Death Surgeon. "Take them outside the spacecraft. I want to teach them a lesson. Don't give me orders." The Death Surgeon, slightly irked by Tornado's tone, nonetheless activated his room. Slaughterhouse. With the cold declaration, the figures of Tornado, her companions, and Goryugenshpu vanished in an instant, finding themselves beneath the spacecraft, while Saitama and Boros remained unaffected, not even sensing the displacement, merely witnessing the other's disappearance. On the ground, the sudden appearance of Tornado, her companions, and Goryugenshpu sparked chaos. "Teacher." Genos scanned his surroundings but failed to locate Saitama's figure, abruptly looking up at the spacecraft. "Teacher, why hasn't the alien leader come down? Surely your ability isn't faltering?" Tornado, after surveying the area, berated the Death Surgeon. Ignoring the ranting green-haired girl, the Death Surgeon internally stewed with seriousness. "Saitama, I must have an opportunity to meet you. After all, those who cannot be moved by the slaughterhouse are typically beings far exceeding his strength," piquing his interest in Saitama. Meanwhile, Katakuri disregarded the others and coldly addressed Goryugenshpu. "Let us deal with these intruders first." Seeing the Death Surgeon ignore him, Tornado's frustration escalated, her gaze sharpening on Goryegenshpo, filled with menace as she gritted her teeth. You octopus, I'll deal with you first before taking care of your master. On the other side, Goryegenshpo noticed Marigazaludo, adorned with 5 pairs of eyes, along with numerous destroyers, facing off against 10 S-class heroes, 4 majors, and 18 lieutenant generals, and fury surged within. Marigazaludo, what exactly are you doing? Why haven't you dealt with these natives yet? Marigazaludo, having spotted Goryegenshpo's sudden appearance, momentarily stunned, opted not to question its presence but replied, I have encountered some difficulties. Of the 100 destroyers that descended, only half remain. All Tier 3 combatants have perished, and Tier 2 fighters are dwindling. Goryegenshpo, incredulous upon hearing this, recognized the rarity of beings capable of battling the destroyers. The losses inflicted by the planet's natives were astonishing. Though the lost destroyers constituted less than 1/10 of their total, it was still a significant expenditure. Moreover, the tone of Marigazaludo suggested it faced complications as well. Could there be beings on this planet capable of contending with you? Marigazaludo replied nonchalantly, not quite. These beings are merely lowly creatures. Aside from their combat awareness and slightly enhanced abilities, they are otherwise insignificant. Goryegenshpo, since you have come down, let's resolve these natives together. Hearing this, Goryegenshpo glanced anxiously at the spacecraft. Natives have invaded the ship and are now before Lord Boros. Marigazaludo, momentarily incredulous, looked up at the spacecraft. How is that possible? Hey, have you two finished your chat? Tornado interjected coldly. Whether you're done or not, I intend to eliminate you first before moving on to your master. Goryegenshpo, surveying its surroundings, was astonished to find several extreme realm natives among them, its expression growing grave. Yet it also felt a surge of anger. Not only due to the inability to handle the intruders aboard the spacecraft, but also from Tornado's dismissive tone. As the universe's foremost psychokinetic master, a half-step dominator, it had never encountered anyone who dared speak to it in such a manner, save for Boros and a few past dominators. If that is the case, let us first eliminate these detestable natives. A half-step dominators might far surpasses that of peak extreme beings, no matter how many extreme realm warriors they have. What does it matter? As the commander of the universe's mightiest force, the dark matter raiding group, I have witnessed countless spectacles. In the next moment, Goryegenshpo hovered in midair. Ripples emanating from its body as a cascade of colorful radiance emerged from its blue form. Its eyes and mouth shone with a dazzling white light, exuding an aura of profound mystery. You wretches dare to underestimate us. We are the superpower of the entire universe, the dark matter thieves. With that, I, the greatest master of psychokinesis in the cosmos, shall personally deal with you. The greatest master of psychokinesis in the universe? Upon hearing Goryegenshpo's declaration, Tornado wore a sardonic smile. You dare to call yourself the greatest? I suspect that title is self-bestowed. The mocking tone caused Goryegenshpo's expression to stiffen. Indeed, it had not been the greatest master of psychokinesis. At best, it had ranked 6th, overshadowed by 5 other psychokinetic masters, all of whom were dominators in their own right. However, those 5 had been eliminated over a century ago by Lord Boros during an energy eruption, thus allowing Goryegenshpo to ascend to its current title. You seek death. Enraged and humiliated, Goryegenshpo bellowed, unleashing a terrifying wave of psychokinetic energy that swept through the surroundings. As a side note, the titles of High Realm, Extreme Realm, and Dominator will be clarified later in the narrative, as they pertain to the hierarchical classification of power within this novel, and are not significantly related to the original text. It is worth mentioning that in the original work, Boros possesses 4 forms. 1. Energy Seal, wearing armor, sealing his form but retaining peak extreme strength. 2. Energy Liberation, in normal form without armor. 3. Energy Eruption, body swelling and turning deep blue, significantly stronger than in normal state. And 4. Meteoric Explosion, body turning white, massively increasing strength to the biological limit. The titles of High Realm, Extreme Realm, and Dominator are classifications applicable to humans and extraterrestrial beings like Boros, serving as a more coherent means of delineating power levels, as distinguishing human strength through terms like wolf, tiger, demon, dragon, and god feels rather peculiar. Further details will be elaborated later in the plot. Now, as the main narrative unfolds, Genos, are you alright? Where did you all go? On the spaceship. Saitama was taken aback to see Genos and the others vanish. His eyes widened as he scanned the area in search of them, yet found no trace. He suppressed his curiosity and turned to Boros, who was slowly descending the staircase, raising his fist and inquiring, "Are you the leader of the invaders?" Boros, standing before his throne, did not respond to Saitama's question, showing no concern for the disappearance of Galya Gankapu and the others. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Saitama and declared, "You are quite formidable." Startled by this remark, Saitama listened as Boros continued, "Before we engage in battle, let us exchange names." It was evident that Boros had little interest in conversing further with Saitama, as he was eager to commence their confrontation. "I am the leader of the dark matter thieves, Boros, the sovereign of the cosmos." Upon hearing Boros's name, Saitama furrowed his brow and replied, "I am Saitama, a professional hero out of mere interest and also a soldier." At this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Boros's eyes as he fixated on Saitama. "Though I am unaware of your intentions as the sovereign of the universe coming to Earth, you have utterly devastated City A. What business is it of yours?" Boros dismissed Saitama's inquiry with disdain, striding toward him as he spoke. "It is because of a prophecy." "A prophecy?" Saitama regarded Boros skeptically. "What prophecy?" Boros continued. "I have roamed the universe, growing in strength and vanquishing countless formidable foes. Centuries later, I became the sovereign of the cosmos, yet my overwhelming power rendered me unchallenged, leading to a profound ennui. At that time, a seer informed me that there existed a being on a distant planet whose strength could provide me with a thrilling battle. This was 20 years ago, and I traversed the cosmos, consuming immeasurable time to arrive here. My subordinates believe this prophecy was merely a ruse to lure me away, that no one capable of confronting me exists." As he spoke, a fervent, ecstatic smile graced Boros's face, his bloodshot eyes betraying his suppressed excitement as he snarled, "But now I am certain. Come forth and bring some excitement to my life. This is my purpose." With a resounding crash, Boros was sent flying by Saitama's casual punch, crashing into a pillar of the hall and creating a massive dent, stirring clouds of dust. It is noteworthy that the dark matter thieves had roamed the universe for centuries, undefeated across various star realms. Their ships were constructed from Edmund alloy, one of the hardest materials in the universe. Even a full-force strike from an extreme master would leave only the slightest mark. Yet now, Boros was sent flying and had created a substantial indentation in a pillar forged from Edmund alloy, clearly showcasing Saitama's formidable power. Saitama, eyes vacant, remarked, "Are you out of your mind? Seeking excitement from attacking other planets due to boredom? Even a psychopath wouldn't think that way." As the dust settled, Boros's figure emerged, his body deeply embedded in the wall, appearing quite disheveled. Upon closer inspection, however, Boros bore no injuries, and even his armor remained unscathed. "Excellent. You truly are powerful, even surpassing those dominators I have previously slain." With that, Boros effortlessly extracted himself from the wall and landed heavily on the ground, gazing at Saitama with fervent intensity. He charged forward, throwing a punch, only to be sent flying once more by Saitama. However, this time Boros did not become entangled in the wall. Instead, he found his bearings in midair, executing several backflips before landing gracefully. In the next instant, Boros's dark yellow armor pulsed with energy, shimmering with white light. And to Saitama's astonishment, it disintegrated, revealing Boros's blue form beneath. "Because I am too strong, this armor, designed to contain my overwhelming energy, has now been undone." Upon completing his words, Boros clasped his hands together, and his body began to swell. The originally pale blue form transformed into a deep azure hue as Boros expanded, while intricate blue stripes emerged upon his skin, pulsating with boundless energy. To the astonishment of all, the red energy core upon his chest morphed into a colossal eye. In an instant, Boros transitioned from a state of energy liberation to one of explosive power, his strength multiplying several-fold, reaching the level of a mid-tier dominator. The intertwining hues of violet and pink illuminated the grand hall, as countless waves of energy surged within him and erupted forth, manifesting as formidable gusts that swept across the chamber. The terrifying force pressed down upon several second-tier combatants over 100 meters away, rendering them helpless and trembling upon the ground. Among those closest to Boros, Saitama felt the weight of this immense aura. A subtle stir within him as his white cape billowed behind him, igniting a long-forgotten sense of anticipation. "I'm in." With a resounding roar, Boros transformed into a beam of pink light, dashing towards Saitama and unleashing a tentative punch. In this state of energy eruption, Boros's speed reached near-light velocity, eclipsing both supersonic and pseudo-light speeds, allowing his probing strike to penetrate even a massive meteor with ease. Yet, Saitama effortlessly deflected the blow with the back of his hand, Recognizing the futility of his initial tactics, Boros unleashed a flurry of punches, his speed generating countless afterimages, yet Saitama continued to parry with a single arm. Moments later, Boros detected a slight opening in Saitama's defense and landed a forceful blow to his chest, sending Saitama reeling. However, Saitama swiftly regained his footing, retreating without retaliating. In that fleeting moment, Boros closed the distance, his confidence shaken. "Do you underestimate me?" Observing Saitama's casual retreat, Boros intensified his effort and pursued, delivering a punch that sent Saitama flying. The resounding clash of fists echoed throughout the hall, rivaling the sound of an explosion. During this exchange, Boros struck Saitama 5 times in rapid succession. Though Saitama defended against each blow, he was still propelled backward. In the next moment, the two collided once more, and Saitama finally initiated his counterattack, throwing a punch that met Boros's fist head-on. The terrifying energy released enveloped them both, and they found themselves positioned behind one another, backs turned. Upon closer inspection, Saitama bore no signs of injury, his gloves merely slightly soiled, whereas one of Boros's arms lay severed upon the ground. Staring in awe at the severed limb, Boros marveled, "To think I could engage in battle at this level while in an explosive state." In response to Boros's astonishment, Saitama turned around, raised his fist, and remarked with a furrowed brow, "You are indeed strong." Thus, the battle between Saitama and the cosmic overlord commences. Are you all eagerly anticipating this clash? The strength of these vice admirals varies significantly. Some were easily dispatched by Luffy's punch 2 years ago during the Marineford War, while others can rival the admirals themselves. However, within this narrative, such distinctions are minimal. To attain the rank of vice admiral within the government forces, be it the Army, Navy, or Air Force, one must possess at least a lower-tier ghost-level strength. Furthermore, the strength of branch vice admirals is comparable to that of headquarters vice admirals. Most elite vice admirals are characterized by upper-tier ghost-level prowess, with some reaching the peak of ghost-level strength, and a select few elite vice admirals achieving dragon-level capabilities. As for the admiral candidates, they are guaranteed to possess at least mid-level dragon strength. As the main story unfolds, during the fierce battle between Saitama and Boros, beneath the spaceship, the dark matter thieves, led by Gorgon Shup, engaged in combat with Tornado and her allies. Gorgon Shup took the initiative, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept across the battlefield, causing numerous colossal boulders to levitate and spin rapidly, forming a massive tornado that surged forth. "Prepare to face my telekinetic meteor wave." In response, Tornado shimmered with emerald light, employing her telekinesis to manipulate the surrounding stones into a spiraling whirlwind that she launched back. Hellstorm. The two enormous tornadoes, interwoven with countless massive stones, collided, generating immense pressure and a tempest that scattered debris within a radius of several dozen meters. Under this overwhelming force, steel, concrete, and bricks were either blown away or reduced to dust. "Quick, move away from here." Nearby, both the S-class heroes like Bang and the vice admirals of the government, as well as members of the dark matter thieves such as Marigazalu, hurriedly retreated from the vicinity, fearful of being caught in the clash between Gorgon Shup and Tornado. Is this all you can muster, Octopus? As the universe's foremost telekinetic master, your strength is quite disappointing. Perhaps you should return to the sea and catch fish instead. Tornado's mocking taunt enraged Gorgon Shup, who intensified his control over the telekinetic meteor wave while secretly manipulating countless stones to encircle Tornado, aiming to engulf her. Seeing this, Tornado shouted defiantly, channeling her telekinesis to seize control of the oncoming stones, leading to a stalemate between the two, not far from their battlefield. Over a dozen S-class heroes collaborated with the headquarters vice admirals to confront Marigazalu and his comrades, while the brigadier generals and colonels were entangled in fierce skirmishes with the dark matter thieves' secondary combatants. Backbreaker, Dark Angel Impact. The revered Vest and the seductive prisoner teamed up to send a destroyer, a platinum mech, flying out of the melee, launching a series of attacks that momentarily matched the destroyer's power. Nearby, the previously absent police dog hero sprang into action, unexpectedly ensnaring 2 destroyers, much to everyone's astonishment. In another part of the battlefield, Bang, Atomic Samurai, Genos, and Platinum Flash grappled with Marigazalu and several destroyers, achieving a temporary stalemate. Not far away, Katakuri and the Death Surgeon found themselves besieged by 12 destroyers. Despite the peculiar abilities granted by their devil fruits, Katakuri refrained from exerting his full strength, and the Death Surgeon's powers had not yet awakened, resulting in their entrapment. Outside the battlefield, Child Emperor, Zombie Man, and King huddled together, analyzing the situation of the spaceship, while Pig God seemed to have vanished. The current circumstances were chaotic. After minutes of relentless fighting, Tornado began to show signs of fatigue. Though she possessed extraordinary telekinetic talent, having reached the pinnacle of her powers at the age of 27, she was still relatively new to this level of mastery. In contrast, Gorgon Shup had become a half-step dominator over a century ago and had trained for more than 100 years, far surpassing the typical peak-level master. Regrettably, the birth of dominators in this universe is exceedingly rare, with the chasm between half-step dominators and true dominators akin to an insurmountable divide. One could say that half-step dominators are akin to ants before true dominators, easily dispatched at their whim. Before the dark matter thieves ventured into the cosmos, the number of dominators was fewer than 50, with only 5 being telekinetic dominators. Consequently, Gorgon Shup had never ascended to the rank of dominator in centuries. This was largely due to his own choice to restrain his power, as all dominators in this universe had been eliminated by Boros. Gorgon Shup believed himself to possess first-rate strength and potential, yet he fell short when compared to Boros, who could contend with dominators upon reaching the pinnacle and was capable of slaying lower-tier dominators even as a half-step dominator. Gorgon Shup did not consider himself stronger than Boros, and he was further troubled by the thought that should he become a dominator, Boros might eliminate him under the pretext of lacking worthy opponents. Thus, though he had not become a dominator, centuries of accumulation had rendered him immensely powerful, nearing the threshold of dominator status. The terrifying might of his previous strike was merely a tentative attack fueled by his anger. In stark contrast, Tornado began to show signs of despondency. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the heavens, and people caught a glimpse of a phoenix wreathed in blue flames soaring toward them from the distance. To think that while the Tianmi star system is under siege, other extraterrestrial beings would come to attack us. This is a dereliction of duty on our government's part. The newcomer scanned the surroundings before his gaze fell upon Gorgon Shup and Tornado. To be able to suppress the young lady Tornado, you must be quite formidable. As the newcomer marveled at the scene, his claws, or feet, ignited into a spectrum of colors, enveloping him in blue flames as he spiraled downward, launching a powerful kick. Phoenix Stamp. In an instant, 2 colorful flaming claws materialized before Gorgon Shup, the terrifying force within causing his heart to race. He swiftly raised 2 tentacles, using telekinesis to conjure an invisible barrier before him. Boom! The colorful flaming claws collided fiercely with the barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion. 2 indistinct figures emerged. One was Gorgon Shup, while the other was a man entirely engulfed in blue flames, his arms transformed into wings. Gorgon Shup, witnessing the man before him, was taken aback. What kind of planet had the dark matter thieves landed on? It was astonishing to encounter even a single peak-level master among the dozens of planets in other regions, yet on this planet, peak-level masters seemed to emerge as frequently as cabbages. What kind of place was this? In that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Gorgon Shup. Could Lord Boros be? In the fleeting moment that Gorgon Shup was distracted, Tornado crushed the stones encircling her into dust, escaping her perilous situation. Meanwhile, the telekinetic meteor wave began to weaken due to Gorgon Shup's momentary lapse in focus, ultimately canceling out with Tornado's hellstorm, dissipating into the air. Gorgon Shup was instantly alarmed, his heart racing as he repelled the mysterious powerhouse and coldly demanded, "Who are you?" "I?" The newcomer paused momentarily, transforming into a humanoid beast form, revealing a yellow pineapple-shaped head and a bespectacled visage. "I am General Blue Eagle of the Air Force Headquarters." On the outskirts of a certain area in City A figure riding a bicycle gradually approached the urban center, raising his gaze towards the enormous spaceship in the distance. The newcomer sighed softly, dismounted from his bicycle, secured it carefully, and proceeded towards the spacecraft. Although he walked, his pace was remarkably swift, as he had mastered the Navy's 6th style of shaving, enabling him to cover 100 meters with each stride. The individual in question possesses an unremarkable appearance, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of broccoli and garbed in a white shirt. Curiously, he dons a deep green checkered eye mask, as if prepared to rest at any moment. The vast spaceship is indeed a nuisance. I had merely intended to cycle over to the Asian continent for a leisurely exploration, only to encounter such unforeseen circumstances. However, with figures like Sakasaki holding the fort on the interstellar battlefield, I should be able to resolve the troubles here without incurring the ire of warring states, or Mr. Carp. Should the Navy catch sight of this individual's appearance, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, for he is none other than Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters, a user of the ice-based Logia fruit. Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, two brilliant beams of light, one white and one pink, clash violently, darting about and unleashing terrifying shockwaves that devastate the surrounding walls and support columns. The mere aftermath of their battle reduces countless 3- and 2-star combatants to ashes, even those situated 100 meters away, shielded by numerous walls. Upon closer inspection, it is the pink light that initiates the assault, relentlessly bombarding the white light, each collision resulting in thunderous explosions. The pink light is, of course, Boros, who is fervently swinging his left fist at the ever-defensive bald figure before him. The more he attacks, the broader Boros's grin becomes. Saitama, observing Boros, remains steadfast in his defense, his expression unperturbed. He perceives Boros's current efforts as mere tests of his abilities, prompting him to refrain from counterattacking and instead maneuver around, curious if Boros could inflict any harm upon him. With a mighty roar, Boros delivers a punch that sends Saitama hurtling away, crashing through dozens of support columns made of Edmund superalloy before coming to a halt, embedded within a wall. In the next moment, Boros, enveloped in surging pink energy, leaps forward, his feet together, obliterating the support column into countless fragments. However, Saitama, concerned about his attire being incinerated, leaps upward just as Boros's kick arrives. Boros pursues him relentlessly, striking at Saitama as they ascend to the top of the spaceship, demolishing numerous ceilings in their wake. Upon separating and landing, one can see Saitama covered in a thick layer of dust, while Boros remains unscathed, save for his right hand, which was momentarily disrupted by Saitama's punch. Even the dust around him has been rendered non-existent by his searing energy. Gazing at Saitama's composed face, Boros is filled with exhilaration. What a splendid display! Truly formidable! After hundreds of years of asserting my dominance in the universe, you are the first to match my prowess. Saitama regards Boros, his expression unchanging, patiently awaiting his next move. In the following instant, blue energy erupts from the enormous eye on Boros's chest, enveloping Saitama entirely. Now, I shall unleash the tremendous energy within me. Should any insignificant beings encounter it, they will be reduced to mere ashes. The searing energy swiftly blankets the top of the spaceship, triggering a series of explosions among flammable materials, resulting in the demise of a quarter of the crew and destroyers aboard. One of the two flight wings of the vessel is also consumed, reduced to ash without a trace. Amidst the flames, a figure rises, eyes vacant and expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, another figure appears behind him, delivering a punch to his face that generates a violent shockwave, extinguishing nearly all the flames engulfing the ship. This individual is none other than Boros, who, upon seeing Saitama's lack of reaction to his blow, leaps aside with a grin, remarking, "What a commendable battle. It seems the outcome is clear." Subsequently, Boros boasts to Saitama, "Our kind resides on planets with harsh environments, enduring brutal survival competitions, which has honed our unparalleled natural healing abilities. Among us, my self-healing, physical capabilities, and latent energy are unmatched. This bestows upon me tremendous combat strength. Even when I had just reached the pinnacle of my power, I could contend evenly with supreme beings. Let alone now. The injuries sustained during battle, whether minor or lethal, I can recover from in mere seconds. And this is merely my natural recovery. Should I focus my energy on a wound, my healing capabilities will soar." Before he can finish, he is interrupted by Saitama, who is indifferent to talk of supremacy. Saitama knows that Boros has yet to provoke even a hint of battle within him. The anticipation of a satisfying fight has left him feeling irritable. Lifting his head, Saitama coldly states, "Stop your incessant chatter. Shall we not fight? Let us commence." Taken aback, Boros's expression shifts to irritation as he unleashes energy around him, encasing himself in a white energy shield to prevent interruption. Saitama, however, does not intervene. Moments later, Boros, entirely enveloped in white and supporting himself with one hand, stands before Saitama, his solitary eye coldly gazing at him. Meteor burst. With a thunderous shout, Boros appears before Saitama in an instant, showcasing a speed that momentarily astonishes Saitama. Such speed seems to be experienced only when one is sprinting with all their might. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Saitama was sent soaring by a single punch from Boros, infused with an overwhelming surge of energy. In less than a second, this ferocious energy enveloped a quarter of the spacecraft. This is primarily due to the fact that the spaceship is crafted from the finest materials, with Edmund metal leading the charge. Were this to occur on solid ground, Boros's punch could effortlessly obliterate several cities, including City A. The tremendous commotion also captured the attention of Gorita Gang Zayupu. "Lord Boros!" he exclaimed, gazing up at the ship's apex. His face a canvas of disbelief as he sensed a terrifying aura that made him tremble. How could a meteor burst be conceivable? On board the vessel, countless manifestations of Boros launched frenzied assaults on Saitama, with innumerable fists raining down upon him, suggesting a palpable intent to extinguish Saitama's life. Despite the relentless onslaught, Saitama was propelled haphazardly, causing extensive damage to the spaceship's exterior, his cape fraying and even saliva inadvertently escaping his lips. Yet, he refrained from retaliating, allowing Boros to continue his assault, even flinging himself away. Utilizing the energy within his body as a propellant, he surged forth at speeds surpassing biological limits, unleashing an explosive force. If Boros' energy eruption state was a dozen times stronger than his energy release state, then the meteor burst form eclipsed it by over 100-fold, achieving a pinnacle of domination. Although prolonged use could deplete his vitality after centuries, Boros showed no signs of aging, rendering such concerns trivial. In his energy eruption state, he reached near-light speed, and now he surpassed it entirely. After a relentless 3-minute barrage against Saitama, Boros propelled him with a kick to the moon, subsequently transforming into a pink luminescence that shot upwards. Saitama, bewildered from being hurled to the moon, sat up and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up just in time to see Boros' fists converging, arriving before him in an instant. In a split second, Saitama evaded the blow, which crashed down onto the moon's surface, creating a massive crater riddled with countless fissures, equivalent to the one Saitama had created when returning from the moon to Earth, perhaps even larger. Seeing Saitama evade, Boros pursued him, swiftly landing a punch that sent Saitama hurtling from the moon into the cosmos. Boros could survive on any gas, even in the vacuum of space, sustaining himself through the energy within, albeit at a significantly higher personal cost. He was aware that humans required oxygen, something he had witnessed before. Thus, his intent was to strike Saitama toward other celestial bodies, depriving him of breath and gaining the upper hand. 5 minutes later, Boros thrust Saitama's form through a thick cloud composed of concentrated sulfuric acid, landing on Venus. Before them lay a vast expanse of yellow desert. Upon crashing onto the surface of Venus, Saitama could no longer contain himself. His clothing was tattered and riddled with holes, having been corroded by sulfuric acid as they traversed the atmosphere, with the remnants singed by Boros' energy. His cape was reduced to a mere segment clinging to his neck. The first time his clothing was so utterly destroyed, Saitama felt a pang of annoyance, for it was beyond repair. In the next moment, a crimson fist struck Boros squarely in the face, propelling him hundreds of meters away, leaving a deep gouge in Venus's surface, while Saitama's blow shattered Boros' head. Yet, in an instant, his head restored itself, standing unscathed not far off. "Where am I?" Saitama mused, rising to his feet and brushing off his clothes, glancing around. For some reason, he felt as if his garments had grown heavier upon standing, a sensation that dissipated quickly. Suddenly, he experienced difficulty breathing and instinctively pinched his nose. Initially unaware of the suffocating environment upon his arrival, he now felt the heat enveloping him after Boros was sent flying. If Earthlings were to witness this scene, they would surely be rendered speechless. The surface temperature of Venus reaches a staggering 465 to 475 degrees Celsius, with atmospheric pressure approximately 90 times that of Earth, equivalent to the pressure found 900 meters deep in Earth's oceans. Yet, both Saitama and Boros stood effortlessly, seemingly unfazed by the immense pressure. Saitama, recognizing the anomaly, gazed up at the golden sky and instantaneously expanded his observation, enveloping the entirety of the planet. Is this Venus? How does it feel to be unable to breathe? Not far off, Boros, panting heavily, mockingly observed Saitama while secretly regaining his strength. Having pursued Saitama for so long, his energy reserves were significantly depleted. Listening to Boros' taunt, Saitama furrowed his brow, releasing his grip on his nose. In the midst of Boros' astonishment, he took a deep breath, his expression instantly relaxing. "Ah, I can breathe again." This scene left Boros utterly astonished, yet he quickly came to terms with it. After all, if he could breathe by absorbing any gas, it was plausible that Saitama could do the same. At this moment, Saitama approached Boros, shouting, "Hey, you. Impressive. You've ripped my clothes apart. Shouldn't you provide an explanation, perhaps some form of compensation? And while you're at it, An explanation for the destruction of City A would be appreciated as well. Boros, uninterested in idle chatter, took a deep breath, his figure vanishing in an instant. Reappearing before Saitama, unleashing a flurry of punches that transformed into countless shadows. Boom. In that fleeting moment, as if time had frozen, the thousands of punch shadows imbued with terrifying energy struck Saitama with unyielding force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that rendered the surrounding area into a vacuum, shattering even the dimensional space of Venus. After a brief pause, Boros ceased his assault and coolly remarked, "Since our battle commenced, you have endured countless strikes, accumulating innumerable injuries. At this rate, defeat is inevitable." However, Boros's words faltered in his throat as the dust began to settle, revealing Saitama standing before him, eyes vacant. Contrary to his expectations of Saitama being sent flying, he remained unmoved, with only a few new tears adorning his attire. Before Boros could finish his thought, Saitama delivered a single punch to his face, sending him hurtling away until he collided with a cliff thousands of meters distant. Boros's shattered head reformed, an exhilarated expression blooming on his face. "Indeed, this version of you is worthy of my defeat." Saitama gradually approached, stating, "Your earlier strikes have given me a clearer understanding of your strength. You are undeniably formidable, yet still insufficient." At this, a flicker of anger crossed Boros's face, and he transformed into a streak of light, reappearing before Saitama. Yet, Saitama effortlessly pressed his palm against Boros's head, then leaped and slammed him down into the ground. Boom. A massive crater nearly 100 meters deep formed instantly, but Boros quickly emerged from the pit, spitting blood, his gaze fixed intently on Saitama, brimming with fighting spirit. Once again, Saitama's enthusiasm was rekindled. After all, from the beginning until now, Boros had withstood so many of his blows without any apparent harm. And this was the first time he encountered such a situation since he had become stronger by removing his limiter. "Saitama, I concede that you are indeed extraordinarily powerful, to an almost outrageous extent, but merely this is insufficient for me to concede defeat. You still have a long way to go." With that, Boros's fist surged towards Saitama in an instant, only to be deftly evaded by him. Subsequently, the two transformed into a multitude of afterimages, engaging in a fierce battle that spanned several thousand meters. A pair of densely packed beams of light emerged, weaving through the air, and wherever they passed, a vacuum was left in their wake. Boros's speed was remarkable, creating numerous afterimages as he relentlessly pummeled Saitama. Yet gradually, Boros realized that while Saitama did throw punches, he was primarily focused on defense or evasion, never launching a counterattack. This realization filled Boros with both excitement and a tinge of irritation. In the next moment, Boros's hands came together, channeling a terrifying surge of energy. Meteoric crash. Ultimate move, ordinary punch. The two fists collided, enveloping them in a colossal mushroom cloud and generating tremendous shockwaves. After a brief pause, the two figures separated and stood facing each other. Saitama's cape was reduced to mere shreds, while Boros's arms had been completely shattered. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Boros's severed limbs restored to their original state. "It seems that mere force alone cannot bring you down," Boros mused, gazing at the bald hero before him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. However, the fervor for battle on his face intensified, for he knew that overcoming Saitama would yield a greater sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing Boros's words, Saitama raised an eyebrow. "It appears you still haven't unleashed your full potential, Boros. Perhaps I should take this a bit more seriously." At this, Boros seemed unsurprised, his expression remaining unchanged. Just as he was about to make a move, he noticed Saitama stepping aside and placing his hands on the ground. What is this guy up to? Boros felt a sudden alertness, sensing that Saitama was about to perform a maneuver he himself had once executed. This position seems rather inconvenient. Wait a moment. At that moment, Saitama suddenly extended his hand, then shifted his position and plunged both hands into the ground once more. With the declaration of his ultimate move, serious table flip, the surface of Venus, along with a significant portion of its terrain, was violently uprooted by Saitama. If one were to gaze from the atmosphere of Venus toward its interior, they would witness a segment constituting a quarter of the planet's volume being lifted, breaching the atmosphere before gradually descending back down. Due to the thick layer of sulfuric acid in Venus's atmosphere, which reaches heights of 20 to 30 kilometers, Saitama's actions remained unseen unless one were to break through the atmospheric veil. The segment of the surface that was cast skyward disintegrated into countless fragments due to the immense force exerted by Saitama, with Boros ensnared in the midst of it all. The sheer terror of being capable of uprooting an entire planetary surface was undeniable. However, this tactic, while formidable, was still somewhat inadequate to contend with me, Saitama, Boros mused. With a thunderous roar, Boros unleashed a surge of energy from within, transforming it into a shockwave that obliterated the myriad of stones before him, revealing the vast expanse of the universe beyond. Yet, in the very instant Boros withdrew, a bald figure emerged from behind a colossal stone, with Saitama's silhouette materializing directly behind Boros, his fist raised high. Consecutive normal punches. In a seemingly retaliatory gesture for Boros's prior single-handed assault, Saitama executed his series of punches with only one hand. Nevertheless, 1,000 punches seemed to manifest behind Boros. However, Boros appeared to have anticipated this, evading Saitama's onslaught just before it landed and retaliating with a punch that sent Saitama flying. In the next moment, Boros navigated through the rubble with agility, transforming into a beam of light that swiftly pursued Saitama. He maneuvered frantically between the debris, each strike landing upon Saitama, leaving him in a disorienting whirlwind. If raw strength cannot vanquish you, then I shall employ technique. Saitama furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat vexed, as he locked onto Boros's figure. He swung a fist just as Boros charged at him, but Boros deftly evaded, delivering a kick to Saitama's chin, followed by a torrential barrage of punches. Meteoric destruction rain. Countless fists, imbued with ferocious energy, erupted before Saitama, yet he evaded the explosion of force at the last moment. In response, Boros accelerated his assault, launching a frenzied barrage of strikes, filling the air with thousands of punch shadows, intent on annihilating him. Yet, Saitama seemed to evade each blow with ease, leaving Boros unable to land a hit. Gradually, Boros discerned that alongside his own punches, an array of bizarre bald shadows began to materialize before him, yet despite this, he remained unable to strike the bald figure before him. This scene filled Boros with immense fury, prompting him to roar loudly. Saitama, if you are truly a formidable warrior, do not cower like a coward merely dodging. Strike me. Show your worth. In the next instant, a searing energy erupted from within Boros, enveloping Saitama in its embrace, forming a colossal wave of light that soared beyond the sun and surged into the depths of the cosmos. However, at the moment the energy gushed forth from Boros, Saitama had already appeared behind him, raising both hands, unleashing a barrage of ordinary punches. Once again, it was a flurry of ordinary punches, but unlike before. Saitama utilized both hands this time, amplifying the power and extending the range. Countless punch shadows descended upon Boros, sending him reeling backward with each strike. It is indeed due to Saitama's control over his strength that he refrains from causing undue damage to his opponent. After all, should his attire become tattered, he would demand compensation from Boros, while simultaneously seeking an explanation for the devastation wrought upon City A, ultimately accepting the consequences of his actions. Otherwise, Boros would have been reduced to countless fragments long ago. Once Saitama propelled Boros beyond the confines of the upheaved terrain, he delivered a singular, forceful punch to Boros's face, sending him hurtling across billions of miles, ultimately crashing onto Mercury and leaving behind a scar several thousand meters long before coming to a halt. Gasping for breath, Boros lay on the ground, eventually spitting out a mouthful of blood as he slowly regained his footing. Though his fighting spirit soared, he was utterly exhausted. This form accelerates the flow of energy within me, awakening latent potential and allowing for a considerable leap in combat capability, yet it is immensely taxing on my stamina. If this continues for too long, it could even deplete my very life force. Despite having lived for centuries without a hint of aging, how much time do I truly have left? This technique was originally developed to swiftly vanquish adversaries, a divine art of our lineage. However, the duration of this engagement has extended far beyond my expectations, and if I persist in this manner, my vitality will inevitably falter. At this moment, Boros suddenly recalled a legend of his race, which spoke of an ultimate form. This form, transcending even the explosive might of a meteor, was said to be immensely powerful. It was rumored that someone from Boros' lineage had once attained this form, vanquishing the gods of the universe. Even the legendary supreme deities proved no match. Consequently, Boros' clan reigned supreme over the cosmos for millennia. However, to achieve that form now was not feasible. The time had not yet come. The energy within me is insufficient to ascend to that state. I must reach the stars, for once I attain that form, I shall surely defeat him. At this moment, Saitama gracefully descended from the sky, landing not far from Boros. He was drawing closer to the sun, feeling the rising warmth. Glancing up at the sun, Saitama murmured softly, his gaze shifting to Boros, whose expression remained tranquil, lost in contemplation. Are you still intent on fighting, Boros? Saitama's earlier excitement had dissipated. He acknowledged Boros's formidable strength. Yet it was merely that, nothing more. Perhaps with a little time, Boros could approach Saitama's level, allowing him to experience the thrill of battle. This was one reason Saitama refrained from ending his life immediately. After all, for the strong, the greatest solitude in the world is to be invincible. In Boros, Saitama glimpsed a faint reflection of his own ascent to power. In a realm where one stands unrivaled, the absence of worthy opponents breeds a profound melancholy. At present, Saitama's interest in Boros had waned significantly. It was merely a mutual recognition between equals. Not wishing to kill him did not equate to an unwillingness to do so. Meanwhile, Boros was panting, secretly regaining his strength. The distance to the sun, this celestial star, was now quite close. The searing heat seemed capable of melting the very fabric of the universe. Yet, it bore no effect on either Saitama or Boros. In fact, Boros was subtly absorbing the energy from the solar winds, replenishing the energy and stamina he had expended. For Boros, such a terrifying locale as a star was hardly daunting. Even beings like Goryu and Shipple could linger near a star, albeit unable to venture too close. Boros, however, could withstand the depths of a star without harm. In fact, the extreme temperatures served as an excellent source of energy for him. When the Sun People had lured him to the star in an attempt to slay him, it had backfired, resulting in Boros delivering a devastating blow fueled by the star's energy. At that time, he had not even entered his meteor burst state. Now, he was far beyond that. Moments later, Boros was once again brimming with terrifying energy. The stamina and injuries incurred from the battle had fully restored. He straightened his posture, standing opposite Saitama. Saitama, noticing Boros's transformation, scrutinized him closely and was astonished to find that all of Boros's wounds had healed completely. This revelation astonished Saitama, for he was unaware that the stars were the domain of Boros. You are incredibly powerful, perhaps even surpassing the Dominator, evolving into the legendary Supreme God. Upon hearing this, Saitama paused momentarily. The pig god? Isn't that an S-class hero? Why aspire to be him? And what is this Dominator? Does it refer to a piglet? Despite his inner confusion, Saitama soon dismissed the thought, redirecting his focus to the one-eyed creature before him. You are not my match, Boros. In response to Saitama's calm declaration, Boros remarked coldly, I concede, you are formidable, instilling in me a sense of despair. Yet, how could I relinquish this opportunity? As he spoke, Boros gradually accelerated, his aura climbing ever higher, seemingly shattering invisible shackles within him, a terrifying presence causing Mercury to tremble. As Boros approached, Saitama faintly discerned a resonating energy, as if colliding with something. Moments later, the sound of shattering glass reached Saitama's ears, as though an unseen constraint had been broken. In the next instant, Boros's aura surged violently, an apocalyptic force erupting forth. His figure transformed into a pink radiance, hurtling towards Saitama at a velocity that surpassed light, as if time itself had been imprisoned. The aftermath of Boros's charge fractured the surrounding dimensional space, unleashing a tempest of spatial storms. For this man, I shall give my all, even in death. I shall have no regrets. Kill. In the blink of an eye, Boros appeared beside Saitama, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Countless pink beams encircled Saitama, coalescing into a colossal sphere of light several hundred meters in diameter. Under the weight of this harrowing aftermath, Saitama's shirt was scorched, revealing patches of skin, while his cape had long since vanished. Despite this, Saitama remained unharmed, merely feeling a sensation akin to a mosquito bite, irritating yet faintly painful, no more than an ant sting. Then, Saitama's demeanor shifted dramatically. The visage of the slacker transformed into one of sharp resolve. A resounding explosion reverberated, and in that instant, time seemed to halt, obliterating the sphere of light enveloping Saitama. Boros was struck squarely in the chest by Saitama's fist, causing him to expel a torrent of blood and be propelled into the air, barely stabilizing himself with his energy. Ignoring the searing agony in his chest, Boros fixed his gaze on Saitama, a grotesque smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, Indeed, Saitama, it is this version of you that is worthy of my defeat. In the next heartbeat, Saitama's form transcended the bounds of space, appearing instantaneously before Boros, unleashing a rapid succession of punches, ordinary yet relentless. The attack, imbued with a hint of murderous intent from Saitama, shattered Boros's body, scattering flesh and blood. Yet, in the next moment, Boros's form reassembled in the air, gradually coalescing. As a tempest of energy surged forth, the terrifying shockwave causing Mercury to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. You shall be the one to be defeated by me. With Boros's thunderous roar echoing through the galaxy, countless souls on Earth gazed skyward, bewildered by the source of the voice. Lord Boros, Goryuganshuf and Melyagazaru, engaged in combat with Tornado and others, abruptly looked up, their expressions filled with dread. Ah, just mind your own business, great octopus. In the next instant, a colossal ice phoenix, formed of glacial energy, froze all in its vicinity and charged toward Goryuganshuf. Ice block, blazing rooster. Within this tumult, Saitama was astonished to observe that as Boros ascended into the sky, a torrent of searing energy from the distant sun transformed into a fire-yellow, translucent aura, encircling Boros and merging with his being. I shall unleash all my power to obliterate you and your distant homeland. With Boros's furious declaration, the world seemed to dim, and in the blink of an eye, a pillar of frenzied energy emanated an aura of cataclysm, tearing through the void and surging towards Saitama. Star-crushing roar cannon. Although this strike is not Boros's ultimate technique, and even in the meteor burst state, it is merely a minor move. However, this blow, which unleashes latent potential within, can significantly amplify its power by absorbing the energy of stars. At this moment, Boros is situated not far from a star, drawing upon unparalleled energy, which greatly enhances the potency of the collapsing star roaring cannon, making it his most formidable attack. Boros has previously obliterated 3 colossal planets with this technique without the aid of stellar energy. Under the current circumstances, the residual waves alone could annihilate both space and planets. Even a half-step Dominator would be reduced to ashes merely by approaching the searing heat. This attack not only targets Saitama, but also aims directly at the Earth in the vicinity. This move is something Saitama cannot evade. Gazing at Boros in the sky, Saitama's expression turned steely, and he raised his fist, beginning to gather energy. Well, I shall take this seriously. With that declaration, Saitama confronted the colossal energy wave capable of engulfing the entire Earth and unleashed his punch. Ultimate move. Serious punch. Boom. As Saitama's fist struck, Boros's energy was instantaneously extinguished, and the force of Saitama's blow sent Boros hurtling away, the residual shockwave sweeping across the surface of the sun and inciting a tempestuous reaction. From Saitama's perspective, the countless brilliant galaxies above the sun were utterly extinguished, transforming into an expanse of darkness. Since Boros was positioned above the sun, this punch did not impact the sun itself. Otherwise, even a star would have been snuffed out, reduced to mere cosmic dust. Boros's body was shattered, leaving only his head intact as it plummeted toward the sun. However, Saitama remained oblivious to the subtle change occurring in Boros's form. As Boros's remnants were a mere 10 meters from the sun's surface, he suddenly halted. Countless fiery solar winds enveloped him, converting into searing energy that surged into Boros's being, mending the core that Saitama had shattered. Moments later, Boros's form began to gradually restore, and his enormous eye vanished, replaced by 2 eyes formed from the solar energy that had repaired his body. Had Saitama been present, he would have been astonished to find that, aside from Boros's body being entirely white from the meteor explosion, he bore no resemblance to anything other than a human. In the vast cosmos, there exists a legend. The ultimate evolution of countless beings culminates in human forms. The universe is boundless, teeming with diverse life forms, numbering in the billions and beyond measure. Among these myriad worlds, Earth is not the sole planet harboring humanity. On those worlds inhabited by human-like beings, there are places where humans metamorphose into monsters, much like on Earth. Such transformations occur on numerous planets, where many individuals, in their quest for strength, have become bizarre and extraordinary beings. However, the races such as Boros, Goryuganshuf, and Melyagazaru, which are inherently peculiar in appearance, differ from others. As their power intensifies, their forms gradually evolve towards a more human-like visage. A renowned scientist, whose name resounds throughout the cosmos, once concluded that perhaps those races endowed with innate strength, like Boros, undergo continuous evolution alongside their growing power. The ultimate destination of their evolution is the human form, which has evolved from primates. To achieve such a transformation, one must at least attain dominion. In contrast, Boros stands at a pinnacle of strength, currently in a state of meteor shower, having reached the apex of dominion. In the instant he absorbs solar energy, Boros's latent potential is unleashed, propelling him even towards the threshold of demigodhood. Now, Boros begins to transition into the legendary form spoken of within his race. This form is exceedingly perilous. It demands an immense amount of energy and necessitates a complete rebirth. A failure in this transformation would lead to nothingness, as the success rate hovers below 2%. Despite Boros's body gradually recuperating, it is fraught with danger. One misstep could result in utter annihilation. I must succeed. At this moment, an intangible cry echoed within Boros's heart. I must prevail and vanquish that man. I have tasted defeat once. Next time, I shall overcome him. Therefore, I absolutely cannot fail. An inaudible roar of determination surged from within Boros, as his entire being was enveloped in golden light, fully entering the process of rebirth. In the twilight of the gods, on Mercury, Saitama, clad in tattered hero garb, lifted his gaze towards the sun, lost in thought. Has it come to an end? Suddenly, Saitama heard an intangible whisper resonate in his ears. Upon hearing this sound, Saitama furrowed his brow, straining to discern the message, yet the words remained elusive. He did not depart immediately, but instead stood still, opening his senses to capture the source of the sound. After approximately half an hour, having found nothing, Saitama looked up at the sun once more. Could it be? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Saitama, standing there quietly, observing him. Saitama sensed something amiss and turned to gaze at the indistinct silhouette. Was it you who made that vague sound? Upon hearing Saitama's words, the figure slowly approached him, step by step. As the figure drew nearer, Saitama finally discerned what was being said. For nearly half an hour, the figure had spoken at length, but Saitama had struggled to understand. Now, he finally grasped the first words uttered. Final form, Twilight of the Gods. Hearing the individual mumble something from the legends of his clan, Saitama felt a sense of bewilderment. Yet that somewhat familiar voice was unmistakably recognized. Is it Boros? As the figure came closer, Saitama was finally able to see the person's appearance. Yet, the sight left him momentarily stunned. Rubbing his eyes, he looked more closely. The newcomer was entirely bare, their body a stark white adorned with streaks, blue energy coursing through them. It was evident that this alabaster figure was indeed Boros, but what astonished Saitama was that the face bore human features. You are Boros? The Boros before him silently regarded Saitama, offering no response, merely observing him with an indifferent expression, stating, I have already lost. Saitama was taken aback by Boros's words, exclaiming, Is it truly you? Even after losing all your energy and plummeting into the sun, you're still alive? You are indeed formidable. Boros paused, momentarily taken aback by Saitama's remark, and after a brief silence, he began to chuckle inexplicably. Ha. Saitama, observing Boros's inexplicable laughter, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. A peculiar thought surfacing in his mind. Could it be that I knocked his brain loose with that punch? Wouldn't he expect me to cover his medical expenses? Would he? Boros, unaware of Saitama's strange musings, remained indifferent. He continued to laugh heartily, even to the point of shedding tears. After a few minutes, Boros's laughter gradually subsided, his gaze shifting to Saitama's expression of nonchalance. Was this battle truly a contest of equals? Boros's tone was light, yet to Saitama, it carried a hint of sentiment, a touch of regret, and an undercurrent of melancholy. Saitama's expression slowly settled into calmness as he experienced some strange emotions. Gazing up at the vast expanse of stars in the night sky, Saitama remained silent for a long while before softly murmuring, Indeed. Upon receiving Saitama's affirmation, a flicker of joy did not grace Boros's face. Instead, it gradually dimmed. With a bitter smile, Boros sighed, his voice tinged with nostalgia as he gazed deeply into Saitama's eyes, stating, You deceive yourself. You still possess your strength. I cannot possibly contend with you. This is not even a battle, it's a complete rout. Saitama fell silent, unsure of how to respond to the galactic conqueror's melancholy words. With a dry chuckle, Boros redirected his gaze to the endless sky and mused, Prophecies are indeed unreliable. You are far too powerful. Boros's voice resonated with regret, reluctance, yet also immense satisfaction. Content to have found a being far surpassing his own might, grateful to confirm he was not the strongest in the universe, and elated to have newfound motivation to grow stronger with a long-term goal in sight. It is time for me to depart. Upon hearing this, Saitama furrowed his brow and looked towards Boros, only to witness an overwhelming white light enveloping him, rendering him increasingly ethereal. Boros, are you all right? At Saitama's inquiry, Boros smiled, casting a deep gaze at him, and replied, I am currently undergoing a process of rebirth. Saitama was momentarily taken aback. Rebirth? What is that? Boros spoke enigmatically. Rebirth. a near-death experience. Once I transcend this, I shall become unprecedentedly powerful. Yet, during this process, the probability of death is far greater. And it can be said that my chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Suddenly, Boros fixed his gaze upon Saitama, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. I shall not perish. I have yet to defeat a formidable opponent like you. I have yet to experience a truly exhilarating battle. How could I simply die like this? Saitama. Boros's voice surged with exhilaration as he shouted, and though this form, forged from energy, was on the brink of dissolution, it still emanated a cataclysmic aura that engulfed the entirety of Mercury. When I am reborn, I will stand before you in earnest, and that shall be your demise. In response to Boros's fervent declaration, a smile of anticipation graced Saitama's sharply defined features, subtly revealing a glimmer of his own battle spirit. I await you. As Saitama accepted the challenge, Boros stood proudly, his energy manifestation gradually transforming into countless white luminescent specks, dissipating into the atmosphere. In the distance, Boros's entirely white form was enveloped by the sun's boundless energy, slowly sinking into its depths, vanishing completely. Saitama silently observed the dissolution of Boros's body, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his face. In the next moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, that guy still hasn't compensated me for my clothes. And what about the matters in City A? Never mind." Shortly thereafter, Saitama found himself indifferent to all, and without hesitation, he leaped in the direction of Earth. On Earth, the dark matter thieves were teetering on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of Earth's mighty warriors. The combatants and destroyers had all perished, leaving only Goryaganshapur and Melyagasalu, whose powers had significantly surged due to their armor, desperately holding on. However, they were steadily retreating under the combined onslaught of Tornado, Bang, Atomic Samurai, Katakuraco, Air Force General Blue Eagle, and Navy Admiral Akiji. Even Goryaganshapur, a seasoned semi-dominant figure with peak attack damage, had sustained grievous injuries. Had it not been for the 5 life cores he had modified for Melyagasalu, the destruction of just one would only diminish Melyagasalu's recovery capabilities. The loss of all 5 would have rendered him entirely incapable of recuperation. Otherwise, Melyagasalu, having been shattered numerous times, would likely have met his demise long ago. Of course, the human side was not unscathed. Tornado, having braved Goryaganshapur's psychic force, suffered a blow to her brain, temporarily losing her telekinetic abilities, and soon fell grievously wounded. Akiji and Blue Eagle noticed Katakuraco, who was merely skimming along, but chose to disregard him, focusing their attacks on the 2 formidable foes before them. While Bang and his allies also sustained varying degrees of injury. On the spacecraft, the Death Surgeon, Drive Knight, and Air Force Headquarters General Changa, along with the Air Force Headquarters General Candidate Jade Rabbit, were engaged in cleansing the entire vessel. The annihilation of the dark matter thieves was merely a matter of time. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as a tremendous pressure emanated from the upper part of the spaceship, causing the hull to tilt precariously. What was happening? The condition of the spacecraft left everyone perplexed, yet seeing no further movement, they resumed their assault on the enemies ahead. Suddenly, seizing the moment while repelling Akiji and others, Goryaganshapur soared into the air and fled. Melyagasalu, having also repelled Bang and his companions, swiftly made his escape into the distance. Don't think you can escape. Tornado, despite her severe brain injury, strained to use her psychic powers to detain Goryaganshapur, but the backlash from her injury caused her to violently cough up blood, falling into a heavy unconsciousness. Upon witnessing this, Blue Eagle had no choice but to abandon the pursuit and return to tend to Tornado. Meanwhile, Bang and his allies rushed forward to intercept Melyagasalu, only to have him activate a spatial tunnel and slip away, leaving them with no choice but to concede. Thus, humanity emerged victorious in the battle against the dark matter thieves. However, the toll was steep, with many sustaining injuries. Among them, Blue Eagle, Akiji, and Katakuraco emerged unscathed. Aside from slightly soiled clothing, Genos had lost some of his body parts. Bang, Atomic Samurai, and Metal Bat suffered injuries due to Goryaganshapur's attacks. And the likes of Police Dog Man, Tornado, Zombie Man, Vestige Lord, Sexy Prisoner, and Pig God were gravely wounded. The battle has drawn to a close. The sudden tilt of the spaceship was, of course, the result of Saitama's overwhelming power. In a fit of exertion, he inadvertently breached the vessel's interior, damaging its gravitational core and causing it to plummet. Meanwhile, Saitama himself found himself lost. A month has passed since the incursion of the dark matter thieves. and the city of A remains a desolate ruin, with only the Hero Association's headquarters and the military division of the A city government standing, albeit severely damaged. Within the Hero Association, the vestment sage was engaged in deep squats while hoisting a 5-ton dumbbell, a red banner draped above him emblazoned with the words, "Defeat telekinesis." Around him, a multitude of members from the Vestment Association observed in awe, murmuring amongst themselves. Ever since his recovery, the sage had thrown himself into rigorous training. Why? One might ask. It was rumored that a month prior, during the alien invasion, he had been mocked by tornado and subsequently injured by a formidable blue octopus wielding telekinesis. Was this relentless training a response to such humiliation? What other recourse did he have? The blow to his pride was monumental. The sage, engrossed in his exertions, paid no heed to the chatter of his subordinates, his mind echoing with Tornado's taunts. I must defeat that scoundrel. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the air, akin to a meteorite striking the earth, sending tremors through the ruins of a city. The vestment sage sensed the disturbance, set down his weights, and, after a brief exchange with Saijin Gao, charged forth with his followers. What is that? As they burst forth from the headquarters, the sage and his companions felt their hearts race. A colossal mechanical beast, towering into the clouds, was advancing towards them, its sights seemingly set on the Hero Association's headquarters. Follow me. Though taken aback, the sage felt no fear. He bellowed and dashed forward, his comrades trailing closely behind. The monstrous machine appeared to move slowly. Yet each stride spanned hundreds of meters, and it swiftly approached the Hero Association's edifice. Then, from the beast's underbelly, a swarm of small aircraft emerged, hurtling downward. Another alien invasion? The sage shouted, bracing himself against one of the beast's legs, channeling all his strength to restrain it. Remarkably, his immense force prevented the creature from advancing. Meanwhile, his subordinates busied themselves with some of the aircraft collecting debris from the ruins of a city. What are you doing, vestment sage? A voice resonated from the mechanical beast, causing the sage to freeze momentarily, struck by astonishment. Is that you, Metal Knight? In a narrow alleyway at B City, a B-class hero from the Hero Association, a member of the Vestment Society known as the Vestment Vegetarian, was engaged in battle with an adversary. Among the many members of the Vestment Association, he was one of the few who had not ventured to the headquarters. Following the Dark Matter Thieves' invasion, the Hero Association's reputation had significantly declined, losing favor among the public, with even the world government sending representatives to the association. This has prompted the nefarious individuals of the Asian continent to test the limits of the Hero Association, engaging in numerous criminal acts. Today alone, the vest-wearing vegetarian has apprehended several bounty criminals. Yet now, he finds himself facing a formidable adversary, a person of immense strength. The vest-wearing vegetarian's assaults seem utterly ineffective against this individual. Every strike is either deftly evaded or effortlessly caught. He simply cannot prevail against this man. It must come to an end. At this moment, the man appeared disinterested, transforming his hand into a weapon and striking the vest-clad vegetarian, leaving him severely injured. As a hero, you are truly feeble, vest-wearing vegetarian. If you seek vengeance, summon an A-class hero from the Vest Association to confront me. Clad in a black bodysuit and white trousers, the man exuded an elegance and coordination that stood in stark contrast to the muscular and robust members of the Vest Association. Strangely, his hairstyle resembled a white conical structure, split down the middle, yet it was not a traditional undercut. Observing the fallen vegetarian, he flashed a wicked smile before casually slipping his hands into his pockets and turning away. Remember my name. I am the hero hunter, the starving wolf. On a hillside in the suburbs of D City, a man with an orange hat sat bare-chested upon a large stone, gazing toward the red earth of the continent. Lost in thought. What should I do now? He was Porteas D. Ace, a formidable pirate who once roamed the Grand Line, the captain of the Spade Pirates, and a user of the Maramara Nomi, a nature-type devil fruit. Initially entering the New World with a bounty of 352 million yen, Ace progressively honed his strength. 2 years into his New World journey, Ace demonstrated overwhelming power by defeating 3 fellow supernovas. 5 months later, he engaged in a fierce 5-day battle against Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, ending in a stalemate. A month later, Ace vanquished one of Big Mom as 4 commanders, Snack, and narrowly escaped from the encirclement of the Big Mom pirates, led by Smoothie, Daifuku, and Zeus, inflicting considerable damage on Daifuku in the process. Following these events, Ace's bounty soared to 500 million yen, and the name Fire Fist Ace resonated throughout the New World. In the original text, Ace was only depicted with Conqueror's Haki and a Fruit Awakening, but at that time, the hockey system was not fully developed. Ace already possessed the power of a captain under Whitebeard. Thus, in this narrative, Ace wields both armament and observation hockey, and his strength surpasses that of the original depiction. In the original text, the strength of Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders was relatively equal, with Marco, Vista, and Joza being only slightly stronger. In the third year of his New World venture, Ace encountered a naval fleet while en route to Crocodile's headquarters in Las Vegas, led by the elite Marine Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Akiji. Consequently, Ace was apprehended by Garp. Later, during an artillery assault by the Dark Matter thieves, the A-City Government Military Division suffered significant damage, including the prison where Ace was incarcerated. Most inmates perished in that bombardment. Although Ace was shackled with seastone handcuffs, he seized the opportunity to break free from his cell when it collapsed, escaping, though he remained wounded as he had yet to free himself from the seastone restraints. Subsequently, Ace fled to D-City, leveraging his strength to raid a gang's treasury, procuring bandages and medicine for his injuries. He managed to free himself from the seastone cuffs during a life-threatening battle. Thus, even if the government dispatched a vice admiral to capture him, he felt no fear. However, he knew he could never return to the Grand Line. Garp's earlier words, which he outwardly dismissed, were met with a silent belief that Luffy and the others were safe under Garp's protection. Yet, he remained unaware of their whereabouts, suspecting they were unlikely to be on the Asian continent. Staring into the distance, Ace recalled the vow he made before Luffy and Sabo: "I shall become a pirate, achieving victory after victory, attaining unparalleled glory. That is my sole testament to existence. Even if the entire world rejects my being, I shall become the greatest pirate, the mightiest entity. I will make them take notice. I will not shy away from anyone. I shall not be defeated by anyone, even if I become synonymous with terror. So be it. I will ensure my name reverberates throughout the world." "How are you faring now, Luffy?" Ace pondered, gazing toward the Grand Line, conjuring an image of his mischievous brother, whispering softly as if Luffy were right before him. Once, the two brothers vowed to become pirates. You should understand, as pirates, we each have our own adventures and lives. I have been captured by that old man, and now I am destined never to become the Pirate King. Therefore, this title is yours to claim. At this juncture, a determined light shone in Ace's eyes. There are more people on the Asian continent. My name will spread more swiftly. From this point onward, my reputation will echo throughout the world. Even if the world does not acknowledge me, what of it? I shall become the mightiest being, making the entire world tremble. Then, I shall return to the Grand Line to aid you in your quest for kingship." With this thought, Ace envisioned Garp's figure and the sorrow in his eyes during their conversation outside the prison. This caused a shadow of melancholy to flicker in Ace's eyes. Yet he quickly regained his resolve. "No one can thwart me, not even the world government. Old man, I apologize, but I shall become the absolute evil that makes the world tremble." With the assistance of the Metal Knight, the headquarters of the Hero Association expanded further, and the city of A was rebuilt around it. As the number of monsters increased, the Metal Knight established rapid transit routes from the Hero Association headquarters to an additional 25 cities, enabling swift support from S-Class heroes. Despite the expansion of the Hero Association, it faced a significant crisis. The intrusion of the Dark Matter thieves, combined with the numerous disgraceful actions taken by the association, severely tarnished its reputation among the populace. Even the world government could no longer tolerate this situation and dispatched specialists to the Hero Association, demanding internal cleansing and reform. After all, the establishment of the Hero Association was largely backed by the world government, and as its largest shareholder, any damage to the association's reputation would inevitably reflect upon the government itself. It is worth noting that the world government, after vanquishing the Rocks pirates, barely held sway over the East Sea, South Sea, in the first half of the Grand Line, while struggling to gain control over the North Sea and West Sea, unable even to manage the New World. Now, with such a tragedy erupting in the Asian continent, and the city of A laid to waste, how could the world government remain at ease? Thus, while issuing a public apology to the people, the government sent Admiral Akainu and numerous government troops to the Hero Association headquarters, ordering reforms. The choice of Akainu was not without reason. His infamous ruthlessness made him a fitting envoy for the government's demands. Furthermore, sending Akainu also served as a means of intimidation towards the Hero Association. At the headquarters, the boardroom was ablaze with heated discussions. "I refuse. Complying with the government's demands will cost us dearly. How can we possibly agree to such terms? Their demands are excessive. Indeed, should we acquiesce, we would stand to lose all our profits. What future would the Hero Association have then? You self-serving traitors, only concerned with your own interests. The world government is the largest shareholder and can dissolve the Hero Association at any moment. So what? We could simply establish our own Hero Association. There is no way we would agree to the world government's terms. Aren't you afraid of being captured by the government? Ultimately, the Hero Association convened all S-class heroes at their headquarters to deliberate on the world government's demands. However, this time, attendance was sparse. Explosive, Metal Knight, Devil Modifications, Desert Star, and King were absent, each with their own reasons. Explosive and Metal Knight were unreachable. Desert Star appeared to be dealing with a dragon-level monster. And King was preoccupied with a killing spree, which was merely a game. Thus, a group of S-class heroes gathered at the association's headquarters. Metal Bat grumbled in dissatisfaction. What now? Is it another alien invasion? The sexy prisoner glanced around and quietly positioned himself behind Vestige, attempting to curry favor. Tornado, however, was direct. Upon seeing Psychic, she immediately inquired about the situation. Soon, under the guidance of Sagan and Psychic, the S-class heroes encountered the government troops present at the Hero Association and grasped the unfolding events. Among the crucial reform proposals for heroes was that C-class heroes must be capable of independently confronting wolf-level monsters. B-class heroes must be able to face tiger-level monsters alone and swiftly eliminate wolf-level monsters. A-class heroes must confront ghost-level monsters independently and easily dispatch wolf and tiger-level monsters. And S-class heroes must stand ready to face or even slay dragon-level monsters. Upon hearing the reform proposals mandated by the world government, the heroes had mixed reactions. Vestige and the sexy prisoner furrowed their brows. After all, one had faltered against the deep-sea king, while the other had once been severely wounded by a destroyer, both lacking the strength to confront dragon-level monsters. Meanwhile, Pig God continued to munch on pizza, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Heroes like Bang and Atomic Samurai, who could handle dragon-level monsters, had no objections. Tornado, however, was incensed. Is this a trivial matter worthy of our notification? This is merely a waste of my time. Hearing Tornado's words, Akainu cast a cold glance in her direction, ignoring her as he discreetly activated his observation hockey, searching for Katakuri's whereabouts. Damn pirates! How could they not be here? Not finding Katakuri, Akainu snorted disdainfully and turned his gaze threateningly towards the sexy prisoner, locking his stare on him for several minutes, causing the sexy prisoner to imagine dire fates in his mind. If you become a true criminal, I shall personally end your life. It should be noted that the sexy prisoner entered the stinky prison not due to crime, but because infringing upon men is considered illegal. Thus he willingly entered the prison, where such actions would not be punished by law. With a cold huff, Akainu addressed Sagan, stating indifferently, the government's reform demands for the Hero Association have been made public. You are to promptly initiate reforms within the association. I still have to clean up the filth upon the seas. Sagan, upon hearing this, could only manage a wry smile, realizing the futility of resistance. After all, after such a lengthy delay, the government had issued an ultimatum: either you reform, or the government will assist you in reforming. Before the Hero Association could even reach a decision, Akainu had already apprehended those shareholders guilty of corruption, dragging out over 100 individuals without giving them a chance to resist. It was evident that the world government had conducted thorough investigations and was well prepared. The government had all but taken control of the Hero Association, had their focus not been primarily on the New World, North Sea, and West Sea. The Hero Association would undoubtedly have fallen entirely under the government's dominion. Sagan and the others had no power to refuse and could only acquiesce to the government's decisions, promptly announcing the contents of the reforms. However, after the announcement, some gazes turned towards Akainu. Metal Bat was the first to step forward, raising an eyebrow as he addressed Akainu. You are Admiral Akainu of the Navy, are you not? Akainu coldly regarded him, his expression devoid of interest. And who are you? Metal Bat positioned his iron bat across his chest and pointed at Akainu. S-class hero of the Hero Association, Metal Bat. I've heard that your navy constantly battles formidable pirates in the Grand Line. I feel a bit restless. Do you dare to spar with me? Spar? Hearing Metal Bat's challenge, Akainu regarded him with indifference, a look of disdain upon his face. Do you fools think that merely possessing some strength qualifies you to challenge me? Ridiculous. There are countless like you in the Grand Line, yet tragically, they all met their demise. Those wretched scum deserve to pay the price in blood. As he spoke, Akainu coldly declared, engaging with you would merely squander my valuable time dealing with criminals. You wretch, do you wish to meet your demise? Upon hearing Akainu's disdainful tone, The already irate metal bat erupted with fury, raising his iron rod to strike, only to be intercepted by Banku. Ignoring the furious metal bat, Akainu surveyed all the heroes present, sensing a multitude of formidable fighting spirits. He then indifferently stated, "Those who wish to challenge me, step forward. I have no time for delays." With that, Akainu disregarded the crowd and strode towards the exit. He had resolved to teach these ignorant fools a lesson, otherwise their arrogance, bolstered by a modicum of strength, would inevitably lead them to become criminals. In confronting wrongdoers, he spared no mercy, regardless of any past contributions they may have made to the world. However, the Navy had only just begun to grasp control over the Grand Line. And after the fall of the Rocks pirates, they still faced the looming threat of the Five Emperors. It was best for the Asian continent to maintain a semblance of stability. Akainu, shaped by his tumultuous upbringing, harbored a profound loathing for all criminals, establishing an unwavering code of absolute justice, wishing to eradicate every criminal from existence. Yet, conversely, one cannot ascend to the rank of admiral without possessing cunning. The outer perimeter of the Hero Association headquarters lay in a vast desolate expanse, followed by the A-City district, reconstructed by the world government. Standing there, Akainu observed the rows of government troops poised several thousand meters away, his gaze coldly fixed on a group of S-rank heroes before him. "Those who wish to challenge me, make haste. I do not have time to indulge you," he bellowed. As soon as the words left his lips, the metal bat shouted angrily and charged forward, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful strike. Akainu, unfazed, cast a glance at him, his right hand enveloped in haki. And just as the iron rod was about to descend upon him, he delivered a decisive punch to the bat's face, sending him flying. "Curse it!" the metal bat exclaimed, tumbling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite his anger, he was acutely aware of Akainu's formidable prowess. Akainu scanned the arena, his voice cold and commanding, "All of you, come at me together. Let me witness your skills." At this moment, the alloy black light stepped forward, a confident smile gracing his face as he raised his fist, declaring, "A Navy admiral. Is it? Indeed, there is some skill involved. Defeating you shall serve as proof of my possession of the strongest muscles in the world." The atomic samurai and the vestige of honor silently emerged, expressing their stance. The child emperor, the death surgeon, and zombie man stood nearby engaged in conversation, evidently lacking any intention to intervene. The pig god languidly munched on pizza from a distance, while the sensual prisoner approached the child emperor from behind. The drive knight also emerged, his hands transforming into blades. As the operator behind him mused, all three admirals of the Navy are users of natural-type devil fruit abilities. Perhaps this is a prime opportunity to study their blood and genes, to devise a method to withstand seawater-S effects. Fang, with his hands clasped behind him, ambled towards the city center, calmly stating, "This matter belongs to you young ones. The old man shall refrain from involvement." Tornado, enveloped in a green glow, floated into the air, challenging, "Let me see what makes the Navy admiral so impressive." "Very well." Akainu surveyed the assembled crowd, his eyes narrowing as he scoffed. "A ragtag bunch." Before he could finish his sentence, a golden light sliced through the air, and Flashing Fleece appeared behind him, wielding a longsword, the swift kill blade, Shun Kamaru. Easily dismissed, Flashing Fleece elegantly sheathed the Shun Kamaru, turning around with an air of indifference, only to be momentarily stunned. Contrary to his expectations of a blood-splattered scene, he observed that the area where Akainu had been struck was spewing magma, its intense heat washing over him. The speed was impressive, yet it lacked the necessary finesse. Akainu turned, regarding Flashing Fleece with a cold gaze. To Fleece's astonishment, the wound inflicted had healed instantaneously, leaving his clothing intact. "Flashing Fleece, as a ninja, you have committed numerous transgressions, haven't you?" As the words fell, Akainu's right hand, shrouded in magma, surged forward with a punch, yet Flashing Fleece leapt skyward to evade. Before Akainu could retract his fist, a metal baseball bat struck the back of his head, cleaving him in two, followed by a flurry of blows that reduced him to a puddle of magma. "How about that, you scoundrel?" Yet, in the next moment, Akainu's form reconstituted, enveloped in magma, as he retaliated with a punch aimed at the baseball bat's chest. Hellhound. The bat, taken aback, instinctively raised its iron rod in defense, but still found itself sent flying, suffering burns all over. "How scorching. Damn you, Red Dog." The baseball bat roared, only to be met with a punch devoid of magma, striking him on the head, rendering him unconscious. However, in the following instant, Tornado utilized telekinesis to restrain Akainu, yet he still managed to move, albeit at a reduced pace. You environmental menace. The colossal black figure of alloy black light appeared beside Akainu, his fists retracted before he unleashed alloy rocket cannon. Simultaneously, the silhouette of the Drive Knight appeared behind Akainu, his arms transforming into dual blades. In response, Akainu, fully enveloped in magma, met alloy black light's fist with his own, causing the magma to spread in all directions. Exploding volcano. With a furious roar, countless streams of magma erupted outward, the searing heat instantaneously forcing the Drive Knight back, while alloy black light's hands and feet were engulfed in magma, compelling him to retract his fist in agony. Damn. It's scorching. How could this happen? I've emerged unscathed from flames before. How could I be burned now? It appears your spirit is rather fragile, Akainu remarked, raising his magma-covered hand to confront him, delivering a powerful palm strike to alloy black light's chest, sending him flying. How dare you disregard me? Tornado, witnessing this from above, glared at Akainu in fury, then summoned nearby debris with her telekinesis, declaring, Hellstorm. Hearing her, Akainu turned, his eyes glowing red, as the magma in his hand coalesced into a colossal fist, striking back with Inferno Fist. The fiery magma fist collided with the Hellstorm, producing scorching shockwaves that surged outward. Yet in the next instant, Tornado spat blood, her control over the Hellstorm significantly weakened. The cerebral damage inflicted by Garu had yet to fully heal. Seizing the moment, Akainu unleashed a tremendous force, the magma blasting through the tornado, shattering her protective barrier and sending her careening through the air. Flashing slash. Atomic slash. In that fleeting moment, the atomic samurai and flashing fleece appeared behind Akainu, their blades leaving numerous gashes on his form. I have no time to play with you. Upon hearing this, the atomic samurai and flashing fleece were astounded to find their swords had been melted by the magma, leaving only fragments attached to the hilts. Akainu's magma-laden fist loomed larger in their sight. Akainu departed, leaving with an air of nonchalance, while the S-class heroes possessed formidable strength, barring alloy blacklight, who had inadvertently grasped the rudimentary application of haki. The others, including the atomic samurai, lacked the means to pose a significant challenge to Akainu. Of course, Akainu was somewhat taken aback by the capabilities of these S-class heroes. For instance, Bang's departure revealed a threat that rivaled other admirals, sensed through Akainu's observation haki. Tornado exuded a similar threat, perhaps even a shade stronger than Bang. Thus, Akainu unleashed considerable force in his initial assault. However, Tornado's cerebral injury hampered her ability to strike back effectively. Otherwise, Akainu would not have triumphed so effortlessly, and even in victory, he would have sustained considerable damage, though not to the point of severe injury. Moreover, Akainu retained a select group of elite rear admirals who had accompanied him, granting them a month to impart training methods for haki. After all, these S-class heroes were akin to untapped potential. Should a figure like Alloy Blacklight, whose muscles were honed to perfection, master advanced haki, he could indeed rival an admiral. The same could be said for the Atomic Samurai and Flashing Fleece. Though only 9 elite rear admirals remained, each could contend with dragon-level threats, having vanquished numerous formidable pirates along the Grand Line, with one even being a prospective admiral, not to be outdone by the likes of Blue Eagle. Fortunately, these powerful individuals had not descended into the depths of piracy. Thus the world government needed only to provide them with a measure of caution. The Hungry Wolf had already intervened within the Hero Association 2 weeks prior to address the summoned criminals, hence he did not encounter many S-class heroes. In City C, on a certain street, Saitama and Genos walked side by side, each carrying recently purchased household items. Sensei, is there anything else we need to buy? Let me think. Saitama replied. As they strolled, they arrived at the entrance of a toy store. Upon seeing a handcrafted figure of King, Saitama felt a wave of envy, prompting Genos to reassure him. Once you attain a certain level of fame, you too shall have such handcrafted figures and a fan base, Sensei. A peculiar individual suddenly emerged, accompanied by a cacophony of commotion in the distance, as a multitude of frightened souls hurriedly approached. Witnessing this scene, Genos furrowed his brow and remarked to Saitama, "Shall we investigate, master?" Saitama nodded, and the duo promptly sprinted forward. After covering a considerable distance, they concealed themselves behind a tree, curiously observing a black and gold mech and the man confronting it just a few meters away. Is that King? Genos pondered. The imposing black and gold mech, facing King, coldly stated in a mechanical tone, identity confirmed. S-Class rank 7 hero, the strongest man on Earth, King. With that, It unsheathed a platinum-long sword and indifferently declared, "I am the G5 machine god, a creation of the organization, an upgraded version of the G2 machine god. This time, you shall not escape my wrath due to your indifference. I shall terminate you." Not far off, Saitama and Genos whispered among themselves, "Master, my analysis suggests that this cyborg possesses formidable physical capabilities, far surpassing the previous G2 machine god, likely exhibiting demon-level strength. However, with King present, it should not pose a problem. Perhaps we can observe King's prowess." Saitama, bemused by Genos's cautious observations, thought to himself, what strength does King truly possess? Meanwhile, King maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the colossal mech before him, deep in contemplation. Unlike previous encounters, he did not flee but rather pondered the situation. The cyborg appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall the details. Since the alien invasion, he had resolved to confront this challenge. He wondered if his attacks would affect the robot. Failure would spell disaster. After all, the devil fruit inherited from his ancestors had granted him immense power. Yet he remained merely human. Although the void of the mind shielded him, if he failed to stop the machine, his true identity would inevitably be revealed. As these thoughts raced through King's mind, his heart began to race with anxiety. Meanwhile, the thunderous roar of the Emperor engine echoed throughout the area. "Why isn't King making a move?" Genos inquired. Just as Saitama was about to respond, he was astonished to see something coalescing at King's chest. In the arena, King inhaled deeply, his gaze steady upon the G5 machine god, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Emperor's wind piercer. With a resounding crash, a violent shockwave erupted, stunning the onlookers who had taken refuge in various corners to witness the spectacle. They were left in awe as they realized that while King's hands had remained clasped behind his back, a massive gaping hole had appeared in the chest of the G5 machine god, shattering it into fragments. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into cheers. King is so cool. Oh my, I just witnessed King in action." Contrasting the excitement of the spectators, King discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. "Fortunately, my attacks were effective against the robot. I was terrified." Nearby, Genos gazed at the scene in utter shock, his face a mask of disbelief. "Master, did you see that? King defeated the cyborg without even moving. How on earth did he accomplish that?" Saitama remained silent, his attention fixed on King, who was now surrounded by admirers, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Was that King's technique? From Saitama's perspective, at the moment the Emperor engine roared to life, a spear materialized from King's chest, piercing the G5 machine god's core. In addition to the spear, countless green spikes emerged around King, all aimed at the G5 machine god. Of course, only Saitama could perceive this phenomenon. Others, including Genos, were oblivious to King's assault, unable to detect any energy fluctuations, rendering the event remarkably peculiar. Having casually dealt with the throngs of admirers, King made his departure, casting a knowing glance toward the tree behind which Saitama and Genos were hidden. Once the crowd dissipated, Saitama and Genos made their way toward the deserted area of City Z. Throughout the journey, Genos rambled on about the earlier events, leaving Saitama feeling increasingly irritated, as if his ears were itching from the incessant chatter. At that moment, Saitama's phone rang. Upon picking it up, he noticed a message from King. "Saitama, do you have a moment? If so, please come to my house. I need to discuss something with you. I feel utterly powerless." In the conflict against the dark matter thieves, Tornado and Blue Eagle were besieging the elite combatant Julugan Shup, while others engaged the dark matter thieves members such as Marigazaludo, who had descended to the ground. The situation on the battlefield appeared quite promising. However, the good fortune was short-lived. While attacking Julugan Shup, Tornado momentarily lost her focus and was struck on the head by Marigazaludo. Initially, this was not particularly significant. However, Tornado, distracted and multitasking, was simultaneously resisting Marigazalu and attacking Goryuganchapu. Consequently, the overwhelming strain on his mind resulted in a backlash, leading him to be sent flying by a single punch from Marigazalu, thereby losing his superpowers. Without Tornado's assistance, Blue Eagle found it nearly impossible to breach Goryuganchapu's formidable defenses. Nevertheless, due to his extraordinary self-healing abilities, he was merely caught off guard and sustained minimal injuries. If it had remained thus, the battle could have persisted for quite some time. Yet, Marigazalu, besieged by numerous adversaries, activated his armor, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. His offensive, defensive, and regenerative capabilities reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, swiftly turning the tide of battle against his foes. In an instant, the vestment master and the seductive prisoner were grievously injured by a single blow, while the pig god, after losing an arm, was also struck down, rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, Atomic Samurai and Flashy Flash found themselves unable to slice through Marigezalu's form as effortlessly as before. Their powers greatly diminished, leading to swift injuries. At this moment, Bang unleashed his full might, evading attacks while relentlessly striking at Marigezalu's head, though he too suffered some wounds. Had it not been for the sluggishness that accompanied the activation of the armor, which encumbered Marigezalu's already massive form, the battle might have taken a drastically different turn. Even so, Marigezalu managed to repel numerous S-class heroes. Ha ha ha, you are all so weak. Your defenses and regenerative abilities are utterly inadequate, with just a little force. You are injured. Ha ha ha. Did you not consider yourselves powerful? Come and thwart our invasion. In response, a multitude of remaining S-class heroes and government forces launched a tempestuous array of attacks. The battle raged on briefly, with everyone sustaining varying degrees of injury. However, Marigezalu remained unscathed, an oppressive sight for all. Seizing the moment when attention waned, Marigezalu grasped the recently recovered tornado, inflicting further harm upon her. Hee. I wonder if I squeeze a little harder, will this one withstand it? As a fellow psychic, Goryaganchapu's physique rivaled that of mid-tier ultimate beings. Though you are at the pinnacle of your realm, your body is far too fragile, barely scraping the peak of the higher realm. As he spoke, the pressure of Marigezalu's grip intensified, exacerbating Tornado's injuries and instilling fear in the others, who hesitated to advance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from nearby, followed by a series of resounding booms. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, their excitement mounting upon recognizing the newcomer. Upon a heap of debris from a collapsed structure nearby, a golden-haired man emerged, standing tall. The golden-haired man stood with his arms crossed, his right foot resting upon a large stone, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. His expression was icy, his eyes devoid of emotion, as he surveyed everything beneath him, as if all living beings were mere ants in his sight. This individual is none other than the mightiest man on earth, King. Due to the angle and a surge of emotions within, in an instant, King's figure appeared to tower majestically before the crowd. Longu gazed at King, who stood with arms crossed, surveying them from a lofty position, silently contemplating. King, are you finally prepared to take action? The Atomic Samurai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casually dangling a toothpick. Observing King with keen interest, is the mightiest man on earth finally ready to make his move? I am quite eager to see this unfold. Behind him, the child emperor quietly admired King's silhouette, his face alight with admiration. King Sand is so cool. I wonder what his true strength is. However, being dubbed the mightiest on earth, he must be formidable, though I am curious how he compares to my mother. Katakuriko's tranquil heart experienced a slight tremor. Meanwhile, Blue Eagle, while fending off the attacks of Garu, cast a glance at King amidst the ruins, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Is he truly the mightiest man on earth? I wonder who would emerge stronger, him or my father. In contrast to the excitement of the others, Meliagazarudo exhibited a more indifferent reaction, his expression one of disdain as he mocked. Is there truly no one strong on this planet? To send forth a being devoid of any presence is simply a death wish. What are you saying? Before Meliagazarudo could finish, the child emperor interrupted him, declaring loudly, King San is the strongest entity on earth. His power is renowned. Even Tornado wouldn't dare provoke him. Once he takes action, there is no escape for you. Indeed. Genos interjected coldly. How could someone acknowledged by my master be weak? It is merely that his overwhelming strength renders him inscrutable to others. For context, Genos believed that Saitama and King became acquainted in a single day after a confrontation that led to mutual recognition. As previously mentioned in earlier chapters, the mightiest being on this planet. Upon hearing Genos and the child emperor, Meliagazarudo's expression stiffened, 5 eyes honing in on King, scanning him as if attempting to perceive his essence completely. Yet, to all appearances, he seemed like a feeble being devoid of any power. Could it truly be that he is so powerful that I cannot fathom him? Is there another formidable entity besides Lord Boros that eludes my perception? The more Meliagazarudo pondered, the more alarmed he became, and for a moment, he hesitated to act recklessly. Garu, too, turned his gaze toward King, secretly extending a formidable probing psychic force to scan King's entire being. Yet, like Meliagazarudo, Garu sensed no energy or formidable aura. as if he were utterly non-existent. In this scenario, there are only two possibilities. One is that the being before me is merely an ordinary, lowly creature devoid of any power. Yet this is evidently implausible, considering the immense reverence bestowed upon him by numerous formidable individuals, even being venerated as the most powerful entity on the surface. Hence, only the second possibility remains. The man before me possesses an extraordinary strength, so profound that he can entirely conceal his aura, achieving a state of ultimate simplicity and authenticity. This is indeed a feat only achievable by Lord Boros. However, Lord Boros prefers to unleash his full aura during combat, disdainful of the notion of concealment. Moreover, I am utterly unable to fathom his true essence. This planet is indeed peculiar, where formidable beings emerge alongside lesser creatures, suggesting the presence of a ruler of Boros's caliber. Could the man before me be such a sovereign? It stands to reason, for only a true sovereign would evoke an aura of inscrutability, and he must at least be a mid-tier sovereign. The more Gori de Kanyusha pondered, the more alarmed he became, ultimately deciding to attack the Blue Eagle while discreetly focusing a thread of mental energy on King, prepared for any sudden actions. He was acutely aware of his utter lack of chance against a sovereign being, thus he had covertly notified Marigazalu, ready for a hasty retreat. At this moment, King, the center of attention, was drenched in cold sweat, his mind tumultuous. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Good heavens, what have I gotten myself into? Why did I step forward? Even if Tornado is in peril, I cannot save her. With a resigned sigh, King felt a sense of helplessness that did not escape Gori de Kanyusha's notice. Hey, did that guy just sneer? Does he look down on us? Goria thought. And it was understandable. After all, a sovereign being would naturally regard them with disdain. Yet, why did he not attack? Did he sense Lord Boros's presence? Surely. The earthling on the ship must have been dealt with by Lord Boros. Despite the chaos within, Goryu shouted defiantly at King. You do not underestimate us. So what if you are a sovereign? You are still insignificant before Lord Boros. Take this opportunity to leave now. Boros. Who is that? Upon hearing Goryu's words, King was momentarily taken aback, growing increasingly anxious. Does this imply that there are beings aboard the ship even more powerful than these before me? Please, not like this. These aliens have never heard of my name. They are merely bewildered by my sudden presence. Yet, I cannot contend with any of them, let alone that colossal blue octopus. I stand no chance against the government forces or Tornado. What can I do? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Saitama's figure began to materialize in King's consciousness, his gaze growing vacant. If only Saitama were here, he would surely resolve this with ease. Alas, I am ultimately too weak. As King's chaotic musings unfolded, his arms, previously crossed over his chest, subconsciously lowered. King. The onlookers erupted with excitement, their eyes fixated on him, each expression revealing a myriad of emotions. Here it comes. Gori de Kanyusha growled through telekinesis, discreetly alerting Marigazalu to be ready for a swift escape. King, too, recognized the implications of his unconscious actions. Yet, there was no turning back. His hands began to open, intending to bow before Goridu and the others, but hesitated at the expectant gazes upon him. Forgive me, King closed his eyes, clenched his right fist, and struck toward Gori de Kanyusha. Suddenly, a colossal fireball erupted from a distance of several meters in front of King, engulfing Gori de Kanyusha and the other aliens within its fiery embrace. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy surged outward, the intense light accompanied by a violent gust rendering all unable to open their eyes. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, Gori de Kanyusha and Marigazada remained alive. Yet the remaining combatants and destroyers had perished. After a brief silence, the scene erupted into chaos. Yet King himself stood paralyzed, shock written all over his face as he stared at his hands, horrified, but the distance rendered his actions unclear to others. A kilometer away, the gravely injured Ace slowly retracted his fist, limping away. Behind him lay a destroyer, melted and shattered, its power akin to that of a near-dragon-level mech. Beside Ace was a shattered sea stone handcuff, devoid of any energy trace compared to Ace, but resonating with the same energy fluctuations as the destroyer. What on earth is this? How troublesome. Were it not for my daring gamble to use this to shatter the sea stone handcuff, I might have perished long ago. And why can this entity turn invisible? Even attacks are difficult to conceal. Just moments ago, under the bombardment of the dark matter thieves, the cell imprisoning Ace finally collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Ace broke free from the sea stone chains binding him. After exerting tremendous effort to crawl out, he unfortunately encountered two destroyers. With one hand still shackled by a sea stone cuff, Ace could not utilize his fruit abilities. He could only rely on his haki for defense, seeking the chance to use the destroyer's energy to melt the sea stone cuff. However, his hand sustained burns while enshrouded in armed haki. Yet, once freed from the sea stone cuff, Ace felt unafraid and engaged in battle with them. The formidable destroyer executed a stealthy ambush against Ace. However, once Ace activated his observation haki, the assailant was rendered visible and swiftly dealt with. Despite his triumph, Ace found himself weakened and concerned about attracting the attention of government forces, uncertain if the destroyer had accomplices. Thus, he opted for a rapid resolution, utilizing his fire fist. He sent the last destroyer hurtling away before unleashing his signature move, the Great Flame Ring Flame Emperor. This colossal fireball embodied Ace's full might, yet upon striking the destroyer, it vanished alongside it. Nevertheless, through his haki, Ace sensed that the destroyer, enveloped in the fireball, was hurtling towards the fiercest locus of battle, precisely where King was situated. The fireball traversed above King's head and, moments before reaching a point a dozen meters from King's chest, suddenly reappeared, careening directly towards the multitude of extraterrestrial beings including Goryeo and Kyushu. Meanwhile, the destroyer itself began to melt under the intense heat, its cloaking ability gradually dissipating. As for Goryeo and Kyushu, lost in their own overactive imaginations and solely focused on fleeing, they failed to discern that the fireball had originated from afar, mistaking it for King's attack, causing a panic among the throngs. Others, including Blue Eagle, were similarly preoccupied and did not investigate further. Seizing the chaos, Ace made his escape. Just as Goryeo and Kyushu intended to flee amidst the cheers of the crowd, the ground beneath them suddenly froze, transforming into solid ice. Gazing ahead, a figure cloaked in frost emerged, crouching with one hand firmly pressed against the ground. The Ice Age. Following the battle, King's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, and the criticisms directed at him seemed trivial in comparison. Although Bang and others were perplexed as to why King did not also deal with Goryeo and Kyushu, they refrained from probing too deeply, for they understood that the thoughts of such a powerful individual were often inscrutable. Perhaps he wished to conceal the extent of his strength. Ultimately, the doubts regarding King within the Hero Association had nearly evaporated, as his actions were witnessed by all. Upon returning home, King gazed at his hands, engulfed in profound self-reproach. Had he possessed true strength, Tornado and the others would not have been harmed. In the end, it was merely luck. I remained too weak. King recognized with clarity that the fireball was undoubtedly not conjured by him. It was most likely a fortuitous coincidence that others' attacks happened to traverse near him. He lacked such power. After much contemplation, King opened his safe and retrieved both a devil fruit and a book contained within. This is a duty bequeathed by his parents, as well as a legacy passed down through generations. In his childhood, King chanced upon a record in his ancestral home, revealing that his forebears had devoted decades to acquiring formidable power through the consumption of this cursed fruit, ultimately becoming one of the mightiest beings in existence. It is also documented that his ancestors experienced a tremendous thundering sound, akin to that of King, triggered by an accelerated heartbeat due to overwhelming anxiety. Such an occurrence had never transpired with his parents. Perhaps he was destined to be paired with this fruit from birth. He had previously inquired with the celestial desert star, learning that after consuming a devil fruit, one would indeed fear water, albeit to varying degrees. For instance, drinking fresh water or alcohol posed no threat, while rainwater or snow would have no effect on those endowed with devil fruit abilities unless they were to encounter seawater. Upon contact with the sea, regardless of one's formidable strength, one would inevitably succumb to weakness. River water, however, presents a different scenario, with the exception of vast rivers that connect to the sea. Ordinary river and lake waters would merely diminish an ability user's strength by half. In the Asian continent, such a threat is nearly negligible. This also serves as a significant impetus for King to consume the cursed fruit. He could no longer endure the deception. He must take action. The superhuman mind fruit may indeed bring about a remarkable transformation. With the ancient mind codex at hand, the method for cultivating this mind fruit is no longer a concern. With this thought, King opened the mind codex and subsequently took a bite of the mind fruit. He firmly believed that this devil fruit would bestow upon him immense power. Although its taste was utterly repugnant, akin to consuming excrement, King's heart remained unperturbed, and his eyes reflected an unwavering determination. I aspire to become the true strongest on the surface. Thus, you consumed the devil fruit to gain power, did you? Saitama inquired, seated before King in his home, his gaze fixed on him. King nodded affirmatively. Indeed, rather than training myself, it is far more direct to ingest this devil fruit and acquire strength. It is preferable to the risk of future exposure. Moreover, I possess a natural aptitude for mastering this devil fruit, and with the assistance of the Mind Codex, I will be able to contend with demon-level monsters in just over 2 months. He added, I've also discovered that my attacks seem invisible to others, allowing me to strike monsters unexpectedly, potentially inflicting severe damage or even eliminating them. I did witness your attack, Saitama interjected, causing King to abruptly halt, momentarily stunned. But soon he relaxed. Well, if it were you, Saitama, that would indeed be expected. King continued, a fortnight ago, a colossal dragon-level monster appeared in City L while I happened to be nearby. I unleashed my full power upon it from the shadows. However, the creature appeared to suffer only a slight wound, bleeding a bit, but sustaining no significant damage. Eventually, the vestige and metal bat arrived, and I discreetly interfered with the monster, assisting them in vanquishing it before slipping away. Thus, I concluded that while I can severely injure or even kill demon-level monsters, against dragon-level monsters, my only recourse is to distract them. Is that so? Saitama replied, his gaze fixed on King, seemingly indifferent to his words. However, Saitama felt a modicum of satisfaction that King could finally confront monsters personally. As a celebration, when we play games, you must allow me to take half a heart. Saitama's absurd request left King momentarily speechless, questioning who was truly pleased. King raised his right hand nonchalantly. I shall only use one hand. Very well, you have said it. Watch how I defeat you. Seated before the television, Saitama and King each held a carton of milk, engrossed in their game. As they played, King remarked, though it took me over 2 months to rival demon-level monsters, my growth has significantly slowed since then. From a rapid pace akin to a high-speed train to a mere dog's trot. Saitama remained silent, fixated on the game, inwardly musing. Why can you still hold a milk carton while speaking? King continued, according to the Mind Codex, my attacks stem from within, all originating from my heart, enabling me to manifest my innermost thoughts into reality. It could be said that I grow stronger through imagination. The richer the imagination, the more diverse my methods and the greater my power. My ability to contend with demon-level monsters in just over 2 months is likely due to the peculiar energy residing in my heart, akin to that of the mind fruit I consumed. Before ingesting the mind fruit, this energy was sealed, and the mind fruit serves as its key. Once unlocked, I entered a state of accumulated potential, experiencing rapid growth until now, when this surge has finally plateaued. This power, arising from within and dependent upon my heart, is distinct from telekinetic abilities, thus I have dubbed it mind power. Oh, Saitama replied nonchalantly, resuming his focus on the game. 2 minutes later, King set down his milk carton and calmly informed Saitama, you have lost. Curse it, let us go again. In the outskirts of City F, a battered B-rank hero known as Design Master leaned against a wall, his body covered in wounds, the marks of burns evident. Surrounding him were numerous unconscious C-rank heroes and government soldiers, all similarly marred by burns, with flames still flickering nearby. Design Master lifted his gaze to behold a man before him, bare-chested, with freckles dotting his cheeks, an orange hat perched atop his head, and flames dancing atop his fingers. It was none other than Fire Fist Ace. Hey, could you not have attacked me first? Ace glared at him, exasperated. Having just dined at a restaurant? Ace had fallen asleep mid-meal, only to awaken to find himself being forced into a military vehicle, with a gun aimed at his head. In response, he had effortlessly dispatched his captors. They seemed unaware of Ace's abilities as a devil fruit user, leading them to underestimate him, and thus, they were swiftly defeated. Design Master trembled as he gazed at Ace, stammering, the government will not spare you, Fire Fist Ace. With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ace, bemused by this turn of events, rummaged through their pockets and the nearby military vehicle, collecting valuables before departing leisurely. Meanwhile, deep beneath the deserted zones of City Z, at the headquarters of the Monster Association, the strategist known as Big Eye opened his singular eye, nodding in acknowledgement to the Monster King, Orochi, behind him. He then spread his arms wide, calling out towards a passageway, welcome our guests. As Big Eye's voice echoed, countless monsters emerged from the passageways surrounding the hall, all turning their gazes towards him. Moments later, a flash of blue light illuminated the space, revealing 2 figures before the assembly of monsters, a blue octopus with numerous tentacles and a humanoid creature with 5 heads. Upon their arrival, Big Eye rose, squinting to observe them before proclaiming, Gorita Ganchio, Melia Gasalu, welcome to the Monster Association. Gorita Ganchio regarded Big Eye intently, remember your promise and our agreement. Rest assured. Big Eye nodded, then turned to introduce Orochi. Allow me to present. This is Monster King Orochi. Goryu Ganchio narrowed his eyes, surveying the massive creature before him. The pinnacle of existence, this planet truly teems with formidable beings. Big Eye nodded affirmatively, indeed. For King Orochi aspires to dominate this world. Previously, the illustrious Daijianjian had established contact with the formidable duo, Jalugan and Shopu, through his clones. After a month of negotiations, he successfully persuaded these two extraterrestrial powerhouses to join the Monster Association. Daijianjian had already gleaned considerable knowledge regarding the so-called extreme realm powerhouses as described by Jalugan and Shopu. In the vast cosmos, there exists a hierarchical system of power classification, ascending from the realms of entry, clarity, high realm, to the extreme realm. Beyond these lie the exceptionally rare dominators, and above them, the legendary deities. This power classification system, encompassing dominators, is further stratified into lower, middle, upper, and pinnacle tiers, with the pinnacle representing a threshold where one is on the verge of transcending to the next level, colloquially referred to as half-step. The first four tiers correspond respectively to the disaster levels of the Monster Association: Wolf, Tiger, Ghost, and Dragon. However, the concept of divine-level monsters is not suitable for such classifications, as the Hero Association defines divine monsters as entities capable of annihilating all of humanity. According to the intelligence gathered and analyzed by Jalugan and Shopu, there exists a plethora of extreme realm powerhouses on this planet. Yet, among those known to potentially reach the Dominator level, only the legendary S-Class hero, Explosion, alongside the three marshals of land, sea, and air, as well as the Supreme Commander, Steelbone, and the naval hero, Carp, have been identified. Even the mere possibility of such beings sent shivers down Jalugan and Shopu's spines, leading them to lament their decision not to flee the planet immediately. Consequently, it appeared that aside from Boros, there were few who could extinguish humanity, rendering the notion of divine-level monsters a mere figment, as even the dominators could not contend with Earth. Thus, the title of divine monster was outright disregarded by Jalugan and Shopu. Their singular focus was to locate Lord Boros. Given Lord Boros's strength, even a multitude of dominators would pose no threat. After all, in his meteor explosion form, Lord Boros epitomized the pinnacle of dominators. After a brief exchange, Daijianjian officially announced that Jalugan and Myragazalo had become members of the Monster Association's cadre. This naturally caught the attention of other officials. Heijin, the Wandering Emperor, the Ugly President, Yain, and the malevolent natural water residing in a fish tank, each one of them was a dragon-level entity. They also naturally drew the attention of Gyugen Shopu, who, with his extensive knowledge, saw through their true nature at a glance. Among them, the essence of the creature Heijin was instantly discerned by Gyugen Shopu. The energy contained within its 50 trillion units, once combined, could elevate its power to the brink of a dominator, though still inferior to his own. Without the combination, Heijin was merely a troublesome dragon-level upper-tier monster. The Wandering Emperor, a master of supernatural powers, also piqued Gyugen Shopu's interest, but his physical form was too fragile. Even weaker than a wolf-level monster, though he possessed commendable attack power, classifying him as a dragon-level upper-tier entity. Yain was a dragon-level lower-tier monster. The Ugly President was a dragon-level mid-tier monster, and the malevolent natural water was a dragon-level upper-tier monster. Coupled with the dragon-level upper-tier Big Bright Eyes and the dragon-level peak Big Snake, the strength of the Monster Association was quite apparent. With such power, did they truly aspire to dominate this planet? Of course, Gyugen Shopu would never voice such thoughts. A few days later, in the office of the Hero Association's Blowing Snow team, the once tranquil atmosphere transformed into a lively gathering. Upon closer inspection, the members of the Blowing Snow team surrounded an individual in the center, seemingly engaged in conversation, yet the person in the middle maintained a demeanor of utter disinterest, seemingly oblivious to their words, which vexed the usually proud members of the Blowing Snow team. With veins bulging on his forehead, the member known as Eyelash forced a smile and gritted his teeth, inquiring whether the individual felt fortunate to be invited to join the Blowing Snow team. However, the person remained oblivious, his gaze fixed downward, engrossed in some activity beneath the table. The gleaming bald head was unmistakably that of Saitama. That fellow was playing a game right there. A Blowing Snow team member named Lily turned to Blowing Snow and whispered in disbelief, questioning why they were so eager to entice such a person. The rest of the Blowing Snow team shared her confusion, even considering it a fruitless endeavor. Yet, Blowing Snow held a different perspective. Having battled Saitama once, she recognized his immense strength, powerful enough to attract the attention of naval heroes, which motivated her to recruit him into the Blowing Snow team. Do not underestimate him. As the 6th-ranked B-class hero, he was indeed formidable, potentially even rivaling the top B-class hero. Regrettably, no matter how they persuaded him, Saitama paid no heed, continuing to play his game in blissful ignorance. Observing the gaming console in Saitama's hands, Blowing Snow's mind sparked with an idea, her lips curling into a slight smile. She stood up, slammed her hands on the table, and declared, "Saitama, rather than playing to deaf ears, why not engage in a proper contest?" At her words, Saitama finally lifted his head, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he responded, "A contest?" Indeed, Blowing Snow produced a document from her pocket, announcing a battle between the Blowing Snow team and Saitama's team. The losing side would henceforth be obliged to follow the winning side's commands. The duel was set for the following noon. With that, Blowing Snow donned her coat and exited, snapping her fingers in a provocative manner, taunting, "If your reputation is merely that." Watching Blowing Snow's departing figure, Saitama wore a bemused expression, questioning her understanding of what a proper battle entailed. The next day, the Blowing Snow team awaited Saitama's arrival in a rented conference hall. Would that rascal truly show up? Of course, he would. He was quite simple-minded. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Saitama entered, flanked by 4 figures. As Blowing Snow observed the entrance, she maintained her composure, remarking, "See?" He appeared without hesitation. However, she was perplexed that Saitama had brought along 4 others, as she had expected him to come alone with the cyborg Genos. As Saitama's Hot Pot team entered, the expressions of the Blowing Snow team members shifted dramatically, their faces filled with terror. Although Saitama's Hot Pot team comprised only 5 individuals, the other 4 were highly formidable figures. The 4 included the 14th-ranked S-Class hero, the Cyborg, the 12th-ranked S-Class hero, the Desert King, the 7th-ranked S-Class hero, King, and the 3rd-ranked S-Class hero, Silver Fang. What an imposing assembly. Blowing Snow, this seems dire, one member whispered. It's all part of the plan, Blowing Snow reassured, though internally she found the situation rather absurd. Did Saitama truly think the Blowing Snow team intended to battle him? Nevertheless, Blowing Snow maintained her smile and introduced Saitama's team to her own. At that moment, Saitama's gaze shifted to Blowing Snow, his expression vacant as he asked, "Although it's not quite as you described, these are the only familiar faces I could gather today. How do you intend to proceed with the duel?" Blowing Snow, filled with self-assurance, smiled subtly and placed the agreement before Saitama, saying, "Before anything else, please sign as the representative of your team." The document stipulated numerous requirements, including that they must adhere to the rules of a fair duel, and any injuries sustained could not be dismissed lightly. Upon presenting the agreement, Saitama glanced at it without a second thought and signed, his expression still vacant as he muttered, "I'm indifferent to it." After Saitama signed, Blowing Snow held the document, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. The losing team would be obliged to fulfill any request from the winning team. Aha! Saitama, you have finally taken the bait. Saitama froze for a moment, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he lamented, "Wait, does that mean such stipulations are included?" At that moment, King, sensing something amiss, leaned closer to Saitama and quietly advised, "Saitama, it would be prudent to review the terms of the agreement." Observing the chaos as Blowing Snow directed her team to move the tables, Saitama's companions began to react. Genos stepped forward, coldly asserting, "Sensei, I will handle this situation." However, Bang intervened, placing a hand on Genos' shoulder, advising, "Hold your horses, Genos." He then turned to Saitama and asked, "May I take the lead?" Saitama, still vacant-eyed, replied, "It doesn't matter to me." Meanwhile, Katakuri quietly positioned himself behind Saitama, inquiring, "Saitama, are you aware of the methods and rules for the duel?" Saitama responded with a blank expression, "How would I know?" Soon, the duel commenced, with Bang resolutely stepping forward to address the Blowing Snow team. His elderly figure suddenly exuded an air of authority as he calmly stated, "No one understands the importance of restraint better than I." He continued, "Let us just have a light spar." With a glint in his eye, Bang declared, "The losing team must all come to my dojo to start their training from scratch." One could imagine how surprised Kalanzi would be upon seeing such a multitude of newcomers. Clearly, Blowing Snow aimed to use this duel as a means to legitimize Saitama and his companions under her command, while Bang sought to invigorate his dojo. Before long, the confrontation between the Blowing Snow team and Saitama's team officially began, and the method of the duel was playing video games? Bang. No. It is the character on the right that Bangu is utilizing. Please refrain from incessantly pressing the select key. That merely results in a feint, not a special move. The outcome was unmistakable. Bangu could not even distinguish his own character and consequently lost the match. Next up was Genos, who, in his haste, inadvertently damaged the controller and thus lost the game. As for Katakuri, upon arriving on the Asian continent, he was either evading government pursuit or diligently training, having had no exposure to gaming, and he lost without contest. Next, it was my turn to take the stage. Saitama entered with confidence, only to be eliminated in less than a minute. This scene filled Fubuki with unbridled joy, as she was convinced that Saitama's side was destined for defeat. After all, they had a professional champion of fighting games on their side. The next moment, King calmly settled down and picked up the gaming console. Meanwhile, on a certain street, the hungry wolf was aimlessly wandering, hoping to encounter a hero or two. Who are you? Soon, the hungry wolf found the Ranksy's top contender, the unlicensed knight, and blocked his path. I am the hungry wolf, destined to become the strongest monster. At long last, I have found you. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. The hungry wolf turned to see a robust figure accompanied by several strong men emerging from the shadows. Leading the charge was the Vest Vegetarian, whom he had knocked unconscious just days prior. Ah, the hero hunter. Before the Vest Vegetarian could finish his sentence, the hungry wolf landed a punch squarely on his face, sending him flying. With a playful smirk, the hungry wolf gazed at the Vest Vegetarian, who was scrambling to his feet, his face a mask of shock and fury. Oh, Vest Vegetarian? Here to settle the score from a few days ago? But those fellows you brought along seem rather useless. With that, the hungry wolf charged at the heroes from the Vest Association, but suddenly, a figure shot forth from the crowd, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, propelling the hungry wolf several meters back. As the hungry wolf regained his footing, his gaze fell upon the newcomer, astonishment morphing into exhilaration upon recognizing the figure. The imposing presence raised his fist, his expression indifferent. My little brothers have been well taken care of thanks to you. The hungry wolf's face broke into a maniacal grin, his eyes glinting with ferocity. The Vestmaster S-Class. I've hooked a big fish. No sooner had he spoken than the Vestmaster slammed his fist into the ground, shattering the concrete and causing a localized tremor that left the onlookers unsteady. In the next instant, the Vestmaster crossed his arms over his chest and swiftly charged toward the hungry wolf, colliding with him and sending him flying. Vest capture. A strike that could instantly slay an ordinary ghost-level monster landed on the hungry wolf, yet it merely caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, leaving his body largely unharmed. As he gazed at the hungry wolf, who wore a frenzied expression, the heartless elder felt a weight settle upon his heart. How could this fellow still stand so steadily in the face of injury? Is he truly human? In a trance, the figure of the hungry wolf suddenly morphed into something terrifying. I must eliminate him here. The heartless elder's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, a swirl of black energy enveloped his arms, transforming them into gleaming iron limbs akin to black metal. What is this? The hungry wolf pondered, bewildered by the heartless elder's arms. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the elder's fist was upon him. In an instant, the hungry wolf executed a spin to evade the elder's punch, while his left hand, resembling a flowing fabric, appeared gracefully to the elder's right, crashing directly into his face. The heartless elder reacted just as the palm struck his visage, but he was still forced to spit out a significant amount of blood. However, his left fist retaliated, aimed squarely at the hungry wolf's chest, only for the latter to leap into the air, executing a backflip and landing behind the heartless elder. Impressive, heartless elder. Turning around to face the ferocious hungry wolf, the elder remained silent, his heart heavy with concern. He reflected, with the assistance of the government, I have grasped the methods for cultivating hockey. My solid foundation allowed me to master the basics of armament hockey long ago. Continuous training has brought glimpses of observation hockey. Yet full mastery remains a distant goal. Despite this, I can engage with ordinary dragon-level low-tier monsters, significantly enhancing my power. But can I truly contend with this man? I have heard that this hungry wolf is purportedly the eldest disciple of Bangu. Very well, let me witness this so-called martial arts. The following day, Bangu and Bangpu stood in silence, surveying the scene littered with injured individuals, lost in their thoughts. Bongpu gently patted Bonggu on the shoulder and murmured, "We are late." Bonggu remained silent, his gaze drifting to the injured, heartless elder slumped against the wall. Seemingly sensing Bonggu's arrival, the elder struggled to open his eyes, only to be taken aback upon recognizing him, his expression quickly darkening. "I have lost." Bonggu stepped forward and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. Take it easy. I have already informed the hospital." He then inquired, "Do you know where the hungry wolf has gone?" The heartless elder did not respond. But the events of the previous night flooded his mind. No matter how he attacked, the hungry wolf always managed to dodge, even when he managed to land a hit. It inflicted little substantial damage. Each of the hungry wolf's punches sent his internal energy surging, and the wolf targeted his weaknesses. Had he not mastered armament hockey, he would have likely collapsed by now. Observing the heartless elder's condition, Bonggu chose not to press further, instead turning his attention to a bruised figure nearby. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, Ace found himself blocked by a burly man clad in a prison outfit adorned with a heart design on the chest. "Are you the one who harmed the beloved designer and those charming soldier boys?" Ace asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. The man puffed out his chest and declared, "I am the sensual prisoner, and you must be the government's wanted little Ace. How could someone as adorable as you engage in crime? Allow my broad chest to rescue you, poor boy. I shall save you with a passionate angel's kiss." Staring at this bizarrely eccentric prisoner, Ace felt speechless. Yet flames surged around him, flickering menacingly. The intense heat surged toward the sensual prisoner, and in an instant, a massive flaming fist, imbued with scorching heat, engulfed him. Fire fist. As the flames roared around him, Ace retracted his fist and turned to leave, only to find himself ensnared by countless blades of light, disintegrating into numerous bursts of fire. "This fire fist is rather weak. Is this how you were defeated, sensual prisoner?" The newcomer was none other than the atomic warrior, who had coincidentally been nearby and rushed over upon witnessing the towering flames, ready to deal with Ace. As the atomic warrior's voice echoed, the sensual prisoner emerged from the flames, about to speak when he was suddenly struck with shock, gazing behind the atomic warrior. "What's behind you?" the warrior asked, turning to find a swirling mass of flames coalescing into the figure of Ace, who regarded them with icy eyes. Simultaneously, the atomic warrior noticed countless glowing points of light, resembling fireflies surrounding them. "Firefly Fire Daruma." With a soft utterance from Ace, the atomic warrior sensed impending danger, swiftly wielding his sword to shield himself. Meanwhile, the sensual prisoner ripped his clothes, revealing a dense coat of chest hair, his body enveloped in armament hockey. "This thick fur is my finest armor. Come at me." No sooner had he spoken than the green orbs surrounding them erupted in a brilliant explosion, engulfing both men in searing flames.